The story begins in North Korean, an unexplored region. At this time, a group of martial artists were gathered, chatting among themselves. Among them, a young man stood looking around in bewilderment. Just then, an older man carrying 2 cups of water stepped forward and greeted him. "Hey, young man, is this your first time participating?" Hearing that, the young man hesitated slightly, took a cup, and nodded in admission, "Yes. I've been into gates and dungeons before, but this is my first time in this land, so I'm a little nervous." Seeing that, the older man laughed heartily, "Haha. Then you should steel yourself. Places like this have been abandoned for hundreds of years, so they're certainly crawling with monsters. There might even be ancient beasts, who knows?" As he spoke, the older man sat down beside the young man. Then, as if remembering something, the youth turned and asked, "But, our expedition leader is from the prestigious martial family Lee, right? I heard he's the clan chief's brother, so he must be very strong." Hearing that, the older man glanced at a man sitting nearby and shook his head with a mocking laugh. "You mean him? He's just an illegitimate child. He's so weak they expelled him from the clan." The man he was looking at was about 40 with a sullen face, looking no different from an unemployed person. This was the 9th legitimate son of the prestigious martial Lee family, Lee Cheol. Looking at Cheol's somewhat shabby appearance, the older man continued, "Not only is he incompetent, he clearly lacks perseverance. That's why at his age he's only reached level 7 in martial arts. How could we rely on someone like that?" At that moment, a man in black stepped up to Cheol and reminded him, "Expedition leader, let's move on." Hearing someone call him, Cheol only lifted his eyes to glance at him briefly, then bowed his head again and whispered, "All right." After that, the group quickly packed up and continued forward. However, for some reason Cheol felt uneasy about the trip. Walking, he thought, the Black Trade Company is under the command of the Lee family's head, they ought to protect me. But it doesn't seem that way. I have a bad feeling about this. Cheol silently warned himself. In his mind he began to recall his origins. "I once carried hopes and dreams. The moment I realized the pressure of being part of the Lee martial family was also the moment I was chosen by the top divine weapon during the divine arms selection ritual. Back then I thought that if I kept learning and working hard, one day I would earn everyone's recognition. However, that never happened." It all began when Cheol was about 7 or 8. A family physician pointed at an ultrasound photo on the wall and explained, "Look here, I've never seen mana like this before. Mana like that isn't suitable for studying magic. And if you force martial training, it's very difficult to stabilize." Given Lee Cheol's condition, reaching rank 9 would be nothing short of a miracle. Hearing that, Cheol's father simply sighed, then quietly looked out the window in disappointment. That was the moment everything changed. When people learned about my condition, they assumed my selection by the divine weapon had been a coincidence, or simply a mistake. Still, I gave it my all. I wanted to prove him wrong. I reached level 7 at 25. I was truly overjoyed then, even though my brothers had reached that level when they were young. But that joy didn't last long, because I was expelled from the clan when I turned 30. If not for my eldest brother, I might have been left for dead after leaving the clan. Since then I've been running. It's been 10 years since that time. The era of chaos had arrived. The unexplored regions were expanding, and the monsters were rapidly evolving. My father, hailed as the pinnacle of the martial world, the clan head of the Lee martial lineage, had passed away. Not long after this news spread in the papers, a group of hooded figures came to find me. Seeing them, I immediately frowned and demanded, "Black Trade Company, how did you find me?" Across from me, the men in black said nothing. Instead, they handed me a letter and intoned, "This decree is for you." Back in Cheol's perspective, seeing that the Black Trade Company ignored his question, he sighed and mocked himself, "Haha, they're just going to ignore my question? So I can never escape this cursed bloodline?" Thinking that, he quickly read the letter and began to grasp the situation. Clan head Lee Gunsong, has third brother become the clan head? What about my elder brother? Cheol wondered inwardly, but before he could form a thought, the men opposite spoke again, "We will meet in 1 hour." With that, they turned and left. Seeing this, Cheol clenched the letter and hurriedly asked, "Wait. What happened to my elder brother?" The Black Trade Company remained silent and gave no answer. Seeing that, Cheol pressed on, "I haven't even drawn a sword in 10 years. So why are you ordering me to investigate the unexplored region?" At this, one of the men in black seemed slightly angered. He glared back at Cheol and said, "So you intend to refuse this task?" As he spoke, he subtly tightened his hand on the sword at his side. Cheol shuddered, realizing that refusing without a valid reason meant certain death. With no choice, he accepted, "It's not like that. I'll do it." Hearing the reply, the Black Trade Company seemed satisfied and vanished like a gust of wind. Once they were gone, Cheol clenched the paper in anger and ground his teeth, those bastards. Returning to the present, Cheol's group, after traveling through the forest for a while, suddenly came upon a vast, decayed building that left the young man astonished. Huh? An abandoned building? It's actually pretty well preserved. Beside him, the man in black suggested, let's go inside. So the group drew their weapons, gripped them tightly, and slowly entered the house, scanning the surroundings as they moved, the sight before them making their skin crawl. Inside the house lay piles of bones, both human and monstrous. What the hell is this? The corpse of an ancient beast? Someone shouted. Before they could find an answer, a man in black shouted, eyes wide, begin the operation. At once, the two men in black on either side charged forward. The young man, still not understanding, had his head severed. The event unfolded so fast the martial artists couldn't react and cried out, "What are you doing?" A cold-voiced assassin answered, "You all knew you were dead from the start. You should consider it an honor to die for the clan." Saying that, he brandished his weapon and lunged at the older man. But what he didn't expect was that before he could finish off the man in front, a sword plunged through his chest from behind, wielded by none other than Cheol. He asked them coldly, "Who is behind this?" "Up ahead," the assassin replied calmly, as if unaware of pain, "the clan head is behind this. We were ordered to bring you here, well, of course, that is if you didn't resist." As he spoke, he reached out and crushed the sword protruding from his body. Next, the large wound on his chest began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. This left Cheol unable to believe his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the older martial artist immediately circled behind him to strike. Unfortunately, his martial skill was still somewhat lacking. Before his attack could be launched, the assassin casually swung his sword backward, cleaving the elder's body in two. Fresh blood spattered everywhere, filling the air with the metallic stench of blood. After doing this, the assassin glanced at Cheol with a mocking look, pathetic. "I thought you'd be much stronger, especially with half your bloodline coming from the Lee martial family." Saying that, he lunged forward like a flash of lightning. He delivered a kick straight to Cheol's chest. The blow forced a mouthful of blood from him and sent him flying backward like a cannonball. His body slammed into countless walls and piles of bones before finally coming to a stop. Yet, in that moment of extreme danger, Cheol's mind was oddly calm. He reminded himself, "I can't die like this. I need a weapon." With that thought, Cheol swept his gaze around. Very quickly, he spotted a long sword embedded in the spine of a giant corpse that had long since died. "There, that sword is strong enough to kill a monster this size. If I use it, I might have a chance. Please, come on." Without a moment's hesitation, Cheol grabbed the sword and pulled it free. But for some reason, as the sword was drawn it slowly dissolved into a stream of black smoke. Seeing this, Cheol's eyes went vacant and he muttered like a soulless man, "Why?" At the same time, the assassin's voice rang out right behind Cheol, "I can't imagine a person from the Lee family being this pathetic. So at least let me send you off as one who bears the Lee name." With that, he swung his sword in a swift arc, creating a red streak that cut across Cheol. The protagonist lost all strength and collapsed forward. Only one bitter thought remained, "Heaven is so cruel. Am I really going to die like this? My whole life I've been running, tasting countless failures, and this is the end. If I had a chance to live again, I would." At that thought, Cheol's gaze went pitch black. Yet his consciousness hadn't completely faded. A streak of light began to appear within the darkness. Then a familiar voice sounded, "Is this Yujung's child? What happened to Yujung?" Beside him, a man dressed like a steward replied, "When we found her, she had," his voice faltered. Back in Cheol's perspective, the familiar voice and faces filled him with nostalgia. That voice, is it my father's? But, he's dead, isn't he? Wait, he looks so young, and not just him, Steward Choi looks the same. Father. Steward. Cheol reached out, but what he saw were unusually tiny hands. The reason was simple, he was in the state of a newborn. Staring at his tiny hands, Cheol even wiggled them a few times to make sure he hadn't misseen. He wondered, what happened? I should be dead. Is this the afterlife? Or just a memory? Unaware of his son's thoughts, his father, Lee Tae-shin, addressed the steward. Young would be a suitable name for him right now. Like the other children, arrange a maid and a few Shadow Sword team members to protect him, and have him participate in the sword selection ritual with Miss Bat. His words surprised the steward, who asked again, "Immediately? But he's not ready yet. Besides, Miss Bat is a few months older than him." The steward's words made Tae-shin ponder for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll go ahead." After saying that, he cast a glance at Cheol, which startled him, and then he quickly left the room. Only after he had fully departed could Cheol finally exhale in relief. Phew, it really was father. Though it had been a long time since they'd met, the pressure from him was the same as ever. So what is going on? This feels far too real to be just a memory, and that conversation earlier, that really happened. Even if I don't want to believe it. But if this is true, have I really regressed back to that damned moment? The more he thought, the more absurd it all seemed to our protagonist. Time passed quickly. A few months after Cheol's regression, today was the great day for the Lee martial clan, the sword selection ritual. The clan's descendants would reveal their talents through the weapons that chose them. In the past, his father had been chosen by dozens of swords and became the strongest swordsman of his generation. His older brother had been chosen by sword, tome, and staff, earning renown across the land for his swordsmanship and magic. This time, it was his turn. At this moment, Cheol wore an extremely elegant outfit. However, it made him somewhat uncomfortable. Yet a maid, looking at his appearance, squinted and praised, "Oh my! Young master, you look so handsome today. Even in a strange place you didn't cry at all, so mature." This girl was Cheol's maid, Moon Gawa. She reached out, lifted Cheol into her lap, and continued, "I'm sure the young master will get a good result. Your future will surely be brilliant." On this side, Cheol looked at her face and unconsciously smiled. In his eyes flickered some memories of his previous life. Maid Gawa was like a mother to him, but because of the siblings' jealousy, she had been expelled. She was the only one who cried over her loneliness and always stayed by his side. But this time, I won't let that happen again. I'll protect her at all costs. This action surprised her a bit, but she hugged him tighter. Then, at that moment, someone came over and reminded them both, "Young Master Young, everything is ready." Hearing that, Gawa turned to Cheol and said, "Shall we depart now?" In a different development, Steward Choi stood behind Tae-shin and reminded him, "Everything has been prepared." In response, clan head Tae-shin turned and nodded, "All right. Then let's depart." Thus, the procession quickly moved to a certain area. It looked like an arena. Atop the competition ground stood countless weapons planted upright, while many guests filled the surrounding stands to watch the ceremony. They looked toward Cheol and whispered, "That child? The bastard brought back from outside?" In another corner of the stands, the clan's important members were also present. The young lady seated there was the clan matriarch. Her name was Baek Hwaeun. The long-haired man beside her was the chief steward, Lee Jae-hong. Next was the clan's firstborn son, Lee Gunsong. And finally, the clan's third son, Lee Myong-jung. At this moment, while everyone was quietly watching and judging Cheol, Myong-jung suddenly spoke up, "It's still too small. Don't you remember we took part in this ritual at that age? Right, Gunsong?" he said, glancing at his younger brother sitting beside him. To that, Gunsong replied coldly, "Yeah, probably. I don't know where it fell from," he said with an expressionless face, though he felt a bit intrigued inside. Cut to the arena. Tae-shin then announced loudly, "The weapon selection ritual begins. Bring Hwa out." Hearing this, a girl hurriedly carried a little girl forward. This little girl's name was Lee Hwa, the 8th child of the clan. Tae-shin set the child down, propping her against a chair, then reached into his inner pocket and took out a dagger, and ran it across the tip of her small finger. A few drops of blood immediately welled up, causing the girl to burst into loud tears. But oddly, when those drops fell, they emitted a blue light, which headed straight toward the weapons set out in the distance, and a silver-white sword among those weapons suddenly began to glow. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped, "Wow! That's the sacred relic sword, the most prestigious sword, a true masterpiece. Generations have passed and it has never chosen anyone." Paying no heed to the chatter, Tae-shin immediately reached for the sword, using his power to draw it into his hand. Once he had the sword firmly in his grasp, Tae-shin gently hugged his little daughter and said, "From now on, the sacred sword will belong to Hwa." Hearing this, the middle-aged ladies nearby voiced their congratulations. "Congratulations, young miss. Another genius has been born into the clan. Today truly is a great day." Receiving the praise, the clan matriarch, Lady Baek Hwaeun, smiled warmly and softly thanked them. However, her expression darkened when she heard Tae-shin continue speaking. "And next, Young's ritual will begin." The moment he finished, the crowd's enthusiasm seemed to drain away. Instead, they began to whisper doubts to one another. "He's the illegitimate child brought from outside, right? TSK. Why would they let someone like that take part in the ritual?" Ignoring the murmurs, Tae-shin seated Cheol against a rock, then pricked the tip of his finger with the dagger, just as he had done with Hwa earlier. But because Cheol retained the mind of an adult, he didn't cry like the girl did. This pleased Tae-shin somewhat. He softly said, "I feel very proud of you." Saying that, he patted Cheol's head as praise. Yet Cheol felt a bit anxious inwardly. He thought, so this moment has come. In my previous life, I was chosen by the Vong-Tan sword, a heavenly grade blade. Thinking that, Cheol reached out and let the small drops of blood fall down. Cut to the stands above. At this moment, Chief Steward Jae-hong glanced at Lady Baek-hyeon with a cold expression and pondered. Judging by her look, it seems the eldest sister-in-law is not pleased. After all, it's the hidden bloodline of the eldest brother. Which makes sense. That child truly has a harsh fate. Bearing the title of secondary son and trying to survive in the Lee clan will likely be anything but easy. Perhaps it's because those stubborn old men, trapped in a scheme of pure bloodlines, that things turned out this way. Thinking that, Chief Steward Jae-hong sighed with regret. At the same time, as if reading his thoughts, an old man behind him stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "It seems the steward takes quite an interest in a secondary son." As he spoke, he glanced at Jae-hong with a look full of implication. This old man was the grand elder of the Lee clan. Hearing him, Jae-hong coldly glanced back and replied, "Greetings, grand elder." Still, in Jae-hong's eyes there was caution toward this crafty old man. He thought to himself, this is someone who never reveals his true thoughts. In any case, I can't afford to be careless around him. Unaware of Jae-hong's thoughts, the old man Cheol-jun cheerfully continued, "Is that the child the master brought back from outside?" Jae-hong answered without even looking at him, "Yes. I heard the spirit sword core found and protected him." Cheol-jun had known about this for some time, yet he still asked aloud, Puzzling. I can't predict the master's thinking. How could a secondary son of unknown origin and unclear circumstances take part in the selection rite? The selection rite has no real meaning for a secondary son. That has been proven clearly by the steward's past experience, hasn't it? The old man's words, dripping with sarcasm, made Jae-hong's face harden. His hand clenched and trembled as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Hearing that, Cheol-jun hurried to amend his words, though his sly tone didn't soften. "Oh, my rudeness. It's just that the steward, someone born outside, was famously never chosen by any weapon in previous selection rites. A secondary son is a secondary son, after all. Better know your place." Saying that, he gave a mocking smile. By now, even a Buddha would be somewhat angered. How could Jae-hong sit idly by while being insulted like this? He ground his teeth and shouted, "Enough. I won't endure such outrageous insults any longer." Before the words even left his mouth, a brilliant flash of light suddenly flared in the distance, leaving both Jae-hong and Cheol-jun dumbstruck. Jae-hong was so astonished he rose from his seat, widening his eyes to get a better look. Beside him, Cheol-jun's face looked as if he'd just lost money, bewildered. "What is this? How could this happen?" he muttered, while Steward Jae-hong's face brimmed with joy. He couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Even witnessing it firsthand, I still feel like I'm dreaming." Now, to their eyes, every weapon on the arena simultaneously shone, radiating a blinding light. Even masterpiece weapons like the famed Blood Spirit Spear or the Iron Form Blade, and even sacred relics like the Ma-Holy Sword or the Holy Thunder Responding Dragon. All of them reacted to Cheol, accepting the boy as their next master. This stunned the entire audience into silence, and within seconds a cacophony of frantic screams erupted. How is this possible? This is absurd. Not only the ritual weapons, but even weapons with existing owners are reacting. On this side, even the sword of the clan's firstborn, Myong-yung, began to glow. It trembled continuously in response to Cheol, leaving Jae-hong with only a puzzled smile. "Haha, how can this happen? Gunsong, do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth brother possesses a talent beyond what we imagined." In reply, Gunsong remained as cold as ever and acknowledged, "It is as you say." Elsewhere, the guests who came to watch the ceremony continued to murmur, "Isn't something wrong here? This outcome can't come from a secondary son. Damn it. The selection rite absolutely can't be wrong." Turning to the clan head Tae-shin's perspective, faced with such chatter he shouted loudly, "Silence." According to clan rules, any weapon that chose Young must belong to him. However, handling this matter simply may not be easy. Therefore, I want to hear everyone's opinion. In response, Chief Steward Jae-hong raised his hand and spoke his mind. "I have a proposal. Regardless of clan rules, I believe gifting all these weapons would go against the meaning of the selection rite. The selection rite is a tradition that must be preserved for future generations, so why not let the ninth young master choose a single sword from among them himself? What do you think?" To clan head Tae-shin, this was an offer he couldn't refuse, so without much thought he agreed immediately. "Not bad, that suggestion will be accepted." Saying that, he snapped his fingers, directing the weapons that already had owners to fly toward the arena. Then he used his energy to gently guide Cheol's body forward, who was sitting in front, and spoke softly. Now, son, pick whatever you desire. From Cheol's point of view, he saw all the weapons radiating shimmering light before him, leaving him dazed. He wondered why everything was different from before he reset. But in any case, this was clearly a good opportunity for him. So he would make use of the whole situation. With that thought, Cheol crawled forward swiftly. He crawled past the lineage sword of true dragon Braha without any intention of stopping. Even weapons of destructive, immense power, like the sacred spear white scenery, forged using part of a saint's body to slay super beings, failed to catch his attention. There were also the staff Valheim, made from a branch of the world tree where spirits dwell, and the spirit moss sword, forged when the moon, sun, and stars aligned. All were great weapons waiting for Cheol to choose. However, he did not hesitate for long. Cheol reached out and touched a certain sword, as if with prior intent. Behind him, clan head Taishin could not hide his surprise when he saw which sword Cheol had chosen. That sword was the blade the Li clan's ancestor had found in untamed, uncharted lands. For generations, no one had been able to awaken its latent power. The sword lay quietly in darkness, covered in the dust of time. Its name was Black Knight. Based on known attributes, this sword did not qualify as upper heaven tier. However, because of its connection to the clan founder, it was always kept alongside upper heaven weapons. To this day, no predecessor had ever been inscribed as choosing it. Was this merely the meaningless choice of an infant, or would it be the beginning of a new great destiny? Taishin whispered so quietly only he could hear. Then, after Cheol selected the sword for himself, he drew the boy and the blade toward him, and declared, Li Young has chosen Black Knight. Thus the ritual is officially concluded. At the same time, up in the stands, the clan matriarch, Bqan, when she saw Cheol choose that sword, a streak of murderous intent flashed across her face, making others shudder. Secondary son Li Young, another nuisance has entered the clan. If he becomes an obstacle, then he must be eliminated. Time flew by. Before they knew it, 9 years had passed. By now, our protagonist Cheol was 9 years old. Inside a villa, he called out loudly, Nurse, I'm heading to afternoon training. Hearing that, Gawa hurriedly ran after him. Oh, let me walk you part of the way. And so the two of them went together. Cheol felt slightly embarrassed and scratched his cheek. I can go by myself. Gawa replied with a question. But, sir, the other training grounds are all empty. Why are you insisting on the first ground? Isn't that place too old? To that question, Cheol offered little explanation, only smiling softly and saying calmly, Someone's waiting for me there. Cheol's answer made Gawa mutter in surprise, Someone's waiting. Then, at that moment, a sudden shout drew both their attention. That's not it. Gawa stopped, glanced to the side, and exclaimed in surprise, Oh? It looks like someone's at the 7th ground. Inside the 7th practice ground, a little girl was vigorously practicing swordplay under the guidance of some master. Gripping the sword too tight will injure your hand. Now, slash down one more time. Yes, sir. The girl shouted back. This girl was Li Hua, the Li clan's 8th young mistress, who had participated in the sword selection ritual with Cheol when they were young. Outside, seeing this, Cheol shrugged and said, So it's the 8th young mistress. Behind him, Maid Gawa hurriedly reminded him, You should call her sister, milord. If anyone hears, it'll cause a fuss. Her voice full of worry. Cheol, hearing this, only felt amused inwardly. We're only 5 months apart. What sister? Ignoring the two of them, inside the training hall the instructor's barking voice continued, Always swing the sword as if you're controlling your own body. Do it again. Handle the blade carefully so you won't get hurt, once more. The constant reminders made Hua's head throb. She was so frustrated she trembled, and she threw the sword aside. Ugh, master, why do you keep nagging? How you hold the sword doesn't matter, as long as you grip it firmly. Opposite her, seeing her frustration, the master quickly raised his hand to reassure her. Miss, all of this is for your sake. First, calm down and try again. This time you'll do better. He said this as he picked up the sword and handed it back to Hua. Outside, watching the awkward way an adult handled a 9-year-old, Cheol curiously asked, Who's struggling over there? Hearing this, the courtesan Gawa was a bit surprised, but promptly answered, Ah, that's Baek Hyen, captain of the Black Dan squad. At that, Cheol couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. A captain? For a 9-year-old to have a master like that is over the top. From behind, Gawa sensed a flicker of emotion in Cheol and, thinking he felt slighted for not having a mentor, she comforted him. Milord, a good master will soon appear and recognize your talent. It's my fault for being inadequate and not serving you properly. Manhwa was raised on weaning gruel mixed with herbs. At that, Gawa's eyes began to well up. Cheol, hearing this, admonished with some irritation, "Really? There you go again. How much am I supposed to owe the nurse? I don't need people like that. They're only here because of the Lee clan's status. Besides, I already have good masters." Cheol said confidently. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the Lee clan's exclusive first training ground. This place symbolizes the long history of the Lee clan. Various weapons and training dummies are arranged around it. However, it's somewhat worn and seems rarely used. For Cheol, upon entering this training area, he didn't bother with the surrounding equipment. No need to waste time. Currently, it's more symbolic than a true fighting arena. Even so, there was only one reason he came here. Because this place preserves weapons older than any armory in the other training grounds. Thinking that, Cheol opened the storeroom door. Inside were countless swords propped against the walls. They were extremely old, rusted, and many bore numerous cracks along their blades. But Cheol paid it no mind. He glanced at a long sword not far away and walked over. "Oh, found it. I'll try this one today." Saying that, he carried the sword to the training area. As he walked he thought, since 9 years ago, when I returned to this second life, an extraordinary change has occurred. Among those changes, the most astonishing was that I gained the ability to read the memories hidden inside weapons. Now, as Cheol's hand tightened on the blade and he focused his mind, suddenly a few unfamiliar images appeared in his head. He was standing in neat ranks with a group, swords in hand, and the instruction of an unknown man echoed, "Build a solid foundation." Whether high-level or low-level swordsmanship, the foundation is the same. From top to bottom, left to right, the memory comes through clearly like an unshakable pillar. Carve that foundation into your swords. As that voice sounded, Cheol slowly began moving his body. He told himself, this is the memory engraved within this weapon. The older and more refined a weapon is, or the longer and more fondly its owner used it, the clearer the memories from the past would appear. With a heavy swing from high to low, Cheol produced a tremendous blast. Shockwaves burst outward, sending dust scattering in all directions. This was the first of the 7-star sword techniques, Red Gale. Seeing the result of the strike, Cheol couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. So the 7-star sword sequence is complete. Over the past 2 years, I've read almost all the memories of the weapons in the arena. At that moment, a clap of praise rang from behind him. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen a 7-star sword executed so perfectly. Hearing the familiar voice, Cheol turned around, and saw that the one who had come was the steward, Jaehong. A bit of information about him flashed through his mind. The Lee clan's steward, Lee Jaehong, is a 4th-rank warrior. Though born a secondary son, his strength earned him recognition and the current steward position. From my previous life until now, he is the only one in the clan who has truly cared for me. Thinking that, Cheol hastily bowed, "Greetings, uncle." Hearing this, Jaehong happily patted his head and praised, You can just call me uncle. You train every day without fail, that's commendable. Whenever I go to work and return, I always see you." As for Cheol, he'd already been through such discrimination once, so he no longer felt shy or inferior. "I'm fine, uncle. After all, I carry the Lee bloodline. To prove by the sword, that's the meaning our clan name carries, and that's how I was raised. So I'll prove myself by my own strength," Cheol said, his face bright. This left Jaehong stunned for a moment. Then he sighed regretfully. Sigh, how could a child like this be born into the status of a secondary son? He thought to himself, then cleared his throat and said, "Come to think of it, it won't be long before you reach the age for the naming ceremony. It's a bit late, but before that, I want to be your master. How does that make you feel?" he said, pointing to himself. Poor uncle, he was a bit delusional, because Cheol awkwardly refused. "I appreciate it, but I can't accept." On the other side, Jaehong felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He hurriedly asked, "What? Why? Aren't you pleased that I'd be your master?" To answer, Cheol raised both hands calmingly, "It's not that. Before the naming ceremony, you must not serve a master. It's the rule, and I don't want to put you in an awkward position." Cheol's words made Jaehong feel indignant on his behalf. But the other brothers openly broke that rule, trained under famous masters and were nurtured with all kinds of spirit medicines, Jaehong said as he gripped Cheol's shoulder tightly. Still, Cheol quietly shook his head in refusal. "Just because a rule is widely ignored doesn't mean I shouldn't uphold it. And as I said before, I want to prove myself by my own strength." To Jaehong, Cheol's premature maturity made him somewhat doubtful. This child, is he really only 9? Those eyes, it's like I'm looking at my eldest brother. Thinking that, faced with Cheol's resolve, Jae-hong didn't press further. It seems you don't intend to abandon this stubbornness, do you? Just like your father. Truly a stubborn fellow to the end, what a trouble. He sighed and continued, then is there nothing I can do as your uncle? If I do nothing for you, I feel uneasy. Is there anything else you need? Jae-hong said with a smile, making Cheol's eyes light up. Thank you, uncle. I'll accept that offer. Cheol murmured inwardly, scratched his head, and made his request. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask of you. I want to tour the vault's basement. Time passed quickly. To fulfill his nephew's request, Jae-hong put him in a car and drove to the place known as the secret vault. Outside, 2 guards stepped forward, stopping their vehicle and said sternly, "Stop. Excuse us. Please verify your identity and state your purpose for visiting." Hearing this, Jae-hong rolled down the car window and replied, "I am Steward Lee Jae-hong, doing a routine inspection." Then he presented his ID for the guards to confirm. He then pointed to Cheol sitting in the back seat. The companion is Lee Young, the youngest son of the Lee clan. I'm bringing him to look around. Seeing that, the guard glanced over and stepped aside to invite them in. Identity confirmed, please proceed. Thus, after a brief procedure, Jae-hong's car rolled onward into the interior. As for Cheol, he'd visited here in his previous life too. Still, now he had to act a bit to avoid suspicion. He told himself, now's the time to act childishly. With that in mind, Cheol's eyes brightened as he looked outside. Wow! So this is the vault? Seeing his reaction, Uncle Jae-hong laughed in disbelief. That excited, huh? Cheol replied with an extremely excited face, of course. The vault holds the clan's most precious treasures. When he said that, Cheol wasn't acting at all. His hands tightened with excitement. What I'm searching for is in there, legendary weapons, ancient artifacts that no one even knows whether they truly exist. Those who seek such fantasies usually receive one answer. Everything can be found inside the Lee clan's vault. Inside the hexagonal building, a sleek, modern structure shiny enough to serve as a mirror everywhere, the clan crest, 2 crossed swords, decorates the walls throughout. On this side, Uncle Jae-hong pressed the elevator button and said, the vault's basement stores weapons that have been sealed for various reasons. Hearing that, Cheol's eyes lit up and he asked, among them are those monster weapons that swallow their owners, right? Jae-hong nodded in answer. He even teased his nephew, that's right, you know it well. If you touch those weapons carelessly, they'll devour both your body and your mind. He said with a strange smile, causing Cheol's shoulders to twitch as if in fear. This made Jae-hong burst into amused laughter. Well? Scared now? Cheol answered with a brave face, not at all. Then the elevator doors opened. However, Jae-hong had no intention of entering and instead turned to instruct Cheol, don't worry. You can't go into dangerous places like that anyway. I have matters to handle upstairs, so take your time looking around. Yes, thank you, uncle. Cheol nodded and quickly stepped into the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors closed, his innocent, childlike demeanor completely vanished. He exhaled heavily from having to act for so long. Pretending to be an innocent child really wasn't easy. When the elevator doors opened, Cheol found himself facing a gleaming armory filled with countless different weapons. This was the vault's basement, also called the weapon grave, a place sealing countless weapons and artifacts. The reason I came here is simple, to find a particular weapon. It's called Infinity. It originally took the form of a short sword, but when infused with magic, Infinity can change its length, shape, weight, and even its properties at will. Before the reset, Lee Gunsong was the one who discovered Infinity inside the vault. Thanks to the sword's limitless transformations and overwhelming flexibility, he earned the title of the Ever-Changing. Because of that title, not the eldest brother, who had been a strong candidate for clan head, but the third brother Gunsong became the clan head. Then he found me, someone hiding in the shadows, and eliminated me without hesitation. That's all I know so far. To prevent that tragedy from repeating, I have something I must do. Though it will take time, I have no choice but to inspect everything one by one. This time, I must get Infinity before Gunsong. Cheol said, as black smoke began to seep from his palms. He then began scouring the armory. He touched each weapon one by one. Yet he still hadn't found Infinity. Not this one either. An hour has passed. I've checked every short sword that seemed suitable, but there's no sign of Infinity. Cheol sighed in frustration, but he quickly regained his spirits. Cheol scanned the area and thought, no, it has to be here. I haven't checked everything yet. This time I'll check that display case over there. With that, as he moved, Chiol's body bumped into a nearby table, causing a fully rusted short sword to fall to the floor. The sound it made on impact was far from quiet. Looking at the short sword's unusual shape, Chiol felt curious. So thick with rust like this? How could it possibly get this bad? As he spoke, Chiol reached his hand toward the sword. But at that very moment, the black smoke from his palm somehow oozed out and enveloped the sword. The black smoke was thicker and denser than ever, even cloaking Chiol's entire body, causing him to feel a surge of panic. What's happening? What's going on all of a sudden? Chiol whispered as his vision was swallowed by the black smoke. When Chiol finally came to his senses, he found himself on some unfamiliar battlefield. Around him were piled bodies as high as mountains. Where was this? Could this be a memory trapped inside this rusted short sword? This feeling is nothing like the memories I've read from other weapons. It felt as if I were truly present here, an astonishingly vivid sensation. Thinking that, Chiol glanced left and right. Then suddenly he got a chilling feeling that made his hair stand on end. This is bad. Chiol spun around and discovered a massive figure behind him staring straight at him. At that moment a thought flashed through Chiol's mind, an overwhelming presence so terrifying that even nature recoils. The apocalyptic monster that once arose from the blue hole long ago, devouring countless civilizations. Before Chiol stood a gigantic beast, its body mountain-sized, grotesque in shape, sprouting countless tentacles. It's hard to describe the creature's exact form. Facing it, Chiol's body trembled uncontrollably. His instincts screamed at him to run. I'm done for. I'm going to die. There's no way to beat that thing. I have to get out of here. Chiol thought as he slowly backed away. But then he tripped over something and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, footsteps sounded behind him. A stranger wielding a long sword was slowly advancing toward the giant monster. This left Chiol astonished. When did this person get behind me? He wondered. Then the stranger gathered his strength and shot forward like an arrow. He leapt high and charged to do battle with the giant. With a roar that shook the heavens, he unleashed a single sword strike to pierce the enemy. In an instant the blow left a streak of light across the creature's body, and a second later its form exploded into countless fragments, a rain of blood spilling through the sky. Meanwhile Chiol remained dazed, not yet understanding what had just happened. He mumbled, "Impossible. One slash and it was finished." Right. Where did that person go just now? Thinking that, Chiol scanned the area for the figure. At that moment, the warrior in front suddenly turned his head, stared at Chiol, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The question made Chiol tremble. He thought, "Can he see me?" Up front, the unnamed warrior continued, "Why am I here? Out of compassion, I will send you off without pain." Saying that, he raised his sword above his head, and brought it down to strike at Chiol. At that moment, he jolted awake, freed from the illusion. Chiol began gasping, sweat pouring down his face, and the rusted sword had fallen right in front of him. What was that? What just happened? The crushing sensation still lingers all over my body. It felt so real. Chiol thought in confusion. Before he could find an answer, the short sword beside him started vibrating non-stop. Pale orange smoke began to spread from the blade, and in moments its form had completely changed. Seeing that, Chiol hurried over and picked up the sword to examine it. Could this be? It can't be wrong. I'll become the master of 10,000 arms. Thinking that, Chiol sliced the tip of his finger with his knife, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the blade. Immediately, the short sword flared with light, emitting a soft blue glow, as if accepting Chiol as its master. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to swing the sword. With each swing, the weapon's shape kept changing. From a short sword, it quickly lengthened into a long sword. With one more swing it transformed into a spear. Witnessing the change, Chiol had no doubts left. He murmured, "Found you. Mujin." Time passed quickly, Chiol kept practicing as usual. Still, he felt a bit discouraged. Sigh, failed again. A week has passed since I obtained Infinity, the Infinity sword I took from the underground armory that day. Right now I'm keeping it disguised as a ring to avoid detection. But that day, what exactly happened? That's right, that man. His cutting strike, it was as if to remind me I'm still not worthy. The dark energy revealed the technique along with its name. Not to mention its power. Just the man's movement alone carried an elegant beauty. Still, no matter how hard I tried to imitate it, I couldn't reproduce it. Even so, I didn't feel impatient. In my previous life I was looked down on, not even taught the clan's basic techniques. It's only one move. But this is the first time I've encountered such an advanced martial technique. I can do it. I remember how that person moved in the memory, more clearly than anyone. Thinking this, Chiol's face suddenly went blank as he realized something. Wait, that man. I'm not a grown man like him. I'm just a 9-year-old child. If I try to copy an adult's movements exactly, of course I won't be able to bring out the full power. I have to accept this body, slowly, naturally, swing the sword in a way that suits me. With that thought in mind, Cheol slowly closed his eyes. He relaxed his body, raised the sword above his head, then suddenly clenched his hand and poured all his strength into a straight downward swing. The moment the blade's tip struck the ground, a thunderous sound rang out. The earth split into pieces, chunks of rock and soil flying like shrapnel. Cheol looked at his result with satisfaction. Good. It seems I've got the feel of it. Now it's just a matter of applying magic power. Saying that, Cheol's face grew thoughtful. No matter how many times I try to apply it within the memory, it still feels like an important piece is missing. I can't recreate it. What is it after all? I'll just have to keep experimenting. Okay, start over. Cheol let out a sigh and continued practicing. But just as he pulled the sword back, the sword in his hand was suddenly gripped tight by the hand of a young girl. She asked gently, "Hey kid, where did you learn that technique?" To Cheol, the girl's appearance was a bit puzzling. Jet black hair and brown eyes, she's definitely blood of the Lee clan. With that thought, Cheol asked bluntly, "Who are you?" Across from him, the young girl's eyes showed slight surprise. Huh? You don't know me? True, you might not know. I don't show my face much, she said cheerfully. So, what's your name? Seeing her friendly attitude, Cheol hesitated and replied, I'm Young. The moment she heard the name, the young girl grabbed Cheol's hand and shook him like a doll. Young. What a unique name. Right, I'm Lee Jianghua. Nice to meet you. At Jianghua's introduction, Cheol quickly realized who she was. This is the youngest Lee, Jianghua. According to Jaehong, she's a bit different from others, so grandfather couldn't accept it. Father told me that in my previous life. But beyond that, doesn't she consider her absurd power when playing with her nephew like that? Cheol thought, glaring at Jianghua without saying a word. Jianghua only remarked casually, your body seems a bit weak, huh? Then she slowly stepped closer to Cheol and cut to the chase. So, kid, where did you learn that technique? Cheol wasn't about to foolishly answer, he fired back instead. Why are you asking? Jianghua laughed and replied boastfully, that's an ancient martial art. I absolutely love old martial techniques. That was the era when monsters ran rampant, right? She said, pulling an old book from her sleeve, and handed it to Cheol. So, this is a gift for you. A gift? Cheol asked curiously. Jianghua nodded and urged, yeah. Open it and see. Seeing that, Cheol didn't hesitate. He quickly flipped through the pages, skimming. The handwriting is terrible, so it's hard to read. But is this magic? It records not only magic but martial techniques too, at a pretty advanced level. I don't understand any of it. Maybe, the rumors about her were inaccurate. Pondering that, Cheol hesitantly asked, what is this? Beside him, Jianghua saw her nephew didn't understand, so she stepped forward and explained, oh, this? These are ancient magics based on exposed mana. In the old days, magic used only the exposed mana in the body without a mana core, while modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic be dismissed as obsolete? Sometimes, the mana control techniques back then were superior to today's. Saying that, Jianghua pointed to the book in her hands. So I, the youngest, am researching amplification techniques and transformation arts. But, the remaining records are too scarce. Meanwhile, Cheol felt a surge of interest about the topic. This is a perspective I never considered, the magic of infinity. With that thought, he blurted out, Young, wait a moment. Then Cheol ran off. Jianghua was left baffled. Next, somehow Cheol produced a sword, gripped it with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused on directing the energy in his heart. Mana from the mana core spread throughout his body. But instead of absorbing mana back into the core, wait! That unnamed martial artist used exposed mana. The way the man used mana in the memory. I couldn't understand it before, but now I can. With that thought, a gleam appeared in Cheol's eyes. He tightened his grip on the sword and swung down with all his strength. A deep slash appeared on the ground, sending chunks of earth and rock flying everywhere. Seeing that, Cheol couldn't hide his joy. Success! He whispered. But at that moment, Jianghua suddenly lunged forward like she was being chased by a demon. She grabbed Cheol's shoulder urgently and fired questions. What is that? That is, an amplification technique, right? Hearing that, Cheol felt a little embarrassed, glanced aside, and answered, Yes, it's an amplification technique. What? Jianghua shouted, how did you do that? To which Chiol, not stupid, refused to explain. He just shrugged and said casually, I just could do it. Of course, Jianghua wasn't satisfied with that answer. She snapped irritably, I mean, how could you do it? Chiol frowned and shot back, why should I tell you? In response, Jianghua looked anxious, it's because you only knew how thanks to the notebook I gave you. I lived my whole life for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of the house. I'm begging you, she squeezed Chiol's hand, her gaze sincere as if pleading. If I do something for you, could you teach me? Chiol looked at Jianghua and sighed. All right. But you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things? First, Chiol said seriously, you must not tell anyone about me unless I permit it. That includes my eldest brother and my father. Why? Jianghua asked blankly. Chiol replied curtly, because I don't like people talking about me without my consent. At that, Jianghua suddenly fell quiet, her face a bit sad as if remembering something. I understand. I'm the same. Her expression made Chiol wonder. Why does she look so unhappy? Putting that aside, Chiol continued with the second demand. Second, you must not lie to me. We have to trust each other. I'll also be honest with you as far as I can. Hearing that, Jianghua hesitated a moment. But within seconds, she agreed, fine. So what's the last one? As for the last one, it is. The following part of the conversation is hidden by the author. Time passed quickly. A year later, the maid Gawa rushed over with a letter and urgently announced to Chiol, young master, young master. Inside the training yard, seeing her hurried figure, Chiol stopped his motion and turned to ask, nurse, what happened to make you run all the way to the training ground? Opposite him, Gawa was almost out of breath but managed to say, here, look at this. Then she handed the letter to the protagonist, making Jianghua beside them a bit curious. But with memories from his previous life, Chiol already guessed what it was. He thought, finally, it's here. Inside the letter it read, summons, subject, 9th young master young, scheduled date, September 10th at 10 o'clock, content, participants in the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10 o'clock on September 10th, note, anyone carrying items not on the permitted list will be severely punished. Representative, Housemaster Lee Myong-young. Seeing his eldest brother's name as the representative in the letter, Chiol grew curious. Representative is Housemaster Myong-young? Is father not home? I haven't heard any news of him going on campaign. Returning to Jianghua, for some reason she became so irritated she spat fire. A naming ceremony? Seeing that, Chiol didn't understand why she was acting so crazy, and asked, why are you suddenly so worked up? Explaining, Jianghua tore at her hair and said, everything is just getting started. This is the most important time. If you take part in the naming ceremony they'll keep you there. No. Don't go. Her stance was like an angry child about to lose a toy. Chiol couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. It had been a year since the pact with the youngest. Since then, I've been studying magic with her. Modern magic focuses on primal mana, while ancient magic centers on exposed mana. Combining these two systems creates an entirely new kind of magic, the lifelong dream she wants to realize. Primal mana is used for storage and changing mana attributes, while exposed mana helps control and operate it. Thanks to that, my magical application skills have surpassed kids my age. Beside him, Jianghua kept muttering, giving Chiol a headache. This, really can't join, can it? Researching magic is more interesting. Hearing that, the protagonist didn't want to waste time and cut to the chase. You know you can't, right? Don't worry, even if time is a bit shorter, I'll keep training magic and restoring ancient magic. His words made Jianghua's eyes go wide, question marks seemed to sprout over her head. Huh? How can you do that? The naming ceremony training schedule will be brutal. She said, to which the protagonist replied with utter confidence. I'll do both at the same time. Time passed quickly. Now Chiol and Little Hua were in a room, notably both sitting inside a glass cage. In front of them, a man warned, today's training begins. First, endure magical strikes for 30 minutes. That man was the captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, trainer Jang Wook. Then the glass cage began spewing countless erratic electric bolts everywhere. However, before they could hit Chiol, an invisible barrier around him deflected them aside. Seeing that, Jang Wook's brow tightened and he pondered. Normally, the 9th young master, having had no basic training, would have collapsed from the shocks. But he countered them all with magic. Sensing Jang Wook staring, Chiol glanced back to observe him. That single look made Jang Wook startle and panic. That kid is testing me to gauge his own level and forcing trainers to teach at a higher level? A mere 10th-born child dares do that? Damn it. Call him a child? No, with that ability, calling him that is an insult to a martial artist. I need to examine myself. This is no longer simple pre-naming ceremony training, it's an opportunity to impart knowledge to him with full force. Thinking this, Jang Wook unconsciously clenched his fist. He felt a thrill at Chiol's enormous potential. Time flew. Chiol, exhausted, stretched after the electric shock exercise. Phew, finally done. This family is crazy. To build resistance to magic, they toss you into a mana-emitting device? Still, didn't expect them to be the ones to apologize first. Before he knew it, people's gazes toward him had changed. Anyway, time for a short break, Chiol muttered and hurried off. But things never went his way. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him and struck from behind. Yet with vigilance and all the knowledge from his past life, Chiol easily swung to block the attack. The attacker was none other than Little Hua. Seeing her attack fail, she coldly ordered Chiol, "Hey, you lowborn, come out here for a moment." With that she tore her hand free from his. Chiol had no intention of obeying and retorted, "What are you playing at?" Chiol's blunt words immediately enraged Hua. She pointed at him and snapped, "Watch your mouth. I'm a legitimate child, you're just an illegitimate one. Besides, I'm a year older than you." From Chiol's perspective, he had no time to argue with a brat. Rather than waste time like that, he'd rather train or rest. So Chiol waved him off, "I don't have time to bicker with you." Saying that, he turned as if to leave, which drove Hua wild with anger. The girl immediately focused her mana into her fist and yelled, "Hey! Don't ignore me." Up ahead, Chiol felt the fluctuation of mana and spun around in alarm. She actually dared to use mana? I was planning to let this go, but I guess I should teach her a lesson. With that thought, he leaned to the side to dodge the punch. At the same time, while Hua hadn't yet pulled her arm back, Chiol's hand shot out swiftly. He grabbed Hua's pale throat and hoisted her up into the air. Then Chiol pulled her close and warned, "If you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me, I'm busy." After saying that, Chiol sighed in annoyance and released Hua's collar. Meanwhile, realizing she couldn't beat Chiol, Hua started shouting, "It's all your fault. Because of the scandal you caused at the selection ceremony, I'm constantly compared to you. Know your place as an illegitimate child and shut up. This is so unfair. I train myself to exhaustion every day while you were born with talent. I don't want this either. But my mother." At that, Hua realized she'd said too much and hastily covered her mouth. As for Chiol, hearing this flipped him into a lecturing mode. "Blaming others, that's easy, isn't it? As you said, I'm an illegitimate child. That status doesn't grant me such luxuries. Can't sleep? Then don't sleep. Sneaking snacks but still falling behind? Then skip your main meals. If I annoy you, then do whatever it takes to beat me. Force me to apologize. That's the Lee family's way." With that, Chiol didn't want to waste more breath and strode off. Behind him, the girl Lee clenched her fist and shouted, "You brat, big talk. At the naming ceremony, I'll outperform you and make you call me sister. Kneel and beg. Remember that." Chiol turned and replied, "Sure, I'll wait and see." Time passed quickly into the afternoon. The scene shifts to the direct line training grounds, the 7th area. At that moment, the family's matriarch, Baek Huayan, arrived to visit her daughter. Seeing her, a nearby maid hurriedly bowed and said, "Madam has arrived." Baek Huayan replied with a cold expression, "Step aside. I have something to say to my daughter." Saying that, she walked straight into the training room. At that time, Hua was still vigorously training on the dummies. Then Baek Huayan asked, "What are you doing?" The familiar voice startled Hua and she turned around. "Mother. I'm training." She spoke with her gaze dropping slightly, as if she couldn't look Baek Huayan in the eye. As Hua suspected, Baek Huayan had come to scold her. "I've heard about it. You're being dominated by that kid? I told you, if you can't suppress him, crush him. It's disappointing. If you're training only out of fear of punishment, then stop." Opposite her, Hua fell silent for a few seconds. Then she lifted her head, looked Baek Huayan in the face, and replied, "I know what you think about my training, but I do this because I want to. I'll defeat that boy, not because you ordered me to, but because I want to. I'll decide for myself." Seeing her determined look, Madame Baekhuayan quickly guessed something and murmured, stirred up by some unknown person. You are the direct line of the Li family. You and him were never the same from the starting line. Beating him is obvious, and yet you're letting yourself be provoked. Saying that, she took out a small glass vial, handed it to Hua, and instructed, this is Mi Mong. It's a type of potent poison. If you can't surpass him, then trample that boy. That's how the Li family does things. With that said, she left the room, leaving Hua standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, the maid Gawa wore a stunned expression as she stared at the computer screen. No. This can't be. In front of her was the Li family's website used to evaluate and rank the clan's disciples. It displayed the week 14 results: Li Cheol, gender, male, mana arts, rank 1, weapon arts, rank 1, theory, rank 1, overall ranking, rank 1. Beside it, Cheol grinned boastfully, well? Nurse? Less worried now? At that result, Gawa's worries vanished. She hugged Cheol excitedly and said cheerfully, I didn't really do anything to help the young master, and yet you did this well. Cheol smiled back, you've helped me a lot, don't say that. At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded outside, making them both turn and look at each other curiously. And a second later Jianghua came running in shouting, kid. Let's go train. Seeing her enthusiasm, Cheol awkwardly warned, but I just finished training. That's exactly why you have to keep going. Mana practice will help you feel less tired. Jianghua said, flexing her arm. But such lines only fool ordinary kids, they won't work on someone who's lived decades like Cheol. I've never heard that helps, he said, looking at Jianghua with skeptical eyes, making her a bit embarrassed and unable to meet his gaze. Really? It does. Jianghua stammered. Putting that aside, Cheol remembered something and continued, sigh, fine. Anyway, I have something I want to show you. At that, Jianghua's curiosity piqued, then she suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be, you've reached first star? Cheol only offered a slight smile, which counted as agreement. Mana control training traditionally has 3 stages: body enhancement, reaching the strength realm, altering mana's nature, reaching the chi skill realm, manifesting extraordinary power through mana, reaching the chi burst realm. But his mana art was different. Although it's the same first stage, it can do much more and unlock additional abilities. Thus, Jianghua's mana system is divided into levels called stars. She channeled her energy into Cheol to check, and after seeing the result she happily said, perfect. It's indeed first star. Do you feel anything odd when using magic? I thought it would take at least another year. At that, Cheol began to tremble thinking of the hardships he'd endured. I realized this just learning theory. Looking back, it was truly a kind of insane training. If I failed to control mana, the balance between my heart and the mana channels could collapse completely. But in truth, letting it flow naturally is enough. Mana is like water, it follows its own course. In the end, our body is just a vessel for mana. Cheol's calm words seemed to trigger a realization in Jianghua. She murmured, the body is a vessel. Kid. I think I can do it too. It might take time, but I can do it. She said cheerfully. Seeing that, Cheol smiled faintly, happy for his aunt. Has she just had some kind of breakthrough? He wondered. Before Jianghua rushed over, hugged him tightly, and cheerfully said, thank you, my little darling. You're my good luck. Then her arms unconsciously tightened, making Cheol's ribs creak. Hey! Let go. You'll break my ribs, Cheol shouted. Seeing this, Jianghua reluctantly let him go, but excitedly continued, wonderful. Then let's move on to second star now. From the start, I knew my knot tin was different from a normal first stage one, right? So what do you think I'm best at using? Cheol rubbed his chin, thought for a few seconds, then answered, the thing you're best at using. I think it's the sword. Before he could finish, Jianghua shook her head in disagreement. I don't think so. That comment startled Cheol, who asked, but you've never seen me practice swordsmanship, have you? Jianghua shrugged and replied, I have. A few times when I had free time. What I mean is, you have a talent even beyond swordsmanship. It's a bit hard to explain in words, but your greatest gift is magic power. Your magical aptitude is so outstanding that everything else fades beside it. I've tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one could do it. Looking at things from Cheol's perspective, he began staring at his hands with a skeptical look. Before I traveled back to the past, I was mocked for not being able to use magic. I don't know about these thoughts inside me. Seeing Cheol brooding like that, Jianghua flicked his forehead and reminded him, but for you now, reaching Ni Tin shouldn't be difficult. And if you succeed with Ni Tin, the naming ceremony will be child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques. So focus. Over here, Cheol happily replied, yes, understood. By the way, miss, what's that thing next to you? As he spoke, he glanced at the wooden box sitting on the table. Oh, that? Jianhua said softly, and then, suddenly something whizzed past Cheol's face at super speed. It immediately left a scratch across his face and embedded itself deep into the wall behind, causing cracks to appear there as well. Jianhua smiled and answered, it's an iron marble. You need to learn to release your magic while moving. If you just stand still and use it, that magic is basically useless. Alright, let's get started. She said, her face bright with excitement. But for some reason, our protagonist felt a bit uneasy about this hellish training. Time passed quickly, cutting to some arena. Now, Cheol and Hua were being trained by Captain Yongquan. I am Li Yongquan, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. From now on, I'll instruct you in the techniques of Sungmuga. Choose the weapons you'll use and bring them here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle. Hearing that, Cheol and Hua hurried to the weapon racks. But meanwhile, Hua kept glancing at Cheol for some reason, making him feel a little restless. Finally he couldn't take it and shouted, really? What are you staring at? Got something to say? He barked, causing Hua to jump and immediately deny, staring? What are you talking about? She then leaned in and whispered to the protagonist, you're using a sword too, right? No, Cheol replied coldly, then quickly grabbed 2 short swords and a spear and returned to the field. This surprised Hua. Wait, what? But I saw you learning weapons before, clearly it was the sword. Over here, Captain Yongquan also looked at the pile of weapons in Cheol's hands and curiously asked, what are you doing? Cheol answered, you told us to choose our weapons and bring them. Yongquan reminded them again, I told you to choose what you use. Cheol shrugged and replied, well, these are the things I use. Hearing that, Captain Yongquan could only fall silent and shake his head in disappointment. I thought you weren't that stupid, turns out you're an idiot. Etch into your memory the words I'm about to say. I said I'll teach you secret techniques, but not moves or stances. In Sungmuga there are countless secret manuals called Nguwai. To master those manuals, you must first awaken the origin that lies sleeping inside your blood vessels. From now on, I'll help you open that sense, so don't worry too much about awakening your instincts. As he spoke, Yongquan flourished, the spear in his hand, generating gusts of wind and quickly taking an attack stance. Seeing his fierce posture, Hua couldn't help but feel scared and said, what is he about to do? Cheol had already guessed what would come next, so he warned, if you don't want to be knocked out right away, get ready. Before the words finished, Yongquan flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Cheol, delivering a powerful formless strike. That sent Cheol flying into the air. The only luck was that in that brief moment he managed to use his sword to protect himself. This surprised Yongquan, who laughed heartily, ho, you managed to block that. Meanwhile Cheol landed lightly, gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. This surprised Yongquan, who laughed heartily, ho, you managed to block that. Meanwhile Cheol landed lightly, gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. But this life will be different. Saying that, Cheol pushed off with his saws and lunged forward. His stomp cracked the floor, and he charged forward at wind-splitting speed. Time passed, and the training of Cheol and Hua under Captain Yongquan continued. Of course, with his strength, the two of them were beaten mercilessly. A month had passed since I began training with Li Yongquan. Regardless, this kind of training that breaks bones and damages organs isn't suitable for a 10-year-old. But I don't intend to complain, I'm gradually getting the feel for it, Cheol said with a small smile. Nearby, Hua startled awake. Did I faint again? She asked in confusion. Cheol shrugged and replied, yeah, this is your 20th time, I'm only at 16. The protagonist's teasing tone infuriated Hua. She snapped, I should have prepared better on day 1. From Captain Yongquan's viewpoint, watching the two kids argue, he thought quietly, Miss Bat, this kid has exceptional physicality. I may have pushed him hard, yet he's never been seriously injured. As for that bastard child, from the first day I sensed he was something valuable. At first, seeing him bring a pile of weapons, I thought he was an idiot, but his skill with each weapon is pretty solid, and his practical application exceeded expectations. Moreover, after just 1 month results are already emerging. It's interesting. Thinking that, Yongquan's cold face broke into a faint smile and he decided to beat the kids a bit more. Alright, begin training. Everyone, back to your positions. Hearing that, Cheol and Hua hurriedly stopped arguing, tightened their grips on their weapons, and took on serious expressions. Then Cheol realized that fighting normally wouldn't touch Yongquan, so he proposed, hey, I'll give the signal, try to block it once. Hua asked curiously, why should I do that? Cheol shrugged and replied, fine, don't if you don't want to. I just thought I might land a hit on the uncle. Cheol's words made Hwa's face change instantly. It seemed she was just as bitter about being beaten by Yunquan for so long. Then she asked cautiously, are you sure? Cheol nodded and answered, I'm sure. Hearing that, Hwa didn't hesitate. She gripped her weapon tight and lunged to intercept, shouting, you owe me one. Behind her, Cheol charged in right after Hwa's attack. He thought, with a genius-level opponent I have no chance to win, so I'll have to rely on numbers. Across from them, Yunquan watched the two of them coordinate and didn't spare his praise. Isn't coordinating your attacks the optimal choice? But that's only if the plan succeeds. Saying that, he tilted his head to one side to dodge Cheol's spear thrust. Then he swung his spear to counter. However, Cheol had already anticipated this and quickly drew his spear back to block. This caused a look of surprise to flash across Yunquan's eyes. Next, he gathered his strength and charged at him. And at the moment both were about to unleash strikes at each other, Cheol shouted, now. Saying that, he jumped back to keep his distance while Hwa darted forward at lightning speed. However, her downward sword strike was easily blocked. From behind, Cheol hadn't expected them to hit Yunquan so easily. He tossed his spear aside and quietly transformed his infinite weapon from the shape of a ring into a long sword. The only thing that could deal real damage was a sword he had obtained from the endless secret stash. Then he began to cloak the sword with his energy and drove force into his soles. He stomped hard and shot forward like an arrow. At that moment, Hwa had already been blown backward by the trainer. But Cheol seized the opportunity with perfect timing. Right then, he suddenly let go of the sword in his hand, channeled his power into his fist, and launched a straight punch forward. But nothing is that easy. Cheol couldn't help but force a laugh. You blocked it? His punch was caught cleanly in Captain Yunquan's palm. No sooner had he spoken than Yunquan rewarded him with a punch that sent him flying like a cannonball. He smashed into the wall and couldn't help coughing up some blood. However, the combined attack by the two of them left Yunquan very satisfied. His voice carried a hint of praise. So it took 37 days? Congratulations, you've opened your sixth sense. But the young lady is still far from it. As he spoke, he leaned to one side to evade Hwa's attack, and swept her leg, sending her crashing into the wall. Seeing them both in such a battered state, Yunquan let them off for today and ended the training. That's it for now. As for Hwa, she turned to the protagonist and demanded, hey, you said you could land a hit, I believed you. That kid, unperturbed by their argument. After turning and walking away, Captain Yunquan quietly looked at his slightly bruised palm and thought, in the end, even after activating magic, it only pierced a little. Even if it's a small amount, I've broken the taboo against using magic. Abandoning such a technique, combined with an excellent combat instinct, would make someone feared by the pillars of the clan. Time passed quickly. On day 47, after Hwa opened her sixth sense, training with Captain Yunquan ended. The remaining time was spent resting and reviewing what they had learned. And at that moment, the one who came to see me was my older brother, Lee Myong-yung. Lee Myong-yung is the eldest son of Lee Tae-shin. His title is Songseong, a master who is second-ranked in both magic and martial arts. People both admired and feared him, but to me, my big brother was my only brother. Cheol silently reminded himself. Back in the present, after sitting down at the tea table, Myong-yung awkwardly said to his younger brother, I'm sorry I haven't been able to pay more attention to you. It's just an excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately. Cheol gently replied, knowing his eldest brother had countless things to worry about. It's okay, I'm fine. Across from him, seeing Cheol's attitude, Myong-yung laughed. This must be our first meeting today, yet you knew right away who I was? To that, Cheol answered, of course. Even if I'm an illegitimate child, as your brother, how could I not recognize my big brother? Hearing that, Myong-yung's body trembled for a moment. Then his face grew sad and he warned Cheol, illegitimate? Never say that again. Even if our mothers are different, we are still brothers. Saying this, he felt a pang of bitterness for Cheol, the child who hadn't even had a naming ceremony yet and already considered himself illegitimate. Unaware of his brother's inner thoughts, Cheol awkwardly scratched his head, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Myong-yung could only sigh wearily, there's no need to apologize, just understand. Next time you don't have to greet me so formally, we're family. What's the point of being so polite? Yes, I understand, Cheol said with a bright nod. In his memory, his big brother had always been like this when he was young. Putting greetings aside, Myong-yung gave Cheol a gift. This is a present for our meeting. When I enrolled at the Eiffel School of Magic in France, I got this, but I think you'll find it more useful. It was a kind of divine elixir called nectar. He said this as he produced a small glass vial from his inner pocket. And for someone who had lived a previous life, Chiol recognized what it was, a high-grade spiritual elixir made by the Tower of Magic in France, 500 milliliters every 10 years. After a moment's thought, he took the small vial and stammered, "Brother, you gave me something so precious, I'm really grateful." Across from him, for some reason Myung-Young seemed a little surprised by Chiol's words. Then he murmured, "You're a bit different, aren't you?" Chiol squinted and asked puzzled, "What do you mean?" Explaining, Myung-Young smiled, "The younger ones I've met before all treated me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and pleasant." From Chiol's perspective, he clarified his thoughts. "It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Because I was born into this family, you are also my rival. So don't just treat me like a cute kid. Who knows, one day I might become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an exciting competition." Chiol's confidence made Myung-Young laugh heartily. "Haha, alright then. I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival." Saying that, he ruffled his younger brother's hair. Chiol told himself, "My eldest brother has always genuinely loved and protected me. This time, I'll definitely protect him." A few days passed quickly. Today was the Lee family's second exam, the naming ceremony had arrived. At this time, on a boat, Chiol and Hwa were being taken to the exam site. It was called Red Blue Island, a place where the soil's color changed depending on the density of mana in the air. For a very long time, it has been the site of the Lee family's naming ceremony. Now, as the ship drew close to the island, a crew member on board spoke up to remind the two of them. "I will now explain the naming exam. Young ladies and young masters must survive on Red Blue Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices issued to everyone are for location tracking. Unless it's an emergency, you must keep them on you at all times. The final gate of the exam will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Good luck." With that said, Chiol and Hwa quickly strapped the watches onto their wrists. Then the two hoisted backpacks filled with necessities and were left on the deserted island. Afterward, for some reason Hwa suddenly spoke up, "Hey, I have something to say." Before she could finish, Chiol sighed and grumbled, "So you've made up your mind, huh?" "Huh? What?" Hwa shot back. Chiol then blurted out, "You've been meaning to say something since training started." The remark hit the 12-year-old squarely in the face. She flushed and shouted, That, how did you know?" Seeing her flustered, Chiol smirked inwardly, "How could I not know?" Then he asked, "Say it, I'll listen." From Hwa's perspective, the girl looked anxious and swallowed, steeling herself. Then she took the badge off her clothing. She glanced at Chiol and signaled with her eyes for him to do the same. Next, after stashing the 2 eavesdropping-capable badges away, Chiol casually asked, "All set, what's this about?" At this point, Hwa no longer hid anything. She pulled from her jacket pocket the small glass vial of poison that Mrs. Baekhyuan had given her earlier and said plainly, "This is a poison called Dreambine. It only affects children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it will evaporate. Once absorbed into the body, it will block the mana channels for a long time." Across from her, Chiol's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He asked coldly, "Who gave this to you?" To that question, Hwa of course couldn't reveal her birth mother as the giver. "I'm not going to tell you that." Saying that, she hurled the vial at a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces, and continued, "See? There's no evidence left now. I'll beat you fair and square, without using this poison. So you must give it your all in the match." Her voice was full of determination, which surprised Chiol a bit. But then he replied cheerfully, "I plan to do that anyway." "Good," Hwa nodded in satisfaction. They reattached their badges. Before moving off, Hwa turned back to warn, "Have you reattached the tracker? Don't recklessly go into the island's center until you know the terrain, it's dangerous." From behind, hearing her nagging, Chiol said bored, Okay, I know. Are you worried about me or what?" Up ahead, Chiol's tone immediately angered Hwa. "Worried? I'm just afraid you'll die somewhere before you even face me." Mid-sentence, suddenly guttural roars from some monster erupted from within the forest, cutting their argument short. The two kids exchanged uneasy looks and stared at the forest before them. Then Hwa softly warned, "Then don't die, okay? I'm going ahead." With that, the girl quickly hurried off to one side. Watching her silhouette shrink, Chiol whispered, "She's gone. Even so, my goal isn't the island's outskirts. Alright, time for me to get moving too. Head straight for the center of Red Blue Island." He cracked his knuckles as he spoke, his eyes lighting up with endless excitement for the next journey. At the same time, in the Lee family's observation room, the family's core members and retainers watched Hwa's actions through monitoring screens. Someone commented, "That's the Lee family's 8th child. She's already completed her first hunting task. She took down quite a few monsters. After all, this must be was first real combat. But that sense didn't come out of nowhere. It took 47 days, didn't it? The crafty old man Cheol-jun said with a chuckle as he stroked his beard. Replying, Captain Yunquan, leaning against the wall behind them, spoke up, this child wasn't like that before. I figured it would take at least 2 months. He thought to himself, she has talent, but that's about it. Someone must have provoked her. That someone is the youngest, Lee Young. Having thought that, he glanced at another screen ahead showing Cheol. Unlike Hua, who was constantly fighting monsters, Cheol seemed to be exploring the island. This made the old man Cheol-jun curious and ask, but what exactly is that kid doing? Looks like he's finding shelter, Yunquan voiced his thought. Right after that, a few derisive sounds rang out, acting like a little mouse running away. What a coward. Truly an illegitimate child. Elsewhere, Myong-young was also in the observation room. Hearing them mock his younger brother like that, how could he stay silent? He glanced at the others and warned, don't say that. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is wise, there's nothing to mock. His words made a few fools clear their throats awkwardly and respond hollowly, sure, huh. Maybe we've been watching Miss Bat too much, so our standards got raised. On the other side, the crafty old Cheol-jun, unconcerned with Myong-young's status, continued to sneer, now then, in the Lee family, ordinary behavior is a crime, isn't it? Someone with Lee blood acting like a commoner is laughable. Hearing the old man's words, Myong-young's hands clenched in anger. He thought to himself, lowering and mocking a child just because of their origin? Since when did our family become like this? Or perhaps we've always been this way. But still, what on earth is Lee Young planning by heading toward the island center? Thinking that, he glanced over at Uncle Jae-hong beside him. At that, he was so worried he kept biting his nails. TCH, what the hell is that kid thinking? He muttered something, making Myong-young feel he wasn't the only one puzzled. What exactly are you planning, Lee Young? Cut to Cheol's location. By now, he'd found a cave to use as shelter. Next, he started burning some herbs, then tossed a burning torch into the cave to check what was inside. After that, he covered the entrance with leaves. His careful actions drew a few approving remarks. His stealth skills aren't bad. Then suddenly the crafty old man Cheol-jun widened his eyes and shouted, wait, hold on. What is that kid doing? From his view, Cheol had taken off the watch and the badge on his chest, and set them aside. Next, he covered the 2 items with some leaves. The signal was immediately blocked and the screen went black. In the back, Captain Yunquan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, you really can't predict him. Jae-hong and Myong-young could only clutch their heads at Cheol's actions. As for Cheol, he had many secrets, so he couldn't let the family members watch him like that. After carefully stashing those 2 items, he muttered to himself, no need to let others see this. Now I can use infinity. Once on Red Blue Island, you have to harvest as much as possible. Alright, let's go. As he said it, he transformed the ring on his hand into a short sword. Time quickly passed until evening. At that moment, our protagonist frowned, staring at an earthen pot before him. Inside the pot was a deep blue liquid that looked extremely toxic. Cheol even vaguely saw a face screaming within the liquid. Just looking at its appearance was enough to make one recoil. It's probably done, but it looks awful. Is this really mana tea? No one would think this is an infusion of mana herbs, he told himself. In his past life he couldn't even afford cheap potions, so he used to tag along with herb gatherers and apothecaries to find mana herbs. Red Blue Island is saturated with ambient mana, so you have to take advantage of it to boost your mana. Youngest sister said the same. If you drink an infusion made from mana herbs, it will surely be more effective. Phew, okay. Cheol ground his teeth and slowly lifted the earthen pot toward him. Not long after, he tossed the pot aside, dangling from his hand. And Cheol's face had gone ashen, as if all life had left him. That tastes like it came from hell, he complained. Thus began the solitary 3-week struggle. Time flew by, and today was the 18th day of the naming ceremony. Cut to Lee Myong-young's office. While he was working, someone suddenly entered the room and said, Captain, may I come in? Hearing that, Myong-young paused his work and replied, yes. The visitor, seeing Myong-young still at work, apologized, sorry to bother you. Myong-young waved it off, it's fine, it's fine. Seems like bad news, huh? To that, the brown-haired man nodded gravely and explained, a large group of migrants appears to have entered the northern region of Han. I thought they'd pass through the uncharted lands, but they headed straight south. 2 days' march from them is the Lee family's mana quarry. The speaker was Yu Gunsong, deputy captain of the Blue Heaven Sword Unit under Lee Myong-young. At this news, Myong-young stroked his chin. He thought of other reports he'd received recently. Migrants? They usually choose uncharted lands to pass through, committing countless crimes as they move. He muttered in speculation, those jackals wouldn't invade our territory without an agenda. Gunsong fully agreed and added, they may look like migrants, but that could be a cover. It's possible another force is pulling the strings behind this. Myong-yung began tapping his fingers on the desk and added, previously we had intelligence that Nine Dragon City was mobilizing forces toward the northern border. Speaking of Nine Dragon City, it's a giant power from Central Plains. We share a border with the uncharted lands. They've provoked the Lee family multiple times by encroaching on our territory. Perhaps word of our father's absence leaked out. This is the perfect opportunity for enemies to strike. Thinking that, Myong-yung looked up and asked, does our intelligence branch have confirmation on this? Gunsong answered with a shake of his head, I knew even before them, since you told me to keep an eye on things. Hearing that, Myong-yung rose from his chair and said tiredly, then coordinate with the Intelligence Investigation Unit and look into it further. I have a feeling this isn't simple. I hope it's just a bad hunch. He said this while watching out the window. Still, the sense of unease hadn't faded at all. Cut to somewhere inside Red Blue Island. At that moment, a red magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. Next, the magic circle flared brightly, and produced a floating spatial rift in the air. From inside that rift, the silhouette of someone stepped out. He wore white robes and carried a monk's staff. The stranger muttered mockingly, 2 nights is more than enough to kill an illegitimate brat. It seems his target is Cheol. Time quickly passed to the next morning, somewhere up on the island. A huge dragon with glowing red eyes was roaring, threatening something ahead. This was a rank 7 dragon monster, Draco. Opposite it stood none other than our protagonist. He gripped his sword, panting from exhaustion, as if he'd been fighting the massive lizard for some time. Then, as if wanting to finish the fight quickly, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth and drew a deep breath. Its throat ballooned, and an orange glow could be seen from outside. 1 second later it opened wide and unleashed a massive column of flame that shot forward at wind-ripping speed. Cheol felt an overwhelming heat blast straight at his face. His eyes went wide, and he twisted his body to the side, barely dodging in the nick of time. Immediately, without hesitation, Cheol charged at the dragon. While it stood ready to spew fire, he lunged forward, channeling mana into his sword and executing a move called Demon Slash. Cheol used the falling force from above, driving his blade deep into the center of the dragon's head. From his strike, bolts of lightning began to release, causing its head to char. Finally, the massive beast let out a woeful cry and immediately perished, reincarnating anew. After sensing the monster was completely lifeless, Cheol exhaled a light sigh and acknowledged its danger. Phew, dragons are something else. It's on a completely different level from the other monsters. If I'd fought it right after arriving here, I probably would have been killed by the first blow. Since entering Red Blue Island, it took me 19 days to reach the dragon's territory. But staying longer would be a waste of time. There's another reason I had to come all the way here. He thought this as he sheathed his sword. Before he could do anything else, a distant noisy sound caught his attention. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Cheol carefully and stealthily crept toward the source of the sound. From his view, the things making those strange noises were a group of weapon-wielding lizard men. They were rank 8 monsters. The fact that these green skins had gathered here and were screaming like they were insane made Cheol doubt to himself, something abnormal has been happening since yesterday. Normally, lizard men only appear at the island's edge, but now they're moving into the center, attacking and then fleeing. These creatures aren't smart and are low-ranked. Could they be influenced by something from outside? If so, I need to check it out. With that thought, he drew his sword from its sheath and dashed out of the bushes, heading straight toward the group of lizard men. The moment they saw his figure, they let out a terrified cry and fled in haste. The monsters had no intention of fighting at all. This confirmed Cheol's suspicion, just as I thought. Once could be a coincidence, but if it happens twice something's wrong. I'd better follow them. He swung his sword quickly, severing the heads of those monsters. Then silently mused, strange phenomena are occurring on the island, just like I suspected. As for the mage who infiltrated the island the day before, he now emanated a purple mana aura and kept murmuring as if in a trance. Armor, martialists, combat, all, form the array. How could a kid that small single-handedly fight so many monsters? The descendant of the Lee clan really is different. But it's nothing to worry about. After all, he's just a child, someone who will surely fall into this obvious trap. I don't think we'll need Plan B, the young mage said as he stroked an egg in his hand. He was the Beastmaster Nishiyama Shogo. As he predicted, Cheol had followed the lizard men here for exactly his purpose. Perched in a nearby bush, Cheol had become aware of his situation. He was a bit suspicious because it was too obvious, but it turned out to be a real trap. Monster control, he's a beastmaster. But how could an outsider sneak all the way in here? Cheol wondered to himself. Very quickly he came up with an answer. Wait, it's not impossible. If a teleportation array had been set up inside, it could happen. Then the one behind this must be a member of the Lee clan. Should I report this to the clan and wait for the troops? No. If I wait until they arrive it'll be too late. By then I won't be able to find who's behind this anymore. So there's only one option. I'll hide myself with stealth magic and finish him myself. With that thought, Cheol ripped the badge from his chest and tucked it into his inner pocket. Next he used true stealth, enveloping himself in a blue energy that concealed his breath and presence. Immediately after, Cheol leaped down from the tree trunk and shot toward Nishiyama at top speed. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, aiming straight for the back of his neck. But things never came easy for Cheol. At that moment, the egg in Nishiyama's hand suddenly let out an alarm sound. It turned out not to be an egg but some kind of bird curled up to look like one. Its piercing cry startled Nishiyama into turning around. He shouted, "Since when?" Behind him, Cheol silently cursed, "Damn, does he have a talisman that senses danger?" Thinking this, Cheol increased the speed of his attack further. Unfortunately, Nishiyama reacted in time. He immediately swung his staff backward and shoved Cheol's body away, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Then both paused for a beat. Nishiyama praised, "You bastard of the Lee clan, you're better than I thought." To that praise, Cheol retorted sarcastically, "Maybe you're just too weak." The mockery from a child drove Nishiyama into a rage. He refocused on eliminating his target and immediately ordered the surrounding lizard men, "Shut up. Attack it." Obeying their master's command, the dull lizard men rushed forward without fear of death to try to draw some blood from him. Seeing this, Cheol began channeling his mana into his sword. He used his heavenly cleaver technique, rushing forward. His sword swung through the air like a ribbon and neatly lopped off the heads of 3 lizard men before they even realized. However, this did not faze the mage. From the start, he'd used the lizard men to hold Cheol back briefly, creating an opening to cast his magic. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Cheol's feet. From inside it, countless blazing red chains shot out, wrapping tightly around his body and sword. Cheol's face went blank as he said, "My body won't move." In front, Nishiyama laughed loudly, as if tasting victory, "Ha, you've fallen into my trap. This is a high-level formation that can seal a martialist's mana vortex. Without mana, you're nothing but a weak, useless kid. Die helplessly." He laughed, not realizing those words were the dumbest he'd spoken all day. They accidentally gave Cheol a hint on how to handle the situation. "Seal my power, huh? Then I'll just use my mana channels instead," Cheol muttered as he began distributing mana throughout his body along his meridians. Gradually his body moved forward. With the pressure Cheol applied, the chains could no longer hold him. They began to creak, sounding like they might snap at any moment. Then, with a springing leap forward, Cheol shattered his restraints and lunged straight at Nishiyama, cutting off the escape route ahead of him. In Nishiyama's terrified eyes, Cheol leveled his sword at his face and asked coldly, "Aren't you going to run?" Nishiyama panicked slightly, taking a few steps back and asking, "How did you get free?" Facing Cheol, he of course had no obligation to answer, so he only shook his head, "I have no duty to tell you. I've reported this to the clan. So surrender now." From Nishiyama's perspective, whether he still had an ace up his sleeve or not, he confidently said, "Haha, no problem. I'll kill you and reclaim my freedom." Cheol found the mage's wild words truly baffling. "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Before the sentence finished, a huge shadow suddenly hurtled toward Cheol, sending his small body flying like a cannonball into a nearby tree. The impact was so strong it made a deafening crack in the air, and Cheol spat a mouthful of blood. After being struck, Cheol's mind formed a fleeting impression. He shakily lifted his head to look around, and saw that what had just hit him was a giant green turtle with a long beard. It was the guardian of Red Blue Island, Mountain Turtle Head, a rank 3 monster. Truly an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Could an ordinary beastmaster like him have tamed that? Cheol thought, turning a skeptical look toward Nishiyama. From that expression alone, Nishiyama could read Cheol's thoughts and admitted, "Seems you catch on quickly. Although I haven't fully controlled it, if it coldly kills you on its own it will still obey. So you'd best give up fighting." Saying that, he pulled several talismans from inside his sleeve and tossed them into the air. Then his form dissolved into a purple smoke, avoiding the risk of the giant turtle accidentally trampling him into a pulp while it fought Cheol. Back in Cheol's view, merely sensing the terrifying presence radiating from the giant turtle made the hair on his body stand on end. Cheol reminded himself, "Stay calm. If he hasn't fully controlled it yet, I'll just capture the Beastmaster first. To do anything to the mountain turtle head, this is the only way. I prepared this just in case, but I didn't think I'd have to use it like this. A banned drug because its side effects are too severe, though its benefits are great, a mana enhancement pill. Saying that, he took out a brown pill and tossed it straight into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, it emitted energy that flowed through his body, making him feel overflowing with power. However, this was still not all that Cheol needed to prepare. One more thing, the technique youngest Jianghua told me to use only in the most dangerous situations. Now is that time. With that thought, Cheol's body began to emit a tremendous surge of energy. The force he radiated pushed away the surrounding earth and rocks. He prepared to use the heaven-defying technique. Next, since the pill's effect was limited in time, Cheol wasted no seconds and darted forward like a lightning bolt. Immediately, he swung his sword at the giant turtle. His swing formed a blade of light that cut straight toward its neck. However, it was barely a scratch to the turtle. Its despair-inducing defense made it extremely difficult for Cheol. I haven't even touched it yet. But did it stop? Fine, I'll finish it with this move. With that thought, he began concentrating energy into his sword to unleash another technique. However, the giant turtle in front wasn't stupid. It had no intention of standing still for Cheol's strike. It opened its mouth and released a purple shockwave that spread outward. The moment the wave hit, Cheol felt a heavy oppressive weight bear down on him. He thought, this roar is a fierce skill. This mana vibration prevents me from moving. Damn it. Then, while Cheol still didn't know how to counter this skill, a familiar black smoke began to spread from his chest, immediately lifting the pressure crushing his body. This surprised Cheol a little. The dark energy in my body resisted the mountain turtle head skill? Now's the chance. Saying that, Cheol gathered force in his feet and sprang forward hard, and used the demon cleaver technique he learned from the nameless warrior in the memories of the endless azure weapon. The attack struck precisely at its throat, causing the turtle's head to tilt up toward the sky. From its mouth a column of deep purple light began to blast out, sending shivers down the spine. So much so that part of a cloud high above was scattered by the beam. Back to Cheol, right after releasing that move he felt excruciating pain throughout his body. He collapsed to his knees and kept vomiting blood. Damn, I don't have much time left. The side effects of the mana enhancement and the heaven-defying technique will paralyze me for a while. Within 10 seconds I have to find that Beastmaster. Thinking this, with no time to lose, Cheol dashed forward, using all his senses to search where Nishiyama had run. And it seemed even fate wanted to help Cheol. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a red energy thread on the ground. He hurriedly followed it, and sure enough, the thread led straight to the mage Nishiyama's location. Ahead, Nishiyama saw Cheol charging at him with murderous intent and turned pale. What? How is this possible? He whispered, and scrambled backward. However, at that moment Cheol's sword was already right at him. Cheol thought, the distance isn't enough yet, almost there. If I were a little stronger, I could just extend the sword. Cheol shouted and began using the endless transformation power to lengthen his blade. Immediately after, he swung his sword in a flash, slashing straight into the chest of the mage Nishiyama and sending him to the underworld at once. Right after that, Cheol was so exhausted he could no longer hold his sword. I need to take care of myself first. If I pass out now, it's over for me. Youngest Jianghua warned me to take this if I used that move. Luckily I brought the nectar. Now, before any monsters come snooping around, I have to deal with this guy first. Thinking that, Cheol hurriedly swallowed the prepared pill. Immediately after, his body went limp and he collapsed to the side. Some unknown time passed, and when he opened his eyes again, Cheol suddenly found himself lying in a blindingly white space. Black wisps of smoke kept spreading across his body. Cheol wondered, everything's white, where am I? What happened to the Beastmaster and the mountain turtle head? As he thought this and tried to sit up, a sharp pain struck him. It contorted his face. His whole body trembled continuously, as if about to shatter. Cheol silently thought to himself, unaware that in this white space a giant eye above was staring down at him. A strange voice began to speak, whether Cheol heard it or not. So this is how it turned out? Those things are too dangerous for humans to assimilate. And now the two exist together in one being. I hoped you wouldn't wake. If only now. The voice fell silent briefly, then spoke again, feed it. Right after the command, something suddenly dropped straight in front of Cheol, and he looked on curiously. In his head an association formed when he saw its shape. It's a purple honeycomb. Could that be the violet hematite? The strange voice continued, not for you, it's this that must eat it. The era has shifted. Grow strong, child of humanity. Don't let yourself be swallowed by the times. Back in Cheol's hazy vision, he seemed to see the giant turtle speak to him. Then it turned and slowly walked away. His sight gradually went dark. Returning to reality sometime later, Cheol opened his eyes once more. The first thing he saw was the figure of little Hua. Seeing him awake, the girl poked her head in and asked, "Oh, you're awake?" Seeing that, Cheol gave her a tired look and asked cautiously, "Is that Hua?" His empty remark made the girl furious. "How dare this brat call you by your name? Since you're hurt, I'll let it slide. How's your body feeling?" At the reminder, Cheol hurriedly closed his eyes, focused on checking his condition, and thought, although the musculoskeletal system is severely damaged, the amount of mana has surged tremendously. Could it be that I actually absorbed the Violet River Stone Elixir? Thinking that, Cheol hid his surprise and only listed the injuries he had sustained. Some mana channels were severed, the organs were slightly displaced, the bones were loosened, and some muscles were torn. "It's not that serious." Cheol's voice was very calm, while Hua rolled her eyes when she heard it. Her face turned purple as she shouted, "What? That's not serious? Have you been hit in the head?" Back to Cheol's perspective, he felt a bit guilty as he looked at Hua. The Violet River Stone Elixir was what Li Hua intended to take. It's a terrifying spiritual medicine that strengthens the body, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poison and curses. It was indeed what I decided to take on Red Green Island, but I do feel a little guilty. With that thought, Cheol suddenly sprang up as if nothing had happened and asked, "Wait, why are you here?" While Hua was about to answer, a voice called from afar, "Little brother." The voice came from his elder brother Myong-yung, who had just run up. Myong-yung quickly produced some kind of healing potion and hurriedly said to Cheol, "Are you okay? First, let me heal you with mana. I also brought medicinal water." Seeing his hurried demeanor, Cheol managed a strained smile and waved him off. "No need for mana healing, but I'll take the medicinal water." Saying that, he took the healing bottle and drank without stopping. From Myong-yung's point of view, seeing his younger brother so badly injured made his chest tighten with pain. After a few seconds of thought, he glanced at Hua and quietly said, "Hua, could you step outside for a moment?" Hearing this, Hua understood they wanted to speak privately, so she didn't stay to interfere. She nodded, "Yes, I understand." After Hua left, Myong-yung lowered his voice and said, "If you die, I'll wipe every organization connected to the beast tamers off this world, no matter how powerful they are. As a member of the Li family, what you've shown is the model of a martial practitioner. But as your elder brother, I can't view it positively, it's recklessness." His tone was full of reproach, but not without concern. This moved Cheol a little. His face flushed as he scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect the mountain turtle head to appear. Sorry, brother. If I'd known it was there, I would have waited." Seeing his apologetic demeanor, Myong-yung couldn't help but sigh. "It's good that you can tell the difference between recklessness and confidence." Putting that aside, Cheol spoke up, "Brother, since I dealt with the beast tamer, the information about him belongs to me." As he spoke, Cheol reached his hand forward, and this action of his made Myong-yung wince. "I knew you'd say that." That beast tamer used to be a standard 5th-rank sorcerer of the Inyang Agency in Japan. It seems he was expelled for attempting to learn forbidden arts. Someone behind provided high-grade talismans and magical items, then activated them while the mountain turtle head slept. They wanted to make it appear as if the monster acted on its own. Turning back to Cheol, upon hearing this he frowned in thought and asked, "So you still haven't found the mastermind?" In response, Myong-yung shook his head. "He's in a near-death state, so it's hard to extract information immediately." Suddenly an idea flashed through Cheol's mind, and he hurriedly said, "So this wasn't their main target against you. They wanted to damage your reputation by making people believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." Cheol's explanation seemed to wake Myong-yung up. That's exactly it. Looks like we can't just pretend we don't know." Myong-yung sighed, and Cheol, a bit worried for his elder brother, asked, "Are you alright?" In response to Cheol's concern, Myong-yung ruffled his hair and reassured him, "I'm fine. My reputation took a bit of damage, but it's nothing significant. I can't be absent for long, so I'll return right away." With that said, just as Myong-yung was about to leave, Cheol suddenly reached out, grabbed his hand, and said with a serious face, "Big brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Say that you anticipated the beast tamer's intrusion and ordered me to take care of it first so I can testify that way. That would make it look like you had prepared even for things the family's intelligence hadn't detected." Hearing this, Myong-yung quickly guessed Cheol's true motive and asked back, "You'd prefer to tell the truth, right?" Cheol stood and replied, "If people believe I did it on my own, they'll be more wary and cautious of me. So that's why you call it a deal." "Right, a deal is when both sides exchange something they each need. So what do you want?" Myung-young asked, and Cheol bluntly stated his request, "Give me access to the archive vault, 3 days will be enough." As he said it, he reached forward, and Myung-young grasped his hand, teasing, "Arrogant brat, fine. Thanks." His voice was full of gratitude. However, Cheol shook his head slightly, "No need to thank me. It's just a deal." Turning to Myung-young, he gently patted Cheol's shoulder a few times and whispered, "Even if I hadn't agreed, you'd have had a way to handle this, right?" At the same time, Myung-young's phone started ringing non-stop to remind him. It seemed the Azure Sword Squad was calling him. Now he really had to go. Saying that, as if remembering something, Myung-young tossed the short sword infinity back to Cheol and winked, "I'll keep this a secret for you." With that, he hurried off. Cheol watched his brother's retreating figure and let out a few excited laughs. He really is no easy opponent. After Myung-young left, Hwa returned and asked, "Looks like the talk went well. Which trial chamber will you challenge?" 3 weeks have passed, it should be open by now, she asked curiously. However, Cheol didn't answer. He even turned the question back, "What about you? Which one will you try?" "Hey, I'm asking first." Hwa snapped, while Cheol shrugged and said, "If you want to know, answer mine first." Facing Hwa, with no other choice, she proudly shared her plan. "Which trial will I attempt?" "Nothing less than the hardest, the Crucial Authority trial." "What about you?" Cheol replied that he would challenge the Combat Arena trial. This left Hwa stunned. Such a place exists? Don't tell me that's one of the peripheral trials. Cheol nodded calmly, "Yeah, it's indeed in the outskirts." Hearing that, for some reason Hwa's face suddenly showed disappointment. Then she sneered, "How disappointing. Looks like I misjudged you. You chose a peripheral trial, so there's nothing more to say. I thought you were a rival, frankly, I thought you were better than me." With that, Hwa began to walk away, disappointed. Cheol watched her leave and wasn't surprised at all. He thought to himself, since everyone assumes the location determines a trial's difficulty, they probably think I picked the outskirts because it's easier. Let them think whatever they want. Time passed quickly, it was starting to get light, and Cheol was still wandering in the forest searching for something. "I don't remember exactly, but it should be around here. Before the reset, this was the cave I happened to discover. And it's also where I'll complete the second naming ceremony trial, the Combat Arena." Thinking that, he brushed aside the plants in front of him. And now, before him was a cave as black as ink. Next, the protagonist prepared a torch and carefully stepped inside. As he walked, he thought, at first glance it's just an ordinary wall, but of course it won't be that simple. With that in mind, he drew his sword and began slashing repeatedly at the wall before him. Chunks of debris started falling away, revealing behind them a massive iron door standing upright. Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared in Cheol's eyes. Found it. Then Cheol drew the short sword across his palm, letting blood well up, and flung the drops at the door. The blood, containing mana, clung to the iron and emitted a blinding light like a switch activating the door. The door shuddered once, then slowly slid open to reveal a vast hall with a sword plunged deep into a wooden stand. The familiar scene stirred memories and he stepped briskly inside. He approached the wooden table, dropped blood into the concave basin carved into it, and murmured, "Descendant of the Lee clan requests the ancestral trial, please grant permission." As his words echoed, a blue light like smoke rose from the basin. The Combat Arena's challenge had only one rule, to defeat oneself. From Cheol's perspective, the blue light resolved into a figure identical to him. He was so familiar with this trial that he wasn't surprised. The trial offers unlimited attempts, and until you win you cannot leave, even if you give up. Then, let's begin. He thought as he slowly drew his sword. But before he could launch an attack, a blade of light sliced across his neck, and the protagonist's small head instantly separated from his body. "What the hell is happening?" Cheol blurted, stunned. The last thing he saw was his doppelganger standing right beside him. After who knows how long, the protagonist calmed down. He hurriedly touched his neck and swallowed hard a few times. Sweat streamed down his young face. He thought, my head was definitely just severed, right, the illusions in this combat arena can't actually kill me, but the realism is infuriating. At this level, an ordinary person would probably go insane. Besides, can I really reach that level? The arena's illusion lets me use power perfectly, which means I still haven't tapped my full potential. If I could fully exploit it, I would have blocked that strike just now, Cheol reminded himself. He tightened his grip on the sword, determination flashing in his eyes. But as time passed, on the third occasion Cheol was stabbed through the belly by his fake self and died. On the fifth attempt, he managed to block the blade but was immediately killed by having his neck broken. By the 10th time, the result was still his head torn from his neck. And so it went, 13th time, 18th, 23rd. Chiol lost count of how many times he'd died in the trial. How many more is this? He wondered. In the silent space, the two identical forms clashed again and again with almost identical swordplay. A piercing sound rang out as their blades met. After being pushed back, Chiol gasped, thinking, is this the 75th time? Or the 80th? But now I understand a little. The greatest strength I have is freedom, a crushing versatility, an unpredictable fighting style. This time I'll definitely do it. With that thought in his head, Chiol began changing his long sword into an axe and charged to attack again. Thus, the two figures once more launched into a flurry of close blows. As they fought, they kept switching weapons constantly. From the perspective of the fake Chiol, after the two axes clashed, he leaped backward to create distance. Then the fake Chiol swapped his weapon from axe to longsword, and lunged forward to strike once more. The sword in his hand easily pierced through Chiol's belly. Yet this was exactly what the protagonist wanted. At that moment, Chiol reached out and gripped the fake Chiol's wrist, preventing him from withdrawing the sword from his body. Idiot, I deliberately left an opening, he said, and immediately used the technique demonic cleave, slicing the fake Chiol in two in an instant. His strike was so powerful it churned up the ground behind them. The fake Chiol's body slowly began to dissipate. At the same time, his face formed a smile, one that looked deeply satisfied with Chiol's performance. From Chiol's viewpoint, he watched the fake Chiol's body dissolve into a stream of blue light and thought, if I pass the combat arena trial, the Li bloodline will release its hidden power. In my previous life my ability was the most common type, enhancement. But in this life, what will it be? At that moment, blue energy sources began to hover in the air before Chiol's eyes. Moments later they flowed into his body, awakening the dormant power in his bloodline. Immediately, a golden aura enveloped him. This power is, Chiol murmured. Meanwhile, outside the great iron door, the clan's core members stood waiting. They whispered among themselves, while Uncle Jaehong sighed wearily. I thought this time he'd behave. That annoying brat. The more peaceful the naming ceremony, the more trouble he causes. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone in the group shouted, the mana density is changing. It's opening. Hearing that, Jaehong hastily turned his gaze to the door. Sure enough, the door flung wide open and Chiol's figure staggered out. His steps began to wobble wildly, and he collapsed forward. Thankfully Jaehong reacted quickly, rushing forward to catch him and anxiously asked, Li Young, are you all right? Wake up. In response to his uncle's concern, Chiol looked up with a hollow face as if he hadn't eaten for half a month. His stomach kept growling for food. I'm so hungry, water, he managed to mutter a few words, before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Jaehong trembled with anger at the sight. That brat! His uncle shouted. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chiol's villa. By now the protagonist had returned home. The maid Gawa burst into tears with joy when she saw him unharmed. Young master, do you know how worried I was? First the beast tamer, then the guardian mountain, then the ancient trial set by the ancestors. She cried as she clutched Chiol. Seeing that, Chiol could only force a smile. Nurse, I'm filthy. I've been outside almost a month. Ignoring his words, Gawa still wouldn't let go and inspected him closely to make sure he had no injuries before nodding. I was going to give you a good scolding, but, never mind. Welcome home, young master. I've prepared a bath. After you wash, I'll get your meal ready. Chiol nodded, but then remembered his youngest sister Jianghua and asked, Nurse, what about my sister? I thought she'd be the first to run over. At that, Gawa's footsteps suddenly stopped. Her voice faltered, unsure how to explain. This made Chiol curious. He wondered what had happened while he was away. Time passed quickly, scene shifting to some house. At that moment, Jianghua was cheerfully greeting her nephew through the iron gate. Hee, my dear nephew has arrived. Seeing her jaunty posture despite being confined, Chiol could only rub his face in pain and ask, what did you do? In front of him, Jianghua didn't explain and instead smiled as she asked, sorry, but it's good to see you're safe. But, what did you do to make your mana spike like that? You still can't fully process the energy inside your body. Sit down. Now Before she could finish, Chiol's expression turned serious. But Jianghua just scratched her head and laughed it off. It's fine, it's fine. From Jianghua's perspective, she felt moved to see Chiol so worried about her. She hadn't expected him to go this far for her. The reason she was locked up was that she had caused an uproar in the control room with the elders and the big brother. She poked her fingertips together and stammered, "I'm sorry, dear. I thought they were doing something strange to you, so I couldn't hold back and lost my temper." She said she had been furious at the thought that she might never see him again. As she spoke, her throat seemed to choke up. She began to mime strangling herself to illustrate her point. Cheol himself was surprised. To be honest, he hadn't fully trusted his youngest sister before, but somehow he had come to see her as part of the family. Now he had accepted that. Thinking this eased Cheol's heart. He assured his little sister aloud, "I'll get you out soon, please wait a little longer." Hearing that, Jianghua in the cell hurriedly said, "Huh? How can you do that? Don't push yourself." Cheol shook his head and explained, "I won't do anything reckless, you'll be released soon anyway. See you next time." With that, he quickly left the cell. Time passed quickly, scene shifting to an airport. By then, all the core members of the Li clan had already gathered and were waiting. All because the person disembarking from this plane was the current head of the clan, Li Taixin. Seeing him appear, Madame Baekhuan hurriedly asked, "Has he arrived?" Taixin replied with a nod, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Madame Baekhuan bowed and said respectfully, "It's all right. The hot springs are ready, please bathe and then join us for the meal." Among the group, Cheol and Little Hua were also present. He subtly glanced at his father and quietly thought, "After the naming ceremony events, I thought I'd matured quite a bit. But the distance between my father and me, how far is it really? I still can't measure it." As he thought this, Taixin noticed his gaze. For a moment their eyes met. However, Taixin soon turned away and muttered, "I've always said those who don't know how to fight are unnecessary to the clan. But among them, there's only one child who carries in him the desire to defeat me." His offhand remark startled those around him, who began to whisper, "Who is he talking to? Big brother?" Cheol naturally understood the comment was directed at him. The sharpness from his old man made him sigh heavily. Had he restrained himself this much and Dad still saw through it? He wondered. Time passed quickly, scene shifting to the Li clan's great banquet hall. To celebrate Taixin's return from a long journey, of course there had to be a number of parties like this. For Cheol, as an illegitimate child, even if he attended he would just stand quietly in a corner, observing everyone around him. Because this was a rare event in the Li clan, the scale of this banquet was far grander than other naming ceremonies. That person is the youngest known Mage Tower Master. And this one is the director of the Yinyang Institute, no, actually currently the deputy director. Cheol thought to himself quietly. Many familiar faces he'd seen in the papers appeared at the naming ceremony. But before he could dwell on it, Steward Choi approached and reminded him, "Pardon the intrusion, young master, the clan head requests your presence." Hearing that, Cheol frowned and asked, "Father is calling for me?" Steward Choi nodded and guided him, "Yes, this way please." At that, Cheol hurried to follow him. As they walked, he couldn't help but wonder why Taixin wanted to see him. "Father summoned me privately, what could it be? I hope it's not something serious." Soon after, he was led to the meeting place. Taixin saw his son's back. Cheol bowed quickly and said, "Father, did you call me for something?" Having said that, when he looked up he was a little surprised to see that at this moment, his eldest brother Myung-jung was also present. His brother's appearance made the protagonist suspect. Could this be related to the incident where the mage Nishiyama managed to infiltrate Red Azure Isle? Opposite him, Taixin didn't let him wonder for long and said, "I think you know why I summoned you. I want to hear about what happened at the naming ceremony. According to Myung-jung, you discovered the outsider and captured him. This was your plan, wasn't it?" To Cheol, Taixin's words carried pressure, making his face sweat. "Just as I thought. So father already knows." Cheol thought to himself, then nodded and answered, "Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal with Big Brother. The condition was that I be allowed access to the archive for 3 days and help him avoid this wave of public scrutiny." In response, Taixin spoke sternly, "Considering your contributions this time, I will overlook your false report. But there won't be a next time." "Yes, I understand." The protagonist bowed his head and said. Then Taixin glanced at his firstborn and warned, "Myung-jung, you will receive an appropriate punishment later. This banquet was your responsibility. Return to your duties." Hearing this, Myung-jung held no grudge and accepted, "Yes, I will do so." Having said that, he gave Cheol a smile and briskly left. While Cheol wondered whether his eldest brother would be all right after being punished by their father, he set that aside for the moment. After everyone departed, Taixin continued to speak to Cheol, "Forget the false report for now. This merit belongs to you. You will receive the reward Myeongjung promised. Finally, because you uncovered the trial within the match, I will grant you a reward. At this, Cheol's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he voiced his request, a request the author had deliberately concealed. Time passed quickly. The naming ceremony reached its main phase as Tae-shin moved to the most important part of today's ritual. He addressed everyone, "Thank you to all the guests who came. May our two children, the protagonists of today's banquet, be blessed on the path ahead. Now, we will continue the naming rite. Hwa, step forward. You have been chosen by the holy sword and shine like the sun around you. Keep walking this brilliant path always." He gave her the name Seo Hyun, meaning, forever radiant. As soon as his words rang out, a scroll suddenly unfurled before Seo Hyun, the new name written inside. This made the girl very happy. Her eyes lit up and she quickly replied, "Thank you." Then Tae-shin turned his gaze to Cheol. "Next, Yang, step forward." When he was called up, the atmosphere at the banquet seemed to fall silent. Everyone was quiet, saying nothing, very different from the way they'd treated Seo Hyun a moment ago. Cheol wasn't too surprised by this. Their reaction wasn't any different from the previous selection ceremony. But it's fine, he reminded himself. Meanwhile, Tae-shin's voice continued, "You are hard and sharp, yet also flexible and unbroken. Like a blacksmith gathering steel from all directions to forge into a single mass, you have also forged yourself. I cannot find a better word to describe you, so I will give you the name Cheol." He snapped his fingers for emphasis. Immediately after, the scroll bearing the name Cheol was displayed before him. Seeing the name, a thought sprang to Cheol's mind. I was once named to mean live resilient like iron and steel. But now that meaning has changed. Until I reach the top of the Lee clan, I will not stop. My name is Lee Cheol. With that thought, he exclaimed enthusiastically, "Thank you." Time passed to the next day. The scene shifted to the Lee clan's detention room. By then, Jaehyunghwa inside the cell had nearly gone mad. She tore at her hair, gripped the bars with both hands, and screamed like a wild animal wanting out. "It's suffocating. I'm so frustrated. I didn't even get to witness the naming. They said they'd release me, why is it taking so long?" Outside, the two guards listened, their faces paling from the headache her ranting caused. Her non-stop swearing made them suffer. At that moment, a phone call came through. While Jaehyunghwa sat biting her sleeve in frustration, one of the guards entered, opened the door, and said, "You can go out now. Discipline will be addressed later." For now, she was allowed to leave the quarantine area. Hearing this, Jaehyunghwa's face blossomed. To celebrate being released, she gleefully kicked the door open, prompting the guard behind her to snap, "Hey! Don't go kicking stuff." Before she'd taken a few steps, a familiar voice called out, "Wait. Hold on." Hearing this, Jaehyunghwa hurried back toward the voice and saw her nephew Cheol leaning against the wall. "Oh, kiddo. Did you really get me released?" Jaehyunghwa said in astonishment. Cheol nodded in confirmation, "Yes, that's right." This made Jaehyunghwa jump. She asked dazedly, "Huh? How?" Before she could finish, Cheol took out a piece of paper and tossed it to her. "Huh? What's this?" Jaehyunghwa asked, but Cheol offered little explanation, saying only enigmatically, "You owe me a favor." Jaehyunghwa widened her eyes and read the paper. It declared, "Lee Jaehyunghwa is granted the elder title and appointed as the master of 9th young master Lee Cheol." Reading it, her eyes bulged like a cow's. She couldn't believe what she'd just read. Only Cheol remained cheerful. "From now on, please teach me, master," he said, enthusiastically reaching his hand forward. Time passed quickly. Now Cheol wore a blue martial outfit, while his maid Gawa beside him sniffled and murmured, "It starts today, right?" Cheol nodded, "Yes. This is just the beginning. So the young master is already 13. She murmured. Meanwhile, after finishing packing his things, Cheol nodded and said, "Then I'll be off." It had been 3 years since the naming ceremony, and today his life as a freshman officially began. Cut to the clan's dojo. When children reach the right age they get shoved in here for training. Cheol's presence made them curious, and they started whispering to one another, "Isn't that the illegitimate kid?" "Yeah. That's the 9th child, Lee Cheol. I heard he caused chaos at the selection and naming ceremonies. Must have just been luck. After all, he's an illegitimate child. It's hard to believe he earned that result at the naming fair purely by skill, right?" Curiosity buzzed non-stop, which irritated Cheol. Illegitimate, my head's killing me," he complained. Before other voices drew attention, "Oh. It's the 8th young lady. That's the lineal descendant for you, the presence is totally different." Observing everyone's reaction to Seo Hyun, Cheol could only smile. Their response is so different from mine. He silently watched Seo Hyun. When Seo Hyun noticed his gaze, her body suddenly froze. She mechanically walked up to Cheol and said, "Ah, hello." Cheol answered with a nod, "Yeah, long time no see." Then Seo Hyun scratched her cheek awkwardly and stammered, You don't hold a grudge about what happened at the naming ceremony, do you? About how I said I was disappointed." Her words brought back a memory of red azure for Cheol. Of course he didn't take it personally. If Seo Hyun hadn't mentioned it, he'd have long forgotten. "It's fine, I don't mind," Cheol said with a sigh, which made Seo Hyun brighten. "Really? Really, great. You can be a little petty, huh?" she said cheerfully, unaware that Cheol's expression had darkened. He growled, "Care to explain what you mean by petty?" Ignoring that, Seo Hyun suddenly remembered something and asked happily, "I heard you're studying with Ant? And you even got into the archive?" Before Cheol could answer, a teacher's shout came from the front, "Attention, everyone. We will now proceed with class assignments. Freshmen whose names are called, line up in front of the instructor." The man's words put pressure on the kids below. Being placed in the right class would greatly affect their future studies. What if? I'm getting nervous. If we end up in a bad class it's over, they fretted, sweating. Cheol understood that feeling, he'd been through it once. It's understandable. The academy's training lasts 3 years, so class placement matters. Each grade has 5 classes, the more talented students are placed higher. Across from them, an official handed Seo Hyun a slip and said, "Congratulations Miss Lee Seo Hyun, Class 1. Congratulations." She nodded and replied, "Thank you." Cheol wasn't surprised either. The official then looked at Cheol and continued, "Next is young Master Lee Cheol." The protagonist stepped forward, took his placement slip. The result left him too bored to speak, his displeasure obvious. "Told you, it'd be like this." But he hadn't expected them to be so brazen. Class 5, also called the garbage dump, where repeaters and those kicked out are gathered. Placement for lineal descendants is based on the naming ceremony's evaluation, while the review council is controlled by the elders court and Madame Baekhuan. They thought it worked against me, but on the contrary, it's better for me, I don't have to exert myself. With that thought, a man stepped forward to guide him, "Young Master Lee Cheol, Class 5, this way." Seeing that, Cheol nodded and tucked the paper inside his shirt. At the same time, he felt Seo Hyun's scrutinizing gaze fixed on him from behind. She was angry that Cheol showed no reaction to being placed in Class 5. Looking at her lioness-like stance, Cheol was a bit startled. "Wow, look at that face. Just by that look you can tell if I don't do anything she'll take matters into her own hands. Even though I'm totally fine with it." Thinking that, he waved his hand at her so she wouldn't need to say more, then moved off quickly. Around them, some other kids placed in Class 5 felt like the world was collapsing. Damn, Class 5? Will we even graduate? What do I tell my father? I can't be in Class 5, the family will die laughing. Watching the attitude of those kids, Cheol felt a bit annoyed too. How disappointing. Why do the Lee clan students act like this? At that moment, a greeting sounded beside him, snapping him out of his thoughts. "You're the youngest son of the main branch, right?" "Indeed, I wanted to meet you. My name is Kim Han, son of a small forge contracted by the Lee clan. It's an honor to study alongside you, young master." From Cheol's perspective, seeing a kid come up and greet him like that surprised him a little. "Kim Han? In my previous life I have no memories of him." Thinking that, Cheol asked, "But why me?" Kim Han scratched his head and replied, "Because you're a standout figure. I always looked up to you as an idol." The sincerity of his words made Cheol sigh, then continue, "Kim Han, is it? What do you think about being placed in Class 5? The sudden question made Kim Han's face freeze for a moment, but then he cheerfully said, "Well, that's probably the level I'm at right now. But who knows what'll happen later." He added, his face full of determination. Cheol smiled faintly and nodded, "You passed." Cut to the Class 5 dojo. After the freshmen arrived, the upperclassmen greeted them with smiles. "Welcome, freshmen. Please help us out, let's work hard together. And if you don't know something, just ask." Their enthusiasm made the new kids glance at each other curiously. Then the instructor clapped a few times to get everyone's attention. "All right, greetings over, pay attention here. I'm Lee Young-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have a new intake, there won't be a lesson, just a brief introduction." Young-ho spoke with a smile, and this was a face Cheol recognized from his previous life. Memories stirred in his head, he still looked full of passion and resolve. "In the previous life, he even tutored me because I couldn't keep up with everyone." Unaware of Cheol's thoughts, Young-ho turned to the long-haired student beside him. "All right, that's the end of the introductions. In-ha, please guide the rest for the freshmen. Yes, instructor, In-ha replied with a smile. Then he turned to introduce himself to the rookies. Hello everyone, freshmen. It's a bit embarrassing, but after repeating 2 years in a row, I'm still serving as class president for the second year. You've all been standing for a while, you must be tired, sit if you want. Now we'll elect a class president. Even as students, there are times you'll be thrown into real combat, so the class president is a bit like the captain of a martial brigade. Unlike the instructor, who is only responsible for training and teaching according to the curriculum, the class president can be considered the person in charge of everything else for the class. Hearing this, a kid in the crowd raised his hand and asked, so how is the class president chosen? The question surprised In-ha a bit, and he turned to explain, I forgot to mention that. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we'll hold a light match and then vote for the class president. Very well, then let's begin the matches. Because this is a contest of skill, magic is not allowed. There will be rest periods after each match. Before he could finish, Cheol's cold voice suddenly rang out, are you serious? His tone carried a hint of challenge, which made In-ha a little flustered as he asked back, young Master Lee Cheol, do you have some objection? To answer that, Cheol stepped toward the weapon rack, grabbed a wooden sword, and put some sense into them one by one. All of what you're doing and all of what you've been saying, wake up. This is the Lee clan. If you want to play schoolyard games, don't come to this academy, go to a regular school in the safe district. From behind, In-ha hurriedly protested, that was a bit harsh. We only wanted to resolve things peacefully. Back in Cheol's view, hearing that, he didn't want to waste words on these socially awkward kids. He drove the wooden sword into the stone floor and challenged them all, you won't understand talking this way, will you? Come up one by one. From now on, I'll fight every one of you. Time passed quickly, now Cheol was panting like an ox from exhaustion. He propped the sword against the ground to steady himself, while all around him countless freshmen groaned in pain. Meanwhile, In-ha, who had witnessed everything from the start, could hardly believe his eyes. Unbelievable, how many people has he taken down alone? In-ha wondered, before Cheol turned to him and said, Choi In-ha, call the next person up. Cheol said this while staring at In-ha with a sharp gaze. This made him a bit nervous, swallowing hard, the pressure is terrifying, In-ha thought, then replied, this is the last match. Hearing that, Cheol nodded and said, is that so? Then send them up, Choi In-ha. And so, their duel officially began. After just one clash with Cheol's sword, In-ha's teeth clenched tightly. A flood of thoughts raced through his mind. Why is he going this far? There's no prize, no value to this match. This is just a practice match at the academy. We're not even supposed to be using serious strikes. No, actually I know this well. I used to be like this. No matter what, I want to win. I thought compromise was another way to live. Don't assume accepting reality and growing up is the only right path. But I want to win. I crave victory so badly it drives me insane. In-ha screamed inwardly and executed a spin to increase the power of his swing. Across from him, Cheol made a similar sword motion, and he was still a step faster. I win. With that, Cheol knocked the wooden sword from In-ha's hands, sending it flying. In-ha grabbed his wrist and dropped to his knee, crying out in pain. Seeing that, Cheol sighed and ended the match. Phew, take him to the infirmary. No sooner had he spoken than In-ha shouted, it's not over. It's not finished. As he spoke, he quickly snatched up the wooden sword and lunged to attack again. However, this rushed attack was also stopped by Cheol with extreme ease. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to assess, left-handed sword? Using the left because the right is injured? His gaze was different now than before. Thinking that, Cheol channeled force into the sword, flipped In-ha's arm backward. Then he stepped forward and swung the sword in his hand like a baseball bat, smashing it straight into In-ha's stomach. It hit the young teen so hard he vomited fluids and lay on his back on the ground. His whole body curled up like a shrimp, and he was officially out of the fight. Take him away, Cheol ordered, and 2 other freshmen hurried over to carry In-ha to the infirmary. At that moment, Cheol walked toward the group of freshmen in front of him and declared, I have lived 1 second like an hour, 1 hour like a year. Who doesn't know it's easier to live comfortably? But if you don't risk everything and fight every second, you'll lose it all in the end. So even when I breathe, I fight myself and everything around me. Have you ever lived like that? That's what I call struggle. As he spoke, Cheol clenched his fist, his gaze hardening, his demeanor terrifying. Time quickly passed. After the class president decision concluded, Instructor Young-ho returned. He had learned what happened and couldn't help but scold Cheol, you went too far. 4 people have broken bones, 3 have internal injuries. From his seat, Chiol rested and answered with no remorse for his actions, even challenging back. If you want to survive in the Lee clan, you at least have to be able to laugh off those wounds. Responding to that, Young-ho said, those kids each have their reasons. But before he could finish, Chiol cut him off. Instructor Lee Young-ho, even the students understood. Do you really need me to explain it to the instructor too? People like you are rare in the Lee clan. You're a good man, but they are students of the Lee clan. If they go astray, then even if you have to play the villain, you should pull them back. Do your duty. Chiol's words made Young-ho's body tense, his hand curled into a fist. Time moved quickly to the next day. Back at Chiol's spot, although he easily dominated those rookie freshmen, it didn't mean he was unscathed. As he walked, he rotated his shoulder joints and complained, oh man, my whole body aches. I pushed myself too hard yesterday. Saying that, he glanced over at the whole group of bruised-faced freshmen, lined up neatly in front, as if they had arrived early. That gave Chiol some satisfaction, though some still showed hostility or discomfort, none of them avoided or turned away. If they were still as scared as yesterday, there would be no hope. But this didn't look too bad. Saying that, he slowly walked past them. But at that moment, our protagonist heard a few whispers, he's here, that trash. At the same time, Kim Han's voice called from behind, young master, you're here? Hearing the familiar voice, Chiol turned and replied, you're early. Kim Han scratched his head and said, yes, I was afraid I performed badly yesterday in front of everyone. Hearing that, Chiol offered reassurance, we're still just students, it's natural to be lacking. To that, Kim Han could only give an awkward smile before asking, young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something? Chiol nodded casually, sure, ask. At that, Kim Han's eyes filled with resolve, and he said, what should I do? How can I become as strong as you? To that question, Chiol thought, I don't even have enough time to train myself, when would I have time to teach others? Still, he offered a hint to the young teen, honestly, I'm not skilled enough to teach anyone yet, but you have very good eyes, or perhaps a keen instinct. Yesterday you dodged my attacks 3 times in a row. Use that. I think you're better suited to technique than raw strength. If you risk everything to train what you have, one day you'll stand out. Chiol's sincere remarks left Kim Han dumbstruck, and he replied awkwardly, th. Thank you. At the same time, In-ha spoke up to greet the protagonist, hello, young master. Hearing that, Chiol glanced back, looked at his bandaged hand, and shook his head, you look pathetic. At that state you probably can't train, can you? Hearing this, In-ha couldn't help laughing out loud, haha, if I decide to quit, will you leave me alone? Are you going to say some speech about fighting and call me a coward or what? I just don't want to hear that stuff anymore, so I'm out here. He snapped irritably and darted past Chiol. Despite In-ha's annoyed attitude, Chiol still smiled at it. He thought to himself, he's changed, hasn't he? Next, Instructor Young-ho arrived and gathered everyone together in front of him, assemble. For our sick today, 5 are absent without reason, so that leaves 11 in total. Saying that, he scanned all the students with his eyes. Everyone was bruised all over, which made Young-ho worry for them, they all look exhausted. And the atmosphere has changed. Are the students really this tense just because of one predator? Thinking that and as if reaching a decision, he clenched his hand and said, we were supposed to do basic fitness tests today, but given the current situation, I'm changing plans. Starting now, begin the fitness test. Time passed quickly, Young-ho's voice rang out again, from now on, free training will be led by the class president. At this point, whoever knows what test Young-ho gave the kids, after finishing it they had no strength left to stand. Each of them breathed like oxen who just plowed a field. Not to mention them, even Chiol felt sore all over. He sighed silently, 10 hours just to test fitness. I'm tired too, but I can't stop. Chiol reminded himself. At the back, during the break, the freshmen looked at each other and talked, hey, doesn't the instructor seem a bit different today? Someone asked, and the person next to him replied, it's from yesterday's match. A lot of people got hurt. If it were before, he would have let them rest. Ignoring their chatter, Chiol stepped forward and said, attention. No need for introductions. I'm Lee Chiol, your class president. As Choi In-ha said yesterday, the class president has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. My training will be extremely harsh. Those who can keep up, follow along, those who can't, I won't drag along. If you're not satisfied with me, you're free to challenge me. Just hit me once and I'll give up the class president position. Enough talk. Start now. Fight the person beside you. And so, once again, the students who hadn't rested long were thrown into trading blows. After a while, Cheol assessed the results. Looking at those still standing before him, he frowned. 6 remain. The others had dropped out halfway. Thinking that, he spared the weak for now and said, "Alright, that's it for today. Dismissed. Good job." With that, he quickly turned and left. As he disappeared, a few jealous students began cursing, "That bastard. Because of him I'm suffering like this. I really can't stand that bastard. What sense does this make? I'm not going to follow that." Nearby, Kim Han heard the mocking voices and shouted loudly, "Cut it out. Honestly, I'm pissed too. But even when he's exhausted, we can't land a single hit on him." The students ignored that remark and turned to ask In-ha's opinion. "Hey In-ha, what do you think? Last year we had fun, right? Or do you think?" Before they could finish, In-ha interrupted, "Yeah, fun enough to get us suspended. If I don't change this time, I'll truly live like a loser. Even if my arms and legs get broken, I want to try once. Really, I really want to." "You all know him. That bastard. I mean, you understand what he wants to do, right? I'll try fighting this time. It might really be the last time. So wake up. Don't resist pointlessly or pretend you don't know." Having said that, In-ha turned and left, leaving the students behind silent from his words. Cut to Jianhua's workshop, where Cheol was now present. His body was covered in countless wires to measure some parameters. Now he focused his mana into his palm, producing a blazing blue flame in his hand. Seeing this, Jianhua beside him said with difficulty, "Stop. That's enough. You failed again." Every time he tried to form an aura, its shape collapsed. She hadn't expected this problem to appear after reaching the 3-star level. "I wish there were records of how the ancients used mana," she said irritably. Meanwhile, Cheol pulled off all the wires, silently stared at the ring on his finger, and thought, "If it's from Voden's memories, maybe, but I still can't read the next type." In any case, the trip to the archive yielded unexpected gains. There, Cheol had found a document about the weapon called Voden. It said the thing was shrouded in black energy that terrified swarms of monsters. Even the kingdom's brave generals had been defeated. Countless heroes sealed it on northward 10,000 Demons Mountain. The king granted land to honor that achievement. The heroes, grateful for the king's favor, transformed it into a sword. They named it Voden. Finding information about Voden was a tremendous haul. Thinking that, Cheol's hand involuntarily clenched. Meanwhile, Jianhua's irritation lasted only 3 seconds before she returned to her usual cheerful face. "Anyway, you've touched aura. Making it into the 3-star realm on your own is truly impressive. The current deadlock will be solved soon. In fact, the amplification technique and the transmutation method are nearly complete." Hearing that, Cheol nodded and didn't forget to thank her. "Yes, thank you for teaching me every time. By the way, ma'am, now that I've reached the 3-star realm, what comes next?" Explaining this, Jianhua said, "You'll learn how to use hard energy techniques and aura skills, but mastering them will take a long time." Then, as if remembering something, she asked the protagonist with interest, "So, how is the students' training going? You always look tired." Cheol replied, "Training is normal." However, Jianhua couldn't miss his weary face and heavy breathing. She burst out laughing, "Is that so? If it's hard, let me give you a hand." Hearing that, Cheol's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Huh? How do you plan to help?" Opposite him, Jianhua revealed nothing, patting her chest confidently. "Heh, you'll find out soon enough. Just trust me," she said. Time passed quickly to the next day. To help her nephew, Jianhua personally came to his 5th class, making Cheol give a wry smile. Haha, hearing her say, "Just trust me," already makes me nervous. Unaware of Cheol's thoughts, Instructor Young-ho cheerfully announced, "Today we'll have a special lecture on magic." Everyone straightened their outfits and held their posture waiting. "This is Elder Lee Jianhua, a researcher of the Lee clan." Applaud. As soon as he finished, applause erupted like fireworks. Meanwhile, the goofy Jianhua scratched her head awkwardly. "Hee, I'm embarrassed. I don't like long-windedness, so let's start the lecture." She winked mischievously as she spoke, quickly grabbed a piece of chalk, and began presenting today's theoretical lecture. From the back, watching her focused posture, Cheol assessed, "Looks like she's increasingly enjoying teaching." Time flew, and then Jianhua suddenly clapped her hands to grab everyone's attention. "Okay, the boring lecture part ends here. From now on it gets interesting. I'll teach the Research Institute's improved version of the Iron Line technique." Beside her, Instructor Young-ho, puzzled, asked, "Huh? Didn't the lesson just end?" "What are you saying? The main part is just starting. Everyone, sit up straight in your seats. I only do this once, so pay attention. She waved him forward to assist, leaving the protagonist baffled at what his aunt was thinking. What's going on? He asked. From behind, Jianghua laughed. When direct descendants join the academy, they usually get support like this. But you have nothing, so I'm making a bit of an effort. Hearing that, Chiol was a bit moved and replied, thank you, ma'am. Not paying attention to Chiol's feelings, Jianghua continued, good, excellent. In theory, your power should double. Great, right? Chiol responded with a sigh, yes, you're amazing. Meanwhile, Instructor Young-ho realized the lesson's importance and announced loudly to the group, attention everyone. From now on we'll continue sparring by directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone find an opponent. Following his words, the students began pairing off. To get back at Chiol, In-ha immediately stepped forward and offered, young master, be my opponent. Last time I didn't hold back. He said, eyes full of determination. Chiol, who feared no one, agreed, it's an honor to fight you. I'll let you strike first. With that, the two lunged at each other, tearing into one another, making Jianghua, watching from the side, exclaim with delight, wow, my kid is ruthless. Reminds me of my younger days. Thinking that, she was suddenly drawn to some whispering sounds from the back. I really can't stand that kid. Even if he's a younger son and faces discrimination, he's still different from us. Different physiology, plus unlocked skills, he's different from the starting line. One kid shrugged, and the boy next to him chimed in, yeah, we tried our best, but what does he even know? From Jianhua's viewpoint, how could she tolerate hearing her nephew talked about like that? She immediately warned, hey, you kids. Hearing her voice, both students jumped, stammering, "Ma'am, you're still here?" Without answering, Jianghua stared at them with a look like one staring at the dead and coldly asked, earlier, were you talking about that kid? No, about my disciple? Across from her, the two students went pale and quickly bowed in apology. Sorry, we spoke out of turn. From Jianghua's perspective, her anger hadn't eased. She shot back at them, what makes you think you know enough to say things like that about that child? Please forgive us, the two cried out in fear. At that moment, before Jianghua could further scold the two, a student named Kim Bozong stood up and challenged, isn't the young master clueless too? We've worked hard too, but we're always treated like nothing. Growing up in different circumstances naturally creates differences, right? To that, Jianghua shook her head mockingly, you really don't know, do you? Maybe it's better if you don't. If you knew how different that child's days are from yours, you'd realize your life is nothing more than child's play. In the back, Bozong, hearing Jianghua's slightly pitying words, grew so angry that veins bulged on his arms. He muttered quietly, what exactly makes that younger son so different? Fine, alright, I'll show you. Time passed quickly, and now it was break time. Instructor Young-ho's voice rang out, training ends here for today. Hearing that, the students all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bozong glanced at Chiol resting to the side and sneered inwardly, see, what's so different about him? They keep shouting about struggle, but it's just that he's been gifted, different from us. Thinking that, a stranger student suddenly ran up and asked Bozong, you guys said you wanted to keep an eye on that youngest son today, right? But is it okay to roam the clan grounds like that? Explaining, Bozong nodded and affirmed, we're students, so it's fine. Besides, it's not like we're going into a dangerous place. That younger son doesn't even live in the main family's quarters. We can't let him keep overshadowing us like this. Today we'll see for ourselves. And so time flew until evening. At that point, Bozong led a few students waiting outside Jianghua's research wing. But standing around too long, Bozong couldn't help but wonder, how long has he been in the research wing? It's already 9 p.m. Elsewhere, a few students began yawning and suggested, hey Bozong, let's go home. Daytime training has made me sleepy. I'm exhausted too. Let's go. After all, nobody knows what that youngest son does in there. With that, some members of the group awkwardly left, prompting Bozong to grow annoyed and swear under his breath, what a bunch of weaklings. Soon after, Chiol also left the research room. Bozong hurriedly concealed himself and then followed him from behind. Finally almost home. He went to spring training. That area is reserved for the main line, he couldn't possibly be allowed in. Bozong wondered to himself, before the group heard a clamor of training shouts from outside. The sound made the group startle. They couldn't help but look at each other, what's that noise? Is that training? Then one kid in the group cautioned, Bozong, it seems that youngest kid really is formidable. Let's stop. The young master wasn't wrong. If we trained as hard as In-ha then. Before his friend could finish, Bozong's hand clenched, and he snapped, I never skip personal training. This is nothing special. At Bozong's words, the other two could only exchange weary looks. Then, not wanting to waste time tailing Cheol, they left at once. Well then, sorry, we're heading back now. Ignoring them, Bozong remained tangled in his thoughts. What makes me different from that youngest son? I'm determined to prove I'm not wrong. With that, he began to wait in secret again, until the protagonist finished his training and left the training ground. This time, Cheol actually went home instead of lingering. However, before Bozong could react further, a beam of light and a loud shout came from behind. Hey, you there! Stop right now! The shout startled Bozong, but after the guard looked at his uniform, he said in surprise, What is this? You're a student. Master Li Cheol walks around at this hour every night, but I didn't expect him to be bringing a student along. By regulation that's not allowed, so turn back now. Opposite him, Bozong nodded quickly when he saw the guard wasn't giving him trouble. Before leaving, he glanced at Cheol's villa and thought, the lights are still on. It's already 2 a.m. This left Bozong contemplative. He quietly replied to the guard, then I wish you well, and hurried off. Time quickly passed until the next morning, at 5 a.m. at the private training ground for Class 5. Because he came home late last night, Bozong still felt sleepy. Just as I thought, I came back too late yesterday, he thought tiredly. Before his eyes widened and he stared ahead. At that moment, Cheol was already there before him. He looked truly exhausted. Even with the mainline's gifted physique and abundant mana, could a 13-year-old endure a life of only 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? What about me? When I go home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. I also do personal training, but I still get enough sleep and take proper rest and recreation. Thinking that, Bozong couldn't hold back his curiosity. He stepped up to Cheol and asked, Aren't you tired? Across from him, Cheol's brows knit tightly as he replied absent-mindedly, So you were among those following me yesterday. For Bozong, hearing Cheol say this first startled him a bit. But he then admitted, yes, the young master is of the main line, so he gets support, he starts off differently, and besides, he rambled on. But before he could say more, Cheol cut him off. I've lived like this since I was little. Before joining the academy team, I did sleep a bit longer. If you don't get enough sleep, of course you'll be tired. So why do you push yourself to that extent? Bozong asked. To that, Cheol offered little explanation, only calmly patted Bozong on the shoulder a few times and whispered, You already know the answer. Having said that, Cheol moved off to one side. Meanwhile, Bozong felt a rising, overwhelming shame. In another development, while Patriarch Taishin was training, Steward Choi came to report something to him. My lord, the dispatch for the mission you assigned has been processed. As he spoke, he handed Taishin a stack of documents. However, after Taishin checked them, his expression still showed some dissatisfaction as he said, This still isn't enough. Steward Choi hurried to advise, These are level 7 and level 8 dungeons. Given the current academy team's ability, it would be very dangerous. Despite Choi's counsel, Taishin remained firm in his intention. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. Now we need to create survivors. Hearing this, Choi stopped arguing. I understand. I will proceed according to your orders. Also, I have another report to deliver. He began recounting the incidents involving Cheol. This brought a hint of pleasure to Taishin's eyes. The youngest did that? That kid had a different look in his eyes from early on, the look of someone who'd been deprived, dragged down to the very bottom. But leading people and changing them is an entirely different matter. Adjust the test content a bit. Coincidentally, the 8th son is in the same cohort. Raise the academy team's difficulty and see whether that kid truly has the qualities to lead people. This time we'll examine him carefully. He said with a face showing some anticipation for this test for the kids. Poor other students, they had no idea the academy team's test difficulty was raised partly because of Cheol. Back at Class 5's training ground, when instructor Young-ho arrived, he couldn't help but be surprised as training sounds rang out everywhere. I'm beaten. I give up. Damn it, it's not over yet. From his perspective, the students were split into two groups, one group running to build endurance while the other sparred with each other. This made his eyes widen in disbelief. Why were the students suddenly working so hard? You guys, it's the weekend and you're out here from early morning? Then there's no need to call everyone together. On the side, two students who noticed Young-ho's arrival stopped what they were doing and turned to greet him. Oh, instructor. You're here. Young-ho replied with an approving nod. Yeah, still diligent on the weekend, huh? If anyone's missing, go call them back, I've got something to announce. The student hurried off to gather them. Once everyone was assembled, Young-ho informed them, though it's a bit sudden, the first quarter evaluations have been moved up earlier than planned. Therefore, the instructors have decided to grant the students 1 week of leave first. Treat this as your final break and rest well. Finally, as he reached this point, his voice trailed off as he looked at the bright faces of the students, and he thought to himself, no need to remind them to at least keep up minimal training during the break, right? Thinking that, he continued with satisfaction, I trust you all know how demanding it is. That's it. Opposite him, all the students answered in unison, understood. Back to Cheol's perspective, being given early leave like this made him a bit suspicious. Suddenly granted leave and the quarterly evaluation moved up, does that seem right? He also noticed the students staring at him from behind and turned around, curious, to ask, why is everyone still here? In response, Kim Han and Inha asked his opinion, we're watching you, young master. What do you plan to do during this break? Hearing that, Cheol looked back at the students with a dumbfounded expression, huh? Leave is personal time, why are you asking me? Take leave whenever you need, I'm not going to force anyone during the break. Across from him, the students' eyes widened as if witnessing a miracle. They whispered among themselves, I can't believe we just heard that from the young master. We actually thought he'd shove us into hellish training, like, who actually rests? And force the whole group into a joint session. Of course those whispers couldn't escape his ears. Realizing their view of him, Cheol couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Could you not whisper so loudly? What do you lot take me for? During this break, should I try going back to day 1? Take leave when needed, rest matters too. I know telling you to rest won't make you sit idle. Handle yourselves, rest well, and we'll meet after the break. Cheol advised calmly, and just hearing that, the students were overjoyed, shouting and cheering uproariously. Cut to Jianhua's research room. After leaving the training ground, Cheol ran straight there. However, his arrival did nothing to cheer her up. She complained, we were told we have leave, yet you still come here, are you trying to bother me? I have a pile of research to do. To that, Cheol immediately retorted, you're clearly still messing with your phone, looking at trivial stuff. At that, Jianhua fluffed up like a cat and snapped, what trivial stuff? I'm reading the news that Han Min has been recognized by the head of the family. Even his leukemia is cured. Hearing this, Cheol froze, his eyes wide and bloodless, and asked, wait. What exactly are you looking at? And the quarterly evaluation being moved up, was that really by your father's order? Cheol asked curiously, and when Taishan's name was mentioned, Jianhua's expression turned serious. She nodded and added, yes, the order came down directly. Back with Cheol, confirmed by Jianhua, he fell into contemplative thought, then this test will be harsher than I imagine. Right now I'm blocked by the mana barrier, to get past it I'll probably need to search for the next memory of Votan. If the memory still can't be read, it means something's missing. I've tried improving things to unlock the next memory, but I still haven't succeeded. I'll just have to keep trying. As he thought this, he leaned back and accidentally knocked the stack of documents beside him, scattering them everywhere. Seeing that, Jianhua widened her eyes, oh my god. What is that? Be careful. I told you to tidy this place up already. Ignoring his youngest sister's complaints, while Cheol gathered the report papers he suddenly noticed a sheet printed with images of the monsters he'd encountered on Red Azure Island before. A passage in the report caught his attention. It said the decisive difference between ancient and modern martial techniques lies in their intended targets. One can infer that back then, human techniques focused on fighting monsters. This made Cheol ponder, the intended target, perhaps Demon Cleaver was the same. Demon Cleaver originally was an over-the-top technique. Thinking that, an idea suddenly popped into Cheol's head. He sprang up so suddenly that Jianhua, who was eating a pastry nearby, asked curiously, huh? What's wrong, kid? Cheol answered in a hurry, miss, I get it. I'll explain later, I've got to get to the training ground right now. Saying that, he ran like the wind, sending the papers in the room flying everywhere again. That blasted kid, Jianhua yelled. Cut to the training ground. Cheol began transforming his ring into the form of a long sword, then thought, alright, now imagine my opponent, someone larger than me, a monster of a different species from humans, a gigantic beast. A technique that disregards combo efficiency, conserving strength, dodging, or defending. Flashy moves without destructive power or only meant to deceive the enemy are useless. The clear purpose of Demon Cleaver is to cut down monsters. As he thought, he began to picture the giant monster that had fought the nameless warrior before. Then he reproduced the Demon Cleaver move exactly as that warrior had done. His technique immediately caused an explosion inside the training ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Having successfully reenacted the move, a plume of black smoke began rising from Cheol's palm, interacting with the Vo-Tan sword to read its memories. This brought a hint of anticipation to Chiol's eyes. Okay, what will show up now? He whispered. The scene changed. When he opened his eyes again, Chiol found himself in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and thought, where is this? Is this the training ground? Just like when I first received Vo-Tan. Why does the perspective only change when reading Vo-Tan's memories? Thinking that, he was drawn by the sound of weapons clashing not far away. Glancing over, Chiol recognized who that silhouette was. It was the person from Vo-Tan's previous memory. Their striking speed was terrifying. Wait a second, what's that? When the weapon changes, does the aura change too? Not the person's aura changing, but Vo-Tan itself altering its aura. Chiol thought in astonishment, before someone's voice suddenly rang out, not bad, switching methods again, huh? Hearing that, the warrior turned and said, don't spy on someone else's training. His tone was slightly reproachful. However, the newcomer who had just arrived ignored that and instead asked, since you have it, have you named those techniques yet? The warrior replied, not yet, it's not even at the level of a proper technique. Hearing this, the stranger suggested, then let me name it. How about myriad transformations? Sounds not bad, the nameless warrior nodded in agreement. Then, as if noticing something, he tilted his head and asked, hey, did you bring someone else here? At that, the stranger replied in surprise, me? No way. Their words made Chiol flinch a little. Then, without hesitation, the stranger suddenly swung his sword to strike. However, the attack was blocked by the warrior. The stranger shouted, planning to spar? What's the reason for bringing someone here? Back in Chiol's view, taking advantage of the two of them fighting, he dared to poke his head out to observe the warrior's appearance, those eyes and that hair color, characteristics of the main line of the Li family. He whispered a sentence. Time passed quickly, the week-long break was over, and today Chiol's group was herded onto a vehicle bound for the quarterly evaluation site. Inside the vehicle, Chiol glanced outside and thought absent-mindedly, this scene could be from the future or the past. The wall separates the safe zone from the danger zone. Long ago, a huge rift appeared near the Pacific, people call it the Luhao Shore, a mysterious space humanity hasn't officially explored. And from that place monsters the likes of which had never been seen poured out. Humans fought those monsters for a long time to reclaim territory, yet there remain uncharted lands, areas still undeveloped, known as unexplored zones or dangerous regions. He muttered to himself inwardly, unsure whether he was anxious or excited about the upcoming test. Then his friend Kim Han laughed and said, people say the walls now mark the boundary between the safe areas and the danger zones, right? The deeper you go into the danger zone, the more ruined it becomes. In response, Chiol enlightened him with knowledge from his previous life. Even so, we're still inside the wall, so the destruction only goes this far. The pioneer villages near the danger zone have very rudimentary levels of civilization. At that point, a painful memory flickered through Chiol's mind. In his previous life, he had lived there for a time while lying low. That period had been far from pleasant. Soon after, the small vehicle began to pass through the wall and move into the unexplored area. As Chiol had said, the scenery on this side was noticeably gloomy and starkly different from inside the wall. Here, the air hung with a pale blue haze drifting in every direction. On this side, the military instructor Young-ho stepped off the vehicle first and warned everyone. Stay alert, everyone. From now on we're entering a dungeon that hasn't been fully explored. Assemble. We'll set up base here, check necessary supplies, then begin the exam. The escort guard's only duty is to protect this base. So from now on, you must handle everything yourselves. But don't worry, I'll support you as much as I can in my capacity as the base trainer. Show everything you've prepared up to now. Yes, sir. The group of trainees shouted back with forceful spirit. Then Chiol turned to the rest and said, from now on, I'll take command. But before that, this exam will surely get tougher because This is the last chance, anyone who wants to back out should leave right now. Chiol's voice was full of seriousness. He then scanned the distance. Inside the forest countless spiderwebs were strung in every direction. That sight made Chiol uneasy. Indeed, anyone can see this quarterly test isn't for ordinary trainees. The human-faced spider forest, this dungeon is choked with webs. Any intruder would be detected immediately by the monsters. Yet our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly, this is the test father set. Chiol thought silently. However, none of the students in Class 5 were cowards who would run away. Inha sighed and smiled softly, "Try whatever you want on me now. Every member of Class 5 won't just run or give up." Beside him, Kim Han nodded and said, "That's right, young master. We all trust you." As they spoke, the group looked at Cheol with complete trust in their eyes. This surprised Cheol a little. In his previous life he had never experienced this feeling. Then Cheol smiled and teased. "You guys say those cheesy lines so naturally, huh?" Cheol's words turned Bozong's face pink. "That's because the young master created that kind of atmosphere." Cheol continued, "All right, I get it. No one's quitting. Final communication check, inventory the supplies, then let's enter the forest together." "Yes, sir." The trainees shouted in unison. Back to the forest of human-faced spiders, they operate like ants or bees, making them very difficult to deal with. At this moment, our protagonist was leading the group. As they walked, he reminded them, "You all know the mission, right? We need to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years with recording equipment. So from now on, the commander will be Choi In-ha." Hearing that, In-ha jumped and hurriedly asked, "Wait. What do you mean?" To answer, Cheol bluntly shared his plan, "I'll act alone. I'll be the bait for the spiders." At that, the group, including In-ha, went dumbfounded. A huge question mark seemed to appear above their heads. Then they screamed as if the place was on fire, "Wait! What?" Time moved quickly. By now Cheol had separated from Class 5's formation and was acting alone. After casually stabbing and killing some giant spider, he looked around and sighed in exhaustion. From his perspective, countless giant spiders were staring at him with their blood-red eyes. But that was exactly what Cheol had hoped for. Finally, they've all gathered. Seems the effort to kill a few to lure them with pheromones paid off. Human-faced spiders bring high-nutrition prey back to the nest to feed their larvae. The simplest way to make them regard you as a nutritious prey is to prove that the prey possesses tremendous strength. Thinking that, he transformed the sword in his hand into a long sword and executed a move called demon slaying, instantly cleaving in two the spider lunging at him. This action seemed to anger the remaining spiders. They began to hiss and growl. Then all at once surged forward to swarm him from all directions. Next, after opening his eyes again, Cheol found himself lying on a soft pile of silk. He wondered, is this inside a human-faced spider cocoon? If so, then the plan worked. My stomach feels queasy from the poison, but this isn't so bad. First I need to use invisibility technique to extinguish my aura. Thinking that, he used the invisibility technique to envelop his body in a veil of blue energy, and simultaneously transformed his weapon into a short sword. Then, using that short sword, Cheol cut away all the silk wrapped around him and calculated his next steps. If this is their nest, the larvae should be concentrated here. Saying that, he used the short sword to cut a large tear in the top of the cocoon. Cheol looked out and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? No way, that's just what they caught today. They should have eaten all that long ago, so why? Cheol frowned, looking around to answer his question. And his face went pale when he saw, not far away, a huge cocoon suspended in the air by countless threads. Beneath it were countless giant spiders, as if guarding that cocoon. Then the cocoon began vibrating non-stop, as if whatever was inside wanted to break free. At the same moment, Cheol suddenly felt a vibration inside his own body, thinking, is the dark chi resonating with it? Before Cheol could think further, the giant cocoon began to be torn apart. From inside, a massive leg poked out, followed by a hand that looked like a human hand. Finally, the creature's form was fully revealed. It was a giant spider with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a seductive woman, 6 eyes on her face. This was a grade 5 monster, the human-faced spider queen. "Children, you're hungry, aren't you?" she said. Meanwhile, at the sight of the monster, Cheol immediately held his breath and analyzed silently, a grade 5 dungeon monster that can use human language? No, it hasn't spoken. Then could the dark chi be reading this monster's mind? Up ahead, as if it had detected something, the spider queen suddenly launched an attack. She lunged forward and used one of her razor-sharp legs to strike straight at Cheol's cocoon, sending his body flying to the ground. There's no time to maintain the invisibility technique anymore, he thought. The Spider Queen glared at him with murderous intent and asked, "What are you?" "The thing that awakened me is inside you." "Why does a human have that?" "That thing is my Ellera, give it to me." As she spoke, she activated an ability that sent a purple sonic wave from her mouth. It was the skill Panic, like the one from the giant turtle Cheol had faced before. Cheol recognized this, but he felt not an ounce of fear, a terrifying pressure only a high-level predator can produce, but unfortunately it won't work on me. He muttered inwardly. Thanks to the dark chi, that pressure was neutralized. Which startled the Spider Queen into asking, "You dare resist my magic? Insolent wretch." As soon as she finished speaking, from a section of the forest not far away, a plume of black smoke suddenly rose. And then a horrific explosion ripped through the area, blowing everything nearby apart. Seeing the scene not far off, the Spider Queen's face went blank. My forest, my forest. What have you done?" she screamed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Cheol smiled as the plan unfolded exactly as he had predicted. He explained aloud, that was a weapon called explosive spectral rounds. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty of combustible material. I just detonated them on my signal. Nearby, Kim Han's team contacted Cheol via earpiece. Group 1, move out. We'll reach their nest in at most 30 minutes. At the same time, Instructor Young Ho, watching through the monitors, urgently reported, "This is base camp, young master, I've detected a grade 5 mana source in their nest." Before he could finish, Cheol cut in, "I'm fine. Make sure you support the trainees first." Back in the spider lair, the queen began to lose her mind. She ground her teeth and ordered her minions, "Move, quick. Defend my forest." Then she turned to stare at the protagonist and snarled. "I will personally crush you, arrogant brat. You think you can defeat me alone? Do you truly believe your comrades heading to my nest will make it here in time? You can do nothing to me." The protagonist responded with a derisive laugh. "You're the one underestimating me." As he spoke, Cheol wrapped his body in a golden aura. Cut to the trainees. While moving, Inha also ordered, "Everyone, keep firing the explosive rounds to attract the human-faced spiders. Group 1, push straight into the nest to support the young master and open a retreat path." Hearing this, Bozong, running beside them, asked, "Wait. There are unknown variables in the nest, are we just going in like that?" Inha replied, "This is the young master's order. We follow the plan." Saying that, Inha couldn't hide his worried expression and silently prayed, "Young master, please hold on a little longer." Back in the spider lair, the cave began to tremble incessantly. Fragments of rock kept falling down from the impact of the Spider Queen's attacks. However, she showed not the slightest trace of satisfaction. "Why? Why aren't you dead yet? How are you still standing there? Those eyes, what exactly are you seeing?" she shouted as she watched all her attacks have no effect on Cheol. All of this was thanks to a skill the protagonist possessed called Demon Eye. He thought to himself, hidden things, invisible flows of power, an eye that can see through them, that's the Demon Eye. With it I can read the currents of mana and dodge lethal strikes. But the power gap is too great, so I can't avoid everything completely. Luckily, this Spider Queen has just hatched and can't fully control her body yet. I only have one chance. Thinking that, Cheol used a healing potion on his wounds. Then he switched his sword into a longsword form. Next, he began using the martial arts steel chi technique, Thunderstorm Strike, causing the entire blade to be enveloped in a flow of black lightning. Without hesitation, Cheol lunged forward and swung his sword, releasing a crescent-shaped blade that shot straight at the Spider Queen. As a result, a catastrophic explosion erupted inside the vast cave. The Spider Queen herself, unable to evade in time, suffered a massive wound. One of her front legs was also blown off. Even so, that still wasn't enough for the protagonist. Damn it! The wound's too shallow. As expected, cutting through that thick skin with a single strike is too difficult. Thinking that, Cheol stared at the massive spider before him as it screamed in agony. It hurts so much. I will make you my subordinate, pull the thing inside you out, then heal myself. After that, you will endure endless pain. With that, she raised both hands forward and unleashed beams of light. Not knowing what that skill was, Cheol did his best to dodge. Unfortunately, there were too many silk threads. In the chaos, a strand of silk caught on him. Immediately, a voice rang in his head, "Submit." With that voice came a terrible headache, and Cheol couldn't help but scream in agony. Seeing that, the Spider Queen laughed triumphantly, "Haha, that arrogant face." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this? You. The Spider Queen stammered and tried to lunge forward, as if to attack Cheol. Seeing that, instead of fleeing, Cheol stood his ground and muttered, "You should be careful. Insects are naturally weak to fire." No sooner had he spoken than a huge explosion occurred beside the Spider Queen, officially sending her to the afterlife. And the ones who had just helped Cheol were, of course, the trainees who had just arrived. Seeing their young master safe, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Han said, "Sorry, we were delayed clearing the way." Hearing that, Cheol also sighed and scolded, "When we get back, I'll give you special training." Kim Han turned pale at the punishment and complained, "Oh man, even now you can say that?" "Alright, let's get out of this nest quickly," Cheol declared. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the adjudicator's room where they were grading the team's exam. Inside, murmurs began to ripple. Team 5 from the first year is overdue. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. Are they ditching the mission like Team 4? Understandable, it's a special level 6 dungeon, and there was an anomaly. At that moment, Instructor Young-ho opened the door and stepped in, announcing, "Sorry I'm late, many were injured so I had to take them to the hospital first. Now I'll report the situation." As he spoke, he pressed a control and an image of the human-faced spiders appeared on the screen. He continued slowly, Team 5's mission was to record the movements of the adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the operation we discovered an anomaly and prioritized information gathering. Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 explosive spectral rounds. At this, a man below interrupted, Wait. Did I hear that wrong? You used firepower?" Young-ho nodded in acknowledgement, "Yes, exactly. Additionally, we used 52 rounds during engagement with the monsters, so the total was 184 rounds. Hearing this, the black-haired man could no longer hide his anger. He slapped the table and demanded, "Are you planning to level that dungeon? The original mission was only to film the dungeon. Don't tell me you blew it up and call that a success." Young-ho stammered in response, "The mission was completed accurately." "Then where's the footage? Play it now." Someone shouted. Before Young-ho could answer, the door opened once more. The person who entered was Cheol. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "The equipment broke so it took time to restore it, but here's the video," and Cheol handed his badge on his chest to Instructor Young-ho. Behind him, Seo Hyun quietly whispered, "This lunatic, blowing up a dungeon, is that normal? Also, don't you prefer to capture them alive?" To that, Cheol replied, "If you want footage, this is the most reliable way." Soon after, Cheol's video was played for everyone to watch. After viewing it, the group fell silent. The black-haired man rubbed his face and said, bewildered, "Unbelievable, the report matches the footage exactly. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing a gasoline can into a burning house. Do you think this was a reasonable plan?" He looked toward the protagonist as he spoke. Cheol replied confidently, "I chose the option with the highest chance of success. With a standard plan mission. Do you think the trainees could have succeeded? I deployed every measure to complete the mission rather than fail or abandon it. The Lee family only looks at results, nothing else." The protagonist's words caused the black-haired instructor's eyes to narrow as he thought to himself, "Not an accident after all? It looks like a variable, but in fact it was planned. That fourth one trusted his plan absolutely, didn't he?" The other examiners in the room turned to each other and murmured non-stop. The young master's plan was too radical to be used as an example. It's hard to grade. But since the mission was completed with no fatalities, you could say they earned a perfect score on this assessment. Team 5 is the only team with a perfect score. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the Lee family head's office. At that moment, Butler Choi was reporting the test results: 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many with minor injuries. The contracts include clauses on identity transfer, so there are no special issues. Hearing this, Tae-shin nodded, seeming not very surprised. Then he asked, what support measures will be provided for the casualties from this assessment? Choi answered, we will cover all medical costs for the seriously wounded. For those with irreversible aftereffects. That's settled. Continue reporting progress, you've worked hard, Tae-shin said as he quickly flipped through the report to review it. Meanwhile, Butler Choi pressed a control button to play the video and continued his report. Yes, understood. These are the materials related to each dungeon reported this time. Turning back to Tae-shin's perspective, as he watched the footage he remarked, indeed, there has been an impact. The human-faced spider forest was originally located in a dangerous area. Yes, it's on the northern edge of Gangwon province, Butler Choi chimed in. Ahead, the screen showed the scene where the Spider Queen ordered her brood to attack the protagonist. However, the image quality was terrible. So short, Tae-shin complained. Meanwhile, Butler Choi shrugged and replied, according to the report, the recovered footage only came through this far. It also looks like it's been heavily edited. At that remark, Tae-shin's motion suddenly paused for a beat. He raised the teacup in his hand and said with pleasure. Truly an interesting child, don't you think so? On this side, Butler Choi offered a sincere observation, overcoming harsh missions through sheer will is admirable. I only worry that he might be neglecting basic tactics and strategy. Unexpectedly, his offhand comment received Tae-shin's agreement, you think so too? And breaking the rules like that simply shows the kid's boldness. Because he understands the rules, he knows how to apply unconventional moves. That not only the trainees but even the instructors followed the plan without objection is proof of the youngest's leadership. In fact, no information about the operation was leaked and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this assessment, increase both the frequency and difficulty of the overall evaluations. Yes, I will handle that, Choi said, bowing his head. As for Tae-shin, he began to harbor boundless expectations for his son. Looks like from now on, the others will start paying more attention to the youngest, he whispered. Time passed quickly. A few months later, the scene shifted to the specialized training ground for fifth-year trainees. At that moment, Kim Han held up his hands and complained, young master, you know we finished our final assessment yesterday, right? Hearing that, Cheol looked puzzled and asked back, huh? That's why I let everyone rest yesterday. Seeing his expression, Kim Han could only sigh, never mind. It's nothing. Next, Instructor Young-ho gathered everyone and announced, although this was the final assessment of the year and I'm sure you want a break, don't forget the promotion exam is coming. I don't want to see anyone in my class held back, understood? In response, the whole group of trainees shouted in unison, yes, we understand. Turning back to Cheol, as if remembering something, he teased his subordinate, Kim Han, I noticed during the last assessment you seemed to run out of mana, right? Today you need to memorize all those incantations. Alright, start with physical training first. With that, the group threw themselves into training. Watching their spirit now, Cheol felt a bit pleased, they've toughened up. Not just their bodies but their minds too. They no longer collapse from shortcomings, they've learned how to make up for them. It's been almost a full year since starting life as trainees. Except for those forced to drop out at the start, no one has been expelled or killed. Thinking that, Instructor Young-ho suddenly approached Cheol, so you're here, young master. Hearing this, Cheol looked surprised and asked, what's going on? In reply, Young-ho reminded him, the instructors have an announcement about the promotion exam that needs to be conveyed. Alright, I'll go immediately. Cheol nodded and quickly ran to the assembly room. Not long after, as he had just stepped into the room, Seo Hyun waved and called to him, over here, over here. Sit down, I have something to tell you. She said as she patted the seat beside her. After waiting for Cheol to sit, she glanced at him and said softly, you did pretty well on this assessment, didn't you? But I heard Class 1 did excellent too. Cheol's response gave Seo Hyun an opportunity to boast confidently, ahem, yes, right? No, that's not important. She said, shaking her head repeatedly to dispel the fanciful thought. Then she lowered her voice. And whispered, hey, from this promotion exam you're going to have some trouble. sixth sister and seventh brother were recently summoned by mother. After that there were rumors that the two of them have been going around meeting trainees. How could Cheol not guess Madame Baek Wayan's intention? Still, he showed no worry at all. Instead, he gave a faint laugh. What? They're going to play tricks in the promotion exam? Hearing that, Seo Hyun, annoyed that Cheol remained unconcerned, repeated sharply, getting eliminated is obvious, but the scary part is not knowing what schemes they'll pull. You probably don't care because you're odd and fearless. Sixth sister and seventh brother are both extremely terrifying, you know. Cheol crossed his arms and scolded the girl, if you're warning me now it's too late. Those kinds of trouble started after the midterm assessment anyway. Saying that, Cheol stroked his chin and considered the situation. Every assessment there's been distribution of poor gear or deliberate omission of training content to discriminate. Lately I've even heard someone tried to approach Bo Zong. Unaware of these thoughts in Cheol's mind, Seo Hyun clenched her fist and declared, I've already warned the kids in my class. This time I will compete fairly with you and win. I'll take first place so you'll have to call me sis. She said this with blazing spirit, which left Cheol puzzled as to why she liked competing with him so much. Why are you obsessed with that form of address? Cheol murmured. Then the instructor entered the classroom and asked aloud, is everyone assembled? As of today, this quarter's assessments are officially concluded. Now I will announce the content and schedule related to this cohort's promotion exam. As you all know, promotion results will be determined by adding points from yearly assessment performance and the promotion exam results. This promotion exam will be held at Gate Y7, about 3 kilometers north of Keesong. Hearing the test location, Cheol brightened with a bit of surprise. A gate? I guess this promotion exam would be unusual, but I didn't expect it to be inside an otherworldly gate. Above, the instructor continued his presentation. He took out a token and said, inside the gate there will be nameplates labeled Sungmu. Each trainee will also possess a nameplate. If it's stolen you will be treated as having forfeited and must leave. Aside from that, there are no rules. Collect as many nameplates as you can. This promotion exam isn't a straightforward test of combat ability. It should be called a contest for possessions. Turning back to Cheol's perspective, with his big brain he quickly discerned the exam's true nature, so that's how they plan to play it? Collect nameplates, seize them, and survive. If your nameplate is taken you're considered disqualified. The number of nameplates will determine promotion points, so the rules are very simple. The so-called death penalty is actually a trap. Even if a nameplate is stolen, outsiders can't know what happened. Therefore, as long as you take someone's nameplate or find hidden plates, there's no problem. Additionally, this is an individual contest that second-year trainees will also participate in. Clearly some power has meddled in this matter. The promotion exam takes place inside an otherworldly gate, completely separated from the outside world. For a despised illegitimate child, whatever happens will leave no evidence. This is an opportunity not to be missed, right? But that goes both ways. Thinking this, Cheol began to grin slyly, causing Seo Hyun beside him to look at him with a mix of admiration and concern. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to a study. Inside, a girl was whistling and humming happily when suddenly a voice cut in, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The voice belonged to Lee Jae-hak, the seventh young master of the Lee family. The girl replied, "Watching my cute little brother work until his eyes bug out from the content." This girl was Lee Seol-ah, the sixth miss of the Lee family. Seeing that, Jae-hak swore at her, "You crazy." Which drew a little complaint from his sister. Do you just blabber at your sister like that for nothing? But anyway, compared to you, eighth sister really is cuter. With her personality and behavior like a rabbit, I just want to strangle her once. As she spoke, she pulled out a dagger and licked her lips in a frightening way. Then, pausing for a beat, she asked Jae-hak, "So, what do you think?" "About what?" Jae-hak answered without taking his eyes off his laptop. "The matter at hand?" "It's mother's order," Seol-ah reminded him. Jae-hak responded with an exasperated sigh, "I just think it's time to get a clear handle on the situation once and for all." Seol-ah began twirling her dagger and voiced her thoughts, "It disgusts me. An illegitimate child dares to wear the main family's nameplate. And on top of that struts around clueless about his place. So, as an elder, I will personally teach him a lesson." And he even brings along a weak big brother like Do at his back. We need to teach that bastard his place. Saying that, she gripped the dagger and drove it deep into the underside of the table. Time passed quickly. Now, the final promotion exam finally began. This exam determines which trainees move up to the next year, and this time it's a scramble for badges inside a secured gate. At that moment, Kim Han looked at the two stoic men ahead and then whispered to the protagonist, "This secret facility is secured this tightly?" Hearing that, Cheol calmly replied, "Probably to reassure civilians, or maybe as a safety measure since experimental research is conducted here." On that note, Cheol's brow furrowed slightly in curiosity, "But there are fewer staff than I expected. Do they think we won't notice so they act brazenly, or are the trainees only capable of so much? But either way, it doesn't really matter." With that thought, Cheol turned and addressed all the trainees behind him, "So, is everyone ready?" From the back, the group shouted in unison, "Yes, we are." Hearing that, Cheol nodded, "All right, then let's go." Saying that, Cheol led the trainees and quickly stepped into the gate. Back with the Lee siblings, Seol was happily snacking on some pastries and praised, "Jae-hack, this office has so many delicious sweets." Behind her, Jae-hack, focused on his work, sighed reproachfully, "Those are for guests, don't overeat." Seol shrugged, unconcerned, "No, it's fine. Hey, any word yet? I'm busy and had to come here in person." Hearing that, Jae-hack finally looked up and answered, "The instructors just reported that the second-year trainees have also entered." Upon hearing this, Seol's face lit up with delight and anticipation. "Just thinking about those illegitimate brats and trash crawling around gets me excited. Mother said if we do well on this we'll get a reward, right? I should write down what I want in advance." Shifting to Jae-hack's point of view, unlike his confident sister, unease began to creep into him. But will everything go smoothly? Even though I believe it will follow the plan. At that moment, Jae-hack recalled what his eldest brother, Myong-young, had warned him before, "Be careful, little brother. The youngest isn't someone you can deal with easily. Be cautious." Recently, his eldest said that when he came to see him. At the time he laughed it off, but the words still smolder in his mind. Thinking that, Jae-hack's phone suddenly started ringing. Seol, who had been lounging on the couch, jumped up and asked hurriedly, "What is it? Are they done?" Without answering, Jae-hack only tightened his eyes and stared at the screen in silence. Annoyed, Seol snatched the phone and checked it herself. Just a few seconds later, her voice turned frantic, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. 21 killed, 15 retreated, the entire first-year class 5 survived? What, impossible? Are you telling me that even combined they couldn't beat a single illegitimate brat? At that, Seol clenched her fist in such anger that the phone in her palm shattered. As for Jae-hack, he finally understood what his eldest brother's warning had meant. He thought to himself, "We lost, completely, against the youngest, Lee Cheol." Cut to inside the gate, where two trainees were desperately running for their lives. The brown-haired one kept cursing, damn it, damn it. He's just some illegitimate brat from class 5. In reply, the black-haired one shouted, "Shut up and run. If we hide in that cave, not even that bastard will find us." They bolted at full speed until they managed to slip into a cave, where they could finally stop to catch their breath and peer out. "Did we shake him off?" the black-haired one asked. Then, as if answering, a sword suddenly shot through the air from afar, plunging into the ground and causing large cracks, and while the two were still panicking, Cheol suddenly appeared. He grabbed the black-haired man's arm, twisted it backward, and made him scream in agony. Meanwhile, Cheol smiled at the brown-haired trainee and taunted, "I'm Lee Cheol. You hid well, took me a while to find you." The brown-haired man, terrified, collapsed to the ground and stammered as he backed away, "Get away. I said get away. Just because you're from the main line doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Why are you torturing us?" In response, Cheol stepped closer, seized his collar, and made him understand, "Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If you point a sword at someone from the main line, wouldn't that person have to pay the price?" As he spoke, Cheol slowly raised his own sword. A blood-curdling scream erupted from inside the cave. Time passed quickly, and In-ha ran up to Cheol to report, "Young master, our side is finished here." Cheol nodded and replied, "Good. If you're done, let's move. We still haven't dealt with all the pursuers. Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han's group right away, In-ha answered. Then Cheol said he would move alone and instructed In-ha, make sure you take care of everyone on your list and keep collecting more plates. Hearing the order, In-ha hurried off, watching his back disappear. Cheol stretched irritably and considered the situation. The most important thing in this promotion exam is how many plates we can collect. Stealing nameplates from other trainees was inefficient, which led him to a hypothesis: could badges be found using the demon eye? When Cheol activated his demon eye, countless strands of golden energy appeared in his vision. One of those strands stretched toward a nearby rock face. Seeing it, Cheol smirked, found it. With that thought, Cheol quickly sprinted up the cliff. And sure enough, I found a badge there. Cheol couldn't hide his delight. This will do. This was worth doing. Great, I can use this chance to train my control as well. Now Cheol stared blankly into the bag holding countless badges. Phew, this is. I can't believe I collected this many. No wonder the bag felt kind of lightheaded. But more importantly, I can't train my demon eye any further. From a distance, a series of loud explosions began to ring out. That left him a bit disappointed. Because the exam was about to end, battles had been raging continuously since sunrise. And honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll just get more annoying. At that moment, Seo Hyun descended from above and landed right in front of Cheol. Finally found you, Lee Cheol. Her voice was full of joy. But when she looked at his face, she curiously asked, what's wrong? Not surprised? Cheol shrugged, I knew you'd chase me. Then why didn't you stop? Seo Hyun asked. I'm stopping now, aren't I? Cheol said with a smile. Seo Hyun wasted no time on small talk and got to the point. So you think you're good? No more words. Let's have a match. She said this while tying her hair back and reaching out to provoke him. A fair fight to see who's on top, you in? If I win you have to call me sister, got it? Hearing that, Cheol seemed a bit intrigued and asked, and if I win? On the other side, Seo Hyun spoke in an unusually sweet tone, if you win, I'll call you brother. For Cheol, Seo Hyun's oddly sweet voice made the hairs on his arms stand up. Instinctively, Cheol hugged himself and looked at Seo Hyun with embarrassment. If you're going for psychological warfare, it's pretty effective. Cheol's remark made the swordswoman flush and shout, shut up. Talk less. Come on, Lee Cheol. With that, the two gripped their swords and charged at each other. The battle officially began. Time passed quickly, and the promotion exam ended. With stricter evaluation standards, this term's exam featured not one but two direct line main family members participating, so it became a major topic among everyone. In a corner of the arena, some anonymous trainees sat and whispered, of course the 8th Miss will take first place, right? Even second-year fighters are participating. Can the first-year trainees hold their ground? Someone fretted. In another corner, some people covered their mouths and whispered, you mean those people? Yeah, those. The youngest illegitimate child and the first-year Class 5 trainee. Cut to the Class 5 arena, where instructor Young-ho stepped forward to congratulate the protagonist. Congratulations, young Master Lee Cheol. You scored the highest. Saying so, he handed the protagonist a certificate. Cheol reached out to accept it and shook his head, thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect to get first place. He smiled, thought to himself, and recalled his duel with Seo Hyun earlier. They couldn't show too much favoritism. Maybe Lee Seo Hyun performed better in the exam, but in the end I took all her nameplates. Unaware of Cheol's inner thoughts, Young-ho continued praising him, keep calm. You achieved the highest score among all the cadets. That's an achievement to be proud of. Cheol nodded in reply, my wet nurse will be glad too. Thank you for the congratulations. With that, Cheol quickly left the arena, and the other trainees took the chance to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, young master. Well done. From above, Young-ho didn't let his duties lapse and called the next trainee, all right. Next, Cadet Choi In-ha, step forward. Hearing this, In-ha, who had repeated the first year for 2 years, hurriedly stepped forward. Congratulations on your promotion. Young-ho smiled as he handed him the certificate. Finally, In-ha was promoted. He ranked 13th in this exam. Staring at the certificate in his hands, In-ha trembled all over. Thank you. His voice was full of emotion. From behind, Cheol teased without restraint, don't let it go to your head, Choi In-ha. This is a proud moment, but resting on your laurels changes nothing. Hearing the jab, In-ha sighed, yes, young master. Paying them no mind, instructor Young-ho continued calling names. Next, Cadet Kim Bo-zong. Congratulations on your promotion. Bo-zong placed 24th in this exam. Kim Han, promoted in your first year. That's commendable effort. Congratulations. Young-ho said with a smile. But Kim Han, looking at his ranking, felt no joy at all. He thought to himself, an unimpressive rank. Honestly, I'm disappointed. Okay, this is only the beginning. I will become strong like the young master. I have to try harder. I've decided to change myself so I won't be a burden to him. Or live a half-hearted life anymore. From now on, I won't lose. This was the thought shared by the whole group of students as they all looked toward Cheol's back with determined eyes. From Cheol's perspective, the fact that no one in the class had to repeat a year was enough to make him smile with satisfaction. So it's over? Now I don't have to worry anymore. Thinking that, Cheol turned to the group of trainees and said, you all worked very hard. Everyone passed. I had planned to personally retrain anyone who failed. What a pity. Second year will be even harsher. There will be many who'll want to tear you apart. But I believe you can manage on your own, right? In response, the trainees shouted in unison, yes. With that, Cheol clenched his fist and shouted. Raise your voices. You can do it. Time passed quickly, and Cheol and Seo Hyun dressed up to go meet their father, summoned for some matter. At the same time, Seo Hyun's face soured as she thought about having lost to Cheol. Hey! I won't accept this. The protagonist responded with a tired sigh, what is it this time that you won't accept? Hearing that, Seo Hyun puffed up like a little cat, if not for the promotion exam I would have placed first. You played dirty. Hitting me wasn't enough, you took my nameplates too. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to collect those from you? TCH. If I'd had the normal Na sword with me then. Seo Hyun said, pouting with regret. Cheol admitted her strength inwardly, true. I thought it would be an easy win, but it ended up taking over an hour. Lee Seo Hyun is stronger than I thought. She hasn't even released her sword chi or mastered her skills yet. If she's already this capable, I really don't want to imagine what's next. Unaware of Cheol's assessment of her, Seo Hyun, after venting a bit of her frustration, cleared her throat a few times and said, but if you made a promise, you have to keep it. Beside her, Cheol cast a curious look and asked, why are you suddenly saying that? Seo Hyun shrugged and replied, about how we address each other. We bet on it, remember? You planning to say it now? Before she could say another word, Cheol suddenly put a hand over her mouth and glared at her warningly. One more word and we'll duel to the death. Seeing Cheol's fierce look, Seo Hyun blinked in surprise and answered, alright, I get it. Is it that annoying? Stop the nonsense. Let's go. We're running late. Cheol urged, which made the swordswoman startle as she remembered they still had to meet Uncle Tae-shin. She hurriedly said, right. Let's go. With that, the two of them increased their pace. Until they reached the family head study. The moment they stepped inside, they bowed and said, greetings, father. Hearing that, Tae-shin turned around and nodded, come in. Tae-shin then poured each of his children a cup of tea. And began, I hear you've completed the first-year cadet training. What did each of you see and feel? Hearing the question, Seo Hyun hesitated and turned to look at Cheol, making him tense and think to himself, what is it? Why is she looking at me? From Seo Hyun's perspective, seeing that Cheol had no intention of answering first, she shouted, I saw the true face of the family. Her answer made Cheol cough violently, spraying tea everywhere. Tae-shin, mildly amused, asked, what do you mean by true face? In response, Seo Hyun said, I understand rivalry born of competition, but some things happen that I truly cannot accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword, from my own strength. Hearing this, Taishin nodded, relatively pleased. Fairness and honor, huh? Not bad. He silently assessed his daughter, so that's why the sword chose you before. You were always cautious and shy. But the one who brought about this change must be the youngest. He thought as he watched the protagonist and asked, now, Cheol, what did you feel? Cheol's expression turned serious. After a few seconds of thought, he said, I feel ashamed. The Cadet Corps are the foundation of our clan's warriors, but the current Cadet Corps is rotten. Hearing this, Taishin's gaze shifted. His demeanor grew more serious as he asked, how so? Cheol replied firmly, they don't fight. They may be weak, they may lose, but those who give up fighting don't deserve to be counted among the elite of the Lee martial clan. And I've seen too many cadets like that. The problem lies with the instructor's abilities, or with their training methods. Cheol said, recalling what he had experienced in Class 5. How presumptuous. Taishin murmured, but a smile spread across his face. This left both Cheol and Seo Hyun stunned. They wondered if they had misread him. Unaware of their thoughts, Taishin admonished, it's admirable that, as students, you formed your own ideological foundation. But always be cautious. Once you fall into the swamp of bias, it's very hard to climb out. The family head's words made Seo Hyun's face light up, and Cheol couldn't help but feel surprised inwardly. I didn't expect father to give us advice personally. He murmured, then quickly replied, thank you, father. I will remember that. Turning back to Taishin, the older man moved on to the real reason he had summoned his two children here. Of course he wouldn't just offer a few meaningless compliments. I've heard about what you've done over the past year. The tests this year may differ in form from a typical warrior's duties, but in essence they were the same. You recognized they were trials I arranged, and you dutifully completed your missions. The reason I summoned you today is to reward the tasks you've accomplished. For Cheol, the reward falling out of the sky made him slightly suspicious. Father has always been strict with rewards and punishments. Yet he's rewarding this? There must be a reason. Unlike him, Seo Hyun didn't speculate much. Right then she raised her hand and said, in that case, I want a masterpiece-grade chest plate. Dragon-scale armor, father. In response, head of House Taishin agreed, very well. I'll notify the armory in advance. Come by tomorrow to collect it. Yes. Thank you, father. Seo Hyun replied happily. Then Taishin turned his gaze to ask Cheol. So then, my son. What do you want? For his request, Cheol, as if already decided, spoke immediately. I want permission to enter Mount Tianwei. He had no idea what that mountain was truly like. But the moment he said it, even Taishin and his daughter couldn't hide their surprise. They widened their eyes at Cheol. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Cheol's private room. It seemed his father had consented to let him go to Mount Tianwei, so now he was checking his gear before departure. Herb encyclopedia, iron pot, medical kit too. Perfect. Looks like I've packed everything I need. Because Mount Tianwei is a sacred mountain, not only herbs but spirit medicines also flourish there. My potion crafting in Jia is still unfinished, but this time I'll make it properly. Thinking that, Cheol couldn't help being surprised by his father's decision. I can't believe father actually let me go to Mount Tianwei. Thanks to that, I'll be able to enter the warrior trial earlier. Speaking of the warrior trial, it's the final exam for the children of the Lee clan to be recognized as warriors. Mount Tianwei is a place they must visit before taking that exam. Besides, I've always wanted to go to Mount Tianwei someday. As he thought this, Cheol glanced at the black sword placed nearby. It seemed there was some connection between the mountain and that blade. Suddenly, a knock sounded outside, pulling Cheol out of his thoughts. He called, "Come in." Hearing that, the person outside entered, none other than the woman Gawa. Stepping into the room, she hesitated and said, "Young master, you have a letter." "It's an invitation from the 7th young master." Her word surprised Cheol a little. He then hurried to meet his older brother. This time, when Jae-hak saw Cheol again, the hypocritical man welcomed him warmly. "Long time no see. Since we last met at the Chuseok ceremony, right?" Hearing that, Cheol smiled and replied, "So you still remember?" Jae-hak shook his head slightly and said, I'm not so absent-minded that I'd forget something like that. From Cheol's perspective, just watching Jae-hak's natural demeanor made him respect him a bit more. He's truly hard to deal with. Conversing like brothers, pouring tea himself, even sitting so naturally. It's easier to handle a brazen face than unpredictable kindness. He thought to himself. Meanwhile, after pouring the tea, Jae-hak invited him, try it. My only pleasure is the way of tea. The flavor isn't bad. Cheol quickly reached for the cup and nodded, thank you, brother. Do you always personally serve your guests like this? Jae-hak replied with a smiling face, it depends on who they are. This tea is from an overseas plantation I visited 2 years ago. As Cheol sipped his tea, he focused on thinking, guessing why this annoying fellow had summoned him. Teas poured and yet we're not rushing into business. This leisurely pace doesn't fit my brother's position at all. He sure knows how to manage the situation. I'm not some pathetic weakling. Enough of the circling around. Thinking that, as if reading Cheol's thoughts, Jae-hak went straight to the point, the reason I called you here is about the recent promotion exam. Thinking that, as if reading Cheol's thoughts, Jae-hak went straight to the point, the reason I called you here is about the recent promotion exam. Cheol's remark didn't much surprise Jae-hak. He began to explain his side, what happened wasn't solely my decision. Blah blah. Ignoring those words, our protagonist, having guessed his intention, offered a faint smile, so that's what you wanted? Lee Jae-hak, famed more for politics, administration, and commerce than for martial skill, was cunning. He was excellent at avoiding creating enemies. People called him the Golden Sword. So he didn't want to become your enemy, right? Unaware of Cheol's thoughts, the bespectacled man kept babbling, even so, I'm at fault. If you want, I'll apologize. Before he could finish, our protagonist waved him off and smiled as if nothing had happened, no need for that. These things happen often in future exams anyway. You're not telling me you did this only because of Madame Baek Wayan, are you? At that, Cheol's gaze sharpened. At his words, Jae-hak's tone shifted slightly. He asked, the exam? Do you see me as your enemy? Cheol answered bluntly, touching my people and openly plotting against me can only mean you're an enemy. From Jae-hak's perspective, seeing the protagonist's clear stance, he began turning over endless plans in his mind. What should I do? Should I eliminate him now to prevent trouble later? Or? Then, as if considering future costs, Jae-hak sighed, resigned, and asked, what do you want me to do? Cheol said to him, show a bit of sincerity. But it's not you who'll suffer this time, it's me. His voice was supremely confident, as if he had Jae-hak in his pocket, which annoyed him inwardly, arrogant brat. Refuse an apology and demand compensation? Still, I like that. With that thought, he reached forward and offered the protagonist a proposal, fine. I'll bring the best spirit herbs for Class 5 students. I'll also give you a suitable reward. Only when he heard this did Cheol feel satisfied. He clasped Jae-hak's hand and nodded, all right. If you've decided that, I won't bring this up again. Jae-hak smiled in reply, you're probably the brother who knows me best, haha. Really? I'm not so sure about that. Cheol murmured. Then, just as he was about to leave the room, the bespectacled man offered him a piece of advice. Let me give you one word of counsel. Be careful with Seol. She really doesn't like you, unlike I do. Cheol paid no mind to this warning, that doesn't matter. After all, next year I won't be here anyway. With that, Cheol quickly left the room. At the same time, in another scene, that crazy woman Seol was receiving a resounding slap from Madame Baek Wayan, who shouted, don't call me mother anymore. I didn't raise a failure like you. Her voice and gaze were icy, which terrified Seol. She hurriedly clutched at her dress and explained, Mother, please hear me out. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. Before she could finish, Jae-hong barked, shut up. Along with her words, a violent pressure slammed down on Seol, knocking her to the floor. But that wasn't all, reproachful voices continued to ring out, what you did was desertion. Truly a disgrace to the Lee lineage. If you were truly my child, I would never allow you to behave like this. The matron's words sent Seol into a trembling frenzy, her hands clenched so hard they left marks in the wooden floor. She screamed, even now, can't I atone for my sin? That bastard, can't I deal with him now? Across from her, Baek Wayan was utterly disappointed in Seol-ah. She calmly enlightened her daughter, you really know nothing. If it were possible, I wouldn't be so harsh with you. That mixed blood will be sent to Mount Tianwei for a year. Even if you could make up for today's failure, you wouldn't be able to then. You have smeared shame upon our direct line. If you show that pitiful face again, next time it won't be just a slap. With that, Madame Baek Wayan left the room coldly, leaving Seol-ah screaming in despair behind her. Outside, Jae-hak saw her leave and bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Then he cast his eyes into the room. Where Seol-ah had nearly gone mad, that mixed blood. I will do everything to bring him down. Seeing that, Jae-hak could only shake his head in private, mother is truly ruthless. Treated like this, Lee Seol-ah will only thirst for revenge. But now, between Lee Seol-ah and Lee Cheol, who will be more valuable? I look forward to the future, to the day that child returns after a year. Back with Cheol, he was now on the carriage preparing to travel to Mount Tianwei. However, his expression wasn't good. Because the one accompanying him was Steward Choi, the householder's closest confidant. Up front, Steward Choi smiled and said, great. We're traveling the same route. Even if it's only for a few days, I'll take good care of you, young master. In the back, Cheol couldn't help furrowing his brow, muttering, why is Steward Choi here? Something's off. Worry was plain on his face. Seeing this, the old steward smiled faintly, his tone soothing, you needn't feel pressured. It's the season for ancestral grave tending before Lunar New Year, and I also have duties for the guardians at Mount Tianwei. I'm accompanying you only because the head ordered it. I see, Cheol nodded, saying it aloud but remaining full of doubt. Such a coincidence was far from believable. In his eyes, Steward Choi's aura seemed ordinary yet concealed a dangerous edge. A key figure in the clan, holding a position even more important than an elder, could such a person simply be accompanying him by chance? In this life or the last, this old man is definitely not to be taken lightly, Cheol thought, watching him warily. He cleared his throat, keeping his composure. I heard before entering Mount Tianwei you will stop by Mount Songwu. May I ask why you visit the ancestral tomb? Steward Choi glanced at him, his eyes seeming to read every thought. I wish to pay respects at the previous clan chief's tomb, since this is my first time leaving home. The greeting is necessary, he replied evenly but with meaning. Cheol nodded, smiling inwardly. A greeting? Sounds convincing. Even as an illegitimate son, he knew to keep up a filial image, especially before men like Steward Choi. Indeed, the young master is wise, the old man said with faint praise. Many elders will be pleased to see your reverence. A simple remark, but Cheol knew he had been read. This old man was not easy to deal with. The conversation dwindled, leaving only the steady hum of the carriage. After about an hour, the steward suddenly broke the silence. Young master, may I be so bold as to say something? Cheol raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Young master, do you like mountain climbing? The steward asked, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He answered honestly, I don't think I've ever truly climbed a mountain. I see, the steward nodded in a low voice. As for me, I quite enjoy climbing. Once I climbed an extremely treacherous mountain with no trail at all. I had to cut my own path. If you were in that situation, young master, what would you do? Cheol thought for a moment, then replied, would quietly look ahead and climb. That way I'd move faster and more accurately. The steward chuckled and took a sip from the glass in his hand. Indeed, then you would climb quickly. But then his voice suddenly turned serious. In reality it's not that simple. Sometimes you must look back, scan the sides, and observe the terrain to make sure you're on the right path. If you only stare forward, you can easily get lost and have to make a long detour. Cheol's heart quickened. This old man was talking about martial practice, not mountain climbing. After his regression, he still hadn't fully mastered his new power, yet he was already rushing off to chase other things. Steward Choi was clearly warning him, don't be so obsessed with the new that you forget to look back at the path you've taken. Thank you for your valuable advice, Cheol bowed, sincere. Consider it the nagging of an old man, the steward said with a light laugh, though his eyes remained as sharp as a blade. The carriage sped along the road toward Mount Tianwei. As they neared the northern area, traffic thinned and tall buildings gave way to low rolling hills. The carriage jolted over rough patches now and then, making the black knight sword at Cheol's side give off a dull metallic sound. 3 meters more, we must be close, he murmured, sensing the air grow oddly still, as if the whole world held its breath. When the carriage stopped near the mountain gate, Steward Choi suggested they both disembark. "Those who visit sacred ground must be vigilant against all impurity," he said, his voice low like a chant. "Behave with reverence and remain ever watchful, that is the old maxim of the mages." Cheol nodded but asked with curiosity, "Why may only direct descendants enter, yet you have that honor?" The steward answered curtly, "Because the previous clan chief granted permission." Without another word, he turned and asked, "I will clean his tomb." "Young master, where do you plan to go first?" Cheol glanced around and replied, "I want to go to the ancestral tablet's place." The two passed through the mountain gate together. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Cheol felt the air change, as if he'd stepped through an invisible barrier. This was no longer the ordinary world. He turned back to the steward and said, "I'll be going then." "Yes, young master. May you achieve what you seek." The steward bowed slightly, his face mysterious as if holding 1,000 secrets. Cheol began to climb the well-maintained trail. He could have used magic to fly straight to the summit, but he chose to walk. No rush. Everything in its time. After an unknown stretch, as the air thinned, he discovered a structure carved into the cliff, the Lee clan's ancestral tomb, hollowed deep into the rock like an ancient cavern. Along the walls were vivid carvings of warriors, as if recounting glorious battles. Deep inside, an old altar emerged, worn by time. Cheol lit incense and candles, placing offerings of wine and food on the altar. Descendant of the martial honoring Lee clan pays homage to the founding ancestor, he bowed several times with solemnity. Then he drew the Black Knight's sword and set it before the altar. "If I have been disrespectful by drawing my sword before the ancestor's tomb, I ask for forgiveness, for this step was arranged beforehand by that very person." In Cheol's mind, the Black Knight's sword was more than just a blade. He'd heard his elder brother say it was a family heirloom that held a great secret. He poured wine onto the sword's blade, and immediately the air trembled. Legend says the Black Knight's sword was sealed by 9 seals. To unlock it, you must pass the trials, prove you are the rightful owner, bearing Lee bloodline, and complete the naming ritual, a battle with oneself. Cheol had cleared these trials in his previous life, proving his worth. Now, when the wine touched the blade, the ancient runes on the sword flared brightly, then gradually faded. The ceremonial mirror on the altar flashed and emitted an unpleasant tone, as if pointing the way. "Mount Tianwei, the 4th seal is there." He knew the first 3 seals were relatively easy to break, but from the 4th seal onward, everything would become far more difficult. Mount Tianwei, the training ground for the Li heirs, famed for its dense mana and unique feng shui. As he and Steward Choi set foot at the mountain's base, the scent of mana flooded the air like a roaring river. "Quite an impressive mountain, isn't it?" the steward asked, a smile full of meaning. "Yes, it's completely different from Mount Songwu or Honglan Isle," Cheol replied, feeling the place's fierce vitality. "They say the Li founding ancestor recognized Mount Tianwei's energy and chose it to forge descendants," the steward said. "I'm sure you'll achieve the results you hope for, young master." At that moment, a loud shout rose from behind, mixed with barking dogs. "Damn stray dogs!" a hoarse voice called out, making Cheol start and turn around. Standing before him was a middle-aged man, dressed in climbing gear, his face flushed from drinking, clutching a bottle of banana liquor. He looked like an ordinary woodsman, yet his aura sent a chill down Cheol's spine. 7-star squad, surround him," the steward ordered, his voice tense. But before anyone could draw a blade, the man shot past like a gust of wind, leaving only blurred afterimages. "You grab iron and expect a fight?" He clicked his tongue, easily pinning each 7-star member to the ground. In an instant, the elite squad lay scattered, groaning in pain. Cheol stood frozen, daring not to move. What kind of monster was this? The man took a swig of liquor and glared at Steward Choi. "Hey, you ungrateful bastard. I told you to give notice at least a month in advance. If you come empty-handed, don't blame me." The steward sighed and tried to placate him. "Apologies for that, but you're overdoing it." "Overdoing it, my ass. Lately you people have guts, daring to talk back to me?" he bellowed, then turned to Cheol and raised an eyebrow. "You're the 9th born. Born that many?" The steward hurriedly introduced, "This is the guardian of Mount Tianwei, young master." Cheol swallowed, feeling as if he'd just come face to face with a monster in human guise. The guardian of Mount Tianwei? This old man was not simple at all. The mustached uncle also nudged his spectacles up to get a better look at Cheol, then exclaimed, "Is this him?" The one Taishin said was brought in from outside. Hearing that, Steward Choi nodded. Yes, that is former young master Lee Cheol, the one coming up the mountain this time. At the steward's words, Chaozen seemed mildly intrigued and asked, "You saw part of my technique already, didn't you?" The sudden question caught Cheol off guard. He hadn't expected Chawazin to notice, but he quickly nodded in admission. Yes, I've seen it. On this side, Chawazin stroked his chin and said, you carry some of Taishan's bearing, but your aura is a bit odd. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cheol's left eye shot with a sharp pain, causing him to cry out softly and clutch his eye. Seeing that, Chawazin quickly realized the issue and whispered, this kid also has strange eyes, Through Cheol's eyes, at that moment ribbons of golden energy were swirling all around him. Time quickly passed as the scene cut to Chawazin's house. Meanwhile, the burly uncle was happily drinking with no sign of stopping. Western liquor really is different. This woody aroma is strange, but it brings an indescribable delight on the tongue. I'm glad it suits your taste, Steward Choi smiled in reply. Cheol, staring at the number of wine jars on the table, felt a little shaken inside. I'm not well versed in alcohol, but I can tell this isn't cheap. Putting that aside, after he'd taken in enough alcohol, Chawazin moved into the matter at hand. Alright, then tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you here to train, those people must hate you, right? In response, Cheol explained, I came here completely of my own free will. His calm tone made the burly uncle laugh. Oh, is that so? Sounds like a kid caught up in death and destiny, he said, glancing aside as he spoke. Meanwhile, Cheol silently assessed Chawazin in front of him. The vision my demon I just saw, and the reputation of the mountain guardian I'd heard before my regression, he's a Dakibi. Dakibi can foresee the future with eyes full of stars. Among the things they read in fate are events already fixed and impossible to change. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, Chawazin exhaled a long breath of liquor and, with renewed interest, asked him, so what now? You've been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it? Before Cheol could answer, Steward Choi quietly reminded him via sound transmission technique, just so you know, he can hear everything you say now. Prompted, Cheol spoke his plans for the coming year. However, his words were concealed by the author. Time quickly moved to evening, and Steward Choi and Chawazin were having a private meeting. Chawazin's complaints continued to ring out. Damn it, I've seen some odd people before, but that kid, when I mentioned the training grounds, he charged straight for them. And you too. Wait until I finish dealing with those weaklings, then come along with them. Hearing this, Steward Choi nodded slightly in agreement. Thank you for allowing me to use the spirit water. From Chawazin's perspective, of course he wouldn't believe someone as important as Choi would escort Cheol here for no other purpose. He tossed the empty bottle behind him and asked bluntly, so why did you come here? You weren't just delivering liquor, were you? I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. At this, Steward Choi no longer hid his purpose and asked coldly, could it be that the mountain keeper read the omens, and the master sent me to ask? Immediately after the words, Chawazin's hand unconsciously tightened around his cup of wine. He spoke in a slightly drunken voice, omens, I've read them, but there's not much I can say. Before the chubby uncle could finish, Steward Choi nudged, surely a Dakibi who's just been treated to drink won't refuse to lend a hand? In reply, the uncle slammed the table in anger, old man, that's an apology gift. I brought over 10 jars of wine, Choi chuckled, leaving Chawazin to fume and grumble helplessly, goddamn, I knew this would happen. Then he let out a long sigh, his face suddenly growing more serious than ever, and said, there's still a long road ahead. The sex gate opened long ago and human power has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to be impatient, let things take their natural course. Across from him, Steward Choi received the reply and cheerfully answered, yes, I will pass this on to the head of the family. For some reason, Chawazin sounded a bit irked and grunted, TCH, if I had won that damned wrestling match back then, I wouldn't be tangled up in this mess. But still, it seems you like that beast-skinned kid, don't you? Aren't you worried? Upon hearing that, the old steward's expression grew solemn. He looked at the wine in his hand and shook his head. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the Lee family. On the other side, Chawazin shrugged and reminded him, you heard he wants to go there, didn't you? He's still just a rookie. Chawazin said as he poured himself a glass, as if providing a safety net for Cheol. Steward Choi also implored, Chawazin, just keep an eye on him once, you'll find it interesting. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a general training room. At that moment, waves rippled through the space. And then Cheol's figure appeared from the void. Every time I see this it amazes me. A hollow tree eye actually leads to the training grounds. Even the spot at Thorn Village yesterday had an entrance to a cave. So this is Dakibi magic? Honestly, I still feel like I'm missing something. From now on, I have 1 year. The arcane techniques I learned from Muji Eye and Mujin, the evil eye, intuition, and dark chi, I have to make them all my own. My goal is 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, I'll keep going until it is. Cheol said as he summoned his weapon to begin training. What he didn't know was that all his actions were being watched by Uncle Chawazin through a series of spells. Watching the protagonist's fervor, the old man scratched his belly and praised, "That kid is relentless. I've never seen anyone like him. He trains until his body falls apart, then recovers with spirit water, repeating it over and over. It sounds easy, but it's nothing less than self-torture. No wonder his fate is so bleak." Chawazin snapped his fingers to dispel the surveillance magic, then lay back, sighed deeply, and lamented Cheol's fate. He was destined to die young or live in misery. Yet now he's overturning that unchangeable fate and even suppressing his innate energy. A being without fate. When was the last time I met someone like that? Truly, blood doesn't lie. Your family is so strange even the heavens must be fed up. Chawazin said excitedly. Time sped by. 3 months later spring arrived, and Chawazin's complaints echoed everywhere. Damn it, that Choi said it would be interesting. But I'm bored out of my mind. I'm done, won't watch anymore. That kid only practices basics all day, where's the fun in that? Aside from asking permission to gather herbs, he barely speaks. He's probably not dead yet, right? At that moment, a shrill screech rang out, and Chawazin's expression changed. He sprang to his feet, focusing. That's the cry of a Baki spirit beast. Something has invaded Mount Star, but I set up barriers. This shouldn't be possible. Did some big shots from the main family mess things up when they brought food and wine here? To assess the situation, Chawazin used his magic, conjuring a mirror in front of him. From what appeared, a gray creature, adorable, was crying and running away, a glass jar clutched in its mouth. What startled Chawazin most was that Cheol was chasing that little beast. What the hell is this? What on earth is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat a spirit beast. Thinking this, and not wanting the spirit beast to lose any of its meat, Chawazin hurriedly opened the door and shouted, "Stop right now." He lunged toward Cheol, as fast as the wind, and immediately blocked his path. "Hey, you brat. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing?" Cheol, finding his path blocked, replied with an innocent look, "Mountain Keeper, long time no see, but could you please step aside?" Before Cheol could say another word, the pot-bellied uncle cursed at him and scolded him outright. "How dare you target the spirit beast right in front of me? In all my life I've never seen anyone like you." Hearing that, Cheol looked at the uncle with a puzzled expression and asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Wizen shouted, "The thing you chased with that killing aura is a spirit beast, the one called Baki." The more he heard, the more Cheol scratched his head in confusion. Why would I kill a spirit beast? At this, the uncle's face registered shock, as he looked at the protagonist's hoe and basket, and asked, "That hoe and that basket?" Before he could finish, Cheol saw the little creature trying to run away and moved to pursue it. But Wizen pulled him back. Hey, wait. Why on earth are you chasing a Baki?" With no time to explain, Cheol snapped, "That brat stole my secret medicine. Sorry, but I'll explain later." Then he swiftly passed the pot-bellied uncle like a gust of wind, leaving him unable to give chase. "Hey, you. Now that the spirit beast's escaped, how do you plan to find it?" No sooner had he said that than Wizen's expression changed, and he thought to himself, "That kid is running exactly toward where the Baki is hiding. Even if you can sense it nearby, it's hard to pinpoint precisely. Even though energy radiates from his feet and nose, the ground shows no damage. Was that kid always this fast? He hadn't looked away for more than 3 months. Could something have happened in that time?" He murmured. After that, Cheol turned back and explained everything, making the pot-bellied uncle cough awkwardly. "So while you were gathering the last ingredient for the medicinal brew, the Baki stole the secret potion and ran off, right?" Sorry," Cheol replied. His face darkened as he slowly listed each ingredient stolen from him, at least a 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng, falopia, He-shou wu, white lotus herb, longlin flower, the songrong mushroom, the cordyceps that grows from the corpse of a demon insect. "I worked hard to gather them all. That was the medicine I painstakingly brewed over 100 sleepless days, and now it's all ruined." The more he spoke, the more desperate Cheol's voice became. Seeing this, Wizen tried to comfort him but didn't know what to say. Cheol sighed heavily in despair and continued, "So one of the reasons I came to Tianwei Mountain has failed. That medicine was one of my most important goals." Hearing this, Wizen couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "I allowed you to gather it, so what if it was stolen?" Cheol slapped his hand as if remembering something. That's true. You did permit me, but in the end I still obtained it. If the mountain keepers in your domain can't maintain order, that's on me." His sharp words struck the uncle like a knife, flooding him with guilt. "Alright, fine. I'll compensate you, anything, I'll accept it all. The uncle declared, pounding his chest. At this, Cheol heard and broke into a sly grin, as if he'd achieved his aim. You just said you'd give me anything, didn't you? Conveniently, Mountain Keeper, there are 2 things I need you to do for me. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to inside the training room. At that moment, the silhouette of the Queen Spider also appeared before the protagonist. Seeing that, he took a deep breath to calm himself, then slowly wrapped his sword in his aura. In his mind, Cheol whispered, remember, when used repeatedly, it won't change from the first use. With that, he swung his sword forcefully forward, using a skill called Demon Flame Force, slicing out countless red energy slashes that shot forward at wind-tearing speed, instantly wrapping around the Queen Spider's legs, making her scream in fury. Taking advantage of this, Cheol began to use Rock Wind Force, causing his sword to be enveloped in a jade-green aura. Then he struck straight at the Queen Spider's midsection, sending a stream of green pouring everywhere. However, although he had successfully inflicted a wound, Cheol's face still looked slightly scowling, as if not satisfied. Not enough power to kill it, he murmured. By his estimation, the Queen Spider's body had almost been cleaved in 2, yet with her immense life force, she could still launch a counterattack. Her sharp legs lunged straight toward Cheol, but before they could reach the protagonist, the Queen Spider's body suddenly transformed into a talisman and fell to the ground. Uncle Wizen, standing nearby, picked up the talisman and complained, damn it, why do I have to serve some brat? I don't know why I promised to do these kinds of things again. Hey, kid, want to take a break? Hearing this, Cheol wiped the sweat from his face and whispered, gotta try once more. Seeing that, the uncle could only sigh, suit yourself. Focus and visualize the target in your memory. Following that advice, Cheol closed his eyes and concentrated. Meanwhile, Baki tossed the talisman high into the air. The talisman then dissolved and formed an illusory swordsman before Cheol, so the 2 of them launched into continuous clashes. Li too, standing to the side watching, was so furious his whole body felt on fire. My god, the demon energy just keeps leaking out non-stop. He learned it and asked me to help train with illusions, and it's been 4 straight hours. As for that matter, it's happened and has to be let go. The second task, gathering the demon energy herb, isn't difficult either. Over the past 3 months, its body has become noticeably healthier and taller. Overall, it's become more refined and shows clear maturity, not necessarily stronger, but steadier. Putting that aside, should probably ask about that weapon sometime. Time flew, and after finishing his training, Cheol was now relaxing in a hot spring. Ah, I feel revived. If not for the hot spring, I don't think I could have endured. I wish Tianwei Mountain had hot springs like back home. Right then, the sound of footsteps splashing in the water rang out, making Cheol's eyes fly open in surprise. Someone? I couldn't sense any aura even though they're this close. Cheol wondered to himself. To answer him, the familiar voice of the pot-bellied uncle sounded, you look exhausted, so you must be real. In response, Cheol turned and asked, oh, Mountain Keeper? Did you come here for something? The uncle replied with a slightly irritated tone, I've worked hard too, don't you get any rest? You've been here a while, are you resting properly after training? Cheol scratched his head awkwardly, I always rest like I'm supposed to. Hearing that, Wizen realized Cheol had misunderstood and clarified, I mean coming here after each training session, kid. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as foolishly as you, seriously. Wizen stepped forward, chewing an egg in his mouth. Meanwhile, Cheol didn't want to bathe with a pot-bellied middle-aged man, so he forced a smile and stood, haha, really? I think I've fully recovered. I'll head up first, if you don't mind. But before he could leave, Wizen's serious voice rang out, wait, I still have something to say. Sit down. Hey, the thing you just swung a moment ago, what's its name? Cheol held out his hand, looked at the ring on his finger, and asked, do you mean this? Wizen stared at the ring and nodded, that's right. Where did you get it? I promise I won't tell anyone about it. I'm not certain, but this is tied to its identity. Cheol actually didn't know much about the weapon, so he could only say simply, its name is Mujin. I took it from my family's secret vault. Turning back to Wizen's point of view, his eyes showed a flicker of memory as he began to tell a story. I don't know how much you understand about that thing, but I once saw something very similar a long time ago. Back then, there was a mage who could communicate with spirits and read the stars overhead. That mage always carried something, a stone that could freely change its shape. With that stone alone, the mage could perform all kinds of magic or use forbidden arts without paying a price. He naturally became the foremost mage of his era, but then the stone he trusted eventually swallowed him. He lost his mind and began to wreak havoc like a monster. He changed like that in less than a year. He wouldn't die easily, so in the end they sealed him. After saying this, Wizen waved his hand, dispelling the image he'd just created. Chiol, curious about the outcome, asked, "What happened to the stone?" Wizen shrugged. "They gathered the power of countless mages of the time and destroyed it." At that, the protagonist stroked his chin and thought, "That's similar to a story I once read in Changeongak." Then Chiol looked up and asked, "Could that mage have been sealed somewhere called Manhwa?" The uncle shook his head, "No. He was sealed on an island to the east." Hearing that, Chiol relaxed a bit, "So it's not what's recorded in Changeongak. The stone and Mujin are separate objects. But they might be connected." Unaware of Chiol's thoughts, Wizen continued, "Back to the story. Back then, I smelled a rotten stench from that stone, and that odor is very similar to the scent coming off you right now. A strange smell, not human, not animal, and not a spirit. Mujin is an alien object with an unclear nature. There are better weapons out there, why don't you give this one up?" The uncle said with a smile. Meanwhile, Chiol swallowed anxiously. His tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries a suffocating pressure, as if it squeezes my heart. Then he drew a breath, embarrassed but steadying himself, and said plainly, "When I got the demon eye, my father advised sealing it, and I said this, word for word, if it is a power given to me, I will subdue it and use it." Hearing that, Wizen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Arrogant brat. You said that to Taishin? But kid, do you really think that's similar to the demon eye?" Chiol replied calmly, "To me, there's not much difference." From the pot-bellied uncle's perspective, seeing the protagonist unwilling to cooperate, he started to make a move. "Then there's no other way. I'll have to take it by force." With that, the uncle summoned a sharp spiked mace, then brought it down hard straight at Chiol. Meanwhile, Chiol stood there expressionless, as if he didn't see the attack coming. Fortunately, Wizen stopped in time and warned once more, "Give it to me while I'm still speaking nicely. I haven't swung a weapon in a long time. I'm not sure I'll be able to hold back." Answering him, Chiol wore a confident look. "You won't do it, Mountain Keeper, because doing so would break your oath." Chiol's offhand remark made Wizen's hand tremble for a moment. Then he smoothed his face and regained his composure. "So you knew all along?" Hearing that, Chiol casually shared, "Of course. Protecting the mountain and helping those who train here was the vow you made with the founder. You're only testing my will, right?" The pot-bellied uncle grumbled a bit. "If you knew, just say it straight, better, isn't it? You sly kid." Ignoring the uncle's tone, Chiol whispered on, "You don't really intend to take it, do you?" Wizen clicked his tongue in counsel. TCH, I think you should fight with your tongue and brain instead." Chiol burst out laughing. "Thanks for the compliment." Baki shouted angrily, as if the house were on fire at the sight of this attitude. "That's an insult, kid." Putting that aside, Chiol asked curiously, "Why not just use force and take it? You could claim you did it to help me." At that, Wizen's expression turned serious as he said to him, "That thing doesn't carry the weird aura of that mage's item. So perhaps it's not the kind of artifact that devours its wielder." Chiol nodded, looking at the black ring on his hand. "I understand. Thanks for telling me." Putting that aside, Mountain Keeper, you just threatened a student with a weapon, didn't you? I'm pretty meticulous about calculations, you know? Don't you know that? Chiol said with a smiling face, like a sage. Wizen couldn't contain his annoyance and shouted, "Hey, you rotten profiteering brat." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chiol's temporary lodging on Tianwei Mountain. At that moment, the sword in his hand emitted a black aura and slowly dissolved. Meanwhile, Chiol was somewhat pleased by that. Finally, I can't believe it took me 3 months to complete Judo's memory. In his mind, Chiol thought, before I left Tianwei Mountain, I received 2 swords from 7th brother J-Hack, the Masterpiece Saber Judo and the Stellar Sword Effenberg. Effenberg possesses innate Yin energy, allowing it to emit a chilling aura. Its memory is limited, so I absorbed them at the main hall. Let's see what Judo's abilities are. The second memory about Mujin that I had seen before the Academy's regional evaluation and the new power I gained from Mujin. The ability to use a weapon's power by copying it. At that moment, a strand of energy shot out from the protagonist's fingertip, wrapping tightly around the hilt of the black sword, and pulled it toward Chiol's hand. Judo's ability is to transfer attributes from one item to another. Simply copying form alone doesn't demonstrate the power. I can probably only use the strength of weapons absorbed through the black energy, since I already broke the seal on Sungmu Mountain. Then I should check the black sword's memories as well. Next, his consciousness began to be pulled into an unfamiliar scene. Before I broke the seal on Sungmu Mountain, I could only see up to this point. The important part starts now. At that moment, a young man spoke up, I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my children be swayed by the sword's power. Hearing that, a man in a white robe behind him replied, sealing it is not difficult, but are you sure? If you do, no one will be easily chosen by it anymore. To that, the young man in front simply shook his head calmly. If they're not worthy, it's better they don't use it. Then the robed man reached forward to begin sealing the sword. From his palm a ribbon of golden light shot out, forming characters that were etched onto the blade. When he finished, the man in the robe continued, "The sealing is complete." As for the contents of the seal. At this point the sound became distorted for a moment, so Cheol couldn't make out what the seal's wording actually was. Then the robed man's voice returned, "After the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that?" The young man nodded slightly. "That won't make a big difference, so it's fine. Even so, I must test it." With that he gripped the sword tightly, enveloping it within a layer of radiance. As for Cheol, witnessing the scene left him stunned. Could there be a mana channel running inside the black sword? In terms of complexity, it's no different from a human mana system. At that instant, the young man swung the sword in a powerful arc. However, the mana wasn't simply blocked, it scattered chaotically. The young man murmured, "I'll need to reinforce the seal a bit more." At that point, Cheol was ejected from the sword's memory. His head ached a little. Still, Cheol was delighted by it. A power that can erase mana? Who would have guessed such a weapon could exist? In the days that followed, Cheol continued his practice fights with the Queen Spider as usual. At that moment, the protagonist lunged forward at high speed. As he closed in, he used Iron Weapon Strike Thunderbolt, unleashing a blinding slash that cleaved the Queen Spider's body in two with a single strike. Seeing this, the chubby Uncle Wizen smiled and came over to congratulate him. "Not bad, kid, you actually did it. Do you know this is your first victory after a string of failures? It took you 7 months. Hearing that, Cheol grinned and teased, "I know. Now I can beat you anytime, right?" At that, Wizen, slightly annoyed, growled, Yeah, you're special, you little brat. So, what are you going to do now?" Cheol said he thought he should stop training for now. As soon as he heard that, Wizen felt relieved and slapped him on the back. "Hey, good idea. While we're at it, I'll take a break too." That was exactly what Wizen had been hoping for. However, Cheol's real wish was to raise the training to a new level. "I think it's time for a challenge." A challenge created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream. Speaking of the Bloodless Dream, it was a trial made for the Lee clan. It contained all sorts of enchantments and the field power of Mount Chanwi, and was an illusion reinforced by elf magic. It selects those worthy of being tested. It was one of the vows tied to the Mountain Guardian. Turning to Wizen's perspective, when he heard Cheol say that, his voice grew a bit serious. "Do you really want to test it?" Cheol nodded and replied firmly, "Yes, I'm trying for that." Hearing that, Wizen bluntly warned him, "You in your current state aren't strong enough to pass the trial. However, it seems you are ready to be tested. Lee Cheol, the 9th generation of the Lee family. I grant you permission to enter the Bloodless Dream." As he spoke, the uncle reached out his hand, which Cheol eagerly took, saying thank you. Next, Wizen led him to the entrance of a cave and introduced it. "This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream." Hearing this, Cheol asked curiously, "But isn't this the cave that leads to your residence?" "It is," Wizen nodded. Then the uncle stepped forward and used his power to lightly touch the air, causing it to ripple. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared before them. Seeing it, Wizen turned and continued, "You probably already know. Once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you cannot leave until the trial ends. Go on in." Cheol stepped forward, promising he would return as quickly as possible. As for Wizen, the uncle also wished Cheol luck. "If you can get through the trial, more power to you. I can't stand looking at him any longer. Good luck." With that, Cheol put both hands into the door and pushed hard. A blinding light burst from within, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Inwardly he thought, to some, he's a war god, to others, a dragon slayer, or even a legendary figure from fantasy tales. The founder of the world's top clan, the founder, Lee Huilhian. At that moment, the scene before the protagonist was an unfamiliar meadow, and standing there was a young man of about 19 or 20. Seeing his face, Cheol respectfully said, "A descendant greets the founding ancestor of the Lee clan." Then he summoned his weapon and focused ahead, unable to hide his awe. His presence is overwhelming. So he's still alive. Throughout history, over the generations, only a few have dared challenge the Bloodless Dream. There is only one condition for victory: to defeat the founder at age 15. For now, I'll just probe, Cheol thought. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword in Ancestor Huilhian's hand plunged deep into his chest. When Cheol opened his eyes again, he could hardly believe how quickly his life had ended. What just happened? Was my heart just pierced? I wasn't being careless. I've been beheaded in simulations before, but at least I knew how it happened. But this time, aside from having my heart pierced, I know nothing. The more he thought, the more worry showed on Cheol's face. But quickly he shook his head, counseling himself, calm down. Think this through carefully. He didn't use any secret techniques or special moves, not even an aura-enhancing body technique. Even with the sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Even with my eyes closed, could it have been a strike to a blind spot? But could that be possible? He would have had to read all my movements to do that. Then again, that also means he's that strong. Thinking that, Cheol gripped his sword tightly and slowly rose to stand, facing his ancestor. And even after witnessing it once, the protagonist couldn't help but feel a numb chill across his scalp as he sensed the terrifying presence radiating from Hwilhyun, which made him force a laugh. Honestly, I don't know if I can win or not. In another development, Butler Choi reported the news to head of the household Tae-shin, Master, we've received word from Mount Chanwi. Nearby, Tae-shin wiped his sword with a handkerchief and said, so he's gone into the cave. But he shouldn't have that level of skill. That child has never truly failed. From the naming trial in Mount Sungwoo to the challenges of the Blood Tiger and the Faceless Cursed Queen, in terms of results, he didn't win them all, but he never truly failed. In other words, he's never encountered a real wall. Do you know why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream is below 50%? It's because they break mentally when they hit the wall named Lee Hwilhyun. So what happens to someone who's never faced such a wall when they stand before it? The master wondered aloud, curious. Back with Cheol, he was lying on the grass, panting like a beaten animal. Then ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Damn it. Downed in one more move again. He tricked my senses with a feint to the front, then from the flank launched the real strike. A strike that pierced my blind spot perfectly. Could he really have grasped all my patterns in the blink of an eye? Thinking that, Cheol jumped up, looked at his trembling hands, and reminded himself, this feeling hasn't returned in a long time. The feeling of despair, helplessness, and fear that comes from someone I absolutely cannot beat. But I can't let myself collapse now, because in this world, no one understands this feeling better than I do. One who has hit bottom, and the only thing left is the way to rise. Every move I make is not meaningless. Gradually, I'm starting to understand. The ancestor isn't a wielder of some unfathomable mysterious power. His strength is the gift of finding the right answer in each moment. He instinctively seizes the optimal choice. That's the essence of martial arts. Small fundamentals, simple techniques, are the solid foundation like the earth itself. So, I must watch the ancestor's blade exposure closely. Cheol quietly reminded himself, his eyes wide as a cow's, stunned as he carefully observed the young man's movements ahead of him. Then, in a moment, Hwilhyun's blade seemed to slow in his eyes, allowing him to gather the information, a horizontal slash from left to right. This time, I will see it. After that, Cheol threw himself into training and forgot everything else. As time passed, he gradually began to parry Hwilhyun's attacks. First strike, second strike, third strike, fourth strike. Bang bang. I'm starting to be able to fight on par with the ancestor. Finally, I've learned to use my own flow of chi in combat. Its transformation and freedom. And what I lacked for so long, controlling countless weapons and rooting every technique on an immovable, solid foundation. Now I understand. The true purpose of the bloodless dream is to break the wall called oneself. Clutching the spear in his hand, Cheol shot forward like a gust of wind. Inwardly he thought, there's something the ancestor didn't have, a strength in myself I never recognized. In his head he recalled his Aunt Jianghua's words, your magical talent is extraordinary. I stake my honor on that. At that moment, Cheol beamed and called out, thank you, Aunt. Then he used a move called air-resistant chi waxing wind, causing his entire spear to be enveloped in a spiraling green energy. Next, Cheol put all his strength into a powerful forward thrust with the spear. The impact was so strong the air detonated with a deafening boom. And at the point where the two weapons collided, Hwilhyun's sword couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Thus, the white wall before him collapsed. As for Uncle Wizen, though he was sitting drinking, he couldn't help worrying about the hero's situation. It's been a month since the kid entered the bloodless dream, right? Back in Tae-shin's time, no one passed the trial for 100 years. Yet less than 50 years later, another person appears. No sooner had he said that than the space around Wizen trembled violently, making him startle and cry out, could something be happening on the mountain? Could it be? Thinking of something, Wizen hurriedly tossed his wine bottle aside, then darted quickly toward the entrance of the bloodless dream. Standing there, he peered forward with worried eyes and murmured, so you finally passed that trial? Just as he expected, the stone door slowly opened, and Cheol stepped out and said, I have returned, Mountain Guardian. Time quickly passed until evening. Cheol rested in the hot spring, and Wizen came to him with a smile and asked, so? How does it feel? Hearing that, Cheol reflected on what he'd been through and shook his head. I absolutely don't want to go through that again. Seeing his expression, his uncle couldn't help bursting into laughter, as if he'd struck gold. Yet you don't seem changed at all. Usually those who come out have dead eyes like rotting fish, because their inner aura has changed. Hearing this, Cheol realized that everyone seemed to have their own answer. Next, he turned and asked, "So, do you know what my father was like back then?" The conversation shifted to Taishin, prompting Wizen to grow a bit excited and share. "You mean Taishin? So, old man, he's my father after all. You're curious, aren't you? Do you know what that kid said the moment he stepped out of the bloodless dream? The training is finished. I take my leave. Thank you for everything." He said that with his arms crossed, trying to mimic Taishin's tone so hard that even Cheol was stunned. Cheol muttered, "Did you just imitate my father?" Wizen asked, "Did I? Really? Not very similar, is it?" Cheol shook his head in protest, "Not similar at all." Putting that aside, Wizen continued to praise, "Hey kid, you've caused quite a stir. You're the youngest person ever to clear the bloodless dream. Although that trial isn't really about who finishes fastest, there's still more than a month left before you leave the mountain. What are you going to do? Keep training?" Hearing that, Cheol stood and replied, "No, I plan to rest, recover, and what I've learned." Wizen cast a teasing, delighted look at him. This kid, looks like he never changes, but he actually can change. Wizen cast a teasing, delighted look at him. This kid, looks like he never changes, but he actually can change, he said cheerfully. Cheol could only sigh. "By the way, Mountain Guardian, isn't it time to receive my reward now? Surely you haven't forgotten you once threatened me with that, right?" His words made the pot-bellied uncle suddenly embarrassed, unable to meet his eyes. Now, kid, that is." He stammered, at a loss for words. Cheol didn't want to faff around, so he said plainly, "I'm not asking for anything too difficult. I just want to borrow your demon warhammer." At that request, Wizen's eyes widened in surprise. But then he glared at Cheol and scolded, "That thing isn't something ordinary people can hold. You probably can't even use it." Cheol was of course aware of that, and had a plan when he made the request. "It's fine, I just want to touch it a little. Touching it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing that, Wizen could only rub his face and grumble, giving in, "Not really." "Fine then. Damn it, I'll lend it to you, but you won't be able to do anything with it." With that, the burly uncle summoned his warhammer. It was a weapon carved from a shard of a fallen star, fused with the spirit of a demon, thus called the demon warhammer. Wizen then tossed the weapon to Cheol and reminded him, "I'll lend it for 1 hour only. If you overdo it, you might overdo it for real, kid. So be careful." "Thank you." Cheol replied with a bright smile, but before he finished the sentence, the moment he touched the warhammer its weight nearly snapped his wrist. With a single touch, the hammer cracked the ground into chunks. Seeing that, Wizen laughed like a man who'd found his treasure. "Ha, I told you so. You might not even be able to hold it. Play with it for an hour then." Seeing that Cheol couldn't even lift the weapon, Wizen turned and left, satisfied. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training room. After exhausting himself to the limit, Cheol finally dragged the warhammer into the room, panting, "Phew, I finally moved it. I had to use mana to inch it bit by bit, and this still isn't its complete form yet." He said this while rolling his endlessly aching shoulder joint, then recalled the information tied to the weapon. "This is a weapon that can summon thunder and storms, tear mountains away, and fill seas. If fully unleashed, isn't it basically a natural disaster? The only reason I'm borrowing this demon warhammer is to see, if the dark energy treats it as a weapon, can I absorb it, or does it only meet certain conditions? I need to test it to find out." So, black energy poured from Cheol's palm, slowly enveloping the warhammer. Then, suddenly, a voice rang in Cheol's head, "Huh? So stubborn. Why do you keep trying this kind of thing?" Right after that voice, Cheol gasped and collapsed to his knees. Yet his hand clenched tighter in excitement. "I can read it already." Just hearing its voice was enough to fling me aside. "But if I can read its memories, then I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, that means I could wield a weapon even humans can't use." Time flew by like that. It was already time for Cheol to leave the mountain. "Got everything," he whispered as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. At that moment, Uncle Wizen's voice came from behind. "No wonder I felt uneasy at the foot of the mountain. You're heading back today?" Seeing this, Cheol turned, nodded, and said, "Yes, today marks exactly 1 year." "Oh, really?" Wizen said as he produced a pouch from thin air, which made Cheol curious and ask, "What's that?" Wizen smiled and answered, "Salt. I want to use it to ward off evil when you come back." His words twisted Cheol's face into a grimace, as if the man treated him like some spirit to be exorcised. But quickly, Cheol composed himself. "Thank you for everything. I'll visit again next time. Wizen gave a small smile and reminded him, don't come back empty-handed. Bring me plenty of fine liquor. The cheerful remark made it hard for Cheol to believe that just seconds earlier the man had wanted to sprinkle salt to ward him off. Then, suddenly, Cheol asked a different question, Mountain Guardian, are you content living on this mountain? To that question, Wizen's expression tightened with irritation as he answered bluntly, whether I'm content or not, what's the point? This place is mine, I stay because it belongs to me, that's all. It may look like I'm stuck here, but I do go out sometimes, you know. Do you think snacks and liquor just fall from the sky? Now stop bothering me. Get out of here. He said that as he turned away. Meanwhile, Cheol promised, not now, but someday I'll restore your name. Those words made Wizen pause. He glanced back and asked, how do you know about that? Without saying more, Cheol just smiled softly. By then, I'll need your help. In another scene, Wizen watched Cheol's carriage fade into the distance and gave a strange chuckle. Ha ha ha, how would the kid know? He really is a strange kid. To explain this, long ago a demon rampaged across the 8 directions. A man captured the demon. It was defeated and released by him, but it refused to admit defeat. The demon challenged the man once more. After losing again, the demon took 2 oaths. First, to watch over the mountain and support new life. Second, to create the bloodless dream and select those capable of undertaking its trials. That is what people commonly know. However, the truth is somewhat different. A very distant memory began to stir in Wizen's mind. At that time, the head of the Li family, after knocking him down, made his demand, because I won, you must no longer cause trouble in the human world. As proof of this oath, I will take your name. A name is what binds your soul to me, but that isn't a bad thing, because one day, a child of my bloodline will return your name to you. When that happens, our contract will be fulfilled. Thinking of those words, Wizen sighed, I guess, in the end, it's not so bad. That bastard Hwilhian, really? Will that kid be the one to accomplish it? Whatever, he said he'd reclaim my name, but then he just left like that? Making me hold on to hope like this, damn it, I need to use more salt on him. Wizen grumbled as he stormed back up the mountain. Meanwhile, Cheol had returned to his clan. The sky had already gone dark. I stalled at Mount Sungmu to seal things, which took a good amount of time, he thought. When Cheol arrived, Steward Choi, having received prior notice, came out to greet him. Long time no see, young master. Are you well? Seeing him, Cheol suspected Tae-shin might want to see him, so he asked right away, Father sent for me? Mr. Choi nodded slightly and made way for him, yes. I'll have someone carry your things in, so please go to the main hall to meet the head of the family. And so Steward Choi began to lead Cheol. However, when Cheol tried to enter the master's study, the old man stopped him, not that way, young master, this way. As they walked, Cheol began to realize where they were headed. This path must lead to the master's private training room. Sure enough, inside the training room, Tae-shin was practicing swordplay. Hearing footsteps, the uncle turned and said, oh, you're here. On Cheol's side, after entering, he felt his father's strength even more clearly. Inwardly he thought, I'm not as surprised as before. I still can't gauge my father's level. Then he bowed slightly and greeted, Father, are you well? Tae-shin coldly nodded and said, it seems you've made some achievements out there, haven't you? Hearing that, the protagonist replied modestly, yes, but when I see you, I know I still have many shortcomings. His words caused Tae-shin's face to relax slightly into a smile. You learned how to flatter people out there? If so, I'm disappointed in you. Seeing his current expression, Cheol was a bit surprised and thought to himself, damn. That was just a joke a moment ago, Father is smiling. At that moment, Steward Choi spoke up, the tea is ready, sir. Tae-shin calmly thanked Mr. Choi, then asked Cheol to follow behind him. Next, once the two were seated at the tea table, Tae-shin seriously asked, how have you been lately? I don't want to hear only from your performance reports. I want to hear your thoughts, so I had you summoned privately. At his father's question, Cheol's hands involuntarily clenched. If you want to hear my true thoughts, then... Blah blah blah, and with that, the protagonist began to speak out everything he felt. Meanwhile, Uncle Tae-shin had his own thoughts. This strange feeling, summoning you wasn't to hear a report of your achievements, but to hear your thoughts on this training. It's also the first time. After listening, he calmly sipped his tea and whispered, is that so? You didn't waste your time, did you? Cheol smiled and replied, I didn't want to squander the time you granted me. Before he could enjoy that line of praise for more than a few seconds, Tae-shin's voice turned colder and demanded, is that why you came back late today? In response, Cheol said he stopped at Mount Sungmu to pay respects to the ancestors. That's all, sir. That's all? His uncle frowned, asking in a tone that suggested he didn't believe his son really only stopped to bow to the ancestors. Knowing this was inevitable, Cheol answered plainly, I wanted the elders to witness the moment. Across from him, suddenly, a terrifying pressure radiated from the head of the family. His face darkened as he growled, You've had a little success and already gotten arrogant? You're saying that in front of me? You went to the mountain, paid respects to the ancestors, just to boost your reputation? Under his spreading pressure, Cheol doubled over like a shrimp, teeth clenched against that fearsome force. Inside, he cried out, this overwhelming pressure. His face darkened as he growled, You've had a little success and already gotten arrogant? You're saying that in front of me? You went to the mountain, paid respects to the ancestors, just to boost your reputation? Under his spreading pressure, Cheol doubled over like a shrimp, teeth clenched against that fearsome force. Inside, he cried out, this overwhelming pressure. But because of the seal, I need to go to Mount Sungmu regularly. I can't always have an excuse to go there. Then Cheol summoned all his wits and blustered, It's not just talk. I want them to see the traditions, and the acts that show respect. They may have raised me as a bastard, but I carry the illustrious Li blood. I dare to stand and set an example for others. Hearing this, Taishin seemed a bit satisfied. He withdrew his pressure and nodded slightly, saying, Good, this time I'll let you off, but don't get complacent because of it. Cheol nodded repeatedly, Yes, I'm sorry, father. Then Taishin asked again, One more thing. There's something you still haven't told me. I permitted you to go to Tianvai Mountain, but I did not permit you to take part in the bloodless dream trials. You only asked me to let you train there. Lying to your father warrants punishment. Follow me. Saying that, he drew his weapon and challenged his son. Draw your weapon. I'll see what you've gained while you were there. Elsewhere, Steward Choi seemed to have anticipated this and hurried off, bringing the black sword to Cheol so he could be prepared to take his father's blows. Only then did Cheol finally understand why he had been led to the training hall. So this is why they brought me to the training ground? It seems father intended this from the start. He knew everything, didn't he? Thinking that, he suddenly refused to take the black sword. Instead, Cheol transformed his conductor substance into a long sword. And indeed, when that sword suddenly appeared, Choi did not seem overly surprised. Instead, he calmly said, Charge. Hearing that, the protagonist didn't hesitate and immediately activated his demon eye skill to probe Taishin. However, moments later, his eyes widened as he stared ahead. Impossible. I can't see anything, not even mana or the flow of aura. So my demon eye still isn't strong enough to perceive it. I don't need to use it anymore, it only distracts me further. Against father, there's no need to probe, just put everything into a single strike. Thinking that, Cheol pushed all his weight into his sauls and sprinted forward. At the same time, he activated his Mujin first form skill, Demon Break, causing his sword to be enveloped in a blue radiance, then fired forward like a laser beam. For this attack, Cheol even infused it with wind and ice aura. And yet it still didn't cut through him. Taishin, he should at least create some aftershock. That was what Cheol had hoped for. However, in response, Taishin only gave a very light swing of his sword and easily shattered Cheol's powerful attack. The shockwave from the collision of the two strikes cracked the training ground into pieces. Afterwards, Taishin asked in a low voice, Is that the answer you found after meeting him? Cheol replied with a firm tone, Yes, a power that no one else possesses but me. To continuously break and hone that power, aiming to build an unshakable foundation. That is the answer I have found. Cheol's voice rang out with certainty, a talent unique to him, something only he owned, and to keep innovating and perfecting that talent, to build an unwavering base. He gripped his sword tightly, furrowed his brow, eyes full of confidence and unshakable resolve. That was his answer. Taishin stared at Cheol's determined gaze and thought to himself that his son had chosen a hard path. He frowned slightly, harboring his own thoughts, but realized the boy would neither collapse nor bow his head. Then Taishin flicked his hand and spoke, Good, so how was the trial inside the bloodless dream? Cheol loosened his grip on the sword, it glowed and then gradually faded. A bit anxious, he answered, I can't fully put it into words. Standing on the cracked tiles left by their fight, Taishin said sternly that if he couldn't express it, then it meant it hadn't truly become his. Taishin handed the sword to the steward beside him and continued, In fact, that attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it? Cheol clenched his hand and hesitated before answering, Yes, I know. At his answer, Taishin grew pensive and unreadable. Then Taishin clasped his hands behind his back and turned to walk away, saying, You entered the bloodless dream without permission. If you show mediocrity again, I will punish you. Cheol immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, I am sorry, father. The next question from him caught Cheol a bit off guard. What do you intend to do from now on? With a serious look, Cheol stepped up behind Taishin and slowly said, About that, I have something to report to you, father. He gave a slight nod in return. Go on. Granted permission, he began to explain, from now on I must go through the academy's third-year program, but as you know, I surpassed that level long ago. The moment he finished, Taishin spoke coldly, making him swallow nervously and get to the point. Chiol stepped forward and said, I want to experience the world. He placed his hand over his heart with sincere intent. Please allow me to begin my warrior's journey. Taishin tilted his head and glanced at Chiol. So from the moment you wanted to go to Tian Mountain, this was your aim? Chiol nodded decisively. Yes, that's right. Then Chiol hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, the bigger reason is that I want to increase my own strength. Taishin bowed his head slightly, his eyes full of thought, trying to achieve many goals at once. Those habits, one day they could be the noose that tightens around your neck. Chiol stood straight, feet together, bowed low and replied politely, I will remember. Chiol squinted and fell into contemplative thought. This was both advice and a warning, wasn't it? Then suddenly he spoke again. Right, the warrior's journey. Moonlight bathed the manor at night, evoking grandeur and an indescribable mystery. The warrior's journey is the ultimate trial that direct descendants of the ancient Li martial family must undergo. Receive no help from the clan, train in martial arts until you mature, then return. There's no fixed exam, but you must achieve results that everyone acknowledges. Chiol clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the large courtyard lost in thought. At 15 he was still very young. The common starting age for the warrior's journey is around 17 to 18. A brilliant shaft of sunlight shone toward him, but this kid wasn't the sort to be confined by what's considered typical. His recent actions proved he possessed power equivalent to a rank 5 warrior. Seeing him, other youngsters would surely be more wary. Taishin slowly turned to Chiol and couldn't help but praise him. All right, very good, I'll permit you to begin the warrior's journey. At that, Chiol's hands behind his back tightened. Inwardly he rejoiced. Success. Suddenly Taishin's voice rang out again, which surprised Chiol. But Taishin's face took on a serious expression as he continued. There are 2 conditions. Cut to a large, expansive building, the administrative offices of the ancient Li martial family. Jaehong appeared from somewhere, smiling broadly and waving to greet him. You've worked hard, my grandson. Chiol's cheeks were squeezed hard by his uncle. Struggling to form the words he said, Hello, uncle, are you well? Jaehong kept rubbing his cheeks and his grin grew more playful. When are you not well? Only after a while did his uncle release Chiol, hands on his hips as he appraised him while patting his cheeks from top to bottom. You've grown taller, haven't you? Startled, Jaehong hurriedly pulled him into a chair. Don't stand like that, sit down. Chiol replied politely, Yes, thank you, uncle. Seeing him seated, his uncle sat beside him and kindly asked, Would you like something to drink? Chiol shook his head slightly to decline. No, thank you. He remembered the lavish meal earlier at home. Eat more, young master. Oh my, what to do, there's not enough food. Please stop, though the exchange haunted Chiol a bit. Actually I just ate with my nurse, he said, rubbing his belly. I'm so full I could burst. Jaehong laughed heartily. Huh, fair enough. Chiol looked up at his uncle in mild surprise. You seem tired, uncle. Jaehong rubbed his neck and gave an embarrassed laugh. Dark circles are showing, work's been heavy lately. Then Chiol shifted to the main matter with a serious tone. Actually, I have a gift for you, uncle. He placed a small wooden box, palm-sized, on the table and pushed it forward hesitantly. It's nothing special, but it's a pill I refined myself. As he looked at Jaehong he explained, it's nothing fancy, but it will significantly boost your vitality and mana control for a few weeks. His uncle, eager, reached for the box and smiled. My grandson is thoughtful, let's see. Jaehong opened the box and a strange fragrance rose from the pill. What was that scent? Like a pine forest after rain. Chiol smiled at the pill. Even the mountain steward had recognized it as a quality medicine. His uncle held the box and looked up at Chiol with some surprise. The mountain steward? He didn't answer the question and instead urged, Uncle, you should try it. Jaehong nodded, reached into the box, took out the pill, and said, Oh, all right. His uncle held the pill up and stared at it, thinking to himself that if even the spirit praised it, it must be very effective. Then Jaehong closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and put it in front of Chiol. With his eyes closed he savored the taste and the pleasant sensation it brought. Ah, this is the real deal. A surge of energy flowed into Jaehong's body. If one trained mana while taking this medicine, the effects would surely be many times greater than normal. Then his uncle slowly opened his eyes, visibly surprised, truly astonishing. Jaehong looked at him and commented that besides acting fast, it was no different from a spirit elixir. Did you really make it? Chiol smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, that's right. His uncle stroked his chin, lowered his head, and glanced up at him. You still remember how to make medicines, right? Chiol smiled honestly and replied, Of course, I can substitute rare ingredients with other beasts if needed. Jae-hong snapped the box shut and said, if that's the case. His face turned serious as he looked at him. Don't tell anyone. Keep this to yourself. When you grow up you'll be able to use it in many ways. Cheol smiled brightly, thinking that his uncle always looked out for him first as usual, then he bowed politely and said, yes, when the time comes, I hope you'll help me a lot. Having said that, Jae-hong ruffled Cheol's hair vigorously and laughed loudly. Haha, this kid's planning to use his uncle, huh? Fine, I'll let you take advantage of me when the time comes. Then his uncle suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand. Oh right, I heard you're planning to join the warrior's journey this time. Startled, Cheol smoothed his hair and replied, yes, uncle, I am. Jae-hong lowered his head, his expression thoughtful. There will be a lot of controversy. He thought of the eyes that would watch and judge him and whispered that the boy would inevitably be accused of favoritism. Since they couldn't touch the eldest, all the resentful looks would fall on Cheol. Jae-hong gently placed the wooden box on the table and said, wanting to join the warrior's journey requires not only the clan leader's permission but also the approval of the elders. He furrowed his brow and glanced at Cheol, speaking seriously. Moreover, the elders don't favor you, maybe you should give this up this time. But Cheol only smiled gently and replied that he had somewhat anticipated those concerns, and so his father had set a condition. Jae-hong tilted his head in puzzlement and asked, a condition? Cheol nodded quietly, yes. Then he looked up at his uncle earnestly and said, because of that, I need your help. Cheol flung the door wide open and said excitedly, it's been a long time since I've been back here. He stepped inside and began to spin and stretch, wondering whether he should warm up a bit. Suddenly, the sound of pounding footsteps rang out, and Cheol's expression showed helplessness. I'm here. Jaewa burst through the door excitedly, grinning broadly as she called out, my dear nephew. In an instant her excitement turned to fury. She spat each word, you little brat. Then lunged, grabbed his collar, and shook him wildly. How dare you, you should have come to see me first, you ungrateful thing. Cheol panicked and slapped her hands away, shouting, I was busy, how could I have come? Only then did Jaewa let him go and, jealous, said, I knew you went to see second uncle first. Cheol desperately rubbed his sore neck and replied with difficulty. Only then did Jaewa let him go and, jealous, said, I knew you went to see second uncle first. Cheol desperately rubbed his sore neck and replied with difficulty. Suddenly Jaewa's voice turned serious, drawing his attention. Yet she reached out to ruffle his hair proudly and kept praising him. My nephew has grown up, your mana has nearly doubled, and your meridians are much firmer. Cheol didn't hesitate to boast about his training. I've mastered all the aura techniques I learned before. Seeing this, Jaewa grew even more delighted. Really? Then you've reached 3-star sorcery. She smiled, turned to leave, and said, you still need to sharpen things a bit. I've got a gift for you, darling. I've finished the incantations for the other aura skills, want to try them now? He hurriedly replied, auntie, sorry, but I probably can't do it right now. Cheol's words made Jaewa pause for a moment. He felt a bit guilty and stammered an explanation. Just then the door opened again. Well, I'm going to be pretty busy today. A familiar voice rang out, causing both of them to turn and look, still as close to her as ever. Soft footsteps set down on the floor. Myung-jung smiled kindly and stepped forward at Cheol's call, Big brother. In the training room filled with combat equipment, Jaewa's determined voice called out, I told you I'm busy. She angrily poked his arm repeatedly while scolding him, leaving Myung-jung only able to smile helplessly. Now you're appearing to train the youngest? Lies. He scratched his neck and hurriedly explained, I really am busy, but I did try to help you arrange some incantations, didn't I? Seeing that, Cheol felt a little down, thinking to himself that he even had to ask his busy big brother for help. Then Myung-jung turned to him with praise. Anyway, your notes are great, they helped me a lot in training. Cheol forced a smile and replied, really? That's good. His eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, but are you still okay, brother? He moved in close and answered mysteriously, making Cheol puzzled. I'm fine, however. Myung-jung then threw an arm around Cheol's shoulders, pulled him close, and ruffled his hair hard. You left for Cheonwison without telling me. Cheol giggled and replied, sorry, I was on duty then. Being patted on the head, Cheol beamed brightly, then after returning home he was summoned again by his father. Myung-jung recalled his conversation with Tae-shin in the study. I need you to teach the basics of martial arts to the youngest. Will you do it? He widened his eyes at the unexpected request and asked, what? Myung-jung thought to himself that he would surely teach better than the elders. He rubbed his chin in thought, but Tae-shin wasn't one to fuss over such matters. Then Myung-jung bowed and quickly accepted, yes, I'll teach him. Just as he placed his hand on the door, Tae-shin's voice called out, you should prepare to leave. Myung-jung turned and gave a small smile, thank you, sir. He walked across the courtyard lost in thought, vacuous dreams, even he had never been allowed that trial, and at his current rate of progress. At that thought, Myung-jung broke into a satisfied smile. Now he understood why Taishin ordered him to teach the basics. The two shared a silent harmony of thought, understanding each other. Taishin wanted him inspired by watching the youngest, or perhaps he wanted competition. On the wide hallway, Myung-jung strode with determination. All right, I need to see firsthand how far he's come. Then he reached up and gently ruffled Cheol's hair. 20 years. No, maybe just 10. He might even catch up faster than that. He looked up at Myung-jung and earnestly said, "Sorry to bother you while you're so busy." Then he removed his hand from Cheol's head and replied generously, "It's fine. Right now I'm the only one free and I'm keeping them in Hyogagen." Within their bodies a rich current of energy continually flowed, all the basic techniques, secret methods, and masteries of the Sungwoo clan, proof that one had inherited the entire craft their ancestors passed down. It's called the full succession, and it's also one of the conditions my father set for my warrior's journey, to receive all the Sungwoo clan's foundational martial arts. Cheol smoothed his hair and asked Myung-jung with some hesitation, "But will you really be the one to take charge, big brother? Aren't there elders at the academy?" He asked him, a bit surprised. "You think you'll be properly taught by them?" Myung-jung rubbed his forehead helplessly and forced a smile as he revealed the truth to Cheol. The dirty tricks during instruction, the ambushes at naming ceremonies, the political sabotage in promotion exams, being shoved into the worst training class. You opened my eyes to a different perspective, and turning to him Cheol said, "Thank you for everything." Myung-jung understood, patted Cheol's shoulder. There. His gaze grew pensive. "Beyond that, you've grown to this level." Myung-jung looked at him half as the man he knew, half as the overflowing current of energy running through his body. Before, when he concentrated he could still see the flow of mana in him. But now, in some ways, he couldn't even predict it. Then he smiled and ruffled Cheol's hair proudly. "Even so, I wouldn't mind if you caught up. I'm very proud of you." Seeing that, Cheol called out helplessly, "Big brother, it seems you aren't paying much attention to me right now. I still want to be the big brother you look up to." But Jaewa suddenly appeared between them with a grim expression and a low, threatening voice. "You kids," she loudly complained in displeasure, "planning to gossip while the adults are talking?" He beside her hurriedly soothed her. "Hey, calm down." Jaewa feigned petulance and turned to leave. "Fine, I'm going." "You're not going to stop me, are you?" Cheol suddenly remembered and called after her. "We're meeting for dinner tonight too, right?" She pouted in mock anger and said, "I told you I'd train, right? I'll practice until late tonight," he replied, which immediately lifted Jaewa's mood. "Training is one thing, but researching together with you is another." Hearing that from Cheol made her involuntarily smile. "How could I pass up learning from someone world-renowned in mana?" "Sorry, but please wait just a bit longer." Jaewa beamed triumphantly. "There's nothing to be done. Who told me I'm world-famous? I'll let you off this time." Saying that, she stepped out the door still smiling and waved. "All right, because I'm generous I'll be off. Not because there's a movie showing or anything." Cheol politely waved back. "Yes, go ahead." He sighed after smoothing his hair. Finally she was gone. At the same time Myung-jung smiled calmly, drew his sword, and said they could truly begin training now. His blade was sharp and fine. Myung-jung grew serious and said, "All right, to fully satisfy the condition our father set." Standing before him, Cheol now became more focused. "I'll train you seriously." In the training hall the clash of weapons rang out continuously. A week later at Sungwoo Estate, practicing basic kung fu with his big brother was simple but intense. Myung-jung repeatedly launched attacks at Cheol, and on this side, Cheol answered back just as fiercely. He swung his sword hard, forcing Cheol to stagger back several steps. The time spent teaching stances and theory passed in an instant. He gritted his teeth and slid along the ground, fighting to keep his footing. Rest was limited to a single breath. Cheol planted his hands on the ground, lowering his head as he panted heavily, the bout feeling almost like real combat. Myung-jung gripped his sword with one hand and kept the other behind his back, calmly stepping through the dust. "I think imprinting it directly onto the body carries more meaning than teaching by words." He looked at him with eyes glowing orange and said in a low voice, "You're observing with your mana eye, right? Move with intent." With that, Cheol drove his sword hard into the ground. Earth. He let out a cry, struggling to brace himself and get up. Ugh. Cheol stamped hard on the ground, then dashed forward at high speed, shouting, "Hiya!" He decisively lunged his sword at Myung-jung, thinking to himself that he could clearly read the flow with his mana eye, yet his body wouldn't obey his will. Cheol's eyes flared red as he launched relentless attacks. The sword strikes came from angles that were structurally impossible to withstand. Not just the muscles, even the joints could hardly take it. Suddenly Myung-jung spoke calmly. "You thought that move was beyond you, didn't you?" He flinched and stepped back, eyes wide in surprise as the other had somehow surged in like a storm. "Wrong move. the Lee Sung-mu bloodline's body is stronger than you thought. Cheol stared, bewildered, at the sword inches from his eyes. A red flash sparked in his eyes as he leaned back to dodge Myung-jung's incoming blade. Move, he told himself. He was slightly surprised to see Cheol already able to evade his strike. Had he caught up that much? Myung-jung grabbed the collar and pulled him out hard. Solid foundation, quick to absorb. This kid couldn't perform moves like this before. Myung-jung grabbed the collar and pulled him out hard. Solid foundation, quick to absorb. This kid couldn't perform moves like this before. Myung-jung rolled up his shirt sleeve and said, "Alright, you seem to be catching up, I'll raise the difficulty a notch." He smiled with meaning, his hand gripping the sword that shone amid a blaze of blue aura as he taunted, "Let's see how far you can follow." Seeing the power radiating from Myung-jung made Cheol tremble slightly. Damn, he's really serious now. The late sun streamed through the training room windows as his voice rang out, "Today's training ends here." The late sun streamed through the training room windows as his voice rang out, "Today's training ends here." He looked down at Cheol, exhausted and sitting on the ground, battered all over, sweat and dirt caked on him, and said awkwardly, "It seems I pushed too hard during practice." Cheol only managed a weary smile in reply, "It's fine, training should be like this." A hand was offered to him as Myung-jung's voice said, "Come on." Then he pulled Cheol to his feet, "Looks like you've caught the feel of it somewhat," which made it easier for him to stand. "Thanks, yes, didn't I say the Lee Sung-mu line has a very sturdy body?" A strong blue energy flowed from the man. The Sung-mu kin's bodies truly were harder than ordinary people, tendons like steel wire, muscles supple and elastic like rubber. Cheol bent his head and looked at his hand pensively. A body this hardy only grows stronger with each training session. Then he clenched his fist and looked up at Myung-jung with a determined smile. "So even if it's hard to execute techniques that heavily stress the body, that's okay, because from that point the fundamentals begin." He smiled softly and replied, "Yes, you've grasped it well, indeed, you've even applied it to your footwork." Cheol scratched his head awkwardly. After only a week of grueling training he'd only managed to grasp that much. Little brother is still far behind. Myung-jung looked surprised and chuckled softly, he says he's still lacking? Normally basic training takes months to take shape, by that standard, he's doing quite well." He smiled, bent down to pick up his outer coat, "Truly commendable. Remember to stop by the infirmary and have those external wounds properly treated." Myung-jung turned and left with a smile, patting Cheol lightly on the shoulder. "Then, see you at this time tomorrow." Cheol replied very earnestly, "Yes. Today I'll review what I've learned." He stepped outside, the door closing behind him, and didn't forget to leave a reminder, "Alright, but don't overexert yourself." Only then did Cheol let out a long sigh, feeling some of the burden and pressure lift. Once more he looked at his hand and thought to himself, "It's really true." Cheol recalled the times he'd launched moves, the basic forms of infinity, a type of theory that systematizes movement through endless, ever-changing application. Then he remembered the recent training battle with Myung-jung, the clan's foundational cultivation methods, which rely on the nature of the body to push physical capacity to its absolute limits. Cheol was astonished to realize the two patterns were eerily similar. He felt each current of energy flowing through his body. The difference, if any, was that the foundational method centers on the body, while infinity revolves around weapons. Cheol furrowed his brow in deep thought. This made grasping the foundational practice easier than he expected, perhaps both spring from the same root. He glanced aside, recalling a figure that had appeared in his mind. In Infinity's memories he had seen someone bearing Sung-mu lineage traits. Indeed, Infinity seems closely connected to our clan. Cheol clenched his fist and thought inwardly, feeling as if he'd uncovered a secret no one would have suspected. A smile curved his lips as he said aloud, "It seems time will pass very quickly." Later, everyone gathered around the long table in the Sung-mu clan elder council chamber. The door to the room opened with a soft sound. Cheol-jung hobbled in leaning on his cane, smiling kindly as he spoke, "My apologies for arriving late." He looked toward Jae-hong, who sat with arms crossed very calmly. Well, an overseer busy with 100 matters, and yet he has the leisure to attend like this." The uncle replied coldly that he usually used busyness as an excuse and couldn't attend regularly, so this time he decided to come. Cheol-jung raised an eyebrow and lifted the teacup on the table. "Is that so?" Then he leisurely brought it to his lips and sipped. "Surely you've heard about the martial credential granted to the youngest branch's heir, haven't you?" The others erupted in outraged shouts. "Of course, elder, a green brat is allowed to take the martial credential? What kind of propriety is that? And he's a filthy younger son to boot." While those beside Jae-hong joined the argument, the uncle sat silently and calmly. He'd heard that the arrogant fellow personally petitioned the clan head, claiming that because he'd returned from the Demon Mountain, he should be allowed to proceed. Cheol-jung glanced over and slowly set his teacup down. "It seems you're all misunderstanding. The clan head has not made a final decision. He only said to let the Elder Council discuss and decide. One of them hesitated, so the final decision rests with us. Someone nearby boasted loudly, at this point just flat out veto it. Cheol-jung forced a smile and stroked his beard. Haha, it's not that simple. Recalling the image of Cheol fighting with fierce intensity, he said, the clan had reported that the kid possesses combat strength equivalent to a level 5 warrior. And he even overcame the bloodless dream. There's no valid reason to refuse. There's no valid reason to refuse. Suddenly a hand shot up. Jae-hong spoke confidently, may I say a few words? During the council, everyone buzzed with discussion while only Jae-hong remained calm and listening. Lee Tae-hong never took sides in political matters. The uncle always stood alone, not aligning with any faction. The elders saw Lee Tae-hong as a neutral man who wanted to keep himself clean while avoiding commitments. Jae-hong sat with his arms crossed regardless of how things went, so when they saw Lee Tae-hong at the meeting, all the elders thought he must be siding with him, because the two of them are both scoundrels. Up until now the uncle had shown no reaction, just calmly listening, but Jae-hong suddenly opened his eyes with a very serious look. Of course Lee Tae-hong knew this well. The uncle glanced at them, thinking their thoughts were plain as day. Those old snakes. And the topic they were debating concerned the next tests, the 3 trials that a direct blood member of the Songmu clan must undergo: selection, the naming fate ceremony, and the warrior's journey. Those who passed all 3 would be regarded as high-ranking members of the clan. Paper privileges would rain down from the sky. They would receive many rights and approvals, including the right to attend and speak at major council meetings. Frankly, it was no different from being treated as a former elder. Jae-hong quietly slipped his hand into his sleeve. There was no way those shallow elders, obsessed with pure blood, would accept that. The uncle suddenly realized, wait a minute, this kid, don't tell me he brought that miracle elixir just to ask for this favor? Jae-hong sighed softly, sounding somewhat troubled. Cheol, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do. The uncle politely raised his hand and said, may I express an opinion? Jae-hong's unprompted move also caught Cheol-jung's attention. What does the overseer want to say? Then he smiled and said with implication, I've heard the overseer is rather close to that kid. The uncle inwardly felt disgust and thought his tone was truly cutting, but outwardly Jae-hong showed enthusiasm and friendliness without revealing any weakness. With such effort, how could I hate the boy? Cheol-jung propped his hands on the table and rested his chin, as if probing the uncle. However, I think this matter is getting a bit out of hand, he said. You think it's gone too far? Jae-hong remained unruffled and calmly replied, yes, the boy has sufficient evidence, but we cannot ignore tradition and procedure. I think the youngest should understand there are things a person cannot do just because they want to. Cheol-jung laughed smugly, not noticing the corner of Jae-hong's mouth curl into a smile. Ho ho, I thought the overseer disliked all those traditions and protocols. The uncle bristled inwardly, thinking, what a meddlesome old man, but outwardly he had to maintain his image and proper demeanor. It's not that I don't understand their importance, I just want to avoid them because, as a man of progressive ideals, handling issues so rigidly can cause trouble. Seeing that, he nodded slightly. I understand your meaning, overseer. Cheol-jung tilted his head and asked, so, what solution do you propose? In the council chamber Jae-hong's calm voice echoed, if the council has no reason to refuse, we just need to create one. Honestly, this issue isn't that complicated. The uncle placed his hand neatly on the table and spoke confidently. Ultimately the only problem is that the youngest hasn't proven himself yet. Cheol-jung glanced at Jae-hong with meaning. Didn't the clan head acknowledge that he has strength equal to a level 5 warrior? The uncle refused to back down and immediately retorted, but can the clan head publicly declare that? He narrowed his eyes with a look of scheming calculation. Jae-hong placed both hands on the table, clenched them, and continued, then. The uncle gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, let the brat do as he pleases. Jae-hong straightened and looked directly at everyone, declaring firmly, I think we simply need to create an opportunity for the boy to prove himself. Cheol-jung, surprised, hurriedly asked, you mean create an opportunity? You don't mean a match, right? The uncle nodded, confirming confidently, causing the other sect heads to murmur, that's right, considering what the youngest has done, we won't refuse. He lifted an eyebrow, his eyes deep with implication as he slowly asked, then who should he fight? Jae-hong confidently suggested, wouldn't the person who most recently completed the warrior path be the best match? But the 7th young master, Jae-hak, would never agree to this, it doesn't suit his style. Cheol-jung stroked his beard thoughtfully, imagining Seo-la, fierce and brandishing a knife. What about the 6th young master? The uncle nodded softly, wouldn't Seo-la be a suitable choice? If there's an issue, we can set limits for Seo-la. He felt quite pleased, thinking to himself, not a bad idea. Cheol-jung could already picture her hateful face when they met again. Besides, as Madame Beck said, the 6th young master harbors strong hostility toward that kid. He smiled and spoke a bit louder, I think this approach isn't bad, what do the other elders say? The others had no objections. I also think this plan is pretty good, it's acceptable to me. Everyone agreed with the proposal. If the chief elder had consented, none of them would object. Then Cheoljung's voice rose, then let's adjourn the meeting. In the waning light a voice praised, you did well today, overseer. Jaehong stopped and turned, great elder. Cheoljung stepped through the doorway against the light, hobbling along with his cane. He smiled kindly and probed the uncle, it seems I misjudged you, what made you change your mind so quickly? Jaehong replied calmly, as I said earlier. Cheoljung tapped his cane and nodded in understanding, I know well your loyalty to the clan. Suddenly he struck his cane down hard on the wooden floor. But listen, overseer. Cheoljung's eyes had taken on a different look, his voice carrying a warning. In performance, even the smallest details matter. Jaehong only grinned sheepishly and scratched his neck, replying, performance? I don't really know what you mean by that. Every word he spoke caused the uncle to pause, his eyes, his tone, every single word. Then Cheoljung smiled and walked past Jaehong but didn't forget a gentle reminder, you, overseer, keep calling him, the youngest, while everyone else calls him a bastard. As the uncle's polite expression hardened, no longer as cordial as before, Cheoljung's back receded down the dim corridor. His low voice carried, after all. In the training hall, the aftermath of the previous battle, cracks and breaks in the floor, still remain. 3 weeks later at the Songmu grounds, Cheol's confident voice rang out, today might mark the end of this training session. Myung-jung feigned surprise, then watched as he drew his sword from its scabbard and said, really? You were beaten to a pulp just yesterday. Cheol leaned in, assuming a ready fighting stance. Don't you also feel the same way, senior brother? Cheol leaned in, assuming a ready fighting stance. Don't you feel the same way, senior brother? Without another word, he swung his sword and charged at him. Cheol frowned, watching Myung-jung's every motion intently. He raised his sword and successfully blocked the strike. Then Cheol swung his sword and knocked Myung-jung back. Myung-jung grinned with delight and launched another attack, praising him, nice, stance like that. Cheol continued to block Myung-jung's next strike. His eyes suddenly gleamed gold. Through training, his sixth sense and mystic sight could trace every path of the blade. At that moment Cheol lunged and raised his sword, seizing the initiative to attack. I can block them all. His eyes went blank and soulless as he slashed down at Myung-jung. He could also parry the blow from him. The clash of the two created a small shockwave that sent dust and debris flying in all directions. Myung-jung gripped his sword, was knocked back by Cheol, and skidded across the ground, and he couldn't avoid being thrown clear. Seeing that, he couldn't help but laugh. Myung-jung sat on the sandy ground holding his head and laughed loudly. You've mastered the basics, took you 3 months to get there, you're a genius. He exhaled and, still dizzy, rubbed his head thinking, 1 week to grasp them, 2 weeks to internalize them, and only 33 days to apply mana and perfect them? Cheol stared at Myung-jung's outstretched hand. He never failed to surprise me. He smiled brightly and said, I hereby officially recognize that you've fully mastered the basic skills. Myung-jung's clear voice echoed in his ear, and it seemed he hadn't just learned them, he'd gained something more. Cheol smiled, both pleased and resigned. I really can't hide anything from the senior. He reached up, took his hand, and replied, yes, I'm also training my teleportation. Do you want to help? Myung-jung immediately asked. They clasped hands warmly. Cheol gladly answered, I'd be grateful if you would. Fog hung thick among the withered trees. Black, twisted branches reached up, bleak and cold. A powerful slash drove down and extended, accompanied by a curse. Those pathetic useless ones always put on a show of bravado. Seol shoved her hands into her pockets, her face registering sheer boredom. She lowered her head, her expression darkened. It's all that bastard's fault, stuck with these annoying tasks. Seol walked through the puddled, uneven ground, her mother still angry. She stepped over many monster corpses, muttering as she went, all of this, it's all because of him. Suddenly one monster corpse twitched. It let out a loud roar, gaping its mouth and baring jagged teeth as it lunged at Seol like it wanted to swallow her. Seol, hands in her pockets, walked on calmly. A flash of blazing red streaked through the air. The dagger, wreathed in crimson mana, drove straight into the monster's skull. Furious, she raised her hand, flames flaring around it. Eyes wide, she shouted, I told you I'm bored. Seol stared, stunned, as the blazing dagger pierced the monster's head. She reached in and decisively pulled the dagger out of its head. Seol then sheathed the dagger back into her hand. This is my 21st task. She clenched her teeth in anger. They're all annoying chores like exterminating rampaging monster packs. Normally I only do 4 or 5 jobs a year. Then Seol strolled through the dark, freezing forest. The 5-year pledge has finally passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too. Suddenly a mysterious shadow appeared behind her and bowed respectfully, greetings, Miss Luck. Seola widened her eyes and glanced at him. A deep voice rang out, "State your identity." He answered honestly, "I'm Gaguk, Team 12 of the Black Sword Corps." Hearing that, she flinched, spun around, and hurriedly asked, "The Black Sword Corps?" Seola looked at the masked stranger and, with a puzzled tone, placed a hand over her chest. "What brings the clan leader's personal guard here?" His face was hidden behind a mask so you couldn't see his real features, only his voice could be heard. "I bear a message from the clan leader." Then he whispered something indistinct. Upon hearing it, Seola gave a cold laugh. "Oh? That arrogant bastard." A chilling, raucous laugh burst from her. She then drove the dagger repeatedly into a nearby tree. Seola lowered her brows so her expression was unreadable. Perfect timing. He's just dug his own grave with his own hands. She wore a crooked, mocking smile. Her eyes widened and her shrill laugh pierced the air. "So the clan leader is really something, huh?" Then Seola glanced back at the man and said to him, "Tell him I've received the message." His respectful voice answered and then he vanished. "Yes, miss." She gripped the dagger until sparks seemed to fly, thrilled. "I'm really looking forward to this." Saying that, Seola drove the dagger harder into the tree, mana flaring brightly. "I'll crush you into the mud, Lee Cheol." On a clear, beautiful morning, Cheol approached, gently opened the door, and leaned in to peek. "Sorry I'm late, sir, my training ran a bit long." Jae-hong, seeing him finally arrive, turned and beamed, "You're here, I've heard you've mastered all the basics. What else is there to train?" Cheol replied politely, "Yes, there are a few things I'd like to test." The uncle watched as he pulled out a chair and sat slowly, then got down to business. "The detailed schedule has been released, so I'm here to discuss it." Cheol sat upright in the chair opposite Jae-hong and smiled. "If there's an official notice, I'll come to see you." The uncle sighed deeply. Jae-hong looked him squarely in the eye and asked seriously, "Aren't you nervous?" Cheol remained calm and asked back, "What's there to be nervous about?" His gaze darkened slightly and a knowing smile curved his lips. "Everything is unfolding just as I predicted." Cheol recalled everything he'd done before. His father had approved the warrior expedition but set 2 conditions. Then came the joint training sessions with Myung-jung. The first condition was to master all the basic martial techniques. Fortunately, thanks to what I learned from him and my studies of mana techniques, I managed it in a short time. The second condition, which Tae-shin told him, was the hardest for Cheol, to convince the chief elder. Cheol was taken aback by Tae-shin's words. "Sorry?" Tae-shin looked at him seriously and said, "You may use any means necessary if you can't persuade them." The next thing Tae-shin said made Cheol a little anxious. The warrior expedition might not be approved. After that he sat alone, racking his brain for every possible plan. In his current position it would be hard to interfere with the elder's affairs. Suddenly Cheol let out a sound as if he'd realized something. He placed a hand on his chin and smiled confidently. "So I decided to create the most advantageous stage for myself." Next, Cheol went to see Jae-hong to ask a favor, using a demonstration as an excuse. "Arrange a duel with Sixth Sister, ask you to steer things that way so the chief elder will have no reason to refuse." At that point he officially made a new move for himself. He wanted to manufacture a situation that would grant him the right to travel. The ability to turn situations around is essential for anyone entering politics, and this matter itself is part of the test. Jae-hong sighed again in a way Cheol couldn't quite read, and Cheol looked up. "Huh, I just don't understand how you can stay so calm." He still answered calmly, "Is that so?" "Because I trust you've arranged it properly." The uncle held his head and shook it slightly. "That's not what I meant." Jae-hong spoke with worry. "That girl, I've heard you don't get along with her." Cheol sat silently, listening to Jae-hong. With Seola's temperament, even a duel wouldn't end peacefully. Why pick her in this situation? He said calmly, "I'm settling a debt with Sixth Sister." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the uncle slammed the table and sprang up. Then Jae-hong shouted loudly, "Exactly." The uncle felt bewildered. He raised his voice. "Couldn't that matter be postponed? Why force yourself into a situation like this?" The hand resting on the table tightened slightly, and then he collapsed back into his chair. "It's not that I don't think you can do it." Jae-hong held his head, torn between sorrow, pity, and worry for Cheol. "I'm afraid you'll get hurt in some way." Seeing the uncle like that, he thought to himself, "Uncle, you really do care about me." Just then Jae-hong pulled a long face and wailed pitifully, "What am I to do now, Cheol?" And Cheol could only smile helplessly, or leave it be. Cheol's gaze softened with feeling as he uttered his most sincere thanks. "Thank you for caring." He remembered the wild look in Seola's eyes and the scrutinizing stares of the elders. Sixth Sister would likely try to beat him senseless, and the elders would have an excuse to bind him. He remembered the wild look in Seola's eyes and the scrutinizing stares of the elders. Sixth Sister would likely try to beat him senseless, and the elders would have an excuse to bind him. Then he sprang to his feet and spoke solemnly, while reassuring Jae-hong, "If I lose it'll be troublesome, but don't worry. Cheol clenched his fist and smiled with confident determination. In this match, no matter what, I will win. Amid thunderous cheers across the stands, the central training ground lit up under the sun. The Council of Elders quickly issued the official announcement and pushed the duel forward, and soon the venue was set, the central training ground. In the brightly lit waiting room, the largest and most spacious training arena of the Sungmu clan, the same place where the selection ceremony was held. Cheol glanced around and, pulling on his black outer coat, thought to himself that they wouldn't let things pass quietly. He smiled lightly and exhaled. Without a doubt, this is the chief elder's plot. Outside was a vast arena with seating for a huge audience. The central training ground had stands encircling the central ring. Clearly they wanted to publicly shame him and crush his morale. Cheol closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. This won't be a problem for me. Suddenly someone stepped forward and pulled the door of the room open. More importantly, Jaiwa appeared, her beautiful face flushed with worry, stammering and unable to speak. Aunt. He looked at her still fidgety, fingers twisting together. She'd worn that expression all day. Cheol stepped closer, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's really making me uncomfortable." She sighed and brushed it off. "It's nothing." His voice was a bit loud, which made Jaiwa flinch. "You've been like this all day. How can you say it's nothing?" She bowed her head and snapped angrily, "I'm sick of this clan deciding things on its own. I hate the whispers and backroom deals." Jaiwa gripped the white dress she wore, bowing her head in worry. "She's a rank 4 warrior while you've just reached rank 5. The gap between rank 4 and 5 is enormous." Cheol looked at her calmly and said, "That's precisely why Sixth Sister will be restricted in magic. She won't be allowed to use secret techniques or finishing moves, right?" Jaiwa hesitated with her head bowed. "Yes, I know." She held out her hands, clearly trembling, her voice trembling with fear and worry. "But, what if you really lose?" Jaiwa clutched her head in panic, eyes darting around as she whispered, Magic. If only I had trained you harder. If only I had revealed Mujuan to the clan earlier." Suddenly a clear, respectful voice rang out, jolting her. "Please stop, Elder Lee Kyunghwa." Gawa appeared beside them before anyone noticed, smiling confidently. "Young master will win, just like he always has." She narrowed her eyes, stepped forward, put a hand on Jaiwa's shoulder, and reassured her, "As his teacher, shouldn't you offer some encouragement?" Her eyes remained downcast, the weight and worry hadn't completely left her. Still, Cheol thought to himself as he looked at Jaiwa that she trembled like a frightened fawn. She must have lost something in the Sungmu clan. A solitary image of her flashed in his mind. He didn't know her past, but if he wanted, he could easily investigate it all. Cheol, very clear-headed, pushed the thought away. Intentionally, he did not pursue it. Then he gently lifted his foot, because he believed that one day she would tell him her story herself. Cheol moved toward Jaiwa with a bright smile and, instead of scolding, comforted her. "Aunt, now's not the time to be down. You should be excited." Jaiwa tilted her head, looking at his confident expression and smile, and brightened. Her golden eyes widened in surprise, lips parting at his suggestive words, and then came an even more unexpected twist. A voice called from outside, drawing Cheol's attention as he looked up. "Young master, it's time to go out." He didn't forget to turn and smile at Jaiwa. "Watch closely, I'm not going to lose." Cheol grabbed his sword, gripped it in his palm, and strode out with confidence, radiant. "Cheer loudly from the stands. If you don't cheer enough I'll be sad." He felt a flutter of nerves walking down the long corridor toward the arena. "It's been a long time since I walked this hallway." Cheol suddenly halted, thinking to himself with some unease, "Since birth I've been constantly trying to prove myself." Then he stepped forward decisively toward the light at the end of the long corridor. Now it's time to close that chapter of proof. Cheol tightened his grip on the sword and smiled, murmuring to steady himself, "Let's go." He entered the arena with a steady bearing. The stands around him were packed with spectators. They'd arrived very early. The atmosphere was wildly lively. Cheol quietly noticed the tier of seats closest to the arena. There sat Tae-shin with a stern expression, his wife beside him, father and Lady Beck, and the row of elders including Jae-hong and even Cheoljung. Both he and the elders were present. Suddenly a sharp, acidic voice sounded that made him glance over. "Hey, you arrogant bastard of a bastard." Seol-ah stood opposite and spat with contempt. "You keep your head held high like that, huh?" She sneered to show her disdain. "I've never liked your neck." Seol-ah casually twirled the knife in her hand. "Just some bastard who always acts high and mighty. It's so irritating to see." Then she caught the knife, pointed it at Cheol with a confident, provocative smile. "Today I'll snap that neck. Get ready." He tilted his head and smiled dangerously, replying, "I'm looking forward to it, Sixth Sister." The referee standing between them raised his hand and shouted, "Then, begin now." The duel between Miss Yuk and the 9th young master starts. With the referee's go-ahead, both place their hands on their weapons simultaneously, ready in the fighting stance. Ready. Cheol closed his eyes briefly to sense the air around him. The moment the referee shouted begin, he opened his eyes. Cheol's eyes flared brilliantly, and many streaks of energy, demonic glare, radiated around him. But in an instant Seol-Ah had appeared behind him, holding a knife that blazed with fire. Cheol was stunned by her speed and glanced back. Where Seol-Ah's knives were streaking in from, when had she gotten behind him? He stood rooted as 3 throwing knives came at him from the rear, 2 more blazing blades shot toward him from the front, 2 more in front. He hadn't even had time to see her throw them. Seol-Ah saw him trapped from both sides and grinned smugly. Throwing knife technique. Her knife was scorched and burned, blazing with mana fire, a skill where she channels mana and ki into the blade and throws it, a unique technique the sixth sister devised herself. Its name evoked falling flames. It's called Firefall. 5 blazing throwing knives surrounded Cheol. He stood stock still, unable to evade. Cheol's eyes suddenly lit up. The black sword he held radiated pure black power. Then, the brutal energy skill. Cheol gripped the sword and slammed it down into the ground with tremendous force, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the arena center, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The thunder variant. The incoming throwing knives were knocked aside by the impact. Seol-Ah was no exception and stepped back several paces. Terrible. Dust and smoke billowed across the arena, completely obscuring Cheol. Only a dark silhouette remained. Then the smoke slowly cleared to reveal his face, smiling calmly as he said, "I've heard a lot about Sixth Sister's wondrous throwing knife techniques." Cheol confidently pointed his sword straight at her, his voice carrying a challenge, "But they're not as impressive as I expected." Seol-Ah grew furious at that, gritted her teeth, and rummaged inside her clothes for something. She pulled out another knife and screamed, "You're finished." With that she clutched the knife and lunged swiftly toward Cheol. She stabbed angrily at him repeatedly, but Cheol was still able to dodge those strikes. The kid still wet behind the ears. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Seol-Ah's eyes widened with wild intensity as fiery throwing knives flew up one after another. "I'm going to crush you head on." Immediately they all aimed and hurled themselves at Cheol. But facing the blades, he calmly watched her movements and gestures, quietly assessing. Luke Tai moved like an acrobat, using many blades at once, swinging at skewed, unnatural angles, a skill impossible without superior reflexes and situational judgment. A smug smile appeared on Cheol's face, but he took a running start and shot forward like an arrow. That was exactly what I wanted to lure her into doing. They charged at each other at the same time, neither backed down, forcing her into a direct attack. Cheol swung his sword, slicing past Seol-Ah's face while successfully chopping away the incoming throwing knives. He gripped the sword tightly, and a surge of electricity emanated from it. Mujin the First awakened. The sky suddenly lit up with crackling lightning as he raised the blade glittering with flashes. Demon Piercer. Seol-Ah stared at the bolts chaining down and a thought flashed through her mind. Dangerous. Seol-Ah immediately sent 2 throwing knives forward to block Cheol's attack. This is really dangerous. Thunder exploded across the clear sky as he thrust the sword toward her, causing a massive bolt of lightning to erupt violently, even the ground trembling from the unimaginable strike. The footprints Seol-Ah had left on the earth had already cracked and shattered. She gripped her 2 knives, which were now almost shattered from the blow. Kneeling on the ground, Seol-Ah clenched her teeth and looked up. He lessened the force at the last moment by pulling back as the blades met. She looked down at the battered knife in her hand. That bastard used swordsmanship like a clan's heir. Seol-Ah threw the ruined knife aside, her eyes cutting toward Cheol. She must not take that hit. She picked up another knife, stood up to face him, and spoke. "Turns out you've got a move worth something. But too bad, that move." Then Seol-Ah gripped the 2 blazing knives and lunged viciously, yelling loudly, "You should have saved it for a more important moment." Cheol carefully watched her speed, assessing silently, faster than before, but he charged straight in again. At the same time he also raised his sword. But Seol-Ah spun several times in midair to evade Cheol's strike. She quickly reappeared behind him, turning the tables from passive to active. "What, lost your voice? Come on, talk back." Cheol swiftly raised his sword to block the unexpected strike from Seol-Ah. Then they surged at each other, trading blows in rapid succession, the clash of weapons ringing across the arena, a flurry of fast, unpredictable combos. He frowned and lifted his sword to parry Seol-Ah's knife. He could block it, but at that speed it was hard to counterattack. Cheol's eyes suddenly flared golden. Luke Tai. He could read each of her actions and make judgments. "I can see everything." Cheol tilted his head to dodge the knife Seol-Ah thrust. "Instinct told me the blade's path, and my demonic eye tracked every direction it came from." He gave a small, smug smile. "The reason I insisted on dueling Luke Tai." Cheol, eyes blazing, wore a confident smile amid the lightning-filled battlefield, thinking that his ability was Luke Tai's greatest counter. When Seol-Ah saw that look she shuddered in surprise. That monstrous eye. She hurried to steady herself, crouched back into a fighting stance. the short blade's advantage is mystery and agility, but if everything is seen through, the fighting style becomes limited. Seol-ah recalled Cheol's earth-shattering strike and thought to herself that he still dared to try to overpower her with close combat and then counter like before. She glanced down at the magic binding shackles around her ankles and wrists and cursed under her breath, "Damn this mana limit. If it were just 10% higher I could use an advanced aura skill." Seol-ah remembered the time she spent slaying monsters everywhere. For a year she only thought about avenging that bastard, crushing him, destroying his pride. Seol-ah stood amid the corpses of monsters, gasping with exhaustion, intending to torment him until he begged for mercy. Along with that was a savage, satisfied smile. She never expected it to turn out like this. Lost in her own delighted thoughts, "Me, above all these people," Cheol's voice suddenly rang out and snapped her back. "Do you still have energy to gloat?" He appeared in front of Seol-ah before she knew it, smiling as he warned, "You better focus, understood?" Cheol swung his sword, and she nimbly brought her two throwing knives up to block. But compared to his power she was still a bit weaker. Seol-ah trembled as she defended, clicking her tongue in annoyance. "Tsk." Suddenly her whole body burst into red flames. "I didn't plan to use this." Which also surprised Cheol. A current of energy spread out and ran into his body. It moved toward Cheol's heart and wrapped around it, successfully sealing it tight. He stared down in shock, thinking that his mana channels had been blocked. Sensing something wrong, Cheol immediately leapt back a few steps. Seol-ah, seeing him retreat, taunted, "So you can think too, huh?" She screamed with a wild look in her eyes, "No mana. You're just a useless bug." Cheol remained calm, watching Seol-ah and silently deducing that she was using a psychic ability. A kind of energy slips deep into the body to touch the heart within, a psychic power of Luke Tai Li Seol-ah that can bend an opponent's mana channels and misdirect control. That's a mana sealing technique. If the opponent's mana is stronger it can resist, but if not, even if they know it, they're still bound. Seol-ah saw him rooted in place and jeered, "You're done for." But there was something Cheol still hid deep inside, one thing Luke Tai didn't know. A moment later she had to widen her eyes in shock. Impossible. Seeing a stream of blue mana swirling around him made Seol-ah exclaim in surprise, "How can he still use mana?" Cheol smiled inwardly with confidence. His mana technique is unlike anyone else's. Amid the roaring cheers of thousands of spectators, a girl in the crowd couldn't help but tremble and pray, "Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay, because my nephew is really skilled." At that moment Jayawa's face showed clear unease. She kept clasping her hands and praying, trying to reassure herself subconsciously, "Yes, this time won't be like the last." But what if you end up in the same situation as back then? Gee, Yoa was so terrified that Gawa beside her kept calling, "Elderly Jayawa." But she didn't hear a word. Then what am I supposed to do? She couldn't face reality, so the black-haired woman's eyes remained tightly shut. Suddenly the commentator's voice cut through Jayawa's thoughts, "He's okay?" Hearing that, she startled and opened her eyes wide. A young spectator nearby also exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect he could develop like this. His foundation is terrifyingly solid." A spectator behind the black-haired woman called out curiously, "What kind of aura skill is that?" His friend immediately answered, "Isn't it one of Sungwaga's mana masterpieces?" "You mean that illegitimate brat is only 15? Hearing their discussion about her grandson, Jayawa stared down at the arena in astonishment. Down in the arena, Cheol's deep golden eyes flared as he charged forward with his sword. Kang-chi technique, thunderclap. This strike smashed into the ground, shattering it. Seol-ah nimbly evaded that attack. While she was still off balance from dodging, Cheol didn't stop and swung his sword forcefully behind him. He then used Kang-chi technique, Yenla, to continue attacking Seol-ah. This time she was still leaning back, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Bright red cords from the black-haired boy's technique wrapped tightly around her body. Held fast by the restraint, Seol-ah immediately tumbled to the ground. She quickly activated Kang-chi technique, Tempest, a powerful move that sliced through the red cords created by Yenla. Having taken several full hits from the black-haired boy, Seol-ah grew increasingly battered. She glared furiously, clutching a small knife in her hand. Seeing her escape attempt, Cheol couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She used Tempest to cut through Yenla. In the stands, Jayawa couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, "Thunderclap, Yenla, Tempest, these are the aura skills my grandson and I once developed together, all those tangled emotions. Like being washed clean." Thinking that, she clenched her fists. Jayawa's eyes shone at her grandson, "Yes, you must win. Because you're a genius." A bright smile appeared on her face, a fierce faith in Cheol. As the dust on the arena began to clear, Seol-ah froze for a moment. "Impossible. My skill should have sealed his mana source. How can he still use mana?" She couldn't accept what had happened. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Cheol and Seol-ah now stood opposed. The black-haired boy thought to himself, there is one thing Luke Tai doesn't know. My mana method differs from ordinary people, it can operate using only mana channels. Thinking that, he gave a slight grin as the sword in his hand began to absorb abundant energy from the surroundings. Once he sensed enough power, Cheol didn't hesitate and called out loudly, "Now I'm charging in." In the blink of an eye the distance between them closed significantly, and Seola was now on the defensive. The black-haired boy's sword descended amid her bewilderment, too fast. But just as the blade was about to strike, she launched herself backward with all her strength to avoid it. To dodge that attack, Seola had to skid a long distance. Her hands were trembling violently now. Seola cursed in anger, "You bastard." Before she could even get her bearings, Cheol swung his sword again. Once more, Seola painfully stepped back to avoid the move, and the ground where she had just stood was cleaved by his blade. Seeing the force Cheol unleashed, she couldn't believe her eyes. "No way. I can't be forced back like this." Suddenly Seola felt a terrifying killing intent gradually closing in on her. She startled and glanced up toward the stands. Seola's heartbeat hammered harder as she looked at the person applying the pressure. That person was staring at her with jade-green eyes. The woman wore pure white, with deep green hair and beautiful jade-green eyes, but her expression was utterly terrifying. Seola looked back at the woman, breathing heavily and exhausted. Suddenly her body trembled. Seola's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something. I. She couldn't control her emotions facing that cold stare. Seola's hands twitched and spun the knife. A surge of scorching fire energy burst from within her. Seol growled, "It's all because of that illegitimate brat." Cheol quickly noticed something was off, an enormous amount of mana. She's forcibly siphoning mana. Is she ignoring her wounds? The two small knives in Seola's hands were now enveloped by massive mana. Soon the other knives scattered on the ground began to lift as well. Seola poured all her strength into controlling the blades. A blazing red energy swelled around her. She raised her hands and sent the knives soaring into the air. And this was her secret starfall technique. "I will kill you." With that she decisively brought her hand down, her eyes flashing with madness. In the stands, Jaehong leapt to his feet at the sight and shouted, "That's a violation of the match rules. Stop!" But his shout came too late. The knives, under Seola's control, lunged to attack Cheol. He showed no panic or intention to dodge. He stood calmly in place. And the sword in his hand began to absorb mana. When the sword had absorbed the required amount of mana, patterns began to appear on it. Cheol let out a soft exhale. Immediately after, he assumed a defensive stance. The knives were now drawing ever closer to him. At once the black-haired boy swung his sword in a wide arc. Seeing Cheol cutting through the air, Seola couldn't help but laugh. "What are you swinging at?" But she barely had time to enjoy it before the next sight froze her. One of the knives flew back and impaled itself into the ground right beside her foot. While parrying Seola's starfall with his sword, the black-haired boy thought, "There is an immutable truth. Mana doesn't disappear. When dispersed into the air it returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly vanishes." Because of that truth, Cheol could easily absorb the mana and knock the knives off course. With just a few masterful sword strokes, he successfully shattered Seola's technique. But Cheol himself held a reality that contradicted that truth, the ancestral blade, Hyugya of the Black Knight. It's a sword that can cut and erase mana. After a flawless defense, the black-haired boy tilted his mouth into a confident smile. Cheol stared at the sword trembling in his hand and thought in awe, "I didn't expect she would even use the starfall, but still, I succeeded." The black-haired boy recalled that when Seola summoned those massive starfall orbs, his current strength was insufficient and he had to use his blackening power to defeat her. "With my current strength I couldn't fully block the starfall, so I used the dark edge to sever the mana threads linked to the throwing blades." Not only that, Cheol had to combine his demon eye with the throwing blades to perfectly beat Seola. But doing that required absolute, maximum concentration. With the demon eye I can see the mana streams connected to the throwing stars, but both tasks demand total focus. After thinking it through he decided to follow the planned approach. Then Cheol stepped forward challengingly and announced with eager tone, "Now, it's my turn." Hearing that, she couldn't help but startle. Seola clenched her teeth with a worried look. Is he going to use that move again? She quickly darted to another spot at lightning speed, too fast to clearly see, only debris where she had stood kicked up from the ground. Seola positioned herself as far from Cheol as she could, reasoning, "If I increase the distance, he won't be able to execute it." Suddenly long blue lightning streaks appeared along the sword the black-haired boy held. As the sky darkened, he readied himself to counterattack, throwing her into panic. "What? He's entering an attack stance even from this distance." Cheol smiled smugly and confidently explained, "Chiakma is a sword technique born to deal with monsters." Seeming to know what she was thinking, he immediately clarified thoroughly, then slowly raised the sword and continued, distance was never the issue. At once Cheol pointed the sword down toward the ground. A tremendous force descended with it as he called the move, Mujia, Eclipse. A ravenous flash tore the night apart, sweeping everything on the ground and sending debris flying chaotically through the air. The black-haired boy stood firm and unleashed the Chiakma, piercing demon, technique toward Seol-Ah. Seol-Ah stood there dumbstruck, unable to react. Only then did she realize the danger closing in and she gaped, swearing, "Bastard." A loud explosion rang out with a terrifying boom, and lightning bolt struck directly where she stood. When the blast ended, a drifting white smoke cleared little by little. Things came into focus, the sky was no longer pitch black, and a long, jagged sword-shaped crack appeared across the arena floor, an appalling sight. At that moment Cheol felt a sharp pain in his eye. He raised his hand to shield and protect his eye while uttering a cry of pain. The black-haired boy gritted his teeth through the surrounding agony, sweat beading on his face as he thought, "My eye hurts like this from pushing the demon eye to its limit." But this was not the time to rest since the fight was still ongoing, so Cheol worried, "But it's not over yet." Chiakma hit dead center. "But I need to finish this match." Suddenly a silhouette loomed within the white smoke. A blade suddenly pierced Cheol's thigh and blood sprayed, leaving him unable to react, stunned by the wound. The black-haired boy staggered forward, unable to stand steadily. Then a powerful footstep slammed into the ground and someone leapt up. It was Seol-Ah, her face full of killing intent as she lunged at him so fast the black-haired boy blurted in surprise, "Luke, you're fast." Her eyes flashed a fierce golden glow detecting an opportunity. This strike is dangerous, and the knife in her hand slid right up to his neck. He instantly dodged, sending debris on the ground rattling. Cheol sprang backward to dodge. They moved in a push and pull, chasing each other with neither yielding. But his speed wasn't enough. Cheol took a full stab from Seol-Ah. Cheol stood motionless on the floor. The two remained locked in place. The knife in her hand drove into his upper chest, blood spreading and staining his shirt. But he wasn't so easily defeated. The blade of his sword also pierced Seol-Ah's left chest. She immediately pulled the knife from his chest, dragging out a thin thread of red blood. After withdrawing the knife, she collapsed to the ground unconscious, while Cheol remained safe and unhurt in the match. He couldn't help but think, if I had been a second slower using the dark edge to block, my heart might have been pierced. He dared not dwell on the moment, just a few seconds delay and he could have lost. But defeating her had not been easy. The black-haired boy clutched his wounded left chest and winced in pain. He glanced at Seol-Ah lying motionless on the ground and assessed the situation. Luke fainted the moment Chiakma struck. My body reacted instinctively to the incoming killing intent. Cheol couldn't help but admire her ability. Luke's bloodline is truly terrifying. He turned to the two aides who were still standing there in shock. Cheol called out a reminder. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to take Luke away? If you leave her there she'll die from internal injuries," and as he spoke he slid his sword back into its sheath. Only then did the two aides snap into action and quickly obey, "Yes." But they still seemed unnerved and hesitated, so he reluctantly pointed to where Seol-Ah lay. They understood at once and hurriedly replied, "Yes." They rushed to her side, one on each side, while the black-haired boy stood proud, having demonstrated his power to everyone, and smugly said, "Now, do you see? Warriors of the tribe." He looked up at the packed stands filled with spectators. Even the stubborn elders, Grand Elder Cheoljung, watching, gaped in disbelief, staring at the arena. And he didn't forget those who shared his blood, even the half-siblings. The black-haired boy raised his hands high, full of confidence, no longer subject to mockery. For the first time, for all who once thought he'd lose simply for being an illegitimate child, "I've proven myself." Cheol wanted those who doubted and belittled him to see him differently. Suddenly the black-haired boy noticed something unusual. A single clap echoed through the quiet arena. He looked up toward the stands. Taishin was applauding, acknowledging his convincing victory. That set everyone off chanting in unison, filling the stands with cheers. He stood there astonished, looking around. This was the first time in his life he'd been so warmly received, with not a single jeer or criticism, and it warmed him deeply. But the feeling didn't last long. A voice pulled him out of his swirling thoughts. "My nephew is the best." The one wildly clapping and celebrating was Jiowa, her face full of joy. "Amazing, I knew he could do it." The maid, seeing her overexcited, gently rebuked, "Elder, please calm down." On the arena floor Cheol covered his face in embarrassed shyness, not wanting Jiowa to be called his aunt, murmuring, "Oh my God," yet the dark-haired woman continued proudly chanting for her beloved nephew, "My nephew is the best, my nephew is the best." At that moment a few people descended onto the floor and approached the black-haired boy. Leading them was Lord Li. He didn't forget to praise Cheol. "Well done," while the Grand Elder looked a bit embarrassed and couldn't meet his eyes. Cheol was very surprised by Taishin's compliment. It seems father isn't very pleased. He's never praised a child in front of others before. Seeing him say nothing, he stared at the black-haired boy and thought to himself, "This child picked Taehong and set up this stage. he chose that girl Luke and steered the match according to his own strategy. That's the opponent he has the greatest counter advantage against. Those who don't know would assume Luke's victory is obvious. Sounds easy, but how many people here could actually do that? Lord Li valued him highly and began paying more attention to him after the match. Then he decided to make an offer. You have proven yourself, so I acknowledge your qualification to embark on the warrior training path. Cheol, overjoyed, quickly bowed respectfully, hand over his chest in salute. Thank you, father. In a hidden corner no one could see the black-haired boy's secret smile, so no one knew what he was truly thinking. Taishin sensed he wanted to say something and curiously asked, you look like you have something to say, and as expected, everything went according to his plan. Cheol seized the moment, inwardly pleased, the time has come. Cheol straightened and looked him in the eye, answering honestly, as expected, father, I hide nothing from you. When Taishin asked if Cheol had something to say, it seemed he would grant it. He thought to himself, formally, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior path. Then he noticed a servant whispering gravely into Lady Beck's ear, but he paid little mind and continued his scattered thoughts. I probably shouldn't expect anything more from father. Perhaps the black-haired boy had thought that joining the warrior path would be enough, but if Lord Li offered more, he had no intention of refusing. He decided to voice his wish. Then allow me to say a word. Unwittingly, Grand Elder Cheoljung glanced to see what he intended to do next. Cheol told himself, with father it's like that, if I were Taishin I'd want to show more. The black-haired boy raised his hand to his chest and continued, I have reached the level to graduate early from military training, and you yourself witnessed it. I also went to Chanwizan and passed the bloodless dream trial. Cheol decided to lay out his full intentions now that he'd passed every required test. Because you, the Council of Elders, will decide, I must announce my requested rewards before them. He wanted to ensure he received everything he could possibly claim. Then he continued, anxious and thoughtful, I have proven everything and met all the conditions. So why does the Elders Council not trust me and insist on testing me for no reason? He intended to accuse Cheoljung publicly, especially in front of his father, to see how the old man would respond. The elder, caught off guard by the tactic, was shocked to realize Cheol had cleverly used self-humiliation to trap him. Cheol went on to recount how hard he'd worked. In this match, Luke was grievously injured, and standing here to speak now has already been a great effort for me. The black-haired boy stared straight into Cheoljung's eyes, but the old man quickly looked away, unwilling to meet that determined gaze. Cheol vowed he would no longer allow the Grand Elder to intimidate him. He couldn't keep feeling oppressed by the elders. Cheol decided to rise up and stop holding back, bluntly accusing the old man in front of everyone. The black-haired boy then bowed his head slightly and thought, only 15, I'm allowed to be a bit sharp and rude. If I don't speak now, when will I get another chance? He truly wanted to use this one small opportunity to express the suffering he'd endured for years. If he didn't, there might never be another chance. Seeing the innocent, hurt look in Cheol's eyes and how the Grand Elder suppressed recognition of his abilities, Taishin turned to Cheoljung and asked, Grand Elder, can you answer the question of this youngest child? Cheol also involuntarily looked toward the old man, wanting a proper answer. Cheoljung held his baton and pondered for a moment. After a while the old man smiled and said, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. The decision about entering the warrior path has always been up to the Council of Elders. Truly, the older ginger is the spicier one. The old man quickly denied any fault. The Grand Elder calmly explained to the black-haired boy in detail, the family rules clearly state there is no distinction between legitimate children and those born out of wedlock. Would the Council of Elders deny the family law itself? Hearing that, Cheol only gave a slight smile, understanding the sarcasm in the elder's words. Yet you deliberately brought up the phrase, out of wedlock. He knew the Grand Elder had always targeted him. I never mentioned my status, yet the man had already invoked the family rules, and the black-haired boy, feeling hurt, asked, would the Council of Elders really use that as an issue? Cheoljung gave a kind smile and quickly changed the subject without answering his vague question. Yes, setting out on the warrior path at too young an age can lead to unpredictable dangers, the old man reminded him like a senior relative. Suddenly Cheol spoke up, making the Grand Elder's smile turn more enigmatic. He continued to press, unable to let the matter drop so easily. Then why must it be Luke? Anyone can see she's much stronger than me, and she's older too. Only then did Cheoljung grow flustered and unsure how to answer, stammering, that is, not letting the old man continue. The black-haired boy pressed him more sharply. I read the official notice. It said the person who would assess me was someone returning from the warrior path. Cheol shouted in outrage, demanding the elder clarify. Then shouldn't Jaehong have been the one to appear? If not him, there are plenty of other warriors who could have been chosen. He had countless baffling questions about the matter. Lord Li, hearing his question, gaped and found himself unable to reply. the words he was about to say died on his lips because Cheol's remark was so incisive. Meanwhile Jae-hong turned his back so no one could see his face flush with excited laughter, and he praised the black-haired boy. This insolent brat set the stage and cornered the Grand Elder. It's hilarious. The uncle highly praised his top-tier performance, leaving no one able to speak. The steward acknowledged his cleverness in rendering the Grand Elder speechless. Well done, truly cunning. Then he realized something and looked back at Cheol with curiosity. Could it be you chose Luke from the start just for this moment? Cheol-jung tried to explain. We simply thought Luke was better suited for the test, and the black-haired boy, puzzled, replied. If that's the case, there was no need to make it public like this. The match should have been held privately and discreetly. Cheol clenched his fists and bluntly stated his point. So I want a clear answer. Why did the Council of Elders conduct a test like this? He stared directly into the Grand Elder's eyes, openly calling out the trickery. The black-haired boy could clearly see Cheol-jung's expression darken and his brow knit. This only excited him more. Checkmate. It looks like the Elders are bullying a child. He intended to reveal the Elder's true face to everyone, but Lord Lee intervened to stop the back and forth. Enough. He wanted to maintain the proper order. The Grand Elder is the senior in the clan. Taishin admonished him for his excessive rudeness. I understand you're stirred after the match, but that behavior is insolent. Cheol immediately bowed respectfully and placed his hand over his chest toward Cheol-jung. Yes, I apologize. Then Lord Lee turned to ask the Grand Elder's opinion, but simply ending it there wouldn't be proper. He glanced at the old man's face. Grand Elder, what do you think? Cheol-jung felt displeased inwardly and sneered. An illegitimate child has completely defeated me. But the old man kept his composure, stepped forward, and replied with a gentle smile. I must admit, there were aspects of this test that are hard to justify. The Council of Elders should grant him a reward. The black-haired boy stood up straight and sincerely accepted blame. I also apologize for my insolence. Jae-hong stood watching as Cheol sincerely apologized in front of everyone, admitting he had been a bit insolent, though he felt no remorse for what he'd done. I only did what needed to be done. So I won't expect an excessive reward, the green-haired ant said, enjoying the spectacle he had staged. When the Grand Elder heard the apology from the black-haired boy he too was taken aback, but it was only for show. Cheol remained firm in his choice to claim what was rightfully his. Still, I want to receive what I ought to receive. He deserved better things, not to be branded an illegitimate child and have his abilities completely dismissed. A few days after the duel, in Cheol's room, warm rays of sunlight streamed through the window of the black-haired boy's room. He was still stretched out on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, feeling a bit bored. I never expected I'd miss Chonwisan. He had to rest his injuries and was forced to stay home, which felt suffocating. Kept here until I fully recover, and he couldn't forget the nagging he'd heard for days warning him not to wander off. Hey, do you think you're fully healed? Jae-hong scolded angrily. Where are you planning to go, kid? Even Nurse Gawa, eyes brimming with tears, barred him from leaving. You may not go out until you've fully recovered. Cheol wanted to recover quickly so he could move about. Staying like this would leave him crippled, he thought. If only there were restorative waters, I'd heal faster. When suddenly there was a knock at the door. The black-haired boy sprang up and called to whoever waited outside to enter. Come in. To his surprise he heard a familiar voice after a long time. Long time no see, young master. 3 people entered in turn, Kim Han, Bo Zong, and Inha, and Kim Han cheerfully asked first, you've been doing okay lately? Inha quickly apologized upon learning he'd been injured and delayed in visiting. I plan to visit as soon as you return to the family, but I heard you were busy, so I'm late, and she asked after him, is your back all right? Cheol happily replied, it's fine, then voiced his frustration at being confined these past days. Did you think I wouldn't make time to see you? Wanting to chat with them, he pointed to the pile of chairs and reminded them, quick, grab seats and sit properly. All 3 obeyed and sat neatly at the foot of his bed. Cheol sat up straight and asked, how about you all, are you well? The quick responding bobbed-haired girl answered, of course. Inha answered honestly about the days he was absent. There were a few meaningless skirmishes, but we took them as signs we were being watched, so it wasn't too bad. Kim Han, eyes shining with admiration, asked the black-haired boy, more importantly, what kind of training did you do over the past year to become so strong? Cheol, surprised by his intense, excited gaze, replied blankly, huh? Seeing Cheol still puzzled, the brown-haired boy clarified, I mean that duel, I watched it. Suddenly Cheol's eyes flared red and flames seemed to erupt around him, scaring Kim Han. We're almost sophomores now, so you must have lots of free time, right? That one question made him panic. He held up a hand to placate and answered cautiously, no way. Nobody would want to miss an important moment like that with you, young master. The brown-haired boy, sensing trouble, turned to the 2 beside him for help. I bet the others watched it too, right? But his question was met with silence. Both Bo Zong and Inha shut their eyes and ignored him, leaving Kim Han puzzled. Huh? Seeing the brown-haired boy's embarrassment, Bo Zong spoke up to cover. Sorry, young master, I meant to come after training but I ended up late, and Inha awkwardly added. Bozong was also busy because he participated in the duel. Chiol returned to his usual cheerful self and replied kindly, no need to apologize, it's fine. Then the black-haired boy didn't forget to admonish Kim Han. Kim Han, you mustn't slack off just because I'm not around, okay? He heard that and, embarrassed, the boy denied it, no way, which made the green-haired boy beside him chuckle and tease him. Seeing them before him, Chiol let out a relieved breath. You've all grown a lot. Seeing them before him, Chiol let out a relieved breath. You've all grown a lot. Kim Han decided to join Yukmun, the academy, training swordsmanship in the sword division and concealed weapons in the marksmanship division. Studying both at once was no easy feat. He felt very proud of them, and I heard half of the S-class students were recruited too, that's impressive. Then the black-haired youth urged them to keep getting stronger, keep working hard, in the future I'll need a lot of your help. They all followed his command, placing hands over their chests to pledge earnestly, leave it to us, we'll become strong enough that you won't be ashamed, a firm promise that repaid Chiol's kindness. Inha put the chair away and said her goodbyes, then we'll take our leave. The black-haired youth stood and politely saw them out, yes, great to see you. Suddenly Kim Han remembered something and asked the black-haired youth, oh right, nearly forgot, today the young master goes to receive his reward, right? Chiol, curious at his excitement, asked, I'm the one receiving the reward, why are you all so excited? The brown-haired boy raised a hand to explain, because it's a good thing for you, young master. Then he continued, curious what Chiol intended to receive, so have you decided what you'll accept? Chiol only gave a faint smile. The black-haired youth, excited and pleased with his choice for this reward, replied lightly, of course. Early the next morning at Sung Mu's treasury, 2 guards stood watch at the gate. A car braked to a stop in front of the gate. A pair of feet stepped down from the car door. It was Chiol. Today he wore only a white shirt, looking calm as he took in the scene. It's been 6 years since I last came to the treasury, hasn't it? Suddenly a voice sounded, curiously looking at him, huh? Isn't that the youngest master? A young guard at the gate saw him and asked, by the way, may I ask the purpose of your visit? The black-haired youth showed him the permit. I have authorization to withdraw equipment from the treasury. He checked the paper in his hand and replied, yes, I've verified the document. The gate swung open on both sides, and he ordered, you may proceed, sir. Suddenly he called after Chiol. Turning, Chiol wondered why he was being addressed, young master. The 2 guards expressed their admiration. That match really moved us. We'll strive to refine ourselves like the young master, taking him as a role model to emulate. Then the 2 saluted and bowed deeply before him, leaving Chiol wide-eyed in astonishment. The black-haired youth stood there, stunned by them and deeply moved, happy. This is the first time in my life I've been given such a salute. Before, most people scorned and looked down on me because of my low birth. There were no more insults this time. People admired my talent and genuinely cared for me, which motivated the black-haired youth to keep striving to become even stronger. Thank you for thinking that way. So as not to let you down, I will work even harder. Chiol did not want anyone's faith in him to be disappointed. Then he slowly proceeded toward the treasury, which was jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Institute. If the Administrative Institute handles preservation and maintenance, then research and the import and export of equipment fall under the Elder Institute's authority. As Chiol entered, a guard used a scanning device to thoroughly check that he wasn't carrying any dangerous items. Chiol smiled, thinking of the reward he wanted after the match had ended. Therefore, I requested compensation from the head of the Elder Institute. At the arena that day, the black-haired young man made his proposal. I only did what I was compelled to do, so I don't dare expect any unreasonable reward. I only asked to be returned the items that were selected during that recruitment and selection ceremony. Chiol wanted to reclaim what he had lost. The Grand Elder wondered, didn't you choose a single weapon back then and wear it at your side? The old man was puzzled by his choice at the time. You only accepted one weapon then. Now you want to claim ownership of them all? The black-haired youth remained calm and explained, according to the rules, weapons chosen during the selection ceremony can later be fully received, or so I've heard. To confirm the rule, he turned to Jae-hong and asked directly, am I mistaken in understanding this, steward? The uncle, surprised that he pushed responsibility onto him, thought to himself, what a cheeky child, but not wanting to keep everyone waiting, the steward declared firmly, all right, that's correct. By old custom, people later received the remaining weapons, and the family head said he would follow that precedent. Chiol-jung glanced at Head Lee and honestly agreed, ahem, recalling it now, that's indeed how it was. The old man fell into thought, wrestling with Chiol's proposal. Just select a couple of items appropriate to his status and grant them. Releasing a few pieces won't harm the Elder Institute. The old man found the plan acceptable. Seeing that the black-haired youth seemed to understand the Grand Elder's thoughts, he smiled with assurance. they'll probably think that way. If the head of the Elder Institute accepts my request before the guests, then the weapons in the treasury will rightfully become mine. He turned to Taishin and asked, "Can you do that?" Taishin only stared at him thoughtfully and said nothing. After a long pause, Head Li finally spoke, "I permit it. Those things were always meant to come into your hands anyway." Chiol respectfully placed his hand to his chest in salute. "Thank you, father." He took it as natural, of course. As long as you demonstrate the proper standing of a master, the elders will hand the weapons to you. He didn't forget to remind him to be worthy of what he would receive. Embarrassed, and indeed Taishin seemed to know his scheme but didn't expose it, only offering a gentle reminder. "Truly, father could see through my scheming even when the Elder Institute head did not. Moreover, he skillfully sided with the Elder Institute to close the matter." Then Head Li ordered his subordinates, "Decide which weapons will be released from the vault and deliver them to the youngest son." Thus their negotiation concluded, and Chiol successfully obtained the weapons he wanted. "So, I am permitted to receive 4 renown-grade weapons." The black-haired youth rode the treasury elevator in thought. Usually one isn't granted such generous rewards, but with my father backing me, they dare not play tricks. They respected my father, so they wouldn't scheme behind his back. The elevator reached the 2nd floor with a ding. The elevator doors slowly opened and light shone directly onto Chiol's smiling face. "Access is limited from the 1st to the 3rd floor. Floor 1, where the common-grade weapons are stored, is no concern. I need to pick items truly useful for this journey." Ahead of him was a room filled with advanced, modern weapons. Chiol couldn't help but be dazzled by them. A black orb appeared in his palm as he excitedly prepared to choose his favorites. "All right, take your time and pick your fire." The scene shifted to Myongjong's office. Myongjong sat across from Chiol and asked calmly, "Are you planning to depart already?" He replied politely, "Yes, all preparations are complete." Outside the window, cherry blossoms drifted through the air, and he cheerfully thought the journey would be delightful. It's spring, quite pleasant weather. He thought Chiol's departure in spring was perfect. There's hardly a better season to begin a long journey. Myongjong didn't forget to ask, "Have you greeted everyone?" The black-haired youth replied, "Yes. As for my uncle, he's on a distant assignment and couldn't be seen." But mentioning Jaiwa had given him a hard time coaxing her. It took a lot of effort to calm the nurse as well. Hearing that, he chuckled with excitement. "I can imagine it." Then Myongjong asked whether Chiol had paid respects to Head Li. "So, have you greeted your father?" Hearing this, the black-haired youth only smiled with amusement. "Yes, he scared me as usual." He looked surprised. "He threatened you?" He recounted. "He said since I've caused such a major incident, if I don't achieve results that satisfy him, I'll be punished." Myongjong laughed nervously. "That does sound a bit frightening." Suddenly he became pensive, more serious. After a while he spoke. "Have you heard news about your 6th sister?" At the mention of Seola, Chiol looked somewhat downcast. "Yes, I heard she has entered seclusion to train." Even while recuperating after awakening, 6th sister caused an uproar. She smashed things in the room, and the 2 burly men couldn't restrain her. After recovering, she was placed into seclusion for cultivation by Lady Beck. Myongjong fell silent, seeing Seola's condition was unstable and feeling helpless, so he warned Chiol before he left to ease his mind a bit. "Normally no one can intervene in your warrior path, but at least for now, she won't be able to go out and take revenge immediately." The black-haired youth nodded, understanding him, without answering verbally. His fingers intertwined nervously as he asked, "Brother, could I ask you a favor?" The black-haired youth hoped someone would stay behind to care for the wet nurse while he was away. Only Myongjong could be trusted. "While I'm on my journey, please take care of the wet nurse for me." He recalled Gawa crying and pounding on the door in a downpour with no one to help, so Chiol worried they might target his loved ones. "They may not dare go after me directly, but targeting those close to me is easy. In my previous life I lost my wet nurse that way, so this time he had to be extremely careful not to let them touch a single hair of the maid." Myongjong quickly agreed to the request and guaranteed Gawa's absolute safety. "Understood. Your wet nurse will stay here, where I live." He assured him no one would harm her, no one will dare touch her. Hearing that, Chiol was deeply moved. The black-haired youth stood, bowed respectfully, and sincerely thanked him. "I will definitely repay this debt." Myongjong smiled politely. "As your elder, how could I not do this?" He looked forward to how Chiol would be when he returned next time. "I'll wait for your return after you finish this journey." Chiol stood up enthusiastically and answered, "Yes." 15 years since returning. The places to visit, the things to obtain, the people to meet, all were packed in his mind. For the first time leaving the clan, he would act freely and have time of his own. The black-haired youth raised his ringed hand to block the sun's glare as he prepared to begin a new journey. "Everything starts here," he said, slinging his backpack on to embark on the warrior's route with countless novelties awaiting Chiol ahead. At that moment, Lady Beck was leisurely enjoying tea in the flower garden. She lifted the teacup and took a small sip. Then Lady Beck gently set the cup down on the table. Then she slowly spoke, "Report." Lady Beck's subordinate, hearing this, stepped out from the thick foliage. He quickly knelt and respectfully reported, "Sorry, I lost his trail." Lady Beck glanced over and said softly, "Get to the details." He then recounted the whole incident. "I lost him as soon as he entered the crowded street. It seems he knew from the start he was being tailed." She calmly reached for her teacup, then slowly spoke in rebuke. "Such a foolish assumption. Even if his appearance changes, there should still be a distinct mana signature." The subordinate hurriedly explained, "Among the equipment he received from the match, there appears to be an item that can alter both appearance and mana signature. At this point, tracking him seems impossible." After hearing the details, Lady Beck stared at him. "He's only a 15-year-old illegitimate kid, yet he shook off the swordsman I personally trained." She raised the teacup and gave it a slight swirl, then snorted coldly, "If you couldn't handle something this simple, you'd have been dismissed long ago. I wanted to anticipate his plan, yet I lost his trail in less than a day. Monitor every bit of news." Lady Beck glared at the swordsman and issued the order, "If anything suspicious comes up, tail him immediately." The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order. That same night at a tavern, a young man roared in anger, "You bastard, cheating? You clearly hid cards up your sleeve." Others, sensing a fight, egged it on excitedly, "What, a brawl? I bet 100,000 won on the bald guy." Another youth joined the fun, "I bet 150,000 won on the cross-eyed one." At that moment a fully cloaked man entered. He strode to the bar and ordered, "A beer, please." Seeing him, the bartender stared curiously, "Strange face, never seen you before." At that the man slowly removed his hood and coat and explained, "I just came down from the north. Kowloon's been chaotic lately." When his hood and coat were fully off, they revealed a face with a large scar. Learning the scarred man's reason, the bartender grew suspicious. "But your accent sounds like Seoul. If you're Korean, why come from the north?" As he spoke he set the beer down. The scarred man calmly replied, "I was fleeing, I didn't know anything back then." The bartender, not wanting to pry, changed the subject, "What's your name?" But the reply, "People in this dump use names?" made the bartender flinch. He awkwardly rubbed his neck, "You really do look like a true drifter." The scarred man looked at his reflection in the beer and thought to himself, "The more I look, the more perfect it seems." The masterpiece-grade mask Vanyam Iron Veil, when infused with mana, creates illusions, mana-consuming but extremely versatile. Behind that mask was Cheol's very amused face. Using the Vanyam Iron Veil lets you change your appearance and infuse your voice with mana to alter its tone, perfect for hiding your identity. "It's been a while since I've been here, I'm afraid I might not remember the way." Thinking that, he glanced around the tavern. This place, in Jagong province, one of the dangerous northern regions, monsters have been cleared but no one cultivates the land, and places like this always lead darkness home. Across dangerous regions worldwide, a village formed of criminals skilled in martial arts, techniques, and magic, known as the Drifter's Nest. Some tried to wipe out this nest, but that sparked a wave of riots caused by wandering drifters. For that reason, even governments and powerful factions deliberately turned a blind eye to it. Cheol sat silently at the bar, thinking, "This is the largest drifter's nest in Korea. Wherever criminals gather, there will be secrets. In my previous life, I hid here to avoid my clan's gaze, though I was eventually discovered. The reason I chose this place as my first stop on the priceless path." Suddenly Cheol looked up at the bartender and slowly said, "May I ask you something? Who controls this place now that I'm no longer in Kowloon?" Hearing that, the bartender wondered, "Why do you want to know?" Cheol answered honestly, "I don't want to die here out of ignorance. I need to understand the atmosphere to act appropriately." The bartender hesitated, then sighed, "It's easy to say, but one beer won't cover it." His condition made the protagonist frown slightly. He didn't hesitate and slapped money on the table. "Here, 100,000 won. Bring me some snacks and another beer." Seeing his frankness, the bartender burst out laughing, "You know how to handle things." Then the bartender fetched some snacks and provided the information Cheol needed. "This nest has been run by the gangster Baek Cheol-soo for 10 years. Even if you're from China, you've heard his name, right?" That answer seemed expected by the protagonist. He replied nonchalantly, "Of course, who doesn't know him?" The butcher, Baek Cheol-soo, once an official martial enforcer, he became a drifter after killing his master. Before returning, Baek Cheol-soo was the kingpin of Korea's underworld. In his 30s he seized leadership of the Baekgol gang and began running the black market. Cheol tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, "Now is when the most valuable goods start to appear, but the person I want to meet isn't Baek Cheol-soo. An item once reclaimed by the renowned Lee Marshall clan in my previous life, this time I'll be the one to get it." At the thought he slightly curled his lips. At the same time, at Baek Cheol-soo's mansion, Cheol-soo held a stack of papers in his hand and waved them lightly. He revealed a scheming smile. As expected, the black market brings more profit than selling medicine. He was the boss of the Baekgol gang. Cheol-soo laughed heartily, then turned to the man standing before him and said, "Director Jong, you've worked hard. I knew bringing you in was the right call. The man standing before him was none other than Director Jong Jin-soo. Having finished speaking, Baek Cheol-soo grinned broadly. He laughed bitterly and raised his voice. Director Jong, or should I say Jong Jin-soo. Then Cheol-soo slowly stood. Watch that expression of yours. I told you, I'm not forcing you to stay. As he spoke, he stepped toward Jin-soo. Boss Baek put his hand on Director Jong's shoulder and leaned in to threaten him. If you can stand it, you can leave anytime. The murderous tone sent chills through Jin-soo, making him tremble. He didn't know how to respond and forced a strained smile. Then Director Jong turned to Cheol-soo and replied, I will be careful. Satisfied with the answer, Boss Baek happily turned away. Good, you smile better. You know I genuinely care about you, Director Jong. As he laughed and turned, Jin-soo relaxed a little. Then Cheol-soo glanced at him. You went to a good school, you make money, it's all thanks to me, isn't it? Director Jong quickly answered, yes, sir. After a tense struggle between them, Boss Baek finally relented to Jin-soo. Anyway, back to the main matter. I was a bit worried because we issued very few tickets for this black market event, but apparently the higher-ups like it that way. But why not try giving out a few more tickets? He asked, smiling wickedly. Director Jong calmly replied, keeping ticket releases limited each quarter helps us retain loyal customers more effectively. Hearing that, Cheol-soo shrugged with a bored expression. Right, I trust you'll handle this, Director Jong. But remember one thing, our target isn't this cramped, filthy underground. It's up there. You said it yourself, you want to pull your feet out of shady business. What we get from the black market is money and connections. Use it as a springboard, and we'll step into the light. As he spoke, malice and scheming spread across his face. Outside, the sky remained clear above that spacious house. Jin-soo continued explaining to Cheol-soo, the black market now only opens to a select few and has become a discreet community. It's most effective for entertainment and money laundering. He slowly elaborated, thanks to anonymity, you can easily obtain items hard to find in the legal world, which makes it quite attractive. Cheol-soo himself was scanning the dossier in his hands. From drugs and spiritual elixirs to high-value works of art. A sneer escaped the Baekgol boss, even people, if someone wants. Director Jong listened quietly to those remarks. The tastes of the elite never change. He slammed the dossier onto the table and continued, the money-making is going smoothly. He propped his hand on his chin and observed, it's only a matter of time before our Baekgol gang emerges from the shadows into the light. Then he added a warning, so at a sensitive moment like this, if anything leaks. Just then the door was suddenly thrown open and an announcement blared, big news, boss. The Baekgol boss clenched his fist in irritation and growled, what are you doing? Do you want to die? The man, knowing he'd erred, bowed hastily and explained, sorry. He arrived so suddenly, I couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Cheol-soo couldn't hide his displeasure and barked, speak. The man before him began to report, a guest has just arrived at the facility in Nam province, I think you should go there yourself. Cheol-soo asked curiously, a guest? The question made the black-haired staffer hesitate, Then a shocking declaration was made, it seems he came from the famous Lee clan. This place is the safe zone, Nam province. Cheol planted his foot on the ground. In front of him stood a building, and Cheol began to ponder. From the outside it just looks like an ordinary office. As he entered, his thoughts continued, but in reality, this is one of Baekgol's core strongholds. The quick-witted attendant stood and smiled, saying, how can I help you? Unexpectedly, Cheol made a blunt request, call Baek Cheol-soo out. At first the woman politely explained by the book, sorry, but there's no one here by that name. Then she was immediately threatened by him, you'd better keep your mouth shut. The black-haired man's expression darkened, seriousness plain on his face, unless you want this place erased from the map by tomorrow. Only then did the girl notice his features, jet black hair and brown eyes. See, could he be from the famous Lee clan? With no other choice she switched tactics, the boss isn't here, and Cheol immediately ordered, then call him, now. Clearly the staffer was flustered and hesitant to go, that. Hearing this, Cheol kindly added, I can leave right now without any loss. His words carried a strong implication, but I wonder whether Baek Cheol-soo can stomach the consequences. Having no choice, the woman shut her eyes and said, I'll contact the boss. She led Cheol to an elevator and announced, I'll take you to the VIP lounge first. He replied coolly, do it. The elevator doors closed quickly. The professional attendant pulled out an access card and swiped it. Meanwhile Cheol glanced at himself in a mirror and thought, good thing I didn't change my hair or eye color, I look like I'm in my 30s or 40s now. He rubbed his chin and calculated, Baek Cheol-soo has the level of a rank 5 warrior, so he can't use mana to alter his voice. He quickly concluded, I just need to lower my voice a bit. The attendant bowed and politely said, I'll bring out the tea right away. He slowly sank into a seat, eyes half closed, thinking, if this were a drifter's base it wouldn't matter, but someone from the prestigious Lee clan wanting to meet a drifter, and personally entering their nest, is extremely unusual. He resolved, so I have to force Baek Cheol-soo to show up himself. A moment later the door opened again. The figure who entered was the boss of the Baekgol gang. Cheol took a sip of tea and casually remarked, "You're late." In response, Cheol-soo scratched his head, "Sorry, the road wasn't close." He stammered on, "But I heard you were waiting, so I came as fast as I could." He then dared to turn the question back on Cheol, more importantly, "Why are you here?" A fake smile remained on Cheol-soo's face as he spoke, but before he could react Cheol closed the distance. To see, he drove his knee straight into the Baekgol boss's gut. The blow sent him crashing into the opposite wall with a cry of pain. "Ugh," Cheol warned in a low voice. "You kept me waiting 30 minutes, you should have bowed the moment you entered the room." He asked, "How dare you walk in here with your head held high?" The two of them hurriedly bowed and cried out in unison, I apologize." Cheol-soo still hadn't recovered, panting heavily, eyes wide as he thought, "At first I thought he was just a madman pretending to be from the prestigious Lee clan." His hand pressed against his stomach tightened as he felt the pain from the recent blow, "But this is real." Studying the man before him, Cheol continued to ponder, "I slipped up and was taken down in a single strike, and that supreme, arrogant killing intent typical of that clan." He quickly assumed a deferential posture, forcing a smile as he assured him, "Surely you're from the main line or a close branch of the clan. It's an honor for me to meet a blood relative of the famed Lee family." His words instantly grew extremely polite. "I am Baek Cheol-soo, the manager of this band of drifters and this enterprise." Seeing his change in attitude, Cheol frowned and remarked with hidden meaning, "It seems you run a very interesting operation." He startled and hesitantly asked back, "Huh? You mean?" Cheol stated directly, and upon hearing the accusation, Cheol-soo was shocked, his face paling. "I hear you run the black market, bold of you, a thug from one of the 10 great sword schools." He looked down at him with contempt. "I thought you'd rot in the shadows, but you plan to use it to climb into the light?" The more he spoke, the paler Baekgol's boss became, using the black market to build wealth and connections. "Is that it?" He stared at the man before him in alarm. "You know about both the martial sects and my current activities. If my actions have offended the great clan, I apologize." Cheol changed his tone, "That's not why I'm here." A calm explanation followed, "My master has had his eye on you, he wants to start something through you." He then asked before Cheol-soo could inquire, "Curious who my master is?" He didn't hesitate to admit, "If it's not rude, may I ask?" Cheol chose his words, successfully deifying him. "He is the purest-blooded scion of the famed Lee family and the most worthy among them to claim the position." He sneered as he continued, "The 7th son of the Lee clan." A name was then spoken, Lord Lee Jae-hak. The story of the 7th son of the prestigious martial Lee clan, Lee Jae-hak, a direct descendant, was that he was a business prodigy. They said he could fail but never truly lose, a proactive merchant who always ensured he secured the final victory. Cheol slowly explained, "The young master wants to launch a plan through you," a statement that left Cheol-soo bewildered. "Someone like that wants to cooperate with me?" He frowned, thinking carefully, even if the black market is tempting, would a direct descendant really come out himself? He then considered the scale of it. Besides, who can be sure this guy is truly connected to the main line? Cheol suddenly remarked, "I see arrogance in your eyes." Cheol-soo bowed his head and quickly admitted his fault, Sorry." He turned his head as he replied, "The young master is far too generous to lowly people like you." As he sat down, Cheol hinted further, "Leave this whole matter to me." His hand reached for an object nearby, "Relax." Cheol-soo's eyes tracked his movements. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the moment I stepped into the room." The identity of the object was quickly revealed, that is. The boss of the Baekgol gang nearly cried out in shock, "Demonic spear, Baek Cheol." He then appraised the weapon silently. "The spear is even longer than its shaft, its curve flowing like a wave." Cheol-soo recalled, a few years ago, when Lee Jae-hak went to the North Sea on a mission, could this be a weapon drawn from the Dragon King's maritime realm? Cheol raised his sword and asked again, "You know what this is, don't you?" The man didn't hesitate to admit, "Yes, I know, it's the demonic spear, Baek Cheol." Then he scratched his head and wondered aloud, "But why can't I sense any aura?" Cheol glanced at the item in his hand and said in a low voice, "Of course, because it's been sealed." He continued, "Even seeing this might not convince you, but remember, you are not our only option." Hearing that, Cheol-soo couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Excuse me, but, what exactly does the young master want from us?" Cheol went on to fabricate a story. "My master wants you to expand the black market you built and take control of the entire underground economy." This information made the man skeptical as he asked back, "The black market, you mean that place? It's just the small schemes we run to make some spare cash." But Cheol's reply was decisive, "That's not for you to judge, my master has decided." Cheol-soo's eyes widened at the news. A direct descendant of a famed martial clan is personally dipping into the underworld. Even the boss of the Baekgol gang understood, dark money is still money, with Lee Jae-hak's commercial vision, this move isn't unreasonable. Cheol-su's eyes suddenly widened as if he'd realized something. He hesitated and asked, "Do I have a choice in this?" Cheol's answer was exactly what the man expected. "No, you don't." Cheol-su's hands curled into fists, curses echoing in his head, "Damn it. If you refuse, by dawn, no, the enforcers will arrive immediately." In his mind the other name loomed large. The moment that name was mentioned, your answer was already decided. Cheol planted his sword heavily on the ground and continued, "However, if you agree to be my master's loyal dog, that's another story." He listed the perks. "You'll become the chairman of a prestigious corporation. It was described as a kingdom untouchable under the shadow of the underground organization." Cheol kept persuading, forcing the man to look up and listen intently, "And of course, my master will back everything." At that, Cheol-su finally answered hesitantly, "I." The Baekgol gang's boss quickly made a decision. "What should we do?" Cheol replied to him, "Don't rush, we'll test you right away." Then there was a long silence. Soon only Cheol-su and Director Jong remained. The man sneered, "A subordinate of Lee Jae-hak, the seventh of the famed Lee martial clan." He muttered on, recalling the earlier events, Baek Cheol, the demonic spear, the weapon Lee Jae-hak once seized in the North Sea. He frowned to himself and concluded, "But I still can't fully believe it." He then glanced at the person beside him and quietly demanded, "Hey, Director Jong, go and verify this." Jong frowned and asked cautiously, "We've intentionally avoided clashing with the Lee martial clan until now, right?" He then hesitated and added, with a hint of depth, "What if they're hiding some scheme?" Hearing that, Cheol-su slowly replied while pulling a cigarette from its case, "If he truly is Lee Jae-hak's man, then there's no problem." He lit up and took a drag, "And if it's just a front, we can count that as a favor to them." Exhaling a plume of white smoke, he continued arrogantly, "If it's worthless, just think about what we'll do with Baek Cheol at the upcoming black market event." Director Jong didn't reply for a few moments. Then he reluctantly closed his eyes and complied, "Understood." The room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Cheol sat wide-eyed, thinking to himself, "A luxury suite, huh? They've got taste." The room before him was arranged with exquisite taste. Cheol carefully sat on the bed, contempt flickering in his mind. "They're probably having a real headache right now." He recalled the conversation. "I set 3 conditions. The first, sell Baek Cheol, to see if they're capable of handling such a difficult item. That's how I test their ability." He exhaled with satisfaction. "After all, the Baek Cheol I gave them is fake." Cheol continued calculating. "It's a version forged with Mujin, the real Baek Cheol, the spear that devours its master, has long been sealed by the seventh elder." He assured himself, even if Baek Cheol-su inspects it thoroughly he won't detect anything. Not even the clan's techniques can decipher Mujin. Cheol's gaze drifted to his hand as he thought further. "Moreover, only I can wield that weapon." The thought continued, "Because I anointed it with my own blood, even if Mujin is lost, I can call it back with my swordmaster ability." He remembered earlier, "Even from far away I can summon it back to my hand, since I steeped it deeply in my mana and can call it at any time." On to the next, second condition, audit the books. He noted, recalling the man's expression, Baek Cheol-su hesitated, but he still brought them forth. The final condition, the client list, we need all 3 to wrap this up cleanly. Cheol glanced on, guessing, he's probably racking his brain over the conditions I set, and with someone as crafty as Baek Cheol-su, it only complicates matters. He laced his fingers together. Anyway, a thought suddenly stopped on Director Jong, the man standing next to Baek Cheol-su. "I remember seeing that face somewhere." Cheol jolted. He seriously considered, "It can't be." In daylight, sunlight poured into a high-rise building. A man in a red floral shirt, hair slicked back, smiling warmly, asked if the suite met the gentleman's taste. Behind him an assistant carried a stack of documents. He hurried over to Lee Cheol, hoping he'd rested well. Seeing him, Lee didn't waste time and cut to the chase. "Have you prepared everything I requested?" The man rubbed his hands together, offering a forced, slightly fearful smile. "Yes, I've brought the documents you asked for. Would you like to review them now?" Lee sat into the sofa, folded his arms, crossed his leg, and said, "Let's see them now." At that, the 2 men quickly sat opposite him. As soon as they lowered themselves, the man swiftly reached toward the person beside him and introduced him. "This man handles all operations in my business system. It'll be easier if he presents the details," he said, and the young man in a suit holding the document quickly stood up. He rose, one arm cradling the documents, the other relaxed at his side, bowed respectfully, then introduced himself. "Apologies for the late introduction, I'm Director Jong Jin-soo." After the introduction, without beating around the bush he handed over the stack of documents he'd prepared and said, "This is the consolidated revenue report for last year." And this is, while Jin-soo was focused on presenting his report, he kept staring at the young man's face with a skeptical look. Jong Jin-soo, could it really be him? He rummaged through his memory. Jong Jin-soo, I clearly remembered him from before the regression. he was famed for using intellect and rhetoric like a blade. Like a sword, he recalled the image of the boy with one eye covered, his face half ruined. He had once been the brain behind the third brother, Lee Gunsong. The young man's eyes flicked past with a smile when he saw that image. He also remembered the press coverage when the father died and the fierce struggle for the chiefship began. Even on the web it was easy to see that he had stepped up for the third brother. Even the eldest brother had a hard time with Zhang Jinsu. After piecing everything together, he no longer hesitated and quietly affirmed that the man still had his left arm with no burn scars. No doubt, it was him. He studied the two men standing before him closely. Baekgol's rise was also thanks to Zhang Jinsu. Silently assessing them, he thought Baek Cheol-su could manage the organization and the underground economy, but the breakthrough into the surface world and the expansion of the black market were Zhang Jinsu's work. His fingers tapped a rhythm against his other arm as thoughts kept racing in his head, yet it seemed that for now the man had no ties to the third brother. A flicker of indecision crossed his face. What should he do? Then he looked straight at him and asked, Baek Cheol-su, what do you plan to do with Baek Cheol? The question surprised him. His expression went blank for a moment. He quickly recovered and smiled. I intend to auction it off on the day of the black market. Only verified buyers will be allowed, so you needn't worry about security. As he spoke about his concerns, the man not only listened but kept his eyes fixed on him, watching every expression closely. He asked further, when does the black market open? Baek Cheol-su answered without hesitation, in 3 days. Hearing that, he agreed but added one condition, I'll attend in person. But first I want to review the catalog of items to be sold. At that the man flinched, sweat beginning to bead on his face. You want to attend personally? It seemed he was trying to hide some secret and make an excuse, but because he was lying he couldn't avoid stammering. The goods are stored some distance away, and the place isn't very suitable for someone like you, he said. He listened intently, his face revealing no emotion. I know the goods are stored in the Wanderer's warehouse. His statement stopped the two men for a few seconds. He laid his cards on the table with no deference. Do you think I don't know that? The man's hand, resting under his thigh, had clenched some time ago. Then let me personally escort you. Baek Cheol-su immediately stood up. Shall we go now? He rose as well and replied with a single word, fine. The young man let him go ahead, then stepped forward to retrieve his stack of documents. His action made him glance over. Feeling that everything was in order, he turned and walked away. All items brought into the black market were stored here. According to the introduction, this was the warehouse where he kept his goods. Arriving at the building, he politely gestured for him to enter first. Please, after you. Following the two of them into the building, he thought to himself that it was a massive warehouse with security tight enough that even the best thieves wouldn't dare touch it, equipped with full magical arrays and security formations. Impressive, he muttered as he made a quick appraisal, and the man spoke up. With a group of wanderers, what would you like to see first, sir? He said something out of turn that froze the man for a few seconds. Not you. Continuing, he thumbed over his shoulder, indicating that this person was the one who really knew how things ran here. Irritated by his tone, the man's brows knitted. What do you mean by that? Seeing the man's expression deepen, he thought provocatively, you're not even bothering to hide it, then adopted a stern look. Do I need to repeat myself? He said bluntly, I don't like trouble, one guide is enough. Unable to do anything about him, the man gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Yes, understood. When nominated by him, the young man quickly answered, then I'll show you the items stored in the warehouse. This way first. The other man clenched his hand, trembling with anger but powerless. Deeper inside, crates were neatly stacked on shelves. He took the lead, acting as both guide and commentator, explaining each crate. The first floor mainly held herbs, artworks, and magical implements, while the racks over there. Suddenly he caught a scent, a fragrance that floated and brushed past his nose, and it didn't take long for him to recognize it. He hadn't expected they'd keep something like this. Looking deeper in, the smell filled the air. Occasionally a crate on the shelf glowed, and it wasn't hard to identify illegal narcotics and banned medicinal herbs, plus monster byproducts and experimental drugs. Realizing this, he immediately told the young man, not that, do you have any old documents or cultivation manuals stored anywhere? At his request, the young man promptly turned and replied, yes, we do. He made his request plainly. I want to see things like stone steels or engraved tablets. Hearing that, the young man quickly said, they're on the second floor, I'll take you up. He nodded without another word. Then he followed the young man up the stairs, step by step. Up here, the aromas grew even stronger. Suddenly his gaze locked on something. Before him, an object shone so brightly it hurt his eyes. He silently cheered, found it. He moved quickly, unable to look away. The end was corroded, but to find this thing right now. Without hesitation he grabbed it and assessed it inwardly. Even everything else in this warehouse combined couldn't compare to its value. He held it up and inspected it. There were inscriptions about astronomy, a stone tablet carved with the motions of the stars, and symbols of the sun and moon. Realizing he'd been careless, he returned it to its place. He wanted to take it now, but it wasn't the time. Moving to another aisle, his eyes were drawn to something else. As he stepped closer, he was stunned. Impossible, a spirit beast? In an iron cage, a fox with pure white fur lay curled up, its body trembling as if terrified. Seeing his displeasure, the young man hurried to explain, it's a young snow fox, captured personally by the boss in the northern regions. His face darkened with fury, his gaze scorching as if to burn them. He snorted, are you insane? In a lush grassland forest, spirit beasts are creatures that possess spiritual power. True to their name, an area inhabited by spirit beasts maintains spiritual balance through their energy. If the beasts disappear, the area will be overwhelmed by calamity and disaster, effectively destroying the region's entire ecosystem. Realizing he'd displeased him, the young man bowed repeatedly, I'm sorry. He didn't want to press it and instead said, forget it. Scanning the shelves, they were full of landmines, knives, even a skull. He thought of poisons, ghost bombs, level 6 military gear, and even dark magical weapons of shadow mages. He couldn't believe they stored such a collection. His brows tightened more and more. I once feared that intervening would distort the timeline, but perhaps it's better to take them all down now. Then he turned back and asked, those kinds of weapons aren't sold at every black market event, right? Worried about being misunderstood, the young man quickly explained, no, not at all, they're only released when there's a special order. Hearing the explanation, he thought to himself that of course, if such weapons were openly traded, neither clans nor governments would sit idly by. Feeling he'd seen enough, the young man hesitated and said, now, let's head back. He spun on his heel and said, before we go, I have a few final questions for you. That remark made a few awkward flashes cross the young man's eyes. His expression grew very serious as he looked at the other man. There are some things I want to ask you. Although a flicker of anxiety passed over his face, uncertain what would be asked, the young man nodded, yes, go ahead. He hesitated, speaking while watching the other's features. Is it true? Are you left-handed? The question stunned the other, who replied in surprise, yes. The surprise didn't last long. The young man immediately nodded, a bit embarrassed. Yes, that's right. He then asked another, while working with the Wanderers, you didn't learn any self-defense skills, did you? Hearing this, the young man's hands tightened together beneath him. Knowing he'd hit the right point, he pressed on, is there a reason for that? Seeming to accept that it couldn't be hidden, the young man spoke up, it's a congenital illness of mine. He looked down at his hands and continued, so I can't cultivate mana. Recalling the earlier and current images, despite slight age and facial differences, he assessed quietly, the subtle change in expression made me suspicious. Indeed, it's the Zhong Jinsu I know. Having heard it all, he looked at the man bowing before him and wondered, then why are you under Baek Cheol-su's command? You don't really fit here. Is there some special reason you followed him? That question made the young man even more embarrassed. He fell silent. You don't have to say you didn't want to, but this might be the first and last chance. His brows visibly tightened. He bowed his head and stammered, struggling to speak, I have a daughter. The words hit him like a weight, the answer exceeded his expectations. The young man added, his face full of sorrow, but my daughter's condition has inherited mine and worsened. Because it's a rare disease, treatment is very difficult, and the only drug that helps a bit is banned domestically and unavailable. Every word he heard from the other made him fall silent. He stood and listened thoughtfully. At that time, through the chairman of the company I once served, I learned about him. The young man poured out the secrets he'd kept, saying, I dealt with Chairman Beck and worked for him in exchange for medicine and money. He thought to himself that he'd given up everything for his child, a little girl with a short fate. At first it was just things like money laundering or speculation, done for his daughter and his career. Using those as excuses, Zhong Jinsu found himself shackled. Although he felt pity for them, his suspicion didn't ease. How could Zhong Jinsu be so careless as to be exposed like this? He asked one more question, so you've prepared to betray him? This stunned Zhong Jinsu again. He replied, yes. You're ready to betray Baek Cheol-su, aren't you? The question was repeated once more. Realizing he hadn't misheard, the young man flinched, his face growing even tenser. He raised his voice slightly, what does that mean? Facing Zhong Jinsu's tension, he remained utterly calm and said, the ledgers and the lists, clearer, more detailed than necessary. Gradually his words gained weight, however sly Baek Cheol-su might be, he wouldn't go so far as to order something like that. Zhong Jinsu bowed as if begging forgiveness, stammering an explanation. That was only because I wanted to be thorough with what you asked me to do. Don't make excuses. The 3 words came out sharp and direct. Zhong Jinsu's face could no longer hide his worry and fear. Reading the other's expression, he added, you can't have records like those unless you prepared them in advance. Don't make excuses. The 3 words came out sharp and direct. Zhong Jinsu's face could no longer hide his worry and fear. reading the other's expression, he added, "You can't have records like those unless you prepared them in advance." He remembered his father teaching him meticulously, which explained his sharpness with numbers. Before the regression, I mainly handled administrative work, so I could read ordinary ledgers at a glance. The documents he'd just seen meant little to him, but the materials Zhang Jinsu brought surpassed that level, blatant, brazenly explicit and detailed. Before the regression, due to some incident, the White Bone sect clashed with Sung Mu and was dissolved overnight. Perhaps it was then that he betrayed them, 2 hands clasped in proof of cooperation, yet Sung Mu wasn't compelled to wipe the White Bone sect out completely, since they needed an organization to manage their turf. And of course, Zhang Jinsu must have suffered retribution. It wasn't hard for him to see how severely Zhang Jinsu had been abused by that man. A crushed worm still writhes, perhaps out of resentment, or through some covert deal. He had struck a bargain with the third brother. Seemingly realizing he could no longer hide it, Zhang Jinsu knelt down and said, "I am sorry." Zhang Jinsu repeatedly smashed his forehead to the ground, begging for mercy. "Please, please don't tell Chairman Beck, my daughter." Looking at the man kneeling at his feet, he thought inwardly that this was someone once called the brain of the third brother's crew. If the flow of history continued as before, this would be someone who had to be dealt with now. And the punishment he had in mind for Zhang Jinsu would be the loss of a hand, not leaving the body intact to kneel here. He thought to himself, if so, then, he said, "All right. Instead, I'll make you an offer." At those words, Zhang Jinsu immediately looked up at him, bewilderment on his face. Elsewhere in the same building, a small bulb stayed lit, thin streams of smoke drifting in waves through the air. He sat in one spot, smoking cigarette after cigarette, waiting for the two to come back out. Seeing the door they had entered remain quiet, he began to suspect, they only planned to take Director Zhang with them. He gripped his cigarette, teeth clenched, thinking, they've dared set foot in my warehouse, even if they're Sung Mu's fighters, this is serious. Sitting idly, his mind wandered. Suddenly he imagined another scenario. Could they be looking out for Zhang Jinsu and planning to abandon me? He brushed that thought away. No, the black market has grown this powerful because Zhang Jinsu carried out exactly what I ordered. While he sat quietly, a crew-cut young man walked in, rubbing his hands together and smiling as he greeted, "Boss, you look a bit pale, should I bring you a drink?" At the sound of voices, he slowly stood up. The crew-cut youth beamed with his eyes nearly closed, apparently unaware that he was about to face someone's storm. Suddenly the crew-cut youth was launched across the room by a blow, smashing into the rear door. The crew-cut youth lay still, trembling. After beating him, he slowly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, adding, "I told you to change the way you address me." He sneered as if his eyes had been dirted and said, "Take that bastard away." Yes. He tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside and ordered, "When Director Zhang and that guest come out, notify me." Then he strode off, thinking to himself, "I'm not pleased at all." Standing at the glass, he stared into the distance, pondering both Sung Mu's sudden visit and the lifeline thrown to Li Jaehak. He frowned, calculating whether he should bother with someone like Zhang Jinsu. Night gradually fell over a magnificent castle. A noise came from behind the door. Someone entered and spoke up, "You called for me, Chairman?" The man seated behind the chair asked, "The investigation I ordered. Have you finished looking into it?" Zhang Jinsu answered without delay, because the demon sword was sealed, the appraisal wasn't straightforward. But according to the appraiser, if it was sealed that tightly, it's definitely authentic. The man behind the chair remained silent. He then asked Zhang Jinsu, "So that means you're under Li Jaehak, right?" Zhang Jinsu stammered, not sure how to answer that matter. After a moment, Zhang Jinsu spoke, "I inquired through clients, but only heard that Master Li Jaehak is expanding his operations. He's always been growing his business, and Director Zhang." He braced his hands on the armrests and rose slowly, seeming to have lost a lot of his sharpness. He turned, running a hand through his hair with a cool gesture. "You think the things you dug up, Zhang Jinsu, are things only you could find?" Baek Cheol-su scowled and turned, hand to his hair, his face darkening. Director Zhang seemed to have lost much of his acuity. He growled, "So in the end, you found nothing, right?" Hearing that, Zhang Jinsu went pale. Putting his hand in his pocket, Baek Cheol-su stepped closer with slow but commanding strides. "I don't like keeping useless people." He stopped right in front of Jinsu, taunting, "Now, the things you've investigated, do you really think only you could do that?" Suddenly Baek Cheol-su's tone shifted, gentle but sharp. "Is your daughter all right?" Zhang Jinsu's hands clenched behind his back. He sneered, "The medicine's almost out, isn't it?" Baek Cheol-su spoke calmly, "I have a proposal for you." At that, Zhang Jinsu's face twitched, tension etched into every feature. Rewinding a few hours earlier, the man opposite had proposed a plan, to shut down the black market and, of course, remove Baek Cheol-su as well. The other slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face, "And for that, I plan to use my master, no." At last Li Cheol's face appeared. In a steady voice he said, I intend to use my older brother. Back in the present, Zhang Jinsu's face sat half in shadow, he swallowed as if in inner turmoil. A heavy silence passed. Finally Zhang Jinsu lifted his head and, voice trembling but resolute, declared in the cold room, "Sir, I have something to report." At dawn the next morning, the city awakened under a pale sunrise. From a high rise, through a glass window, a man silently watched two people approaching below. Li Chiol, disguised now, looked down, and from behind came a voice, "For security and secrecy, the black market's location will change each time." Baek Cheol-soo and Zhang Jinsu stepped forward to explain further. The black market location is sent only to those who have an entry ticket at midnight that night, and if you lose it will not be reissued. He rubbed his hands together in a flattering tone, adding that they had also set up formation spells and bodyguards, with very thorough preparations. Li Chiol glanced at the man behind him, assessing silently. Indeed, though they're just a band of drifters, they're tightly organized. This must all be Zhang Jinsu's work. His eyes drifted back to the window frame, his brow twitched slightly, but, looking at the procession below, Chiol found it ironic. Even I can easily spot the gaps. He could say with confidence that, because of Baek Cheol-soo's incompetence, Zhang Jinsu couldn't fully exercise his abilities. If Cheol-soo had trusted him, the black market would be much larger. Seeing Li Chiol remain silent, Baek Cheol-soo continued, saying it was feasible because the entire northern slum district was under his control. He even declared grandly, "I am confident I will be wholly loyal to your agenda." Li Chiol suddenly snapped out a line that made him falter, "You loyal, are you?" Baek Cheol-soo shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Jinsu behind him. "Unlike others, I don't distinguish between clean and dirty work. Give me any task." Standing aside and taking in every move, Li Chiol quickly judged that Baek was being wary of Zhang Jinsu. It seemed he was deliberate about not letting him into the warehouse. He curved the corner of his mouth in a slight smile. "On the contrary, I welcome that even more." At that, Baek Cheol-soo gestured in a direction and proposed, "There's going to be an auction soon, so I'll guide the way." Li Chiol nodded, "Fine." As they passed him, he warned, "I don't intend to attract attention, so don't stick close once we're inside." Baek Cheol-soo bowed in acknowledgement, "Understood." A short while later, in the auction hall, the vast room was clearly sectioned off. VIP patrons were seated in separate private boxes up high. Li Chiol removed his disguise but put on another mask covering half his face and looked down as the handlers placed items on the first floor table for auction. He scanned the guests, pausing at one tier where two men sat cocky and lounging. He sneered inwardly at their pretense of nobility while taking part in an illegal auction. Looking elsewhere to assess, he noted that the martial artists posted around were mostly level 6 to level 5. White Bone Sect's internal strength was stronger than expected. Li Chiol quietly concluded that their purpose was more surveillance than protection. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed. Before a face appeared, a voice was heard, "Honored guests." At that instant, the stage lights flashed on, focusing entirely on the man conducting the auction below. "Today we have gathered only the rarest of items. Many of you have surely been eagerly awaiting today. If you see what we've prepared, I'm sure you'll be delighted. So, without further ado, let's begin." Li Chiol sat in his private room, legs casually crossed, showing complete indifference upon hearing this. Below, the presenter gestured to the side and announced the first lot, a grimoire. Light shone on the pedestal, revealing on a cushioned pillow a turtle-shell-shaped tablet carved with dense script. It was an inscribed tablet of ancient magic, starting bid 10 million won. He announced excitedly that the opening seemed fairly mild. Li Chiol watched calmly and, in case of anything odd, used his demonic eye to observe. The presenter's voice rose repeatedly below, but with just a glance he recognized that the so-called ancient magic tablet was merely an antique with a mysterious look. Well, he had no intention of bidding on anything. One item after another was presented and, after a long auction, the final lot arrived. The presenter smiled enigmatically. The item many had been waiting for was the last piece of the day. He slowly drew out the suspense, even though there were already many treasures today, and behind the wings two men were carefully moving a wooden box covered with a cloth. They cautiously carried it to the center of the stage, and the host began to speak loudly. "No item can compare to the value of this piece. It was personally brought by Li Jaejak, the seventh son of Sungmu, brought back from the North Sea," he announced, then gripped the covering cloth. With one decisive yank he pulled it away, officially revealing the object inside, the devil sword Baekyeol. The bidders below erupted at once. "Oh my god, is that really Baekyeol? Doesn't it look exactly like the pictures in the papers?" Everyone's faces tightened. Nobody knew what they had been plotting. Li Chiol, who had been sitting, suddenly paid attention to a sound nearby. He smirked, and a streak of blue chi halted in his hand. "It's begun. Time for me to prepare as well." Cut to the observation room. The entire live feed was being recorded and broadcast on the surveillance monitors. Baek Cheol-soo lounged with his arms crossed, marveling. He'd been here many times before, but he'd never seen it on such a grand scale. Zhang Jinsu stepped forward to report, I sent private messages to the guests saying today's auction would be somewhat special. Hearing that, he gave a cold smile. Hard work, Director Zhang. He emphasized, once this is handled, joining Sung Mu's fold would be justified, right? Baek Cheol-soo glanced up with mockery. Looks like Director Zhang, once he's settled, is full of zeal. Just secure Sung Mu's leash and you'll be free to do the refined work you prefer. Hearing this, Zhang Jin-soo remained silent, squeezing his hands in restraint. He grew more smug at the sight. Zhang Jin-soo, no matter how you struggle, you'll still be under my control. The tasks you used to dislike, now you do them with zeal, probably hoping to cling to Sung Mu and escape, but will it go so smoothly? Even if Zhang Jin-soo wanted to run, once your hands are stained, they only get dirtier, you can never be clean again, no matter how hard you try. Baek Cheol-soo considered carefully. Lee Jae-hak's approach was to dominate the underworld economy, not because he saw great potential in this market. After all, Director Zhang personally confirmed those were Lee Jae-hak's subordinates, so if this succeeds, I'll seize a substantial hold. Thinking this, he chuckled confidently, having planned it thoroughly. Suddenly, a systems supervisor unexpectedly let out a strange exclamation. He immediately frowned and demanded, "What is it?" Unable to sit still, Baek Cheol-soo sprang up and asked, "What's going on?" The system audio cut in and out. "Here, this is entrance A, north wall. There are suddenly some unfamiliar figures." No sooner had he finished than the room shook violently, as if something had struck it. After a few seconds of stabilizing, he grabbed the supervisor by the collar and shouted, "What the hell is going on, you bastards?" The man stammered, "I don't know, doesn't look like police or government special forces." Hearing that, Baek Cheol-soo angrily shoved the supervisor back and ordered, "Whether cops or whoever, clear them out, now." He turned and barked, "Director Zhang, grab the lists and ledgers first." But when he looked back, there was an empty space, no sign of the people they had been after. Baek Cheol-soo stood dumbfounded, muttering, "Sung Mu, Zhang Jin-soo, that." At that moment he realized he'd been deceived and, furious, shouted, "That bastard, bring Zhang Jin-soo and those others here now." Outside everything was chaotic, with dust and smoke billowing in all directions. Amid the rubble, a silhouette slowly stepped forward. The bespectacled man looked scholarly, one hand calmly in his pocket as he surveyed the scene. A single step advanced slowly closer. Two attendants bowed respectfully and reported that the external access points were fully secured and all recording devices had been cut. Cheol turned and ordered teams 1 and 2 to break straight through the outer wall and sweep the area clean. He looked around and decided the items at the scene would be kept as evidence, leave them as they are, and arrest everyone. They nodded and responded in unison, yes. Cheol tensed as he tried to assess the situation. "I thought the Nine Dragon camp was involved, but it turned out to be just a bunch of riffraff." Someone behind chimed in with criticism. "They're mere drifters daring to use Sung Mu's name to scam people. This only happened because the young master restricts his outside activities." He was a bit doubtful. "But is there something suspicious?" the man asked. "What do you mean?" Cheol felt puzzled. This incident involved Baekyeol, and the intelligence came from 2 different sources. He'd uncovered more information. It was collected directly by the trading company's director and the Golden Sword Guild. Cheol nodded firmly. "That trading company has ties to the White Bones sect, so of course that news would reach us." He suspected their cunning ploy. It seemed they deliberately used the Golden Sword Guild's name to get the information to me. An underling asked, "So someone lured the young master here?" Cheol affirmed with a nod, "Yes." The subordinate guessed aloud that Cheol thought it was a trap set by the Nine Dragon camp. He'd suspected they broke Baekyeol's seal and took it to lure him in. The subordinate reported further, Baekyeol was still sealed, and the Nine Dragon camp had no intelligence indicating any special movement. Cheol's face darkened as he strained to think who stood to benefit from this. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he'd noticed something. "Ah." The subordinate turned to ask, "What is it?" Cheol brushed his hand off and said, "Oh, nothing." He breathed a sigh of relief. So it was that kid. Cheol folded his arms, his face taking on a dangerous expression. If he hadn't been detected, who knows, but once exposed he'd pay a heavy price. The host working on stage said, Please wait a moment, I'm verifying the situation, please hold on." From a small corner Cheol began to rise. After all, he's quick to handle matters. He watched the scene below through the transparent glass pane. Cheol conjured a stream of blue energy. The sword inside the glass case trembled. Seeing this, the host grew extremely anxious. Suddenly a small explosion occurred. That was caused by Cheol. The blade burst through the glass case and flew toward where he was standing. Everyone panicked, shouting to seize them all. Baekyeol has been stolen. Guards from outside rushed in, yelling, "He's got a weapon. He got the weapon, attack him." Cheol then used magic, Kwang Ko Gong. He bound them and sent them flying high into the air. DM La. Cheol turned back and emphasized, "I'm very busy." He sprinted forward like lightning. There was too much security around the auction. Slipping past them wasn't a problem, but it'd be trouble if Baek Cheol-soo showed up. While running, Cheol suddenly halted. He broke into an amused smile. You arrived pretty fast. Seeing the man in front of him panting, Cheol asked, so, are you ready, Zhang Jinsu? He laid out his plan. I intend to use my elder to take down the black market. Hearing that, Jinsu's mind churned with thoughts. Could it be the on-duty person? But Lee Jae-hak has a younger brother. He was thoroughly confused. That guy had recently begun martial actions with unprecedented speed. Jinsu knew the identity of the man before him, Sung Mu's ninth, the youngest son, Lee Cheol. Cheol stressed the seriousness. Whether you accept it or not won't change anything. The information has surely reached the Golden Sword Guild. He proposed grim possibilities. If he comes, the White-Boned sect won't be safe, and neither will you. Instead of arresting Baek Cheol-soo, should we leave the person who actually runs the black market alone? Jinsu was baffled. Why are you telling me these things? Cheol laughed and reminded him again. Earlier you clearly said it was a proposal. He bluntly voiced his inner hesitation. I'm weighing whether to save you or not. Cheol set his condition. Leave Baek Cheol-soo and come with me. Jinsu had his own request. Just one thing. Promise me one thing. He bowed his head and begged. Protect my daughter. No, heal my daughter. Jinsu decided to sacrifice for his daughter. Then I'll do anything, even die. Cheol replied sternly. You think you have the right to set terms now? Jinsu retaliated. Not meek. If you refuse, I'll tell Baek Cheol-soo everything. He struggled to stand and insisted. Baek Cheol-soo will definitely flee, and even Sungmu would take time to capture him. He could foresee the situation. Baek Cheol-soo is resolute. Eventually he'll be caught, but not before causing you trouble. Cheol raced through thoughts. If it's Baek Cheol-soo, he'll obstruct my martial agents out of revenge. He exhaled in relief. Now that's the Zhang Jinsu I know. Fine, healing your daughter won't be difficult. Cheol didn't forget to state one caveat. But there's one thing I must make clear first. He'd calculated carefully. Sungmu capturing Baek Cheol-soo won't take long, only a matter of being caught immediately or a few hours later. But suddenly Cheol dismissed it. Whatever, it's fine. Then he turned to ask, are you ready to follow me now, Zhang Jinsu? He quickly extended his hand. I am. Jinsu, face serious, asked, what should I do? Cheol immediately assigned the task, leak information to the seventh brother, and tell Baek Cheol-soo that I am certainly one of his subordinates. When they meet again, praise him highly. It seems you followed my instructions well. Jinsu, sweating, guessed the issue. A man like you surely has several contingency plans in place. Then he curiously asked, if I betray you, do you have a way to survive? Cheol turned back with a mysterious look. Well, what do you think? Then he took off quickly. Let's go, he said as he ran ahead, finishing his words as he moved. Right now dust and smoke have risen everywhere throughout the city. Zhang Jinsu is chasing after Lee Cheol, calling out loudly, young master. Finally he stopped as well, then lowered his voice and said, the items you requested are all here. Seeing Lee Cheol look at him sternly, Zhang Jinsu quickly told the truth. The gold bars that materialized are in the Soul Vault, and the cryptocurrency account is stored on a USB. He handed him a folder and a USB, and Lee Cheol opened the folder to inspect it. After discovering some documents were still missing, he turned to ask Zhang Jinsu, what about the stone steel I asked for? He pointed in the direction and replied, over here. Zhang Jinsu led Lee Cheol to a warehouse. At a glance the warehouse looked rather old, but everything inside was neatly organized. Once there, he announced loudly to him, I put it in that box. Lee Cheol carefully opened the box to check what was inside. A few seconds later he praised the other man, good, definitely genuine. Lee Cheol then asked him about the paperwork. Are the files prepared? Zhang Jinsu answered truthfully, yes, of course. He took the briefcase and warned him, keep it safe, that will be your lifeline. Lee Cheol especially emphasized the earlier letter. The letter I gave you must be sent away, otherwise they'll mistake it for a confession meant just to save your own skin. Zhang Jinsu promised he would handle it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. With everything done, he said his goodbyes. I'm off now. As he spoke, Lee Cheol suddenly remembered something. If a Golden Sword Guild operative comes to search this place, before he could finish the sentence, a loud noise erupted outside. Immediately after, an object came flying toward them at high speed. In an instant the warehouse door was blown apart by a large explosion. Then, through the rising smoke and dust, a voice suddenly called out, you scammers. It was Baek Cheol-soo who arrived, arrogantly sneering, how dare you try to harm the famous Baek Cheol-soo of this land? At that moment the smoke inside the warehouse still hadn't cleared. Lee Cheol didn't want to fight and said, go away, you're finished anyway. He didn't want trouble, but Baek Cheol-soo did. Pulling out a knife he answered with a vicious grin, yeah, maybe so. In the next second Baek Cheol-soo hesitated as he drew the knife from its sheath and shouted, then took a fighting stance and snarled resentfully, I won't die alone over this injustice. Not stopping there, Baek Cheol-soo lunged at them, yelling, I'll tear both of you apart. Quick-witted, Lee Cheol shoved Jong Jin-soo to the side to get him out of the way. Missing his target, Baek Cheol-soo shouted insults, Director Jong, you bastard. As he summoned his sword, Baek Cheol-soo accused him of ingratitude. You forgot you saved my daughter, how could you betray me? He even uncovered Lee Cheol's secret, sneering, what a trick, you switched faces, no wonder your voice sounded like a child. Hearing that, he inwardly admired his opponent, recognizing him from so little information showed he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Driven by a competitive streak, Baek Cheol-soo charged again, shouting, die. His blade was extremely fast and precise, yet Lee Cheol was still able to evade it. And so Baek Cheol-soo reluctantly praised him, you're not exactly useless. Who are you and what are you doing? He showed no fear and shouted his name, I am Lee Cheol of Sungmu. Hearing the name and recognizing the background, Baek Cheol-soo laughed loudly and sneered, ha ha ha, am I being toyed with by a bastard? Baek Cheol-soo mocked Lee Cheol harshly, like some greenhouse plant. Because you benefit from one drop of good blood you think you're the terror of the world? Taken aback by the contempt, he fumed inwardly, greenhouse plant of Sungmu? If Sungmu were a greenhouse, this world would be finished. Finally he decided to teach the enemy a lesson and waved a hand tauntingly, you gonna fight with words? Come on. Baek Cheol-soo sprinted forward and cursed at Lee Cheol, you insolent brat. They quickly launched into a fierce brawl, and Baek Cheol-soo boasted, looks like I'm going to play butcher again today. After trading a few blows, he realized the opponent wasn't ordinary, he'd thought he could block easily, but the pressure was overwhelming. Baek Cheol-soo was fighting Lee Cheol with all his might, to beat him he had to plan carefully. He told himself their ranks were both 5, but their levels definitely differed. Moreover, Lee Cheol knew Baek Cheol-soo had honed his mana and martial arts in a legitimate sect, endured years of real combat, and possessed superior physicality. He also admitted to himself that he'd never before faced someone weaker than him. Seconds later, seeing Lee Cheol switch techniques, he seethed, suddenly a long sword appeared. Damn, a weapon that can change form at will, clearly not a fate. Unable to overpower him, Baek Cheol-soo cursed quietly, Jong Jin-soo, you damn dog, then realized he'd been distracted and shouted a warning, don't be thinking of other things during a fight. Immediately after, Lee Cheol succeeded in slashing Baek Cheol-soo's abdomen. Blood flowed as Baek Cheol-soo shouted, you arrogant brat. Lee Cheol paused for a few seconds to catch his breath and thought, it was hard, but he decided to activate his supernatural eye of mana to read trajectories, his instinct sensing movement. Additionally, Lee Cheol considered using the hardened bones of Sungmu to resist the opponent's force. Having found an optimal fighting method, he rejoined the battle with the thought, I once fought and beat even the 6th rank faster than Baek Cheol-soo. They fought a titanic battle that shook the warehouse. Minutes later, Lee Cheol was knocked flying a distance away, but he rose to his feet completely unscathed. Seeing that, Baek Cheol-soo looked puzzled and wondered how a brat could do that. Baek Cheol-soo watched Lee Cheol lift his sword and murmured inwardly, his mana comparable to mine is acceptable given his noble lineage, but the depth of his martial skill, it's too profound to dismiss him as a kid. Baek Cheol-soo kept doubting, he's just a kid. So what exactly is this? He ground his teeth, feeling like he was facing an immense boulder. Finally, Baek Cheol-soo planted his feet and launched himself toward Lee Cheol. Baek Cheol-soo kept questioning, he's just a kid, so what exactly is this? He ground his teeth, feeling like he was facing an immense boulder. Finally, Baek Cheol-soo planted his feet and launched himself toward Lee Cheol. Each time he swung the knife, Lee expertly dodged. The fundamentals of his technique were as solid as a fortress. After evading, Lee slid backward and the spear in his hand instantly transformed into a long halberd. Baek Cheol-soo froze for a moment, an unusual weapon that can change form. He hurriedly retreated to parry the thrust, astonished as if he were fighting 3 or 4 opponents at once. I only meant to tangle with this brat and Jong Jin-soo and get out quickly. Baek Cheol-soo thought to himself that they probably didn't know about his connections at the Nine Dragons camp. If he ran now he might still save his life. But the hatred from being deceived and betrayed wouldn't let him relent. Even if he had to die, he'd slit those 2 throats first. Baek Cheol-soo stepped back, channeling his energy into his legs. He suddenly kicked the ground hard, cracking the earth as debris flew up. The attack couldn't be dodged. Countless stones shot toward Lee Cheol. He crouched and swept the long halberd in a broad arc, knocking them all away. Through the dust, Baek Cheol-soo's figure emerged and closed in. From the side he drew a short blade, aiming to use the moment to assassinate. This was the same strike that once cut my master's throat. Baek Cheol-soo clenched the paired blades and unleashed his ultimate move, the single-form hidden All-Tiger technique. Watching his motion, Lee Cheol was struck with amazement. So fast. In a flash Baek Cheol-soo slashed, but Lee managed to raise the halberd to block. Immediately after, he spun and swung the other short blade. One clean, swift stroke slipped through Li's opening and cut his left shoulder. The blow forced Li to step back. He cleared his throat softly. Baek Cheol-soo curled his lips in a vicious grin. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, screaming, die. The blade's tip tore through the smoke and shot straight toward him. Lee Cheol's eyes widened as a light flickered around them. In his hand, the halberd transformed into a black sword. Seeing that, Baek Cheol-soo, midair, hesitated. The new sword. He gripped his short blade tighter and cursed under his breath, damn it. Then suddenly a cord shot through the air. Unaware, Baek Cheol-soo was ensnared when Li's whip wrapped tightly around his wrist. Got him. Li tightened his grip on the whip's handle and yanked him in. As the distance closed, Li raised his sword to deliver the finishing blow. Victory is mine. He unleashed his move, the infinite first form, Demon Piercer, a blazing slash that drove straight into Baek Cheol-soo's chest. From the cut, hot crimson blood spurted forth. He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of fresh blood. His body wavered and then collapsed, kneeling on the hard floor. Baek Cheol-soo trembled all over, his voice strained, damn it, you dog. Lee Cheol said coldly, no need for the dying words of a third-rate thug. With that he swung the sword coldly. In an instant the head separated from the body. Baek Cheol's body toppled to the floor as fresh blood poured out, staining the ground red. Lee Cheol sheathed his weapon, his breath heavy with fatigue. Suddenly he staggered and fell. Damn it, my leg's injured. Just then, Jong Jin-soo appeared in time to catch Lee Cheol. Are you all right, sir? He steadied himself and nodded slightly. Yes, I'm better than I thought. Looking back at Baek Cheol-soo's corpse, Lee Cheol thought to himself, is this the first time I've killed someone in this life? Jong Jin-soo stood silently beside him, staring down as well. Then he looked up at the boy, his eyes thoughtful. Only 15, hardly any older than my daughter. Recalling Lee Cheol's fight, Jong Jin-soo couldn't help but marvel. He's truly strong. And knowing Baek Cheol-soo wasn't ordinary made that power even more terrifying. He bowed to him and said, thank you, truly. Lee Cheol smiled faintly, no need to thank me, after all, I did it for something I needed to take. Jong Jin-soo hesitated, so what should I do now? He replied satisfactorily, having zeal is good, but first we must finish this matter. Lee Cheol added something that surprised him, deal with your daughter's situation first, since our transaction started from that. Jong Jin-soo was moved inwardly. He hadn't forgotten what was said. This child, I have a near certain feeling there's something different about him compared to Baek Cheol-soo. A rare, relieved smile crossed his face. If the man contacts me later, I'll sincerely become his aide. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out and the whole room shook. Lee Cheol surveyed the situation and guessed the White Bone sect was thrashing about in its death throes. Jong Jin-soo lifted the briefcase and asked anxiously, in that state, can you get out? You shouldn't reveal your identity. I've put the documents in the bag. Lee took the items and nodded, right. Lee Cheol reassured him, don't worry, I'll slip out when the situation looks right. He calculated quietly, the Kim Sword Group's power is extraordinary, but with my silver body technique and 10,000 lightning steps, so, at that moment Jong Jin-soo suddenly cut in, there is an underground tunnel. He explained there was a drainage channel running through, wide enough for a person to pass. Jong Jin-soo offered sincerely, I'll lead the way for you. Seeing that, Lee Cheol smiled slightly. Has he made up his mind? He recalled their previous deal. The man knew he couldn't renege, so he must have honored his promise seriously. Lee Cheol compared the man's eyes then to now. This time it wasn't helplessness but genuine sincerity shining through. A smug satisfaction rose in him. Before regression people called him a rare genius mind. I've gained Jong Jin-soo. Finally, Lee Cheol spoke. Then I'll be counting on you. Jong Jin-soo nodded firmly, yes. The two then sprinted down the end of the corridor together. At that moment he reported, we've suppressed all White Bone sect members in the building. Hearing that, Sung-moo coldly warned, most members of the White Bone sect are vagrants, no need to fuss over how to deal with them. If anyone resists, break a few legs or arms. He spoke cruelly, if they resist fiercely, they can be killed. Hearing this, the man bowed his head and replied, yes. The subordinate smiled and asked further, what about the black market participants? They scream and say they'll call lawyers and make a scene. He chuckled, hearing the name Lee Jae-hak and that attitude, seems they still don't grasp the situation, sir. His tone was mocking, we've been granted state authority to deal with them, though that technically applies only to groups with special armed forces. Lee Jae-hak's tone grew dark as he said, it seems they don't realize that going to the building only puts their throats at greater risk. He chuckled and continued, Sung-moo's legal team, no. Lee Jae-hak turned his head to look back. The three bound men on the ground listened tensely to the other's words. Just mobilize the young master's private defense team and the courthouse case will be settled. At that moment another man came up to report that the fleeing White Bone members had all been captured. Hearing this, he asked, what about evidence? He produced a stack of papers and said, this is all there is from the black market. Lee Jae-hak took them and examined the information in the documents, pondering. He handed them back and said, there's no ledgers or entry lists here, so they must be stored somewhere else. Lee Jae-hak fell silent. It would be cleaner to wipe out those places too, but then the vagrants would scatter everywhere. Suddenly the subordinate beside him hesitated and said, about that. He recounted that the Lin Sword group, while searching, had captured one person. Lee asked, one person? Then the man pointed over and said, I heard he was directly in charge here, but he handed this over. Another person brought forward a handbag and insisted the young master must see it. Lee Jae-hak pulled the stacks of papers from inside the bag and inspected them. After reading through it, he couldn't help but feel a start of astonishment. Before Lee Jae-hak was a table of figures, money transfer histories, the names of transaction handlers, many proxy accounts, personal data of clients, the smuggling network and its sources. He then looked up and said, bring him here. The subordinate immediately replied, yes. A short while later, amid the ruined ground and broken stones, a man approached. The man showed deference. I request an audience with the one who bears the blood of the great clan. He looked up and introduced himself. My name is Jong Jinsu. His subordinate, angered, barked, impudent. Where do you get off with that arrogance? Lee Jae-hak raised a hand to signal, enough. He thought to himself that such an appearance would be a shame to waste solely on working for the White Bones sect. Lee Jae-hak began to appraise him. Clear eyes, upright posture, no detectable sorcery, yet a man with composed presence. Then he spoke, I am Sung Moo's son, Lee Jae-hak. There are a few questions I want to ask. Jong Jinsu nodded seriously, yes, I will answer truthfully. He held out the stack of papers and asked, why didn't you destroy these and instead keep them? It looks like a trick to avoid the current trouble. He then reminded him, there's a letter in the bag. The person said just show that letter to you. Hearing that, Lee Jae-hak turned to look at the briefcase. He reached into the briefcase and took out a small letter. Feeling its texture, Lee Jae-hak thought to himself that it might be printed on paper designed to obscure handwriting identification. The letter's contents appeared. If those documents are genuine, they'll more than cover this operation and then some. Just watch over that man over there for a while. He has a daughter, so please help treat her. After reading the letter, Lee Jae-hak smiled slightly. That insolent fellow, daring to blatantly use Big Brother like that. Still, he didn't deny it. The documents clearly had value. If leveraged, they could yield funds tied to Baek Cheol-soo and provide leverage to blackmail the wealthy's weaknesses. Lee Jae-hak tapped the paper and thought he could claim credit for clearing the black market. It's just the preliminary sweep. I've handled the follow-up. Now he wants to use this to bargain. Facing the man looking straight at him, he thought to himself that one shouldn't accept family assistance while on a mission. Suddenly Jong Jinsu reminded Lee Jae-hak, there's something on the back too. Hearing that, he bent down and flipped the paper over. The text on the paper appeared. An added postscript warned, are you going to grab the spoon before the rice is cooked and have your head elsewhere? Besides, you've already collected the major gains, so you probably don't care who I am, I think, unless you're truly petty, you'll quietly close this case. That's just how I feel. Reading those lines, Lee Jae-hak couldn't help but snort stiffly. He smiled slightly. The postscript was longer than the main content. He wondered if the kid understood its implication. Lee Jae-hak marveled inwardly. Has anyone ever started a fighter's journey like this before? He slipped the letter into his shirt. So it's not direct contact, then. Lee Jae-hak smiled, audacious, but fine, if that's the kind of deal, I welcome it. He recalled Cheol's manner. After defeating the sixth sister he still had that bearing. Choosing the youngest instead of the sixth was wise. Indeed, I feel we might understand each other. Lee Jae-hak smiled and said, Captain, let's end this matter here. The man looked bewildered. Yes, he said. Lee continued, when the relevant department's people arrive, hand it over and debrief. There are dangerous items, so clean up carefully. With the city's dust and smoke not yet settled, having these documents will make the next steps easy. Then Lee Jae-hak said, and you, Jong Jinsu, right? I'll temporarily take responsibility for your safety. He smiled and turned away. Be grateful to the person who sent you that letter. He smiled and turned away. Be grateful to the person who sent you that letter. Energy continued radiating from his body. Suddenly a strange sensation in the shoulder wound made Cheol start and open his eyes. He couldn't help but recall that the clash with Baek Cheol-soo had been a valuable experience. Cheol's hands were still touching each other. It had been a long time since he'd drawn on the infinity, but this was the first time he'd pulled it out to face another human. He began to calculate. He'd used it against trainers at Jeek Chong-do and when sparring with his father, but he'd never confronted a peer fighter, one even stronger than him, without imposing any limits. A current of energy gradually emanated from Cheol's body as sunlight filtered in. Victory in the fight mostly hinged on Baek Cheol-soo's arrogance and mistakes, but even if not, I was confident I'd win. Only now did he stir, brace his feet, and sit up. Real combat rounds like this mattered in the fighter's journey, until now it had all been constrained matches. He smiled and put his jacket back on. With everything quiet now, it seemed the elders had accepted the deal. Cheol made his decision. Now I have to call that person out. Back in the Republic of Korea, Seoul, traffic moved busily and the air was incredibly fresh. In a quiet alley lined with food shops, Cheol stopped in front of a house and looked up. He studied the simple house, frowning in thought. There was no sign, and it looked more like a residence than a restaurant. Then Cheol slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Approaching the front desk, he spoke up, "I have a reservation under the name Jong Jinsu." The receptionist immediately replied, "Yes, I'll show you to your room." He quietly followed the receptionist to the room that had been reserved. A moment later, the door to a room opened. A middle-aged man who had been waiting inside stood and greeted him. "So you've arrived." Cheol stepped in slowly and remarked that he hadn't expected a place like this. The man explained, "This is a space for private conversations. You won't be heard from outside." When Cheol saw the man chuckle into his hand, he immediately asked, "Why are you laughing?" The man composed himself and replied, "Forgive me. It's just that now I truly feel the youth of the young master." Then he observed him thoughtfully. Perhaps because of Sung Moo's background he looked more mature, but up close he still had traces of adolescence. A moment later he was a bit surprised and thought, a youth, indeed a youth. After watching for a while he added, yet his eyes and bearing give no impression of facing a mere boy. Recalling what he'd witnessed, he sighed, a 15-year-old who lured Lee Ji-hak, Sung Moo's golden swordsman, captured Baek Cheol-soo, and brought down the entire black market. After some thought the middle-aged man said politely, "First, I want to express my thanks. Both my daughter and I received a great favor from you, Lee Cheol." He calmly sipped his tea and replied politely, "No need to thank me so much, it was just a deal." The man continued to show his gratitude. "Your offer was itself a favor. Without you, I'd still be bound by Baek Cheol-soo." Cheol saw his persistence and sighed, then asked how his daughter was. The man reported the situation. "Yes, she's not fully recovered, but she's much better." He then praised, "Sungmoo family's medical center lives up to its reputation." Cheol, seeming uninterested, gave a cursory reply, "That's good to hear." The man hesitated as if he had something difficult to say. Then he seriously proposed, "Young master, you kept your promise to me, now it's my turn to fulfill mine." What he said next made Cheol pause slightly. "I'll do anything. What must I do?" Seeing the man's seriousness, he teased, "You say it like I'm about to order you to do some dirty work." Flustered, the man explained, "No, I didn't mean that." He suppressed a smile with satisfaction and replied, "I know." Then Cheol reached into the bag he always carried to fetch something and said, "First, there are a few things I'd like you to handle." A moment later he placed a set of documents and a USB drive on the table, prompting the man to exclaim in surprise, "Is that?" Then he asked skeptically, "Aren't those the documents and USB you took that day? Why bring them back here?" Cheol explained, "I only borrowed them to look through briefly." He pushed the items closer to the man and requested, "I'll hand them over to you, so handle them very carefully. It seems I'll have many places where I'll need money soon." Hearing that, the man stared as if he couldn't believe his eyes. His hand on his knee tightened slightly, and he asked, "What is it you trust in me to give me this task?" The man's voice sounded serious as he asked, "This money no longer has an owner. Don't you think I could take it and run?" Cheol, calm, replied, "What, you're planning to run?" The man anxiously explained, "No, that's not it." Cheol then spoke seriously, "Of course I don't trust you yet, because you haven't given me any reason to." As he said this his gaze grew deep, "But I do trust the circumstances surrounding you now, and I've been thinking, there are two issues Jong Jinsu is entangled in." Listing them as if prompted by the man's daughters, Cheol began, "First, the ongoing magical treatment for your daughter. Next, he considered the man's connections. Second, the link to the White Bone sect. Because of the deal with the seventh brother he gained his freedom, but if that person changes their mind, I can drag his past out and bind him again at any time." Then he affirmed, "I think that's enough of an answer." The man bowed slightly and replied, "Yes." Suddenly Cheol added something that startled him, "But, it's still hard to fully trust, so be it." Cheol held out his hand with a friendly expression and said, "I hope that one day I can truly trust you." His words seemed to touch the man's reason and heart. "It would be nice if we could trust each other without thinking about deals or complicated circumstances." The man looked at the offered hand and wondered, unable to understand what exactly the young master saw in him to be so sincere. Thinking of the contrast between Cheol and his old boss, the man analyzed further, "I thought he would be like Baek Cheol-soo, exploiting others' weaknesses." Despite how Mr. Lee Cheol always drew clear boundaries with words and deals, the relationship between him and me was ultimately a debt I carried. After a long moment he found his own answer, "Yet now, the way he treats me gives the impression he regards me as an equal relationship." Immediately he clasped Cheol's hand and said, "Understood, I will prove each thing one by one, it won't take long." Cheol nodded with satisfaction and replied, "I'm truly looking forward to that." Cheol observed his counterpart and noted, I no longer see him as the man who lost his spark under Baek Cheol-soo, now he carries an echo of Seol geometry over him. Seeing Cheol pick up the bag, the man asked, "So where are you headed now?" Cheol answered cryptically, "South." After leaving the restaurant, as Cheol walked down the street a child's voice rang out, "Mom, look, he must be a fighter, so handsome." The mother immediately pulled her son away and said, "What are you saying? That's not allowed, come here." A nearby man who heard it froze in place and muttered worriedly, "Thought I'd hidden it well, but apparently something still showed." Not wasting time, Cheol continued on his way. On the bustling street, Cheol stood amid the crowd, observing everything around him. Elsewhere, in a simply styled cafe where mysterious wisps of smoke drifted everywhere, a woman with brown hair was smoking a cigarette. When the staff brought her coffee she suddenly gasped, apparently surprised by something. Then she looked out the clear window and said, "What is this? I've caught something interesting." With her cigarette still burning, the woman remarked with amusement, "I've never seen stats like this before." She stood up and walked outside, saying, "Let's see who that is." At that moment a face appeared, eyes full of allure and unanswered mysteries, and the woman excitedly added, "With these very eyes." Cheol sat cross-legged in a first-class train carriage, holding something in his hand. He propped his chin and muttered, "A deposit of about 100 million, this should cover initial operating costs." Cheol looked up, "Thanks to Jong Jinsu I can get there comfortably." Folding the bankbook, he thought to himself, "I wonder how Jong Jinsu will present himself this time." He lifted his golf bag and prepared. He already had a plan. The talent is proven, for now let him operate freely and show what he can do. A plan gradually formed in his mind. If Jong Jinsu reveals abilities similar to Seol geometries before, he could help build a support base. Cheol's eyes flashed. It was important that people know there's such a foundation standing behind me. Events replayed in his head, luck and the pretext were now in place. Knowing the future allowed many possibilities, but from now on he had to be more cautious using information from his past life. His thick brows tightened slightly. The things I plan to do must look like reasonable, well-founded predictions. Suddenly an announcement blared, "The next stop is." Cheol sighed slowly and stood up. "First, take care of my own affairs before Jong Jinsu's." Afternoon sunlight poured over the station. The black-haired young man's steps lengthened at an easy pace. Standing in the crowd, Cheol glanced at the people around him as he finally arrived at Gyeongsangbukdo Gyeongju. A sudden sharp pain struck, catching Cheol off guard. Rubbing his weary head, he thought, "Since the training at Tiangui Mountain I have never once lost control." Gyeongju is full of relics and historic sites. It's a place where the ancient and modern coexist. Objects that carry long histories contain power, and within that power lies mysteries modern times cannot explain. A man-made sacred land has miraculously achieved a state of balance. Gyeongju. He thought of the item he carried. This place hid traces of that person. The ancestor of the Sungmu clan, Lee Hyolian. The stories passed down were mostly oral, to the point scholars once rumored he was fictional. On Sungmu Mountain there was only a spirit tablet in the ritual hall, not Lee Hyolian's remains. Until, in his previous life, a relic related to Lee Hyolian was discovered. For who knows how long, Cheol kept walking and thinking. Their people also found documents related to Huya. As his thoughts reached a crucial point, and with another objective in mind, someone suddenly cut in, "Hey, kid." The person exhaled cigarette smoke from full, red lips. A beautiful blonde woman, holding a smoking pipe, spoke. "Who are you?" Cheol, achieving the aim of his heart, was here to meet this person. She smiled, interesting. Smoke trailed with her steps and wrapped around him. "My magic detector picked up a strange signal so I came to check." Her eyes flashed with an odd light. "Who would have thought you have the exact same thing on your eye as I do?" Owners of the demon eye rarely reveal themselves to the world, yet by coincidence there's another person in Korea besides me, Valerie de Belle, a grand mage of the Eiffel Tower Magic Academy in France, from noble French lineage. In her previous life she was one of the few grand mages to reach level 2. The demon eye she possesses has the ability to read and understand all hidden information within things, an interpretive eye. Cheol was a bit taken aback by the situation. "I had planned to seek out this woman but didn't expect to meet her like this." Valerie suddenly drew closer. "Hey, are you afraid of me?" she asked again when he stayed silent. "Or are you not Korean?" He sighed and said, "I am Korean." At that she chuckled right away, "Lucky. Actually I only know how to say sorry in Korean." Another quiet sigh escaped him. "I knew it, but this woman really is unpredictable." Rumors flashed through Cheol's mind, the nickname that woman would earn in the future, the Tower's eccentric, no, more accurately the Tower's madwoman. What puzzled him wasn't just that, the reason she came to Korea was ridiculous too. Suddenly she wanted to study charmcraft so she came to Korea to learn, bye-bye, and she didn't even bother asking the Tower Master for permission before leaving. The more he thought, the paler he grew. Her decision to naturalize in Korea was because the fried chicken here is so good. Back in reality, Valerie said, "Enough about that, so who are you?" Cheol threw up his hands. You were the one who started the conversation, why are you asking me? She tooted, reached out, picky then let's have a proper greeting. The sorceress introduced herself calmly. I am Valerie DeBelle, as you can see I'm not Korean, I'm a mage from the tower. He also reached out and shook her hand in goodwill. I'm Lee Cheol. Hearing his surname, she looked a bit surprised. Lee, could it be the Lee family, called Sungmu in Korea, right? Cheol nodded. Yes, that's right. Valerie exclaimed immediately, if you're of Sungmu, then in this country you're practically royalty. Cheol wasn't that arrogant. True, they hold great power, but they're far from royalty. Her pipe swung through the air. Is that so? The pipe pointed straight at Cheol, bluntly calling him out. Then why hide that cute face behind a mask? Are you running away? Not intending to deny it, he slowly removed the mask. The nature of his demon eye is the same as mine, and he opened his eye long before I did, which is no surprise. She smiled, not surprised, although I've done quite a bit of digging. Using his real face, Cheol continued the conversation, because I've seen similar eyes to yours before. Valerie's interest stirred. I've never heard of Sungmu having a demon eye holder. What power do your eyes have? I don't see why I should expose my own ability further though. She squinted and smiled. My eyes are interpretive, able to read and render any object or phenomenon as data. Yours? Seeing that expression, Cheol had nothing more to say. Her seemingly harmless smile remained, yet something gradually shifted, then there was no other choice. In an instant her eyes changed color and her voice deepened. Then I'll have to investigate for myself. A powerful force radiated out. Cheol's eyes appeared stimulated and changed color as well. He crouched and covered his eyes, asking angrily, what are you doing? Seeing his distressed state, Valerie softened her tone. Sorry, I'm sorry, I was just too curious, but it's truly strange. She stepped closer again. I couldn't read anything at all. Looking at the still angry dark-haired man, the sorceress soothed him. Don't be so angry, consider it an apology, I'll tell you something interesting. She smiled falsely again. In return, talk to me a little longer, okay? The sky had turned toward evening. Dusk light shimmered into a large apartment at the corner. Valerie and Cheol paused before the old gate of the mansion, hesitating, invited for coffee, but here? Cheol surveyed the surroundings and thought inwardly that it looked like just an ordinary abandoned house, but Valerie paid no mind and laughed. Alright, let's go in and see. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint red light swept past Cheol, leaving him momentarily stunned. He guessed that it felt like a yokai's charm just now. Valerie seemed to sense something and asked, now you realize it, do you? You can sense it without using the demon eye? Have you learned magic then? He asked softly. I haven't learned magic. The strange sensation was obvious. What's there to be surprised about? She explained, that feeling, unless you're a master like me you wouldn't notice it. He frowned, considering, master? Do you mean the tower master of the Eiffel Magic Tower, Michael Garrel? If you haven't reached that level you can't sense it? If he's already achieved that, really? Cheol exhaled to calm himself. I've experienced something similar before. Valerie rubbed her chin and murmured, no, it's different, even having had a similar experience, normally you still couldn't perceive it. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, unless you've trained your magic to the extreme. Cheol broke into a sweat and swallowed hard. I've felt that strange familiarity from earlier. He went pale remembering Jaiwa. She looked like my aunt, the image of Jaiwa smiling and waving at him. Kid, come on, it's time for fun practice. Cheol steadied himself and asked, so was that instantaneous teleportation? Valerie pushed the door open and calmly explained, no, I have some money, but not that much. She entered with a smug air, proud, more accurately, I used magic and internal energy to connect a tunnel. The house was covered in dust on all sides. Valerie warmly invited him in. Come on in. Cheol immediately stepped in quickly. Contrasting with the house's decay was a spotless, well-organized counter. Cheol's gaze went to the shopkeeper. Curious, that thing. Looking at the proprietor he thought it wasn't human. He sensed magic but no biological activity. Valerie knew his intense curiosity and answered, that's a golem, a machine with a magic core embedded inside. From now on this is my workshop. All kinds of strange things will show up. She plopped into a chair and asked casually, want to order a drink first? He put his hand in his pocket and ordered, I'll have a cup of hot tea. Valerie snapped her fingers to summon service. Fine, I'll have an espresso. Cheol asked if something like this could be set up in a workshop. Valerie replied nonchalantly, I wanted it to feel like a real cafe, but going out each time is annoying. Yeah, it's fine. She took a drag from her cigarette. There are so many things I want to ask, I don't know where to start. Cheol wondered why she thought he'd answer. She shot back, how stingy of you. Then listen, I may look this way, but I know quite a lot. Valerie said in a low voice, holding up 3 fingers, 3 questions. Each person may ask 3 questions and take turns answering one. how about that? The 3 inquiries right, Valerie's ancestral spell, famous for when her curiosity can't be satisfied, she proposes a game of exchanging 3 questions and 3 answers. The unique magic she created by applying this later became one of the signatures of the mage called Valerie. And simple question exchange is boring, she said loudly, so I'll add a game using my magic. Hearing that, Cheol sipped his cup and thought inwardly, just as the rumor said. He answered decisively, I refuse, which made her eyes widen in surprise. He stated his position clearly, I just met you today, what's there to be curious about? She asked awkwardly, aren't you curious about my eyes? Cheol added, earlier, even without asking, someone deliberately told me already, however. He set his cup of tea down with feeling, this game actually sounds pretty interesting. Let's set conditions, the winner gets to make a request. Then I'll participate, Valerie repeated, a request? Saying there's nothing to be curious about, so what will you request? His face serious, that can wait until later. He continued, the chance to make a demand of a mage who even has her own workshop isn't something that comes along every day, leaving her thoughtful. She lifted the wand with visible effort, not comfortable at all, but fine, the rules are simple. The wand swung out a blazing red power that wrapped through the space, her face lit with undisguised delight. From now on, each person will have 3 questions and 3 answers. The red lights merged into a small flame as she explained the rules. Questions are free, ask anything, and answers can be true or false. But you must guess whether each answer is true or false. Whoever guesses more correctly wins. And the loser must honestly and in detail answer the loser's 3 questions from the opponent. She smiled to soften the mood. Overly obvious questions are banned, like gender or full name. He asked, how do you tell what's true and what's false? She pointed to her head, this is a mental type magic. It reads the consciousness waves emitted from the unconscious. She replied that even if the loser tries to hide the truth, the magic's effect will make them speak naturally. And then, from Valerie's chest a bright speck of light condensed. Her voice solemn, I, Valerie de Belle, swear by the title of a mage that I will faithfully carry out what I say, without trickery or deceit. With that, the orb condensed and shattered above the 2 of them, and she vowed to obey the rules and play a fair match. Valerie placed her hand as if sealing the oath, this is a mage's vow, if I break it, I will lose all my magic. She then began, now you can trust one won't pull any tricks, right? He nodded, yes. Just that, Valerie gestured, so let's begin. The red orbs hovered above them as Valerie faced Cheol with an intense, suffocating stare. Cheol politely invited her to go first. Valerie cheerfully replied, alright, let's keep it light to start. Her eyes glowed a bewitching purple as she dreamily looked at Cheol and asked, your demon eyes, what abilities do they have? He closed his eyes to think. Right from the first question she asked exactly what he most wanted to know, and quickly answered, I possess a power similar to yours. As the answer finished, a flame above Cheol instantly went out. Valerie sprang up in astonishment. What do you mean by that? Can I count that as my second question? She sighed in explanation. Fine, alright, now it's your turn to ask. Wasting no time, he asked, why are you curious about my demon eyes? She fell into thoughtful consideration. In a split second she answered decisively, for the thirst of knowledge, simply curiosity as a mage. Immediately a flame snuffed out. Cheol thought inwardly that was a vague answer. After all, in this game the content of the answer didn't matter. They stared at each other while he calmly reasoned that the important thing was to preset the questions he wanted to know and see through whether the opponent's answers were true or false. If I win the game, I'll get detailed answers to my questions. And I don't need to be too picky about the wording of those questions. Cheol smiled with satisfaction. What I'm aiming for is winning the game, because afterward I'll have the right to make a request of her. Cheol signaled calmly to his opponent. Right, let's continue. Cheol looked calmly at the person opposite him and signaled, then, continue. Right after that, Valerie spoke composedly, all right, second question. Time slowly passed, and once again it was her turn. Now comes my final question. Valerie's eyes suddenly sharpened as she exposed him. You already know about me. She looked straight into Cheol's eyes and asked directly, how much did you find out about me? He replied seriously that from the day he was born until now, he had never once seen or heard anything related to you. Suddenly Valerie covered her mouth with a triumphant smile. I've won. She watched every expression on Cheol's face, thrilled. Though young, he kept a fairly expressionless face, but his facial muscles twitched slightly. Now it was his turn to inquire. It's time for me to ask the final question, Valerie said nonchalantly. Hurry and ask. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled. Then he propped his chin and posed the question. According to you, have I won yet? Do you think you will lose? Valerie sighed in appraisal. That's your final question? Is that okay? Cheol offered no opinion and merely urged her to answer. She pulled out a makeup compact as she replied, fine, okay. Then she declared confidently, you lost, because I won. But the fireball near Valerie suddenly exploded, startling her. Valerie looked around in confusion and muttered, "Am I wrong?" But clearly, Cheol spoke leisurely, "Do you want me to explain why?" Then he calmly explained, "The first question, your curiosity about the magic eye stems from a thirst for knowledge, that's true. But for the next point he pointed out frankly, the second question, you lied." Those words made Valerie gasp in astonishment, widening her eyes. Cheol merely looked at her calmly, thinking to himself that the third question about the ritual belonged to the mental magic category. He picked up his teacup and leisurely added, "And the final question." Cheol concluded firmly that that too was a lie, because the winner is me. Hearing this, Valerie accepted the outcome dejectedly. "I lost, and according to the agreement, I'll answer your question first." Then she calmly explained, "The first question, I also possess the magic eye, so I've always studied it. However, not only are research materials scarce, finding someone to collaborate with isn't easy either." Moving to the next issue, Valerie hesitated awkwardly and said the second is, it's. Seeing that, Cheol sighed and generously said that if she found it hard to speak she didn't have to answer. He wasn't trying to pry into everything. Innate magic is personal, so hesitation is natural. Valerie, hearing those words, exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Is that truly okay?" Cheol casually made one request instead, "In return let me ask one more favor." She raised her hand to shield herself and asked cautiously, "So what exactly do you want me to do?" Immediately he frowned tightly, showing clear dislike. Seeing his expression, Valerie hurried to explain, "No, it was just a joke. Is it necessary to be so sullen?" Cheol restrained his emotions and clarified, "No, it's just that I suddenly thought of someone who looks exactly like you, so I reacted strongly. So what do you plan to do?" Hearing that she rubbed her head dejectedly and replied, "Fine, it seems I have no choice left to refuse." Valerie declared calmly, "Then the game ends here." She stood up and said, "Then, come further into the workshop, we'll discuss the favor you want." As she walked up to Cheol, Valerie carefully instructed, "Don't touch anything, just follow behind me." Then she went ahead and opened the door. Valerie led the way and introduced, "This is the center of my workshop." After Cheol looked around, he inwardly exclaimed, "Very different from the cafe. This is what a wizard's lived-in workshop should look like." Then he turned and asked curiously, "I've heard wizards don't let outsiders into their workshops?" Valerie said smugly, "That's right, accidentally touching a barrier or magic array can cause big trouble, right? But I'm skilled enough, so those things aren't a problem. Sit over here." Cheol replied helplessly, "Ah, yes." Following her, he asked with interest, "So then, what is the favor you want?" He pulled out a stone stele and, in a solemn tone, requested, "I want you to decipher this stele, and of course, I ask that you keep its contents completely confidential after decoding." Seeing that, Valerie put on gloves and thought, "A stele, ancient artifacts are a bit complicated, but I can handle it." She then picked up the stele to examine it. Suddenly a bolt of purple lightning appeared. It quickly struck at Valerie's eyes, blocking her from studying it. Valerie was hit and had to cover her eyes, then laboriously uttered each word, "This is an artifact from the distant past, at least from the 3rd or 4th century or earlier." Cheol admired and remarked, "You recognized it immediately, huh?" She gripped the stele tightly, silently wincing in horror. "Insane, an antique this ancient? I almost got ruined." Valerie's memory flashed back to his earlier words and image. He was so confident then, but it seems the workshop's runes are more rudimentary than I thought. He has a magic eye but his spells are at my level. I wonder if I should still rely on him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, scolding herself that with an artifact like this he should at least have warned her. Valerie glared at Cheol in annoyance, inwardly berating him. "This is measured in millennia. I almost had to redraw all the workshop's runes from scratch, and he was bragging about his skills earlier." A few seconds later she returned to normal and said, "Let me take another look." Once again Valerie's eyes turned purple as she examined and pondered. It doesn't resemble an object from nearly 2,000 years ago at all. Valerie focused on analyzing the stele. "Can only read up to this level?" After a while she propped her chin and mused, "I can track the movements of the moon and sun and the motion of the stars, but only up to that point." Valerie thought helplessly that if it were ancient script or a simple cipher she would have decoded it immediately. Then she turned to Cheol and asked, "It seems to record Eastern astronomy, dates and several simple scripts, so what exactly is this thing?" He replied calmly, "It's a map and also a key." Hearing that, Valerie responded, "This will probably take me some time to decode." Seeing that, Cheol hesitated and said, "Well, while we wait, may I state my second request?" She agreed without hesitation, "Fine." Outside, the sky had turned toward evening. The late sunlight streamed through the glass into the room. After hearing Cheol's matter, Valerie repeated in surprise, "Your second request is that you want me to tell you about the magic eye?" He affirmed and added, "If it can benefit both of us, all the better." Then he calmly asked, does your workshop have a training room? Valerie's face immediately became extremely confident and boastful. After all, a wizard surely needs a place to train. Of course, every workshop has a training area, however, mine is a bit larger than usual. Chiol was speechless and didn't reply, quietly showing off. Huh? A wizard's workshop spacious enough like that means both power and finances are top tier, which reminded him of someone. Then he asked calmly, looks like you're quite wealthy, huh? Valerie replied suspiciously, you don't know? I'm from an old noble family. She then boasted, anyway, that's my second request, don't change your mind, a man's word is his bond. Chiol reluctantly corrected the grammar, goodness, you mean a man's word is his bond, got it. Valerie didn't bother to care, she summoned her power and said, shall we start? Let's try opening your Monan. He obediently closed his eyes and activated his Monan. Immediately Chiol snapped his eyes open, and a flash of light shot from them. After Chiol opened his eyes, he saw illusory rings hovering behind Valerie's back. Chiol let out a startled cry, his face showing pain. He covered his face and dropped to one knee on the ground. Seeing this, Valerie hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Chiol explained, no, it's nothing, there are just too many runes in this room, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. She reconsidered, only seeing a few runes and your eyes already hurt? Then Valerie suddenly realized, wait, don't tell me you can see every magic array and ritual in this place. Chiol admitted it and slowly rose, yes, my eyes can read the flow of power and things normally invisible, though they're a bit hard to control. Valerie wanted to confirm, first, can you suppress your Monan? She suggested, describe your Monan more clearly, is it clairvoyance or can you see mana? Chiol clarified, I can't truly clairvoyantly see, but I can infer things, like an opponent's movements or hidden auras. Valerie was very skeptical. Do you know how strange what you just said sounds? She pointed at him and told Chiol, if all of that is true, your eyes aren't an ordinary Monan, no Monan in the world can see so much. This looks like a long story. First, let's go back to the study. In the study, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Valerie warned Chiol beforehand, before I explain, you need to know Monan and Tamnan are two completely different concepts. He affirmed, I know that. Then she launched into a long explanation, also, Monan may look like a visual enhancement, but it's actually nothing like that, even if what the Monan perceives is manifested by magic, it's ultimately just images the human mind can receive. Hearing that, Chiol awkwardly scratched his head and asked, excuse me, could you explain more simply? Korean is really hard. Valerie tapped her hand, what I mean is like this. Then she had to talk a lot, wildly gesturing to make him understand. Valerie put a cigarette in her mouth with a grimace as she recalled, that's why Monan is more special than any other supernatural ability. I once had an fMRI while my Monan was active, the instant it triggered, blood flow to my brain surged and my nerves became hyperactive. Chiol understood, no wonder it hurts when the Monan is uncontrolled. She emphasized, exactly, because you process sensations humans don't normally have, you get overloaded. Valerie mused that the Monan is such a dangerous power. To date, no pair of Monan has possessed composite abilities. Still, how many things can your Monan do now? He sounded a bit surprised as he listened. Valerie stared at Chiol sharply, you said those eyes were open through the Sangmu ritual. Typically, someone who opens a Monan begins seeing abnormalities around age 5 or so, or after that. So, before undergoing that ritual, did you ever see anything strange? He bowed his head to recall. Chiol couldn't help but admit from the heart that there had indeed been signs before, even when I was only 11. She probed further, in Sangmu, has anyone opened a Monan like yours? He denied it, no. Valerie continued, do you know why I'm serious? Chiol answered only, yes. She suddenly said, that's unfortunate, if you enter combat, you probably won't be able to control it. He took note of Valerie's words. Chiol glanced subtly as if weighing something. In the end he decided to tell the truth, actually, in battle I've used the Monan countless times. She thought she misheard, what? Valerie jumped up excitedly, how is that possible? Even if a Monan had just 2 or 3 functions, the brain would be catastrophically overloaded, you should have had a cerebral hemorrhage and died or gone mad long ago. And yet you could both see and still control it? Chiol, much calmer than she was, admitted, yes. Valerie held her head in exasperation, I've never seen an exception like this. Then a sly smile spread across her lips. Looks like we'll need to run a few tests, she said. Valerie's demeanor made him blanch slightly, yes. What kind of tests? At Valerie's suggestion, I stayed in the training room for a while, and before I knew it several days had passed. Valerie kept at decoding the stone slab up until dinner. As for me, I began training that pushed the Monan to its limits. Chiol lay on the slab, limbs restrained, while bolts of lightning around him made him grit his teeth in pain. At last the device chimed, the measurement was over. Cheol was dazed, almost falling asleep. Clearly he had tolerated the start, but the difficulty was ramping up. He recalled what she had done to him. To test how much direct stimulation he could endure, she shoved tangled blocks of mana right in front of his face. Her smile at the time was terrifying. Come on, just a bit more, while Cheol could only scream, you fiend. At that moment Valerie entered the room to check on him. How's it going? Are you okay? He thought to himself, she looks like a mad scientist. Cheol glanced at the restraints being removed. She did say the Monan would overload the head. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the mana study machine will stop automatically the moment you hit the overload threshold. He glared at Valerie, who pretended not to notice. This woman is insane. I owe apologies for ever having compared her to my mother. She justified it. But thanks to that we're collecting excellent data, the limits and characteristics are becoming clear, and the more the Monan is used the more it develops. Cheol couldn't deny it, she wasn't entirely wrong, but then she stopped listening and turned away, humming, let's see if you'll obediently take the tests. He realized she was deliberately speaking in French. Valerie looked surprised at what she saw on the display. She studied the parameter readout and wondered aloud, what is this? Am I reading it wrong? I set the machine to auto-monitor and let the difficulty increase gradually. How could his growth rate accelerate this quickly? No, it's not growth. It's more accurate to say adaptation. Then the issue isn't in the explanation. The smile on Valerie's face grew increasingly interested. The days that followed continued. Day 1 of training. No, almost called it an experiment. This is training after all. Li Cheol requested this test, not some experiment to satisfy my curiosity. Even so, having painstakingly gathered enough data, I'll save it to a file. It's confirmed that the Monan can easily see one-way mana channels. From magic level 6 upward pain begins to appear, but at level 7 he can still read without too much difficulty. Maybe I'll need to bring in a CT machine to assist. On day 3 of training, to test clairvoyance, I intentionally hid a ritual behind a metal plate and told him to read it. The result showed it wasn't clairvoyance but reading the energy emitted by the object. It was just a pencil, and I still don't understand what he read or how. Then I tested moving objects. He demonstrated an ability to predict blood flow and muscle movement. A hint of limited precognition surfaced, but he can't keep the Monan open more than 2 hours. If only the durability of the brain and eyes were a bit higher. More experiments. No, more training. On the 8th day of testing he kept smashing records for how fast he adapted as difficulty ramped up. I secretly cranked the difficulty and he still kept pace. Even I haven't reached this level. I should have bought that CT machine earlier. At this point I may have to dissect him to see directly. His Monan seemed to belong to a completely different resolution system than mine. Li Cheol's visual ability was on an utterly superior level, yeah, if I had to describe it. Valerie heard the noise and quickly turned her head. What's going on? She wondered why he didn't pretend not to know. Look at his expression. Cheol explained calmly, the machine just stopped, so I stepped out. The alarm was blaring, didn't you hear it? She spun back to her desk and asked in disbelief, an alarm? Valerie was a bit surprised. All the training stages I prepared are already finished. I thought it would take at least 2 more days. He stepped closer and peered at the computer screen. It looks like I'm completely done, she said in surprise. What? Wait, you can speak French? Cheol looked at Valerie and explained, direct line descendants of Sungmu are required to learn the languages of major nations, so I can use it for everyday conversation. Her face suddenly flushed. Could it be? He grinned broadly as if he didn't care at all, mumbling and cursing to himself. You don't need to worry so much. It could happen. I understand everything. I'm different from someone else. Valerie cried out in embarrassment. You damn brat. Cheol stepped forward from afar and called to me, do you need something? Valerie held a cigarette and turned to look at him. Yeah, the preliminary training session is over. She tried to get my opinion. Honestly, I really want to keep practicing in the lab, but what you need is combat applicable skill, right? So now I'm planning to start a proper training course. He seemed very agreeable. I'm always ready, but then Valerie suddenly stopped him. Wait. A magic circle appeared at their feet with her at the center. Valerie explained, I've reinforced the training area's magic array. It will be much more complex than before. She added, also, you'd better drop the habit of closing your eyes and reopening them when using the magic eye. Small things repeated over time become habits. They can help with short-term control, but later they'll have negative effects. He complied with her and frowned, trying not to shut his eyes. At last, Cheol was able to summon the magic eye. He stared at the room filled with countless magic circles. Even though the training area's magic arrays had been strengthened, I only felt a slight headache. Just days ago, in the middle of Gyeongju, I couldn't control the magic eye at all. Cheol slowly scanned around, yet the flow of mana was so complex it was like looking at a person's entire magical system. I don't understand magic well, but he's definitely an extraordinary archmage. Valerie noticed he wasn't moving and asked, what's up? But Cheol answered dismissively, nothing. She handed him a circular band and instructed, now I'll train you to control the magic eye in real situations. Stick this on your head to feel the flow of mana clearly. Cheol took it, put it on, and asked, how will you train me? Valerie smiled, well, we're training the magic eye, aren't we? Then the method is obvious. Behind Valerie, a flame flared up. She sent it charging off, reminding loudly, dodge it well. Cheol summoned a sword and muttered, damn it. Valerie called out, hey, only use the magic eye. He had to quickly dodge the fireball. Cheol complained, shouldn't you warn me about things like this? You're such a mad scientist. He glanced back, I dodged it. If it had been when I first entered the training room, I wouldn't have been able to. Valerie warned good-naturedly, not done yet, as the fireball didn't stop and change direction toward him. Cheol widened his eyes in surprise. The fireball suddenly detonated. She seemed to have no intention of holding back. While dodging she said, listen, I've got the nature of your magic eye figured out. Your magic eye, to be blunt, is quite similar to my decryption system, but it's one tier higher. After the explosion, Cheol was smeared with dirt. She calmly lit a cigarette and said, your magic eye doesn't read many things, like other magic eyes, it reads only a single thing. The room was surrounded by red flames, the objects before you, animals and plants, mana or mere force, and countless types of supernatural energies, and the entire present state of each piece of information. If you had to name it, you'd probably call it the present eye. An eye that reads every phenomenon existing in this moment. Valerie guided those spheres to move. Cheol stepped back to avoid the strike and mocked, your name is awful. She didn't care and continued, your eyes read every present before you, and once you've analyzed the present, deducing a reasonable future naturally follows. Similarly, you'll also be able to infer the past. There seems to have been a neat term to describe that. Right, the law of cause and effect, Valerie said with a bright smile, as the explosion behind her generated a huge shockwave. Cheol managed to stay standing after the explosion, he was now filthy. She told Cheol that, anyway, your magic eye is so high tier that it can become a burden itself. No matter how much your control improves, you could be swallowed by the magic eye in an instant. So, basically, yes, all of this is for your own good, and the fireballs were summoned again. Valerie shouted, all right, let's go, and the spheres charged at him in succession. After the session, Cheol sat on the ground blackened from head to toe, prompting Valerie to tease, which coal mine did you crawl out of? Hey, open your eyes nice, she said, do you know how hard I worked to study your magic eye? He replied without any emotion, I appreciate that, and she sighed. But hey, your magic eye was unlocked through Sungwoo's special ritual. Is it slow to manifest because it's not a normal magic eye, or are you simply an exception? He chose to remain silent. Valerie didn't press further and stood up, either way, I probably can't figure it out on my own, sorry. She broke into a sly smile, maybe we need a detailed scan, or we might have to cut it open to find out. Seeing that look, Cheol panicked, no, it's fine, one day we'll understand it. I don't know what you'd cut open anyway. Valerie excitedly summoned the fireballs again. Alright, continue training. Hey, to make it easier to refer to, I think we should give your magic eye a name. Analysis eye or cause and effect eye? Kinda bland. He sternly refused, no names, but she wouldn't listen. No way, something as fearsome as this magic eye needs a name. How about divine eye, Solomon's all-seeing eye, or with an eastern flavor, the Sand King true eye? Cheol firmly refused, no need. Valerie decided, Diabli, sounds cool, right? You must have had a hard time fending off those barrage attacks. At that moment Cheol was panting from exhaustion, days of it now. Predict, analyze, choose, and focus. When I used the magic eye's full capability, my development rate skyrocketed insanely, yet his face couldn't hide his excitement. A phone in his shirt pocket suddenly vibrated. Valerie looked down and realized, is it this late already? She stepped closer and teased Cheol, you don't look like a charcoal lump anymore, what a pity. Don't train on your own today, shower and go straight to the lab, he said. What do you mean? Valerie winked and announced, because the deciphering job is finished. There were a few books on the table. The whole room was cluttered with books. Cheol asked suspiciously, when did I leave this place? Why has everything changed like this? Valerie nonchalantly answered, all this is just research material, you can throw it away now if you want. She complained, at the Mage Tower I have grad students to command, it's so convenient, here there aren't any servants, so boring. Valerie used magic to make the books hover and said, since ancient times, the Korean peninsula has preserved records well, so deciphering the language and script isn't difficult, it's actually pretty interesting. Come sit here and take a look at this first. Cheol picked up an object and noted, the slab's shape is different from before. She explained that because some constellations and characters had faded, she had restored them. From now on I'll explain it to you. Valerie took out a document and placed it on the table. She pointed to the image and asked, "Have you seen this constellation?" He immediately answered, "No, I haven't." So Valerie laid out 2 pictures like that. "Told you, right now that constellation looks like this." She pointed to one of them. "The problem is here, why did the ancients group these constellations together? Look below, this is actually an imaginary constellation. The order of these stars is the key to decoding it. I was fooled by the camouflage for a bit, but it's neither the moon's orbit nor a star chart, so what is it, exactly?" Cheol began to ponder. "I feel like I've seen this somewhere before." Then he suddenly gasped as if he'd remembered. Cheol asked tentatively, "Can I tear this to test it?" Valerie let out a light laugh. "No need to tear it, it's right here." This is a map of the entire ley line network of the Korean peninsula, not stars at all, but a map of the energy nodes spread across the land. The map has points marked and connected with bold black ink. In the laboratory, Valerie, an astute female intellectual with alluring wavy brown hair, is working with Kyung-ho to decipher a major secret. She realizes this stele is not an ordinary star map but a diagram of energy nodes across the Korean peninsula. Valerie further explains that, according to Eastern philosophy, the world is a living body, and the ley lines are the mana currents running through the earth. Kyung-ho studies the ancient stele closely. He notices a strange point: people in ancient times shouldn't have been able to extend that far north. Valerie smiles faintly, asserting that this is precisely why the artifact is an invaluable historical proof. The fact that the ancients expanded their territory to this land leaves Kyung-ho astonished. After laying out all her deductions about the location, Valerie hands him the decoding so he can uncover the remaining mysteries himself. Looking at the decoded text, Kyung-ho freezes, realizing this is the incantation for the ancient mana arts of the Sungwaga clan that he remembers from a past life. A bold idea sparks: if ley lines are like mana currents, perhaps they share the same operating principles. He closes his eyes, begins to simulate mana flow according to the incantation, and traces the energy nodes in his mind. Finally he finds it. A confident smile forms as the exact coordinates appear: Tohamsan Mountain in Gyeongju. That is the burial site of martial King Lee Hyang-seon, the second head of the legendary Sungwaga clan. A few days later, at a cafe, Valerie relaxes with her familiar long pipe and sees that Kyung-ho is ready to depart. With a giant hiking pack on his back, he is prepared to face the perilous journey ahead. Before leaving, Valerie doesn't forget to ask about the trick he used to beat her in the 3 questions game the other day. But he keeps the secret, leaving this tough big sister visibly huffy at his stubbornness. Valerie grows serious and warns him to be extremely careful, because Tohamsan is a highly dangerous place. She begins rattling off warnings about everything, from lost spirits to curses and monsters lurking in the ancient ruins. Seeing her overly worried, Kyung-ho teases softly, "Are you worried about me?" The question clearly embarrasses Valerie. She immediately denies it with her trademarked tsundere expression, scolding him as an arrogant brat. Kyung-ho can only smile and thank her for everything. She is surprised when he firmly promises he'll return after finishing the job, as if the trip were no big deal. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to promise they'll go eat chicken together next time, leaving Valerie still waving goodbye behind him. Back in the present, Kyung-ho sets foot on Tohamsan. He wipes sweat from his brow, realizing he's been searching continuously for 2 hours. The terrain has changed so much from the 1,000-year-old map that finding the entrance is more difficult than expected. Fortunately, his mystic eye ability is refined enough for him to sustain clairvoyance longer, letting him see through the veil of mystery shrouding the ancient mountain. At that moment he halts, sensing a powerful fluctuation. Right beneath his feet, rivers of golden mana begin to rise and coil, ready to reveal the millennia-old secret before him. Kyung-ho, commonly called Kyung-ho, is stunned by the brilliant mana currents unfolding before him. He holds the old map, comparing it to this uncanny reality. The energy streams twist like dragons and phoenixes dancing through the underbrush, guiding him toward the hidden place. Breathing heavily after a long trek, Kyung-ho finally stands before the ceiling rock formation where mana is most concentrated. Beneath his feet, the ground trembles as magical circles begin to activate and dry leaves are swept up by a powerful wind. He sets his pack down, realizing the scale of the seal is far larger than he imagined. No way. He thinks. He touches the stone engraved with the constellation mark, confirming this is the entrance to his ancestor's tomb. Then, Kyung-ho focuses his mind, preparing to perform the ritual to unseal the door. A deep blue mana surge erupts, surrounding Kyung-ho among the ancient stones, creating a solemn, mysterious spectacle. Energy ripples strongly across the ground, awakening mechanisms that have been dormant for millennia. The characters on the stone begin to glow brilliantly under the influence of the pure mana flowing from him. He identifies this as the sealing door into the tomb. Now it's time to channel mana into the stones in the exact order of the constellations. Starting from the north and moving clockwise, Kyung-ho painstakingly channels energy into each stone one by one. Sweat starts to stream down his forehead. The process consumes a massive amount of mana, far beyond his initial estimates. Each time he touches the cold stone surface, he feels the tomb's ancient weight and power. This won't be easy. Even as he begins to tire, Kyung-ho keeps a determined smile. From deep within the forest, pillars of light rise, signaling the return of a long-forgotten relic. And this is the final stone. Just a little more, and the 1,000-year secret will be revealed before him. Suddenly, an immense backlash explodes the moment the seal is fully lifted. A blinding light engulfs the entire area, the colossal power washing out the surrounding landscape. What? Why is it suddenly this strong? Kyung-ho is driven back by the terrifying pressure. He recoils in horror as he realizes the mana stored in Tohamsun has been violently reacting to his own mana flow. His vision begins to blur. The overwhelming force makes it impossible for him to stay on his feet any longer. With a strangled cry, Kyung-ho is pulled deep into the darkness of the newly opened entrance. Lying in the silent dark, Kyung-ho pants, trying to compose himself after the fall, feeling as if he has returned from the brink of death. A terrifying silence begins to envelop the space. He realizes in shock that depleted mana has rendered his mystic eye completely useless, leaving him blind inside the pitch-black tomb. In the tomb's still darkness, Kyung-ho holds his flashlight firmly. He breathes a small sigh of relief when he doesn't immediately sense any dangerous presence nearby. The weak yellow beam sweeps across damp rock walls. Kyung-ho inspects every nook and cranny, his eyes constantly searching for clues to his family's legacy. Suddenly, the light falls on the fierce face of an ancient stone statue. For an instant he jumps, thinking he'd been attacked by a living creature. Seeing the vast scale of the chamber, Kyung-ho realizes this place is too massive to be an ordinary tomb. It seems a labyrinth lies ahead. He stops before an old stone stele. It records the strange note that they bought the land from the earth spirit for burial, a secret that would astonish practitioners if they learned of it. Opposite it is the tombstone of martial King Lee Hyangseon of the Lee clan, who rested here at the age of 122. Kyung-ho begins to piece together the information he has. However, as he studies the ancient lines more closely, he suddenly notices an unusual detail hidden within them. Any living or dead who intend to enter, turn back. Beyond this point there is only darkness. This cold warning confirms that something extraordinarily important is being protected inside. Although his remaining mana is low, Kyung-ho decides to activate Mystic Eye. He needs to see through the veil of secrecy shrouding this gloomy space. Ugh! A pained groan escapes. Bolts of energy erupt inside his already blazing eyes, sending a searing pain through him. Kyung-ho staggers back, covering his aching eyes. He realizes he has hit a massive energy barrier, something Mystic Eye has never encountered before. He suddenly recalls his past life, when his eldest brother said he was the one who concealed the tomb's location. Fragments of memory begin to make Kyung-ho doubt his brother's true motives. Why would he do that? Out of remorse? No. If that were the case, he wouldn't have left such careless information. It doesn't match the cautious nature he usually displays. A chilling thought occurs to Kyung-ho: could this be an intentionally laid trap? At that moment, strange noises begin to come from behind the statues. Kyung-ho spins around instantly, his combat instinct surges as he senses the energy pressure in the chamber spiking. Phantom flames burst from the void, banishing the darkness and revealing the terrifying scene unfolding before him. The giant guardian statues of the tomb are actually moving. They are not decorations but true grave sentinels awakened to eliminate any intruder who dares enter. Two colossal guardian statues suddenly awakened, radiating an oppressive aura and a cold warning: humans, leave this place immediately. Soo-hyun froze. In his memory there was never any mention of guardians at this tomb. He hurriedly drew his sword, preparing for an unexpected fight. Even after activating his Mystic Eye, Soo-hyun couldn't detect any mana or souls controlling them. These stone statues moved without any energy, which completely defied natural law. Impossible! Astonishment flashed in his sharp gaze. Without energy, how could those massive boulders move so nimbly? A gust of wind howled past his neck. Soo-hyun instinctively sensed imminent danger. He spun to dodge. A strange point of light suddenly flared within the statue's chest. It seemed Soo-hyun had found the monster's heart. Bam! A crushing blow landed, pulverizing the ground where Soo-hyun had just stood. That force was no joke. Soo-hyun barely evaded the strike. He thought that with a bit more time to prepare the outcome would have been different. This battle began far too suddenly. His mana was rapidly depleting. A prolonged fight was impossible. He had to finish it quickly with the little mana he had left. Soo-hyun lunged like an arrow, tearing through flying shards of rock to close the distance. Leave now! The Guardian's roar shook the space, but it couldn't shake Su Hyan's resolve. In a flash collision, Su Hyan's sword slashed into the hard stone, sending brilliant sparks flying. He quickly recognized their weakness. Although powerful, the statue's movements were crude and simple. He could predict their patterns. Wasting no time, Su Hyan activated the Mujin technique, First Awakening, Chiakma. A cold blue aura enveloped his blade, granting piercing power. The stone beast roared in fury, trying to swat away the small challenger that dared defy its majesty. Su Hyan knew keeping his distance would only put him at a disadvantage. He chose to gamble, charging into the creature's chest to finish it. His sword screamed through the air, carving a perfect arc aimed straight at the statue's weak point. They collided with such force the ground beneath them caved in. Su Hyan braced himself against the 1,000-weight pressure of the giant fist. Stone cracked and splintered. Su Hyan gritted his teeth, every muscle tensing as he searched for an opening to counter amid the deadly siege. With a nimble move, Su Hyan spun, using the opponent's attack momentum to power his next cut. He unleashed the forge art, Yomra, blazing red chains wrapped tightly around the statue's limbs, locking its movements. Hop! Su Hyan shouted, pouring every remaining drop of mana into the blade's mysterious glow. A razor-sharp slash cut across the statue's neck. In an instant, the Guardian's head detached and fell to the ground. The giant body collapsed, triggering a powerful tremor that kicked up a white cloud of dust, officially ending the life-or-death confrontation. Su Hyan braced his sword against the ground to steady himself, trying to regulate his increasingly chaotic breathing. The battle was over, but exhaustion washed over him, making the air feel heavier than ever. Su Hyan inhaled rapidly, sweat streaming down his tense face. He felt utterly drained as his mana had been nearly siphoned dry after channeling his spirit energy. Controlling mana in this strange place was far harder than he had expected. However, his seasoned experience quickly made him notice the oddities around him. Despite being deep underground, the air circulated oddly, indicating the tomb wasn't completely sealed. Moreover, the ancient Guardian statues showed no rust or signs of age, as if they'd been placed there just yesterday. Su Hyan's gaze hardened with suspicion. He narrowed his eyes and observed closely. A gut feeling told him the fight wasn't truly over, or that something even more mysterious was hiding behind those lifeless stones. Suddenly, the shards of the statue he'd felled began to emit a brilliant golden light. Tiny motes floated in the air, creating a scene both magical and fraught with uncertainty. The two giant Guardian statues stood towering in that glow, but now they no longer looked threatening. Instead they were enveloped in a shimmering, mystical veil. This isn't good. Su Hyan worriedly peered inside. His mana was slowly recovering but remained far too low for him to be ready for another large-scale confrontation right now. I still need to be sure, he murmured. Focusing intently, he activated his mystic eye once more to see through the strange energy fluctuations unfolding before him. Through the ocular art, he saw the motes beginning to gather on the statue's surfaces, hopping about and emitting distinctive energy vibrations. Don't tell me it's... A bold thought flashed through Su Hyan's mind. He couldn't believe what he was seeing as he realized the true nature of what was controlling these stone guardians. His hand tightened on the hilt of Black Knight. If his guess was right, he'd have to use this sword to strike straight into the core inside and end it decisively. But then, a sudden chorus of chittering voices shattered the tense atmosphere. What is that? A black sword. The black sword is gross. Su Hyan froze, bewildered as his sword became the focus of those strange remarks. The motes flew chaotically around him, cries of sorry. Sorry. Echoing through the cavern. It turned out these entities didn't want to attack him, they seemed terrified of something about Su Hyan. They were the mystics, the fairy clan, pure magical entities known for their mischief and love of children and animals. Their presence in a solemn place like this tomb was truly an unexpected variable to Su Hyan. Su Hyan sheathed his sword and barked in irritation. What are you doing meddling in the middle of a fight? The tiny fairies jumped, trembling before his fearsome blade. Aya. Kaya. That sword is scary. We're sorry, we're so sorry. To make up for it, we'll heal you. The little fae chirped, their glow enveloping Su Hyan. He felt a warm energy seep into his flesh, miraculously restoring his exhausted body. So they attacked because they thought I was the bad guy. He realized as they explained the misunderstanding caused by the sword. When he asked why they were here, the fae cheekily replied, don't know. Not telling. Oh yeah? I kinda feel like swinging this sword for a bit, unless you start talking nicely. Su Hyan smirked, feigning menace. The tactic worked immediately. The fae panicked and squealed. Humans are terrifying. Eventually, the mystics revealed the truth. They had formed a pact lasting over 1,000 years to guard this place. As beings tied to nature, being bound to a cold tomb for a millennium had been no easy duty. Hearing this, Su Haiyan's tone softened. It must have been grueling, guarding this place for so long. His words of comfort eased the tension noticeably. The tiny Fae giggled and thanked him, grateful he no longer held the frightening sword. "You're so kind for not keeping that sword." "But, is that even a sword?" Their naive questions left Su Haiyan half amused, half exasperated. Su Haiyan pressed them about who had made the pact. The little Fae began whispering among themselves, "Should we tell him?" "I think yes, look, his hair and eye color are exactly like that person's." Their remarks made Su Haiyan intensely curious about the identity of the predecessor. A small fairy manifested more clearly before the great stone door, excitedly recounting, "That person promised that if we guarded this place, they would protect us too. We were injured then, and that person helped us a lot." Su Haiyan pondered and asked, "Protect you from what?" The fairy clan's answer chilled the air by a few degrees. "Terrifying things, things that never die. Things that are truly, truly horrifying. You attacked us because you thought he was one of them." The grim warning made Su Haiyan shudder at the thought of the dangers waiting inside. The Fae's words reminded Su Haiyan of similar warnings the mountain guardian had given. It seemed every clue pointed to the same terrible threat. Still, he knew he had no choice but to step inside to seek the truth. Su Haiyan moved up close to the giant tomb door, clearly feeling the vibration from the black sword in his hand. The Fae's reminder about the final trial echoed in his ear. "To pass here, you must prove yourself with your own blood. Only truly inherited bloodline can unlock this 1,000-year secret." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Su Haiyan slowly raised his hand. Standing between the present and an ancient legacy, he understood that once this blood ritual began, his fate, and that of his clan, would forever turn a tumultuous new page. Su Haiyan stood before the towering ancestral tomb door, his eyes set with determination. He knew this was a crucial turning point to lay hands on his ancestors' heritage. Resolutely, he pressed his blood-stained palm onto the ancient sigil circle. Immediately, the old characters reacted violently to the royal martial bloodline, erupting in a blazing, authoritative red light. Boom! The 1,000-year-old giant door finally shuddered and moved, opening a deep passage into an all-encompassing darkness that held the oldest secrets. "All right, let's go." Su Haiyan drew a deep breath and stepped inside. He had no idea that while he explored the tomb, horrific events were beginning to erupt in the outside world. The scene cut to a modern laboratory in Gyeongju. A female researcher sat exhausted with her head on the table amid piles of Manhwa research documents, sighing in frustration at the overwhelming workload. "Ugh, why is everything so bad today?" she muttered in annoyance, even considering ordering fried chicken to soothe her irritation after an unsatisfying day. Suddenly, a piercing alarm tore through the lab's silence. She startled upright, a professional's instinct signaling that something was wrong. On the city map display, a bright red dot appeared as an alert. It signaled that a mana gate had just opened in the heart of the city. She stared at the screen, her complexion paling as the warnings multiplied and grew more frenzied. "No way! 5 mana gates opening at once?" she exclaimed in horror. This was an unprecedented disaster-scale incident for the region. Her first thought went to Su Haiyan. Could this sudden catastrophe be related to that kid's actions in the tomb? She hurriedly typed to check. However, monitoring screens at Mount Tohamson showed mana levels remaining stable, with no major disturbances matching the city's incident. That only deepened the mystery. "There's no time to hesitate." She quickly packed up her gear and magical weapons. Although Gyeongju wasn't densely populated, the simultaneous appearance of multiple mana gates posed an extremely terrifying threat. She rushed out of the room, leaving the quiet lab behind with its devices still blaring emergency alerts. Under dim lights, the computer monitors kept running quietly, recording every energy fluctuation that was spiraling out of control beyond. On the Mount Tohamson map, a red dot marking Su Haiyan's location kept blinking, solitary amid the rugged mountains. He had no idea he was the focus of suspicion. As night fell, countless deadly red dots began to spread across the map of Gyeongju at a staggering pace, signaling the start of a horrifying night of blood and tears. Chapter 63 ends here, with chaos poised to erupt. Lee Cheol cautiously stepped into a dark cavern. Immediately, he sensed something amiss. This place did not resemble a tomb at all. His gaze stopped at an old shelf filled with objects. He froze, as if recognizing something familiar. Without hesitation, he strode straight for the shelf, his eyes full of determination. He picked up a roll of bamboo slips. As he suspected, this was what he had been looking for, the Black Knight Chronicle. Although this was the reason he'd come, Lee Cheol placed it back on the shelf. It seemed the time had not yet come. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the deeper darkness inside the cave. Intuition told him something more important was waiting. Suddenly, the dark chi in his chest trembled violently. It wasn't fear but excitement, as if being drawn towards something ahead. He swallowed and forced himself to stay calm. Despite not knowing what lay ahead, he decided to move forward. Li Chiol pressed deeper into the darkness. But then he stopped abruptly. A strange sensation washed over him, tensing his entire body. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. There, in the dark, sat a man with white hair, motionless. It was Martial King Li Hyangxian. He did not look like a spirit but like a real person, meditating with a sword laid across his lap, solemn and still. Li Chiol quickly analyzed the situation. This was neither an illusion nor a ghost. This entity could move at any moment. To learn more, Li Chiol decided to use his demonic eye. His eyes flared with a yellow light. Through the demonic eye, an astonishing sight unfolded. The entire cavern was covered in talismans, golden threads, and magical murals. It was a massive seal. He understood immediately that they were used to bind something. But what exactly required such a powerful seal? His gaze followed the streams of energy, and they all converged on a single point, just beneath where the Martial King sat. A pit. At that moment, the dark chi inside Li Chiol suddenly erupted violently. The thorn ceiling cords began to snap under the pressure of the energy surge. A torrent of dark chi gushed from the pit, enveloping the Martial King. The seal had been broken, but the evil chi did not attack the Martial King. Its target was Li Chiol. It lunged at him like a starving beast. Li Chiol gritted his teeth as the dark chi invaded him. He was being consumed by it. The surroundings shifted in an instant. He was no longer in the cavern but standing before a mirror. He recognized it immediately as the mirror from his room in his previous life. In the mirror was not his present self but a thin, frightened child. That was him, in his old life full of suffering. Harrowing memories flooded back, replaying scenes of being humiliated and trampled by members of his own household, called filthy bastard and forced to do degrading tasks. The vicious taunts cut into the boy's tender mind. Why won't you understand what I'm saying, huh? Back then, Li Chiol could only ask himself why he had to suffer these things and how he could escape such a cruel fate. The nightmare worsened when his wet nurse, Moon Gawa, was accused of embezzlement and driven out of the house. Despite the injustice, she worried about her young charge. He knew his wet nurse could never have done such a thing. But she was expelled into the rain, and from that day he never saw the woman he considered a mother again. The door slammed shut, as if his world had collapsed. The only uncle he trusted came over, comforted him, and promised he would return soon. But Li Chiol knew it was a lie. That uncle was actually telling him to leave and hide deep, because the clan would never stop looking for him. With a pained look, the uncle could only pray that he might reclaim his own life. He had failed to protect his wet nurse, the second mother he loved. He had also failed to protect the uncle who was like a father to him. A feeling of helplessness swallowed him. He realized that all these memories were psychological trauma from his previous life, the weakest part buried deep in his subconscious. The fear that the tragedy would repeat, that he would lose the important people in his life again, haunted him. His hand slowly clenched. What did the dark chi want him to do after showing him all this? Sink into despair? No. Even though he had been reborn, this was still an undeniable reality, a painful past he had never fled. Because those memories were the reason he existed, the drive that would keep him from losing anything stolen from him again. With that thought, the illusion began to shatter. The present-day Li Chiol stood there, strong and resolute. He was no longer the weak child he once had been. Back in the real world, he realized what was sealed inside that dark chi. It was the Martial King's memories. A vast torrent of memories from the dark chi poured into his mind. A brutal headache struck, as if something were trying to tear his skull apart. The dark chi wasn't only attacking his mind, it was trying to absorb his sword as well. But Li Chiol, who had devoured countless weapons before, would not allow that to happen. He poured his strength into resisting. Amid the chaotic memories, a voice sounded. Someone must know how to prepare for the generations to come. It was the Martial King's son, begging his father. He wanted to be sealed along with it. Li Chiol realized with shock. The feeling was like when he read Mujin's memories through the dark chi. He was absorbing the Martial King's memories. Through them, he understood the Martial King's decision. Instead of obeying his father's order to destroy the Black Knight entity, he chose another path, to seal it himself and wait for a worthy successor. The Martial King believed that one day a child chosen by the Black Knight would be born. Though his father wanted to hide it, he believed it could become hope. So he created guiding stones like these and scattered them across the world. He believed that one day, by following those stones, that child would find him. Li Cheol was the child in that prophecy. The martial king's memories ended with a plea, a wish to be freed from the burden he had borne for 1,000 years. Returning to the present, Li Cheol panted. The martial king's entire will and legacy now rested within him. He staggered to his feet. Before him, dark chi still churned from the broken seal, but now that dark chi no longer attacked him. It was inviting him. From the center of the seal, a colossal black sword slowly rose up. With his last strength, Li Cheol pulled the sword free. Exhausted though he was, he succeeded. He had officially inherited the martial king's legacy and was ready for a greater devouring journey. Kyung-ho panted, bracing his hands on the sword. He was still stunned, not understanding what had just happened to his body. A completely unfamiliar sensation. Kyung-ho realized immediately that this was a fundamental change. The dark chi that had once swirled only around his heart now spread throughout his entire body. He could clearly feel himself becoming much larger and much stronger. Kyung-ho spread his hand, watching the black energy, much denser than before, coiling and flowing in his palm. He clenched his fist, trying to sense and shape this new yet mysterious power. Kyung-ho looked ahead. He suddenly understood that this place was not a tomb but a space created for sealing. And that ancestor was not waiting for a descendant, but for him. Even having reached the highest realm, could a person truly see clearly 1,000 years into the future? Kyung-ho remained astonished at this ancestor's arrangement. After a moment of composing himself, Kyung-ho adjusted his clothes, preparing to face the one who had waited for him through the millennium. He stepped before Martial King Li Hyangxian and spoke respectfully, "Please forgive my abruptness in coming to greet you so late." Then he performed a formal bow, placing both hands to his forehead and lowering his head. "I, considered the shame of the clan, present myself to the great ancestor." Kyung-ho bowed deeply, solemnly declaring that although late, he had come according to the ancestor's arrangement, and from now on he would bear that burden. Hearing the descendant's promise, the martial king's spirit smiled peacefully, his body began to glow and gradually dissolved into the air. His robe gently drifted down onto the well's surface, while his spirit turned into countless sparkling motes. Kyung-ho bid him farewell with a wish for eternal rest. He remained kneeling, offering his final respects to the legendary ancestor. After a while, Kyung-ho rose and looked at the robe left behind. He regarded it as a gift, a legacy from his predecessor. He took the robe, smiling with relief. The promise had been made, and the relic had been fully received. As Kyung-ho walked away, the clear, joyful voices of the guardian spirits rang out around him, cheering because he had come and fulfilled the promise. He left with steady steps, the spirits offering their thanks behind him. The final vow had been kept. They chirped, asking if they could depart. Kyung-ho turned back and gently replied that everything had been hard enough already. In a brilliant glow, the guardian spirits rose together, sending their thanks and promising to meet Kyung-ho again someday. The light winked out. Kyung-ho looked at the empty space and muttered teasingly, "Leaving without cleaning up, huh?" Just as he thought, the place began to decay quickly once the spirits left. He clicked his tongue, not sure how he'd report this to the clan. He thought better of it, slung his backpack back on, and decided to brush it off. Whatever, they'll figure it out. Suddenly, a whirl of blue teleportation light spun open before him. Clearly it hadn't been there before. Kyung-ho realized this was his exit. Without hesitation, Kyung-ho straightened, bracing himself to return to the outside world. The moment he stepped through the portal, Kyung-ho was immediately flung out into open space. He lost his balance and slammed headfirst into the ground in a not-so-gentle landing. Rubbing his head as he stood up, Kyung-ho grumbled. No matter how many times he went through it, he still couldn't get used to such rough teleportation. Kyung-ho looked up at the lightning sky. He realized he'd been in the tomb for a long time, and now it was dawn. But then the peaceful morning air was shattered. A sudden, icy murderous intent swept in, putting Kyung-ho on high alert. Without a second's hesitation, he instantly took a defensive stance, his sword ready for any attack. He sensed the presence of many enemies hiding in the surrounding brush. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of figures in black cloaks surrounded him. An ambush had been laid. Kyung-ho squinted. Who were these people? His instincts had been sharpened greatly. Without them he wouldn't have noticed. Another wave of murderous intent. Kyung-ho's senses screamed a warning. Kyung-ho sprang to the side. Immediately, an object flew at terrifying speed and stabbed into the spot he had just occupied. It was an arrow. This ambush was clearly well prepared. He looked at the hooded figures and called out, asking who, or what, they were. Weird, overlapping voices rose from the attackers. They cheered that they'd found the fragments and shouted to tear off his mask. The horrific sound, as if many people were speaking from one throat, made Kyung-ho frown. He couldn't understand what they meant. Kyung-ho focused, his golden eyes flashing. something was very wrong here. He felt a monster's mana radiating from them, yet their presence was clearly human. The attackers were bewildered too. The tomb's door had opened, how could a human be inside? They couldn't comprehend it. Before Kyung-ho could react, one of them lunged forward, swinging a heavy club and shouting for him to hand over that thing, the great mask of freedom. Kyung-ho gritted his teeth and swung his sword to parry the sudden strike. The clash of weapons rang out sharply. He easily blocked the attack's ferocity. The attacker froze. He couldn't believe Kyung-ho could so effortlessly deflect his blow. Kyung-ho's gaze hardened. This weapon was not something an ordinary human could wield. Kyung-ho scrutinized the attacker, sallow green skin, a face reminiscent of a pig. He wondered, could this be an orc? But no. His eyes snagged on the enemy's collar. A horrifying truth emerged. This wasn't a monster. It was a human wearing an orc's skin. Kyung-ho stared at the group, a cold question echoing in his mind. Why would a human don the skin of a monster? Suddenly, a flash of light streaked from the darkness toward Kyung-ho. His reflexes were lightning fast. He immediately swung his sword. A sharp clang sounded. The sword stopped the flying object. It was a poison needle. Kyung-ho recognized it at once. These attackers weren't just ambushing, they were using poison. The poison needle was deflected, flying up into the air. Kyung-ho glanced up at a tree branch. Another figure in orc skin sat there, holding a blowpipe. He was the one who fired the needle. Kyung-ho clenched his fists. He didn't know who they were, and this terrain was utterly disadvantageous for fighting multiple enemies at once. Determined to break the siege, Kyung-ho focused his energy. A massive bolt of lightning burst from his body, sweeping everything around. Seizing the chaotic moment, he dashed off at terrifying speed, easily breaking through the enemy's encirclement. Kyung-ho leapt to a higher position, deciding to change location to gain the upper hand. He landed on a high rock outcrop, looking down at the forest shrouded in morning mist. But on a higher mountain peak, a figure in a white cloak wearing a mask had been standing there for who knew how long, silently watching him. The masked man's voice echoed in his head, cold and knowing. Seeing Kyung-ho's black hair and golden eyes, he recognized him instantly. It's the Sungmu Lee clan. He ground his teeth. He had rushed here the moment the tomb door opened. The hatred in his voice was unmistakable. A cursed bastard who deserves to die. The small golden whistle at his throat trembled softly with each breath. Against the blazing backdrop, the white-masked one uttered a venomous oath toward Kyung-ho. "Oh, you who have imprisoned true freedom. I will personally strip away your last masks." The terrifying declaration rang through the night, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. In the silent forest under the moonlight, the air suddenly grew tense. Kyung-ho panted. His demon eye sensed the presence of about 30 enemies hiding around. The cloaked assassins gradually appeared. He realized they were clearly human, yet using monster power, a grotesque hybrid existence. Fortunately, their movements were extremely chaotic, even constantly getting in each other's way. Kyung-ho analyzed that although they used human weapons, their movements were amateurish, rushing in to attack recklessly. He decided not to just defend. "I'll capture one and find out the rest." To do that, Kyung-ho summoned a shield that glowed blue. It was a masterpiece-grade shield, the Sacred Ankyle. Originally a celestial-grade weapon gifted by a king, the copy forged by a god's command still reached masterpiece quality. It was the reward he received after sparring with his sixth sister. Immediately, one of the assassins lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike into the ground. Another dropped from above, diving down and swinging a weapon at Kyung-ho. Kyung-ho showed no hesitation. He swung his sword and parried the attack with precision, and countered immediately. A sharp slash sent the enemy's blood spraying. Kyung-ho's gaze remained cold and focused. He finished the enemy with a decisive blow, sending him collapsing where he stood. But as soon as one fell, the others surged in from all sides. Kyung-ho noticed something unusual. Their attack style had changed. They began coordinating combos, which showed they hadn't completely lost their minds. But to him, that didn't matter. The shield in his hand began to shine more intensely. Kyung-ho unleashed the shield skill, Demon Soul Barrier. A massive wave of blue energy spread outward. He swung his sword, channeling the barrier's energy to create powerful slashes. A storm of energy blades swept the battlefield, easily cutting down the enemies in its path. The attack cleared out almost all the foes. The survivors stood frozen, trembling as they watched Kyung-ho from a distance, too afraid to move forward. Seeing the remaining ones hesitate, Kyung-ho narrowed his eyes. "If you won't come, then I'll come to you." He charged forward, taking the initiative to attack. After a while, Kyung-ho captured one. He had broken the prisoner's arms and legs to prevent any tricks. Kyung-ho began analyzing the captive. He had dull eyes and emanated the aura of a monster, but it didn't look like brainwashing or a curse. To examine further, he decided to inject his mana into him. But just as he was about to act, a strange, piercing sound suddenly echoed through the forest. Kyung-ho had to cover his ears from the brain-numbing noise. The prisoner suddenly erupted into a wild, hysterical laugh. His body began to transform gruesomely, tearing through the cloak. The rope binding him was ripped apart as well. Kyung-ho froze, not understanding what was happening. Before him now stood a giant monster, like an armored lizard. He could only gasp, "What is this?" At the same time, elsewhere, Valerie flew over the city sky. She felt something was wrong. Why was it so quiet around her? She reasoned that if a gate had formed, monsters would have already flooded everywhere. Valerie landed on a deserted street. The unusual silence made her uneasy. In front of her stood a massive spatial gate. Strangely, nothing was coming out of it. Valerie's eyes flashed violet as she began to analyze the gate. She quickly realized it was an artificially created gate produced by destabilizing mana. Valerie called it an act of terrorism, a madness beyond limits. But she was even more puzzled. If this were an act of terror, why was it so unnaturally quiet? Valerie suddenly froze as a thought flashed through her mind. She realized this was not an ordinary gate. It resembled a passage, a teleportation circle. Stranger still, it was a one-way teleportation circle, allowing travel in only a single direction. Trying to analyze it further sent a sharp pain through her head. Valerie sighed, admitting the phenomenon was beyond her understanding. This wasn't ordinary magic, and she couldn't fully analyze it right now. She decided to leave and check other locations. However, when she arrived, the military had cordoned off the entire area around the gate. Valerie hid behind a wall, wavering over whether to rush in and demand to inspect the gate. But she quickly dismissed the idea. She couldn't reveal that she was in Korea, and her master had told her not to disclose her identity. The mystery of the artificial gate lingered, leaving her deep in thought. In the end, she decided it was best to return and do more research. Back in the lab, Valerie collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. As the tension faded, she grew hungry and craved chicken. Just then, an alert beep sounded from her computer array. Valerie sprang up, worried it might be another gate appearing. She hurried to the control monitor. Staring at the data on the screen, she froze and stammered, "What is this?" The screen displayed a series of glowing dots on the topographic map. Valerie was stunned. She had never seen mana waveforms like these before. She muttered as she typed. Normally, gates are red and monsters are black. But these signals were gray, labeled unknown. Her hand halted. 31 unidentifiable mana signals. A terrifying hypothesis sprang to mind. Wait, don't tell me. Valerie's eyes widened in horror. She realized. It's them. The ones who passed through the gate, or who created it. Then she remembered something dreadful. Lee Cheol had told her that he would go to Tohamson Mountain. Her gaze frantically scanned the screen. There, in the center of the cluster of 31 gray dots, was a single gold dot shining, the signal of a demon eye user. Valerie sprang up, her face drained pale with fear. She screamed. Lee Cheol was in extreme danger. Lee Cheol realized an odd truth. The enemies before him, though shaped like monsters, had an entirely different nature. He observed a lizard man. Clearly it had a monster's body, but the flow of mana inside matched a human's exactly. Something incredibly illogical. Suddenly, a massive tail lashed toward him. Lee Cheol dodged while analyzing. Their movements had become noticeably more natural, as if they had grown accustomed to these new bodies. A hooded figure appeared, exuding a dark aura. Lee Cheol realized they were fighting like humans, with clear tactics. Abruptly, a surge of energy hit. Lee Cheol froze, realizing his mana was being restricted. He immediately recognized the familiar energy, the aura emanating from the very sword he held. While he was still stunned, the lizard man seized the moment and lunged to attack. A brutal impact flung Lee Cheol, slamming his back into a tree. Cornered, Lee Cheol gritted his teeth and tried to steady himself. Then he felt something odd at his feet. A slime had latched onto him unnoticed, and worse, it was draining his mana. Blatantly siphoned of his energy, Lee Cheol couldn't help but feel irritated. He realized the monsters no longer charged blindly. They stood watching, waiting for an opening. Their intelligence had clearly increased. Unable to wait any longer, Lee Cheol decided to strike first. He drew his black sword. His body was wrapped in a green aura. His eyes glowed as Lee Cheol lunged straight at the enemy. He unleashed the skill aura art, Cutting Gale, a powerful slash aimed directly at the lizard man. Lee Cheol was confident that with such a deep cut, the lizard man would be taken down. But then he froze. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet his attack seemed ineffective. The lizard man showed no harm and instead struck back forcefully, sending him sprawling. From the ground, Li Chiol stared up in shock as the deep slash across its chest rapidly sealed itself. It turned out it possessed regeneration. Li Chiol pieced everything together. The slime drained energy, the lizard man regenerated, and the wraith suppressed mana. A deadly, perfect combination. Even in a past life, he'd never seen anything like it. He clenched his teeth. Whatever the mana reserves or whatever else, he couldn't allow himself to be backed into a corner like this. Regardless of the consequences, Li Chiol resolved to give it everything, shouting that he would cut them all down. He released a massive surge of energy, creating an electrical wave that swept through the entire forest. The attack hit its mark. The lizard man was stunned by the electric shock. Not giving his opponents a breath, Li Chiol leapt into the air, swinging both swords to finish them off. He growled, eyes cold. This time he aimed straight for its head to see if it could still regenerate. A decisive slash came down with no hesitation. The headless body of the lizard man collapsed to the ground. It seemed finished, but then a strange sound suddenly rang out. Li Chiol startled and spun around, wondering where the sound had come from. He panicked, thinking there might be a remaining enemy he hadn't noticed. But in front of him was not an enemy, it was a giant fireball hurtling toward him, leaving him speechless. He realized another force was colliding with the fireball. Two enormous energies faced off in the sky. A horrific explosion occurred, blowing everything around it away. The ground shook, leaving a large, charred crater. Through the smoke and dust, a lone figure gently landed. High heels struck the ground with decisive force. Valerie appeared with an ostentatious entrance. She raised her wand and declared, "Your hero has arrived." She stepped forward and cheerfully asked if Li Chiol was hurt. Li Chiol brushed the dust off himself and replied with an emotionless face. He sarcastically said he was fine, apart from nearly dying because of her grand entrance. He complained, asking if she could land a bit less dangerously. Valerie immediately protested, sounding offended, saying she was only overly worried about him. Still worried, Valerie asked again in a slightly sulky tone whether he thought she was trying to assassinate him. Watching Valerie smile carefree, Li Chiol could only sigh. He silently apologized to his aunt for comparing her to this mad scientist. Putting aside the small talk, Valerie changed the subject and asked about the two remaining enemies. Li Chiol coldly replied that anyone could tell they were foes just by looking. Then he said something that stunned Valerie. These were originally humans turned into monsters. She couldn't believe her ears, thinking it was absurd. Li Chiol reaffirmed his claim, saying they had been in human form just moments before. Valerie was completely shocked, wondering who he really was to know such things. Their conversation was cut short by a piercing scream from the wraith. A burst of dark energy exploded. Both Li Chiol and Valerie clutched their heads in pain. The psychic attack was too sudden. Valerie recoiled in horror as she realized her entire mana system had been violently shaken. This wasn't a normal attack. Li Chiol quickly regained his composure and suggested they talk later. He turned to Valerie and asked if she could capture them alive. She hesitated but then agreed that she could. Li Chiol's eyes flashed. He ordered Valerie to restrain the two monsters on his signal. Saying that, he charged forward, leaving Valerie baffled and calling after him, not understanding why he acted alone. He tightened his grip on the hilt, preparing to use a special kind of aura, one that could seize even spiritual entities. Li Chiol cast aura art, Yomra. Blazing red chains of aura shot from his hands, coiling tightly around the wraith trying to flee. With the wraith firmly held, he shouted the signal to Valerie, now. Valerie, slightly annoyed, acted immediately. She pointed her wand forward as magical energy concentrated at its tip. She activated a level 6 sealing magic, Bekbang formation. A massive, intricate magic array appeared on the ground, enclosing the bound wraith. Valerie smiled triumphantly. She knew magic was the bane of such entities. She chanted an emergency binding command. The magic array contracted, sealing the wraith completely inside. Done with that, Li Chiol glanced to the side. Only a slime remained. He confidently rushed forward, declaring that no matter its special abilities, a slime was still just a slime. He plunged his hand into the goo and grabbed its core. In the blink of an eye, the slime was dealt with neatly. Li Chiol let out a relieved breath. At last, the battle was over. He handed the core to Valerie, asking her to store it. She looked displeased and grumbled about why he had to take it. Li Chiol simply said she would need it for analysis. Valerie reluctantly agreed, then seriously said there was something they needed to discuss. The battle over, the two began to exchange information. Valerie confirmed that an artificial gate had indeed appeared in Gyeongju. However, she explained that it wasn't like a conventional gate but more like a passageway. Li Chiol wondered whether it might be a teleportation circle. Valerie elaborated. A normal teleportation circle requires preparation on both ends, like a handshake. But this was different. It forcibly transported everything from point A to point B. Rather than a mutual handshake, it was like a one-sided hand grabbing and dragging things roughly away. A completely coercive act, Valerie concluded in an extremely serious tone. With humanity's current level of technology, creating something like that is utterly impossible. Valerie stared straight at the decapitated monster corpse. She continued, the principle behind the gate's creation has been clarified, but actually using that principle is impossible. With today's human tech, it's just not feasible. Hearing that, Li Chiol fell into deep thought. If even she said that, it really must be impossible. In this world, there are countless powers that logic can't explain. Even so, he never expected that not even Valerie's analysis I could grasp the exact theory. Valerie twirled her wand as she confirmed the gate and headed back to her workshop. The detector had picked up something very strange, which was why she turned around and came straight here. Li Chiol glanced at the monster corpse. Probably the things the detector scanned were these guys. Valerie still wondered, so what exactly are they? He answered cautiously and concisely, like I said earlier, humans that turned into monsters. Her face grew more serious than ever. Hey, what have you been saying this whole time? If it's some kind of grafting or something similar, I could understand. You're not under some illusion magic, are you? Li Chiol sighed helplessly. You think my eyes can't tell the difference? That's why I want you to see with your own eyes what I just captured. And check out this lizard man corpse too. Valerie sighed. You really got hit by hallucination magic, huh? So she reluctantly agreed. Fine, let me take a look. Valerie's eyes turned bright and hazy, carrying an indescribably sharp perception. After examining with her mana, she said, this is just a monster. Its abilities are pretty unique, but at the end of the day, it's still a monster. There are monsters that take human form, but this one's just a lizard man. Its mana system is weird and it has special traits too. But Li Chiol suddenly cut her off. However, there are cases where humans in human state are mixed with monsters. Come over here and take a look. The sky was now fully bright, bathing the entire forest in fresh, vibrant light. Li Chiol gently pushed aside some branches to clear a path for Valerie. This way. But Li Chiol suddenly halted, startled by something catching his eye. Right in front of him lay the corpse of an ordinary monster, nothing special about it. Hey, this is just a goblin. Even as Valerie crouched down to examine it, Li Chiol remained frozen in place. When I took it down, it was clearly still in human form. While Valerie was using her examination spell, she suddenly noticed something. Looking down at the goblin's feet, shoes, why are these on a monster's feet? She also spotted the footprints it had left while still human, and even the clothes it was wearing showed clear traces that it had once been a person. Valerie's brows furrowed instantly. Could it really be true? She stood up slowly and said seriously, I need to investigate this more. I've collected enough samples, so I'll look into it on my own. Li Chiol asked again, so now do you believe me? She scratched her head awkwardly. These monsters are all so bizarre, and the evidence is right here. For now, the best thing is to burn all the corpses completely. You've already taken care of them all? He lowered his gaze and answered calmly, yeah, I dealt with all 30 of them. Valerie's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Wasn't it 31? My detector showed 31 unidentified mana sources. That made him recall, could that sound earlier have been? Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it seemed there was still one more person out there, and that person was the one who had used these monster humans. Back at Valerie's workshop, Li Chiol pushed the door open and stepped inside. Valerie, any results yet? Valerie quietly removed her glasses. I didn't find much. It's pretty much the same as what I saw with my magic eye back then. After a moment of silence, he called her name. She replied, what? He continued, you remember how I won that 3 questions game, right? Valerie slammed her hand on the table in surprise. Of course I remember. What about it? Li Chiol crossed his arms calmly. Didn't I say that when you lie, it's really easy to tell? She pouted. You're so rude. Valerie grumbled. If you knew what I was like back in France, you wouldn't argue so much, you'd just turn and walk away. Yeah, I get it. But she stubbornly added, it's true. I was once the famous Rose of the French Arcane University, you know. That made Li Chiol pause. Rose? Not the crazy one. So he urged her, I get it, so stop beating around the bush and just say it. Valerie pressed her lips together, her whole body trembling with frustration. Seeing her shake like that, Li Chiol understood, this was about to get messy. So he spoke up to calm her, someone on Valerie's level not finding anything? Come on, no need to stall, I know exactly how talented you are. Hearing that, she blinked in surprise. Huh? Li Chiol awkwardly continued, you're the master of the analysis eye, you helped me raise my mana technique realm, and you even decoded the secrets of that stone tablet my ancestor hid so carefully. Only Valerie could have read it. He said it all in one breath before realizing, oops, that came out way too long, like I'm reciting a book report. Hope she doesn't get annoyed. Suddenly, Valerie stood up with her hands on the desk. After his praise, she crossed her arms confidently. Of course that's obvious. There's no way there's something I can't figure out. Seeing that, Lee Cheol felt satisfied. That was easy. Valerie stayed serious. Before I say anything, I have one question. Her expression darkened slightly. The monster humans that attacked you this time, they were targeting you from the start, right? Lee Cheol thought for a moment. Probably, since I couldn't communicate with them, I couldn't be sure. But noticing his hesitant tone, Valerie grew more curious. Did you discover something at the stone tablet site? Do you know what those people were after? Now he was sitting beside her after she mentioned someone earlier. Lee Cheol replied calmly, I gathered a few things, but explaining everything would be difficult. I trust Valerie, but this is a different matter. As you know, that stone tablet belongs to my clan. I can't just reveal it to anyone. That made her fall silent in deep thought for quite a while. He also wondered why she was asking this. Valerie leaned back in her chair. Remember, this is just my speculation. You can treat it like you're listening to a sci-fi novel. During the Great War, there was an organization that fought on a massive scale. The war, often called the World War, began with a large-scale monster invasion. But as the conflict escalated, it stopped being just humans versus beasts. Humans, other races, and monsters, all their gains and losses converged in one place, turning the world into a sea of blood. In that bloodthirsty era, answering the call of the times, countless things that had been dormant beneath the surface emerged. 6 organizations appeared like that. They were bizarre, full of mystery, yet incredibly alluring. Each had different locations, forms, and ways of influencing the world. Because of their shared strangeness, people grouped them together and called them the 6 Knights. Valerie crossed her legs. They're very hard to find in history books. Actually, I only know the name because my master told me. Even though people lumped them together, apparently they didn't see each other as allies. Lee Cheol asked, are you saying what I encountered is one of those organizations you mentioned? She pursed her lips. Among them is one called Behemoth. The story I heard from my master matches what you described quite a bit. Their ideology is actually very simple, escape from rationality. Valerie rubbed her chin. Humans should live by the unconscious or instinct. Lee Cheol clicked his tongue. Isn't that the same argument scholars and thinkers back then made? She nodded. If it stopped there, yes. But the human form is ultimately just a mask. And if you remove that mask, you can achieve true freedom. To gain that freedom, apparently they operated in the form of monsters. That made him exclaim in surprise. Huh? Valerie explained further. They believe that monsters acting on pure instinct represent the truest form of life. Lee Cheol couldn't help asking, so even back then they were turning humans into monsters? If there's precedent, why did Valerie say it's impossible? To his question, she waved her hand. No, what my master said and what you described are different. She said they wore masks or cloaked themselves in monster-like skin, not that people actually turned into monsters. Valerie took out a cigarette and lit it with a match. Behemoth believes their ideology is absolutely correct. They poured everything into spreading it and created countless followers. It's an incredibly powerful organization that once waged war against entire nations. It was still unclear if that person was from Behemoth, but some organization had targeted him and caused this incident. Hearing that, Lee Cheol remained calm. Yeah, I know. The cigarette in her hand produced small wisps of white smoke. So what now? Valerie asked. What are you planning to do next? Honestly, I'm a little worried. He stayed composed and stated his strategy firmly. I'll continue my training journey as is. If I turned back to the clan over one unidentified threat, I wouldn't have left in the first place. Hearing that, Valerie let out a soft sigh, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. She looked calmer than ever. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Back in his room, Lee Cheol was examining the robe hanging in his closet. Looking at it again, this outfit didn't resemble normal clothing at all. He gently rubbed the fabric and pondered deeply. Definitely not ordinary cloth from the start. And the moment I put it on, I could feel it. So Lee Cheol carefully put on the robe. He slipped his arms into the sleeves neatly. Wearing it, Lee Cheol felt incredibly comfortable. As expected, the size adjusted automatically. He stepped in front of the mirror to check. This is pretty good, the stretch is excellent, so movement feels completely free. Right then, the door suddenly burst open. Valerie charged in from outside, waving cheerfully. Tonight we're ordering fried chicken. The moment she said it, she noticed him checking himself in the mirror. She also caught his gaze. The air instantly fell silent. Valerie burst into delighted laughter. Of course, at that age, you're standing in front of the mirror spinning around. Is 15 really like that? She tried to hold it back. Last time I invited you to go clothes shopping, you said no? Valerie suddenly rushed over to Lee Cheol, exclaiming in shock, "What are you wearing?" He was confused. "Why are you reacting like that?" Suddenly she grabbed the robe and examined the magic patterns closely. "Wait, let me see this for a second." When Lee Cheol pulled away, Valerie's body trembled. "This? Where did you get this? Did you go there just to take this?" He still didn't get it. "Why are you so surprised? You saw it last time." She fumbled. "It was dark then, so I didn't look closely." Valerie's eyes fixed on the robe. "This is definitely heavenly silkworm thread, the patterns are definitely incantations, but I don't feel any magic resistance." Lee Cheol was still puzzled. "Heavenly silkworm thread?" She lowered her gaze. "Don't tell me you don't know. It's silk produced by a sacred silkworm-like spirit called the heavenly divine silkworm. From what I know, it takes decades of hardship to produce even one thread, and people use it to make clothes." Lee Cheol hadn't expected it to be that precious. Valerie clicked her tongue. "Just precious? If the whole thing is heavenly silkworm thread, it's basically heavenly grade equipment." That shocked him. Heavenly grade? Did Valerie misunderstand something? "When I checked with my demon eye, I didn't sense any special power." She waved her hand. "Of course, because heavenly silkworm thread itself isn't fully matured silk." Valerie clenched her fist. "Heavenly silkworm thread grows along with its owner. It's so rare that enchanters only use it as a spell conduit, yet someone made an entire robe out of it. This is terrifying equipment that human history will never see again." She pleaded, "Can I try it on just once?" Lee Cheol refused. "Not that many threads." Valerie looked desperate. "Just one thread?" "No, 2 threads. Only 2 threads." He had to step back in surprise. "Wait a second." A moment later, Valerie let out a relieved sigh. "I didn't expect it to have already acknowledged its owner." She hugged the robe excitedly. "It's gained sentience already. This is insane, totally insane." Of course Lee Cheol wasn't happy. "How long are you planning to keep doing that, Valerie?" Hearing him, she quickly snapped out of it. Yeah, sorry, I just finished checking." Valerie handed him something and said, "Here, read this." When the book was opened, it contained information about the heavenly divine silkworm, a spirit creature that feeds on mana and grows in places of perfect yin-yang balance, producing a cocoon once every 10 years after 20 years of maturation. The silk is created by melting that cocoon in a spiritual elixir called heavenly spirit water. That's heavenly silkworm thread. Heavenly silkworm thread has sentience, recognizes its owner on its own, absorbs mana, regenerates from cuts by drawing in mana even if severed by blades, doesn't get wet in water, and recovers instantly from fire damage. Lee Cheol took the robe from her hands. "So equipment can have consciousness too?" Valerie replied calmly, "It's a little different, but pretty close. Look here." She pointed to a pattern on the robe. "The most important thing is that this is equipment with no limits. Its mana resistance is practically zero. Even pure mana cloaked over someone wouldn't reach this level." Valerie sighed. "Even a third-rate enchanter with this could become first-rate. If it were mine, I'd have begged for just 1 thread already." After hearing all that, Lee Cheol unconsciously looked down at the robe. "I knew it was special, but I didn't think it was to this extent." Valerie asked next, "What's the name of this set?" He put it on while answering. "It's called Silver Han." The name was written in white patterns on the inner lining of the coat. Silver Han means Milky Way. No name could fit better. The sword that holds the pitch-black night of Black Night, and the garment that holds the entire Milky Way, though not a matched pair, they harmonize perfectly as one. Valerie nodded. "You've obtained something incredibly valuable." A few days later, in the bright room, a soft voice murmured, "The translation is taking longer than I thought." Lee Cheol was holding his head over the stack of documents on the desk, ancient script, no less. If he gave them to Valerie, she'd translate easily, but since this involved clan secrets, he couldn't let her see them. He gently rubbed the back of his neck. Anyway, getting these books was all thanks to Valerie. Let's try translating again. In his mind, the translated words appeared. "I leave this line for future generations. Recording the story of Black Knight goes against my father's wishes." That made him think, was this written by the second ancestor, Li Hyangxian? The book continued, "I'm not even sure if these records will safely reach later generations. If I do this, it will be." Lee Cheol flipped to another bamboo book here. The other contents were perfectly intact. Why only these parts? Aside from a few specific characters, nothing else is blurred. Did someone deliberately erase them? Was there someone who coveted this before me? No, impossible. The ancestor's tomb showed no signs of tampering. His expression was deeply contemplative. Moreover, the ancestor had written as if predicting this very thing. Records written in this style may not survive. Li Chiol rubbed his chin and continued thinking. The explanation about the sword seal isn't as detailed as I expected, only to the level that Big Brother discovered and made public. Was this written by ancestor Li Hyangxian? No wonder it only records up to the seal level. Thinking this far, he let out a sigh. So Big Brother wasn't deliberately hiding anything after all. Li Chiol's fingers gently traced over the book cover. He unconsciously spoke aloud. Black Knight is the sword forged by a god to cut down to here. Li Chiol froze. I didn't misread that, right? A sword forged by a god? Right then, his phone buzzed. What the hell is this? He quickly pulled it out. The name on the message made Li Chiol startle slightly. Jinsu Zhong. Out of the blue, the screen showed, there's an issue. I need to meet you for a moment. By now he had packed his things and was preparing for the next journey. He sent thanks to Valerie. Thanks for everything during this time. She puffed out her chest smugly. Of course, I researched your demon eye, decoded the stone tablet, and even told you about the robe. Seeing her like this, he frowned and thought inwardly, here we go again. Then he sighed, later on, I'll introduce you to a few people. That piqued her curiosity. Introduce who? He continued, one is my aunt. I think you two would get along great. After saying that, he turned to leave, saying goodbye, then I'm off. He was about to go when she quickly called out, wait. She shyly held out a gem, take this. It's not anything amazing. Wait, no, it actually is amazing. I poured my heart into making this stone. I enchanted it with a simple protection and evil warding spell, not sure how effective, but it's pure exorcism charm. Taking the stone, he smiled, thanks, Valerie, I'm always just receiving stuff from you. She shook her head, no, actually I haven't even. Before she finished, he interrupted, what? You too, Valerie, are you hiding something from me? She awkwardly looked away and shook her head, nothing. She thought to herself, I can't say it out loud. In the thesis on Li Chiol's demon eye, I named it Strongest Superhuman and Evil Mana King's True Eye. Remembering that moment, she got all giddy inside. If he doesn't find out, it's not a crime, right? He probably doesn't read those theses anyway, only the magic nerds holed up in their rooms do that stuff. He sighed, it's a bit bitter, but whatever, I'll take it as is. Her casual attitude annoyed her, and she pointed at him, I said I'm not hiding anything. What's with the, take it as is? Then she switched back to the main topic, more importantly, what are you planning to do now? He answered, probably head back to Seoul for a bit. Hearing that, she held out her hand, alright, see you next time then. He smiled warmly, and shook her hand, thanks again. Scene shift to the outskirts of Seoul. The moment they met, Jinsu Zhong greeted him with a tired face, it's been a while, young master. He scanned Jinsu Zhong with sharp eyes and asked, you don't look so good. Jinsu Zhong replied, just a bit overwhelmed with work. Then he gestured inside the office, this way, please. He added sheepishly, I'm a little embarrassed for you to see this, but things are slowly getting on track. Observing the place, he thought inwardly, for an office, it's a bit small, I thought the investment was enough. But the employees' expressions look pretty good. Seeing him standing thoughtfully, Jinsu Zhong turned back, are you a little disappointed? He answered, at first, yeah, but now I think I get it. You deliberately started small like this, didn't you? Jinsu Zhong nodded, yes, exactly. He brought 2 cups of tea and continued, when you said you needed money, I thought long and hard, whether you wanted quick profits, or a solid foundation for an organization. So I recruited people with knowledge and talent but lacking real-world experience. I plan to nurture them step by step so they can handle big deals later. We don't have major achievements yet, but growth is slow and steady. Observing him, he thought inwardly, even though I gave him a huge sum, he chose to build the foundation instead. And that's exactly what I wanted. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Jinsu Zhong placed a hand over his chest, was I too presumptuous? He replied immediately, I already told you, do whatever you think is right. Even without concrete results yet, just keep going down the path you believe in. Seeing the worried look on his face, he thought inwardly, if I praise him now, he'll just double down on this direction. Better to let him fully unleash his abilities without pointless constraints. While looking over the stack of documents, he asked, by the way, what are all these papers? He answered, documents to legalize the black market funds and turn them into your assets. Since the amount isn't small, we have to do it this way. Please review and sign them. He observed for a while, thoughts forming, even after basic laundering, it's still black market money at its core. The tax bureau isn't stupid. A new company with unclear cash flow will definitely get investigated. But if they know it's from me, they won't dig too deep. He continued, essentially, you want me to be the official representative here, right? Jin Soo-jong nodded, exactly, I'm just the one managing the capital for you, young master. He smiled, so you're planning to leverage my family background? He replied, you said to do as I see fit, so I'll use every card I have. Hearing those words, he exhaled softly and thought inwardly, he's trying to clearly define the master-servant relationship here. This is the chain binding Jin Soo-jong, and his declaration of loyalty. Without hesitation, he signed the papers. Alright, go ahead with it. Now to the main issue. You didn't call me here just for this, right? Jin Soo-jong's words startled him slightly. The Nine-Dragon Stronghold has made their move. He asked curiously, suddenly. Why the Nine-Dragon Stronghold? Jin Soo-jong explained, during the money laundering, I discovered ties to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. It seems Baek Cheol-soo received some backing from them. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Baek Cheol-soo connected to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold? That's not entirely unreasonable. The Nine-Dragon Stronghold is a power on par with the Sungmu clan, but unlike Sungmu, they're willing to get their hands dirty with illegal activities. Jin Soo-jong continued, once I learned of their involvement, I kept quiet observation, but then I heard you mobilized personnel. Thoughts raced through his mind, they can't act openly. Korea is Sungmu territory, so they can't approach publicly, plus the one handling the case is supposedly the seventh brother. So the target can only be one person, and that's Jin Soo-jong. Scenes shift to nighttime, with thunder rumbling outside. The atmosphere turned somewhat eerie. In some hallway, a man was hurrying along. The moment he stopped, a silver-haired man spoke, you're late. The other replied, I was delayed handling orders from the stronghold. The silver-haired man said something that made the young man flinch in fear. I know full well the stronghold never issued any official order. The young man answered, it was a commission from the elders. The man continued, the kid who used to scrape through trash heaps has really grown up, now he wants to play with swords instead of making a living? He replied clearly, precisely because I scrape through trash, I'm curious what's on top. The man went on, already cozying up to the elders playing politics, your tongue is sharper than your sword now. He tossed a letter straight at the young man, who caught it and began reading. The man explained, since I'm your master, should help my disciples' ambitions, right? This is a commission from the stronghold. Seems the Council of Elders stirred up something and messed it up. Unfortunately it involves the Sungmu clan, so they want eyes on the situation. The punk in charge needs a blade to wield. Want to go on a trip? He thought for a few seconds, then clasped his hands in respect. This unworthy disciple Jang Han thanks master for your concern. Looking at the teacup in his hand, the man warned, be careful. If you think the Sungmu clan is just some minor nation's power, you'll pay dearly. In any case, they're just a bunch of hypocrites who love pretending to be noble. Receiving the order, the young man showed a face full of determination and turned to leave.